Xiaodong, my dear boy. Auntie really wishes to stay with you forever. Auntie Yun, who raised you since childhood, has developed special feelings for you. Every night after you fall asleep, she would secretly slip into your room. On this day, Zheng Yiyun as usual slowly pushed open the door and silently entered your bedroom. Xiaodong, my dear boy. Her voice was soft and charming, but you remained motionless in deep sleep. This made Zhang Yiyun slightly relieved. Then she tiptoed to the bedside, carefully lifted the blanket, and gently slipped inside. She extended her jade-like hand to tenderly caress your face, her eyes filled with doting affection. Truly Auntie Yun's dear Xiaodong, you've grown so handsome. I really wish I could stay by your side forever. Just as Auntie Yun was intoxicated by the beautiful sight before her, you seemed to sense something, opening your bleary eyes in a daze. Why have you come secretly again? Didn't I tell you before? If you want me to accompany you, you can openly come find me. There's no need to wait until I fall asleep. As you speak, you extend your arm in a half-asleep daze, compared to those female celebrities who deliberately maintain their figures. Zheng Yiyun's waist is slightly fuller, but without any excess fat. After being embraced by you, Zheng Yiyun's heart also filled with happiness, as sweet as if she had eaten honey. Aunt Yun was afraid of disturbing your rest, but she still ended up disturbing you. Hurry and get some sleep. You have work tomorrow too. At this moment, Aunt Yun gazes at your face. Her red lips can't help but lean in. A minute later, Zheng Yiyun finally pulls away, satisfied, her heart brimming with endless love and adoration. She gently strokes your hair and murmurs softly, Aunt Yun wants to kiss you one more time. You lift your head and nod vigorously, your eyes filled with anticipation. I really like Aunt Yun too. Zheng Yiyun smiles. This little one is becoming more and more adorable. Zheng Yiyun leaned closer and gently pecked your cheek. Not enough, you said. Your words made Zheng Yiyun's cheeks flush even redder. Then how many kisses would be enough? No amount would ever be enough if I'm with Aunt Yun. Zheng Yiyun felt a wave of bashfulness in her heart. Slowly, she closed her beautiful eyes. Seeing this, you cupped her face and gently kissed her. A long moment later, Zheng Yiyun softly stroked your hair. On her breathtakingly beautiful face, a sweet, enchanting smile bloomed. Aunt Yun loves you. Truly, only when I'm with you, my dear. Can I finally sleep through the night without restlessness? It's time to get some proper sleep. Tomorrow will be another beautiful day. At midnight. At this very moment, the lights in the master bedroom of your villa suddenly flickered on. A girl with delicate bangs framing her forehead, long hair cascading over her shoulders, and skin as fair as carved jade rubbed her sleepy eyes. This girl was Tang Yao, the younger sister Zhang Yiyan had adopted from the orphanage, your childhood friend and sweet companion. Just moments ago, she suddenly woke up from her sleep. An intense urge to use the bathroom overwhelmed her, compelling her to rush to the toilet immediately. In her half-asleep state, little Tang Yao instinctively reached out, her small hand groping the space beside her. But to her surprise, she found no one there. Aunt Yun was nowhere to be seen. The little girl immediately pouted, muttering angrily, "Mean Aunt Yun, kicked brother Xiaodong out of the room to sleep alone. Yet now she's running off to find him again, leaving me all by myself here. I want to sleep with brother Xiaodong too." Little Tang Yao's angry expression was utterly adorable. Her cheeks puffed up like balloons, resembling an irritated little pufferfish. Recently, Tang Yao had noticed that brother and Aunt Yun were getting closer. While she felt like an outsider, I must become more well-behaved and sensible, so Aunt Yun and brother Xiaodong will shower me with love again. She decided to wait for the right opportunity, when Aunt Yun would be busy with company matters. When Aunt Yun is too busy with company affairs to come home for the night, I'll just like when I was little, sneak into brothers. Thinking of this, little Tang Yao couldn't stop grinning from ear to ear. Her mood immediately became cheerful. After getting out of bed to handle the sudden matter, she fell asleep with a sweet smile on her face. The next morning, Zhang Yiyun had already gotten up early, and was busy in the kitchen with the villa's hired 5-star nanny preparing breakfast. "Yao Yao, come down for breakfast." A call from downstairs made Tang Yao rush down in a hurry. As soon as she reached the dining table, her eyes were immediately drawn to the tempting sweet and sour ribs, making her mouth water. She puckered her cute little mouth and planted a soft kiss on Gu Wanyun's mature, gentle, and stunningly beautiful cheek. "Auntie Yin is so good to Yao Yao. Yao Yao loves Auntie Yin the most," little Tang Yao said joyfully. Being praised by the little girl, Gu Wanyun felt a sweetness in her heart as if she had eaten honey. She gently stroked the little girl's head, and her exquisite face bloomed with a maternal glow and tenderness. You, these sweet and sour ribs can't stop your little greedy mouth. Hurry and eat." After Gu Wanyun spoke, the little girl could no longer contain her desire for the delicious food, and began to devour it like a hungry tiger, completely disregarding her ladylike image. Seeing her like that, she was truly a little foodie. Perhaps realizing that her behavior was a bit out of line, little Tang Yao smiled sheepishly, then obediently stood up, picked up 2 of her favorite sweet and sour ribs, and placed them in Gu Wanyun's and Lu Tingfeng's bowls respectively. Auntie Yun, Brother Tingfeng, you guys should try them too. These are my favorite sweet and sour ribs. They taste super good. After saying that, little Tang Yao couldn't wait to pull the plate of sweet and sour ribs in front of her, and continued to feast on them without restraint. Lu Tingfeng looked helpless. Eat slowly, no one is going to steal them from you. To Lu Tingfeng's surprise, the little girl completely ignored his words, and continued to shovel the sweet and sour ribs into her mouth as if she was speeding up. Such a little foodie. Looking at this little girl, Gu Wanyun could only shake her head helplessly. Because it was a day off, Gu Wanyun wasn't wearing her formal work attire, but instead had changed into a simple black home dress. The length of the dress was just right, falling just above the knees. The dress was also carefully embroidered with various exquisite patterns, and the thread used for sewing was actually pure gold. This only added to Gu Wanyun's unique, noble and elegant charm. While little Tang Yao was wolfing down her food, Lu Tingfeng was providing Gu Wanyun with a leg massage while eating. Little one, you can't even eat properly. Gu Wanyun blushed and glared at him, but when she noticed that little Tang Yao was engrossed in her meal, she didn't say anything more. Although she was a little embarrassed, she was actually enjoying Lu Tingfeng's massage. After all, what woman wouldn't enjoy being tenderly cared for by the person they love? This feeling of being taken care of so thoughtfully is really nice. The 3 of them sat around the dining table. After enjoying a hearty breakfast, little Tang Yao patted her round little belly contentedly and let out a satisfied sigh. Burp, I'm so full. Little Tang Yao turned to look at Gu Wanyun, her voice sweet and cloying. Auntie Yun, can you not make sweet and sour ribs for me tomorrow? I've eaten too much, and if I get fat, Brother Tingfeng won't tea like me anymore. Gu Wanyun couldn't help but smile. She knew that this quirky little girl would say something similar every time she was full. However, if she didn't make her favorite sweet and sour ribs the next day, the little one would pout and sulk by herself. Gu Wanyun was truly helpless against this adorable and willful little girl. Lu Tingfeng walked over to little Tang Yao, reached out and gently pinched her chubby cheeks, a doting smile on his lips. Don't worry, Yao Yao, no matter how fat you get, Brother Tingfeng will always like you. Little Tang Yao just pouted slightly and mumbled, I don't believe Brother Tingfeng. You boys only like girls who are pretty and have good figures. If I get fat, you'll be snatched away by someone else. Little Tang Yao said coquettishly, her cheeks flushed, and then quickly kissed Lu Tingfeng's handsome face. Then, like a cheerful little deer, she ran upstairs. I'm going to watch Fox Spirit Matchmaker. Watching little Tang Yao's departing figure, Gu Wanyun sighed helplessly. That little girl is always so quirky. If she ever leaves this house, I don't know how I'd feel at ease. There was worry and reluctance in Gu Wanyun's eyes as she spoke. The 2 of them turned and went back to the living room. The dining table had already been cleaned spotlessly by the 5-star nanny, the surface gleaming brightly, as if it could reflect one's image. It had to be said, this nanny was indeed very professional and capable, worthy of a 5-star rating. Lu Tingfeng and Gu Wanyun sat together on the sofa, smiling at her peerless beauty. Auntie Yun, as the president of the Gu Group, you work so hard every day. Today is finally your day off, let me give you a massage. Lu Tingfeng's tone was very gentle and considerate. Gu Wanyun hesitated slightly, murmuring to herself, this little guy is clearly up to no good. After so many experiences, she was very confident in Lu Tingfeng's gentle and skilled massage techniques. Well, let us consider it a reward for my good boy's outstanding performance last night. Gu Wanyun pretended to be coy, putting on a threatening expression. Auntie Yun is indeed a little tired. But if you don't make me feel comfortable and relaxed, then Auntie Yun will punish you. Gu Wanyun lightly pouted her red cherry lips and raised her beautiful eyes to glare at Lu Tingfeng. It was hard to imagine that Gu Wanyun, the dignified and elegant beauty president of the Gu Group, actually had such a playful and adorable side. Lu Tingfeng immediately became excited upon hearing Gu Wanyun agree. He patted his chest and vowed, don't worry, Auntie Yun, I will absolutely make you feel unprecedented comfort and relaxation, making you forget all your worries and fatigue. Hearing Lu Tingfeng's straightforward words, a shy blush instantly appeared on Gu Wanyun's face. You little rascal, why do you talk so improperly? Lu Tingfeng just chuckled, without explaining or refuting further. Lu Tingfeng came behind Gu Wanyun, his hands gently resting on the fragrant shoulders that countless business tycoons in Linhai City dreamed of, gently massaging her to dispel the fatigue in Gu Wanyun's body and soul. Under Lu Tingfeng's skillful massage techniques, Gu Wanyun felt all her fatigue disappear. This feeling was truly comfortable. Aunt Yun, how are my massage skills? They're really quite good. You've been giving me massages every few days for the past few years, and it's really trained you well. I think you could even become a professional masseur. Hearing this, Lu Tingfeng chuckled lightly. Oh, come on, I'm the dignified young master of the Gu Group in Linhai City. How could I possibly do something like that? Only Aunt Yun is lucky enough to enjoy my superior massage techniques." Hearing Lu Tingfeng shamelessly boast, Gu Anyun couldn't help but laugh and tease him. Alright, I know, my young master, you've been working so hard, are you tired? Go rest for a while, I have an afternoon mahjong appointment with some of my partner's wives. Lu Tingfeng immediately became unhappy when he heard this. He had put in so much effort to make this little wildcat comfortable, but she was about to leave without even acknowledging it. How could he let that happen? Aunt Yun, you can't just leave like that, you haven't given me a reward yet. Looking at Lu Tingfeng's expectant eyes, she couldn't help but soften. I really can't do anything with you. Lu Tingfeng picked up Gu Anyun, and the sight of her rosy cherry lips made his heart race. Aunt Yun, you have to be more serious later, okay? Gu Anyun blushed and nodded, then gently closed her beautiful eyes. If you keep going like this, Aunt Yun will leave. Seeing Gu Anyun shyly close her eyes, Lu Tingfeng smiled contentedly and then gently kissed her. It was now afternoon, and 3 visitors had arrived at the house. They were 3 middle-aged women coming to play mahjong with Gu Anyun. These 3 had special identities. The husbands of 2 of them had extremely important cooperative relationships with the company managed by Gu Anyun. The other was not only her old classmate but also her close, inseparable best friend. Interestingly, this best friend was also a friend of Lu Tingfeng's mother, whom he had never met since he was old enough to remember. The Gu Group, led by Gu Anyun, was very well known in Linhai City. As one of the 4 largest corporate groups in the city, its influence was paramount. In order to establish closer ties with the Gu Group, the bosses of the 2 companies racked their brains and spared no effort. However, Gu Anyun seemed to have a kind of germophobia towards men, making these bosses helpless. In desperation, they had to settle for the next best thing and arranged for their wives to frequently visit Gu Anyun, hoping to improve their relationship. Hence, this afternoon's mahjong game. Although she was reluctant to waste her precious time on this, Gu Anyun knew that she had to compromise for the long-term development of the company. As the saying goes, one cannot strike a smiling face. Since they were so enthusiastically inviting her, she couldn't refuse directly and ultimately agreed. The name of Lu Tingfeng's mother and Gu Anyun's classmate and best friend was Xia Jinghe. After graduating from university, Xia Jinghe was chosen by the boss of a large company for her captivating beauty. Although this boss was successful in his career, his wife was infertile. In order to pursue Xia Jinghe, this boss did not hesitate to divorce his original wife. The boss was quite old, but he was devoted and caring towards Xia Jinghe. Later, the 2 married and had a daughter and son. Fate is unpredictable. When Xia Jinghe was 34 and her daughter was only 13, her husband, who was over 50 years old, and her 12-year-old youngest son were unfortunately killed in a car accident. After her husband passed away, Xia Jinghe, a weak woman, had no understanding of business. In desperation, she had to sell the company's shares, gaining about 800 million in cash. Since then, she had been running small businesses alone with her daughter. Now Xia Jinghe was 39 years old, and her daughter was already 18, but she still hadn't found a suitable partner. When she arrived at her best friend's house, she was surprised to find that Gu Anyun had a young man named Lu Tingfeng in her home. She had never heard of this person before. So, Xia Jinghe curiously inquired about Lu Tingfeng with her best friend. After some in-depth understanding, she learned that this child named Lu Tingfeng was actually the son of another old classmate of hers. Hearing this, Xia Jinghe felt inexplicably sad. Her relationship with this old classmate was not as close as the one she had with Gu Anyun, but their friendship was quite deep. At this moment, looking at the handsome and outstanding son of her old friend, she couldn't help but feel a sense of sadness and heartache. Xia Jinghe couldn't help but think of her own son. If that car accident hadn't happened, he would have been 17 years old now. And Lu Tingfeng was just 18, they were about the same age. Fate was such a trickster. He had lost his mother, and she had lost her beloved son. Was all this a deliberate arrangement by heaven? At this moment, Xia Jinghe looked at her old classmate, Gu Anyun, and said with a smile, "Anyun, look at you, always a non-marriage advocate, and no one at home to help take care of things. And you even let Tingfeng recognize you as his aunt. He hasn't felt the warmth of a mother's love since he was little." Xia Jinghe sighed slightly and continued, "You are the president of a company managing trillions of assets, and you're so busy every day, where do you have the time to take care of this nephew, Tingfeng?" At this point, Xia Jinghe's eyes suddenly lit up, as if she had thought of a good idea, and she excitedly suggested, "Why don't you let him recognize me as his godmother? I'll take care of him from now on." It would be an explanation to his mother, our mutual old classmate. What do you think? Gu Anyun was not too surprised by Xia Jinghe's words, but instead calmly played a two of bamboo, then bumped the tiles on the table, and replied in a gentle tone, "Jinghe, this matter is not up to me to decide. After all, I'm just Tingfeng's aunt, not his mother. So, this matter ultimately depends on his own wishes." Xia Jinghe nodded in understanding upon hearing Gu Anyun's response. She turned her gaze to Lu Tingfeng, who was sitting beside her, her eyes filled with anticipation and kindness. She had noticed while playing mahjong that this young man would occasionally look at her. Therefore, when she looked at Lu Tingfeng, she deliberately stretched her arms back, held her head high, her upper body was in a standard upright sitting posture in order to highlight her advantages. At this time, Xia Jinghe's face was full of smiles. Although she couldn't compare to Gu Wanyun in terms of personal charm, temperament, and beauty. But when it came to figure and aura, she, Xia Jinghe, had never lost. While the two women were secretly competing, Lu Tingfeng, the person involved, smiled slightly. "Thank you for your affection, Aunt Xia, but I still have to decline your kind offer." Hearing Lu Tingfeng's answer, the smile on Xia Jinghe's face suddenly froze. Chapter 4 Aunt Xia's embrace. Watching her old classmate's defeat, Gu Wanyun still wore a calm smile, as if she had long anticipated this outcome. Having lived together for so many years, it could be said that no one in this world knew Lu Tingfeng better than she did, not even Lu Tingfeng himself. When Lu Tingfeng was still ignorant and didn't even know his own name, she, Gu Wanyun, had already completely grasped this little guy's preferences and personality. Although her old classmate, Xia Jinghe, had a great figure and was very charming, wasn't Gu Wanyun herself just as attractive? Moreover, she and her darling had been accompanying each other for many years, sharing a deep emotional bond and had long become indispensable parts of each other's lives. If her old classmate and best friend, Xia Jinghe, wanted to snatch her darling away with just a few minor advantages, that would simply be a pipe dream. Unless Xia Jinghe was her darling's biological mother, no one else should even think of succeeding. After a brief moment of astonishment, Xia Jinghe quickly regained her senses, and a charming smile reappeared on her mature and alluring face. "What's wrong, little one? Do you think Auntie's home is too poor and can't afford to raise you?" she asked coquettishly. Upon hearing this, Lu Tingfeng's lips paused slightly, revealing a gentle smile, and he shook his head softly. "Aunt Xia, you misunderstand. It's because I've lived with Aunt Yin since I was young, and this place has become an indelible memory in my heart and an ingrained part of my being." Lu Tingfeng's voice conveyed a sense of firmness, as if stating an indisputable fact. "If I were to move to another place, I'm afraid I might feel a bit uncomfortable. I hope Aunt Xia will understand." His tone was sincere and earnest, with a hint of apology. Upon hearing Lu Tingfeng's words, Xia Jinghe couldn't help but sigh softly. As she had expected, a child's upbringing was truly of utmost importance. The emotional bond between her CEO best friend and this little boy was already so tight-knit that it was difficult to easily break. But, hearing Lu Tingfeng call her Aunt Xia so affectionately, Xia Jinghe still felt a slight sense of unwillingness in her heart. "Oh, what a pity, Auntie Xia really likes this adorable little one." Xia Jinghe's gaze revealed genuine emotion, and her words were full of regret. The most crucial reason for this was because of her deep longing for her deceased son. Xia Jinghe yearned to alleviate her pain of losing her son by giving maternal love to others. And this little boy just so happened to have never experienced such care, while addressing her so affectionately, which made such thoughts arise involuntarily. Lu Tingfeng didn't show much surprise or emotion upon hearing Xia Jinghe's words. "Thank you for your kindness, Aunt Xia, but I'm already accustomed to my current life." Lu Tingfeng's response was brief and straightforward, yet it also made his stance clear. Then, Lu Tingfeng changed the subject. "Aunt Xia, although I can't recognize you as my godmother, if you don't mind, we could add each other on WeChat. You can send me your address, and I'll try to visit you often and keep you company." What a joke! How could such a gentle and loving woman like Aunt Xia have such a superficial relationship with him? Absolutely not. Xia Jinghe, who was slightly disappointed and even prepared to give up, suddenly felt a glimmer of hope upon hearing Lu Tingfeng's words. It felt as if she had suddenly seen a beam of light in the dark night, or found a way out in a misty forest, giving her the delightful feeling of after endless mountains and rivers that leave one with no passage in sight, suddenly appears a village shaded by willows and bright with flowers. "Alright, if that's the case, then Auntie can only settle for the next best thing," Xia Jinghe said, unable to hide her excitement. While speaking, she had already eagerly taken out her phone and exchanged WeChat, phone numbers, QQ, and other contact information with Lu Tingfeng. Xia Jinghe secretly plotted in her heart, as long as I can trick this little guy into coming to my house first, and then slowly use time and my overflowing love to influence him. With her own personal charm, making him willingly obey her would be as easy as flipping her hand. At this moment, Xia Jinghe was already fantasizing about Lu Tingfeng looking at her with eyes full of respect and reverence, and even considerately massaging her. She decided to pour all of the affection she had suppressed in her heart for so many years, the kind of familial love that had nowhere to go, onto this child without reservation. After adding each other, Xia Jinghe's lips slightly curved up, revealing a soft smile. "Little phone, Auntie is now officially acquainted with you. Do you want to give Auntie a hug to show your friendliness?" Immediately afterward, Xia Jinghe turned to look at Gu Wanyun, who was beside her, and said with a smile, "Wanyun, you shouldn't mind, right?" Gu Wanyun gently flicked her hair that cascaded like a waterfall, and then revealed a gentle smile. "It's just a polite hug, I wouldn't be that petty." Although deep down she didn't want her good boy to hug any other aunt besides herself, considering that her best friend had lost her child in middle age and was so pitiful, and their relationship had always been good, Gu Wanyun finally softened her heart and agreed. Hearing Gu Wanyun say this, a trace of gratitude couldn't help but show in Xia Jinghe's eyes. Lu Tingfeng also felt a bit sorry for this pitiful Auntie Xia and her misfortune, and besides, Auntie Yun had also approved of it. He immediately stopped hesitating and threw himself into Xia Jinghe's embrace. Xia Jinghe wrapped her arms around Lu Tingfeng's head, gently stroking his hair. She suddenly felt as if the little boy who had disappeared in that car accident had come back to her. Xia Jinghe's eyes were filled with tenderness and love. At this moment, Lu Tingfeng was also very happy. Xia Jinghe's hug was very gentle, and her eyes were full of affection, a feeling that was very warm. After a while, Xia Jinghe reluctantly let go, but the faint smile on her face was growing thicker, as if even eating 10 bitter melons in one go wouldn't easily melt it away. Lu Tingfeng quietly breathed a sigh of relief, secretly rejoicing. Auntie Xia's hug is really too gentle, just a bit stuffy. Looks like I'll have to be more careful when hugging Auntie Xia in the future. Thinking this, Lu Tingfeng also made up his mind. Next time he hugged Xia Jinghe, he would definitely have to be more mindful. He had to be careful, and more careful. No matter what, his life was the most important. He couldn't be suffocated to death. Chapter 5, Gu Wanyun's Little Mood. PS. This chapter concludes and jumps to chapter 5.5 of the author's work and Gu on the author's homepage. This cannot be searched, you can only view it on the author's homepage. As the sun set and night gradually fell, Gu Wanyun and the others began to pack up, preparing to end their mahjong gathering. When Xia Jinghe and the other two were about to leave, Gu Wanyun displayed the grace and politeness of a hostess, personally seeing them off to the entrance of her villa. Along the way, Xia Jinghe chatted and laughed with Lu Tingfeng, looking like true family members. And inadvertently, Xia Jinghe would always deliberately close the distance with Lu Tingfeng. For Xia Jinghe, who was constantly smiling, Lu Tingfeng also felt a good impression. When leaving, Xia Jinghe gently ruffled Lu Tingfeng's hair and, with a smile, said softly, "Little Feng, whenever you're free, come visit Auntie's place more often. Auntie will definitely make you lots of delicious food and take good care of you." Lu Tingfeng gave a bright smile, nodding in response. "Okay, Auntie Xia, don't worry, I'll definitely come visit you often." Gu Wanyun, with her high heels clicking lightly on the ground, gracefully walked to Lu Tingfeng, stopping in front of her obedient boy who was half a head taller than her. Her gaze was gentle as water, lightly stroking Lu Tingfeng's hair, each delicate action filled with doting and possessiveness, seemingly declaring her sovereignty to Xia Jinghe. After completing this action, Gu Wanyun smiled and turned to look at Xia Jinghe, softly saying, "Jinghe, it's getting late, you should head home soon. Your children must still be waiting for you. If you go back too late, I'm afraid your precious daughter will be worried and anxious." Xia Jinghe silently looked at her good friend's teasing manner, and couldn't help but let out a helpless sigh in her heart. She knew that no matter how hard she tried, she couldn't change the reality before her. "I can only take it step by step," Xia Jinghe muttered to herself. After getting into the driver's seat, Xia Jinghe started her car. The car quickly drove away, disappearing without a trace in the blink of an eye. The speed of departure was like lightning, as if there was a hint of escape. She really couldn't bear to see Gu Wanyun and Lu Tingfeng being so intimate anymore. That scene would only make her feel terrible. Back in the villa, Lu Tingfeng strode lightly to the sofa in the center of the living room and gently lifted Gu Wanyun into his arms. Then, he slowly lowered himself, his hands gently pressing down on Gu Wanyun's slender hands, as if protecting a precious treasure. Their eyes met, and Lu Tingfeng gazed at the peerless beauty in front of him, feeling the emotional fluctuations in Gu Wanyun's eyes. "Auntie Yun, you're jealous." "I'm not." Lu Tingfeng's actions made Gu Wanyun's face turn instantly red, her shyness overflowing. At the same time, a sweet-smelling warmth wafted from her lips, and her fallen strands of hair gently brushed against Lu Tingfeng's cheek. "Really? Then I'll go spend the day with Auntie Xia tomorrow, she seems to like me quite a lot." Lu Tingfeng continued to tease Gu Wanyun, a hint of playfulness in his eyes. "Auntie Yun forbids you to go." After saying that, Gu Wanyun realized her reaction was a bit excessive. She hurriedly closed her eyes, her face as red as a ripe apple, not daring to look at Lu Tingfeng. "That hateful little guy, actually daring to tease me like this. When he makes a mistake, I must think of a way to punish him severely." Gu Wanyun thought secretly in her heart. Seeing Gu Wanyun's strong reaction, a barely noticeable smile flashed across Lu Tingfeng's eyes. "Aunt Yun, your image in Yao's heart has always been very grand and tall," Lu Tingfeng said deliberately. What do you want?" Gu Wanyun retorted somewhat guiltily. If Yao knew that you were jealous because you saw Aunt Xia being affectionate with me, wouldn't your image in her heart be greatly diminished?" Lu Tingfeng asked with a sly smile. Hearing Lu Tingfeng's words, Gu Wanyun's heart suddenly jumped. That's right, if that quirky little girl knew about this, then she probably wouldn't have any more authority in her eyes. "No, I definitely can't let Guai Guai tell Yao about this." Gu Wanyun secretly made up her mind. Gu Wanyun looked at Lu Tingfeng with a face full of resentment, her watery eyes radiating a bright and moving luster like two sparkling gems, making one unable to help but be captivated. Guai guai, don't tell Yao Yao, please. Her voice carried a hint of pleading, as if a cute little cat was acting spoiled with its owner. Lu Tingfeng stared blankly at Ant Yun's watery and moving eyes, and for a moment he was completely mesmerized, forgetting to respond. Seeing that Lu Tingfeng didn't react, Gu Wanyun thought he was determined to tell Xiao Tangyao, and immediately became anxious. She was about to use her authority to teach this disobedient little guy a lesson, but upon second thought, she was a little reluctant. Gu Wanyun took a deep breath, trying to suppress the impulse in her heart, and instantly returned to her charming and alluring appearance. Guai guai, as long as you don't tell Yao Yao that Ant Yun was jealous. Gu Wanyun opened her lips slightly and said softly. Lu Tingfeng's eyes lit up upon hearing these words, so excited that he almost jumped up. Lu Tingfeng raised his palm to caress Gu Wanyun's delicate, flawless face, gazing at her moist, captivating eyes with an expression full of tenderness. Ant Yun. Lying on the large, soft bed in the villa room, Lu Tingfeng gently played with Gu Wanyun's smooth hair, a faint smile playing on his lips. Ant Yun, I feel like I have an extraordinary talent in all aspects, like memory, learning ability, and physical strength. Lu Tingfeng's voice was soft, yet carried a hint of determination. Many times, I even feel like I'm not a normal human being, but more like a machine with powerful functions. As he spoke, Lu Tingfeng's gaze never left Gu Wanyun, as if trying to discern something from her eyes. However, Gu Wanyun simply nestled in Lu Tingfeng's arms, her delicate body trembling slightly before returning to calm. Silly boy, you must be too tired these past few days to have such strange thoughts. Just rest well, and you'll be fine. Gu Wanyun gently stroked Lu Tingfeng's cheek, soothingly comforting him. Although Gu Wanyun's movements were very subtle, Lu Tingfeng's keen insight still noticed it. Ant Yun, are you hiding something from me? Lu Tingfeng stared intently into Gu Wanyun's eyes. Gu Wanyun didn't speak, her gaze slightly evasive. Seeing his Ant Yun's expression, Lu Tingfeng became even more convinced of his own thoughts. Ant Yun, if you're hiding anything from me, please tell me the truth. Don't you know my psychological resilience? Trust me, okay? Seeing that Lu Tingfeng was relentlessly pursuing the matter, Gu Wanyun sighed softly. You little rascal, you have to get to the bottom of everything. Since you want to know so badly, I'll tell you, but you have to be mentally prepared. Lu Tingfeng obediently nodded. Helpless, Gu Wanyun slowly began to recount a past event. Do you remember when you were 5 years old and your congenital heart disease flared up? Lu Tingfeng nodded, indicating that he had some recollection. Gu Wanyun continued, her voice gentle. At that time, the company's most powerful research team was helpless with your condition. You know, in Ant Yun's heart, nothing is more important than you. Just when I was incredibly sad and desperate, a masked old man with black and white hair suddenly came to the company and found me, handing me a square chip the size of a coin. That small chip was dotted with countless mysterious patterns, containing endless technological secrets and power. As she spoke, Gu Wanyun gently stroked Lu Tingfeng's cheek, her beautiful eyes slightly lost in a reminiscent haze. At the time, I didn't know what this chip was for, but that mysterious old man told me it would be the key to saving your life. Here, Gu Wanyun's voice lowered slightly, as if recalling that difficult time. The old man told me that if I wanted you to continue living in this world, I had to implant the chip in your body, where your heart is. This chip could not only completely eliminate your congenital heart disease, but also give you a new life and increase your body's functions by at least 20 times. At that time, I had no other choice but to accept the old man's advice. In the end, that magical chip from the future was implanted in a position closely connected to your heart. Fortunately, your condition gradually stabilized after the surgery. Lu Tingfeng listened to Gu Wanyun's story, his heart filled with shock. Only now did he finally understand why, over the years, the top experts in various fields such as finance, stock trading, martial arts, and business strategy that his Ant Yun had hired for him would all be easily surpassed by him after teaching him for a while. The reason for everything was actually this mysterious chip. Ant Yun, does this mean I'm just a product manufactured by technology? Lu Tingfeng asked, his face full of confusion. As if afraid that Lu Tingfeng would see her as an artificial intelligence product, Gu Wanyun quickly explained, didn't you just say it yourself? You not only have human consciousness and emotions, but you also have a flesh and blood body, so you are still a complete and genuine human being. The chip only enhances the functions of your heart in various parts of your body, and can even provide you with some special abilities beyond modern society, but it cannot independently replace any of your organs. So, my dear, you've become a superhuman enhanced by future high technology. After listening, Lu Tingfeng was extremely excited. With a flip, he pinned Gu Wanyun's charming body, clad in a thin silk nightgown, beneath him, and stared intently at her mature and endlessly charming face. This is absolutely awesome. Ant Yun, so does this mean there's a high-tech product from the future hidden around my heart? Gu Wanyun shyly nodded. The old man also told me that this chip contains a magical system from the future, but it has a system activation code, and only you know this code. As long as you say the activation code, the chip system will appear and activate automatically. After Gu Wanyun spoke, Lu Tingfeng prepared to summon the system. Ant Yun, I love you. Aunt Yun, I will always love you. Aunt Yun, I love you to death. Lu Tingfeng was a bit speechless. This chip was messing with his head. Seeing Lu Tingfeng's exasperated look, Gu Wanyun covered her lips with her jade hand and couldn't help but laugh. My dear, what kind of codes are those? You're such a dummy. Who would set codes like that? Lu Tingfeng chuckled. I would. If the code wasn't those, it would mean this chip definitely wasn't designed by me. If the chip was designed by me, I really can't think of any better or more suitable chip activation codes than those. Hearing this, Gu Wanyun's watery eyes became even more touched. Lu Tingfeng also spoke in a low and gentle voice. Aunt Yun, I love you. Gu Wanyun felt a little shy, but she didn't back down. Instead, she raised her flawless, beautiful face and looked up at Lu Tingfeng. My dear, I love you too. You are everything to Aunt Yun. Chapter 7. The cool and alluring mature woman in the bar. The sun set quickly, and night fell soon after. The night was deep, and everything was silent, but the three of them were not busy with their own things. Instead, they were gathered around the computer, watching a heartwarming TV series together, enjoying this peaceful and beautiful moment. The little girl was wearing a casual JK dress, the skirt swaying gently, revealing a pair of small feet and calves in thin white stockings, making her look exceptionally cute. Her hair fell smoothly over her shoulders, shimmering with a soft glow. Gu Wanyun was wearing a bright red casual slip dress, her fair calves exposed to the air, and her jade feet, as delicate as if carved from fine jade, were particularly eye-catching. Her beauty and elegance were captivating. Lu Tingfeng, on the other hand, looked fearless and like he was the biggest thing after Aunt Yun, sitting casually between the two beauties. The three of them stared intently at the screen, immersed in the plot of the old version of Magic's cell phone, creating a scene of unparalleled warmth. In this leisure time, little Tang Yao would thoughtfully pick up the small grapes on the table, skillfully peel off the skin, and then feed the juicy grapes to Lu Tingfeng's mouth. Tingfeng Gij, open your mouth, little Tang Yao called out sweetly. Lu Tingfeng did not hesitate and opened his mouth, taking the grape offered by little Tang Yao. The purple grape flesh melted in his mouth, making Lu Tingfeng want to praise little Tang Yao for being so well behaved. Yao Yao, the grapes you peeled are so delicious. Little Tang Yao's face bloomed with a bright smile upon hearing Lu Tingfeng's praise. If Tingfeng Gij likes it, Yao Yao will feed you grapes every day from now on. Her eyes were full of joy because her efforts were recognized. Then, she widened her eyes and looked at the remaining pears, apples, dragon fruits, bananas, and other various fruits on the table. Her gaze swept over the numerous fruits and finally settled on the bananas. She picked out her favorite, the best-looking banana, and happily nibbled on it with her cute cherry-like mouth. Seeing little Tang Yao eating so heartily, Lu Tingfeng couldn't help but feel a bit curious about the banana. Yao Yao, is this banana really that delicious? Hearing Lu Tingfeng's question, little Tang Yao first nodded vigorously, then took another big bite of the banana before having the time to answer his question. Of course, it's delicious. Bananas are not only sweet and tasty, they're also thirst-quenching, filling, and very nutritious. They can help with digestion, too. More importantly, bananas contain large amounts of vitamin C, vitamin B6, potassium, dietary fiber, and antioxidants. When Yao Yao eats bananas, not only can I replenish the nutrients my body needs, but it can also boost my immune system and keep my body and heart healthy. Tingfeng Gij's illness has already healed, and Yao Yao has to live well, and must never get that kind of strange disease. Little Tang Yao said with a serious face. After listening to Tang Yao's somewhat wild and bizarre theory, Lu Tingfeng felt a headache and couldn't help but reach up to rub his head. Gu Wanyun, on the other hand, took in Lu Tingfeng's bewildered appearance, secretly giggling in her heart. She was actually a little reluctant to tease this cute little girl, but when she thought of how Lu Tingfeng always liked to tease her, she felt that it would be good to let Tang Yao torment him a bit as a small act of revenge. If what Yao Yao said is true, then this banana is really a rare treasure. Gu Wanyun thought to herself, taking a gentle bite of the banana and then slowly chewing it with elegant movements. What's so good about bananas? Grapes are much more delicious. Seeing that both of them had something to eat, Lu Tingfeng also picked up a bunch of his favorite grapes, popping them into his mouth one by one. Gu Wanyun reached out her jade hand and gently touched Lu Tingfeng, smiling tenderly. You're right, sweetie. Come here, Auntie Yun will peel one for you. Lu Tingfeng opened his mouth and swallowed the purple grape that Gu Wanyun had just peeled with her slender, jade-like fingers. This simple and pure happiness filled the whole room with an atmosphere of bliss. Each moment became a precious memory in their lives. The years were peaceful, and this warmth would continue forever. Time flew by, and half a month passed quickly. There were only 2 days left before the start of the semester at a university in Linhai City. Just yesterday, Li Shangyang, Lu Tingfeng's best friend from high school, had invited him out to a bar for a night of fun. Although Lu Tingfeng would have preferred to stay at home, Li Shangyang was one of his few good buddies, and he couldn't bring himself to refuse, so he reluctantly agreed. As the sun was about to set, Lu Tingfeng and Li Shangyang arrived at the entrance of the most magnificent bar in Linhai City, the Royal Court Bar. Gazing at the dazzling, multicolored lights and the many sexy figures in the bustling city night scene, Li Shangyang was practically drooling. Feng, look at that beauty over there. The way she walks, her front and back are swaying, with a slender waist, long legs, a standard oval face, and she is wearing black stockings. Her short, tight skirt is so short. She is definitely a hottie. Following the direction Li Xiangyang pointed, Lu Tingfeng glanced over and then looked away. Vulgar. Can't you have some ambition? You're getting your soul snatched by someone so ordinary, how embarrassing. Don't go around saying you hang out with me, I can't afford to lose face like that. Li Xiangyang said seriously, how could I possibly be attracted to someone so vulgar? I was just casually commenting. As Li Xiangyang spoke, his eyes couldn't help but drift towards the woman in the revealing outfit. Lu Tingfeng looked at him, feeling speechless, and not wanting to bother with him any longer, he walked straight towards the entrance of the royal court bar. As soon as they entered, a deafening roar of noise washed over them. The place was decorated like paradise with all sorts of colorful lights and lavish ornaments. However, Lu Tingfeng wasn't interested in any of this. He was already tired of it all. As for seating, there was no need to search. Lu Tingfeng casually glanced around and chose a spot. He casually pulled out 10,000 yuan, and the person occupying the space immediately vacated it. Lu Tingfeng wasn't short on cash, but it was all earned by Auntie Yun, so he only gave 10,000 yuan. When he earned his own money in the future, he would throw 200,000 yuan at someone's face to make them give up their seat. Seeing how generous Lu Tingfeng was, Li Xiangyang couldn't help but exclaim, "You're amazing, Feng." Not long after they sat down, Li Xiangyang hastily pulled on Lu Tingfeng again. "Holy shit, Feng, look, there is another chick over there, even more exciting than the last one. She is even more beautiful than a celebrity." Following Li Xiangyang's gaze, Lu Tingfeng immediately spotted a cold, glamorous woman wearing black-rimmed glasses. The woman appeared to be around 30 years old, wearing a snow-white shirt, the material soft and smooth, slightly revealing the color of her skin. Her lower body was clad in a tight, knee-length pencil skirt that perfectly outlined the curves of her body. Her feet were adorned with a pair of elegant black high heels, the heel height just right, adding to her presence without hindering her movement. She wasn't wearing black stockings like the other women, but that unique, cold, and glamorous aura was something she wielded effortlessly. Just now, that woman outside was deliberately swaying her front and back while walking. But this cold and alluring mature woman in front of me, even just sitting here, seems to possess an invisible charm. When her jade hand gently grasps the glass, slowly raises it, and brings it to her lips, taking a delicate sip of wine, her eyes closed slightly, her cold and dignified pretty face filled with a look of intoxication. That captivating appearance is simply irresistible. However, the more Lu Tingfeng looks, the more this cold and alluring mature woman seems familiar. He thought hard for a moment, then suddenly his eyes widened. Holy crap, isn't this the woman in the profile picture of our college counselor on DingTalk? Chapter 8. The mature instructor Lang Bingning. Looking at the familiar face of the cold and beautiful woman, Lu Tingfeng's heart skipped a beat. Oh my heavens! He quickly pulled out his phone and carefully compared the images. After confirming, he was sure he hadn't mistaken her. The cold and beautiful woman in front of him was indeed his university instructor Lang Bingning. Just as Lu Tingfeng was in shock, Li Xiangyang, sitting next to him, suddenly interrupted his thoughts. Ah, if all the teachers in university were as beautiful as her, especially our department's instructor. If our department's instructor had this kind of face, no matter how much we spend tonight, Li Xiangyang will cover it all. Hearing Li Xiangyang's words, Lu Tingfeng gave him a strange look. Open the DingTalk group, look at the instructor's profile picture, and prepare to pay the bill. As soon as he finished speaking, Lu Tingfeng stood up and walked straight towards Lang Bingning. Hearing Lu Tingfeng's words, Li Xiangyang immediately sensed that something was wrong. He quickly picked up his phone and opened DingTalk. When he saw the instructor's profile picture, he slumped onto the sofa in despair. Damn it, little cute DingTalk, my luck is too good. When Lu Tingfeng approached Lang Bingning, he saw two annoying guys hitting on her. They looked rather presentable. Lang Bingning, with a frosty expression, said to them, "Stay away from me. I said, I just want to be alone." The two men didn't care. One of them chuckled and said, "Miss, you're so bored alone. Why not drink with us brothers? We guarantee you'll have a great time." The other one chimed in, and while speaking, he started to get handsy. Lang Bingning's eyes were filled with fear. She had just discovered her ex-boyfriend had found a sugar mama, and in a fit of anger, she had broken up with him. They had already met each other's parents, and Lang Bingning had promised to give herself to him after they got married. She never expected he would betray her for money. Although her ex-boyfriend hadn't gotten her, she didn't care much about that man, but she was still very upset. So, she came to the bar to drink her sorrows away, never expecting to encounter such a thing. Seeing his future instructor being bullied, Lu Tingfeng rushed forward without hesitation, grabbing the man who tried to touch her. His eyes revealed a fierce look. "Boy, I advise you not to meddle in other people's business." The man who was grabbed saw that Lu Tingfeng looked quite young and thought he wasn't powerful. So, his attitude became very arrogant. While speaking, his hand struggled desperately, but he couldn't break free. Lu Tingfeng just slightly twisted his wrist and the man screamed in pain. After all, Lu Tingfeng's physical fitness had been enhanced 20 times by the magic chip, and he had received guidance from top martial arts masters since childhood. These small-time thugs were naturally insignificant in his eyes. With your level of skill, you dare to hit on such a beautiful lady? How embarrassing. Startled, Lang Bingning gradually came back to her senses and glanced at Lu Tingfeng. Seeing that Lu Tingfeng wasn't very old, she felt slightly relieved. You were able to get in here. It looks like you just became an adult, right? It's not good to be like this at such a young age. I'll have to educate you later. But, well, considering that he saved me and he's so sweet-mouthed, I can be a little more gentle in my guidance. The other man, seeing that the young man in front of him was so powerful, knew that even if they brought 5 or 6 more people, they wouldn't be a match. He immediately retreated. Old sir, we are truly sorry. It's all our fault for being ignorant. We didn't know this lady had a connection with you. If we had known earlier, we wouldn't have dared to offend you, even if we had 100 lives. How about this? Each of us brothers will compensate you with 100,000 yuan for emotional distress. Please be generous and let us off this time. Upon hearing this, Lu Tingfeng not only didn't lessen the pressure on his hand, but increased it instead. With a crack, the man's wrist almost deformed, and his voice became even more miserable due to the pain. Old sir, it hurts, it hurts. My hand is going to break. Please go easy. Please show mercy and spare me this time. Lu Tingfeng said coldly, this is Linhai City, the economic center of Xia country. Just 200,000 yuan. Do you really think I'm a 3-year-old? 300,000. Is 300,000 okay? We'll each pay 300,000. I'll pay 400,000. Old sir, please have mercy. My hand is really about to break. Hearing this, Lu Tingfeng pondered for a moment, then turned to look at Lang Bingning and asked, beautiful lady, what do you think? Lang Bingning nodded slightly, a polite yet captivating smile playing on her lips. Thank you for your help, young handsome man. Immediately after, Lu Tingfeng released the man he was holding. The two men quickly took out their phones, pointing the screens at Lu Tingfeng, seemingly ready to scan and pay. However, Lu Tingfeng responded with a nonchalant expression, why would you transfer money to me? You should transfer it to this beautiful lady. Hearing this, the two men were stunned for a moment, then looked at Lang Bingning with pleading and expectant eyes, hoping she would immediately display her QR code. At this moment, the two men were also suffering in silence. This little demon not only had endless strength but also a violent temper. Judging from his clothing, he probably had bodyguards nearby. If they didn't leave now, they would likely face a beating. Lang Bingning couldn't help but chuckle at Lu Tingfeng's arrogant appearance. She detested those who abused their power to bully others. Her ex-boyfriend had relentlessly pressured her by relying on a wealthy woman. But seeing this young man, who she had just met, stand up for her with such imposing manner, she didn't feel the slightest bit of resentment. On the contrary, she felt an inexplicable sense of comfort and of fondness for this young man. Since you've latched onto a rich woman, then I will seek out a handsome young man as well. One day, I will make you regret this. Although Lang Bingning was extremely unwilling, she still opened her QR code with great generosity. After all, no one would ever think they have too much money. Her monthly salary, subsidies, allowances, full attendance bonuses, housing provident fund, live streaming, video sales, and all other sources of income combined only amounted to 200,000 yuan. 700,000 yuan would allow her to take 3.5 months off work and relax at home without worrying about anything. Thinking that this sum of money was equal to the combined total of her many incomes over more than 3 months, Lang Bingning's fondness for Lu Tingfeng increased by several levels. Young handsome man, come sit with me and chat. The two men scanned the QR code to compensate for emotional distress and left. Lu Tingfeng also sat down with the cool and aloof teacher, Lang Bingning, and happily began to chat. Chapter 9, Lang Bingning's Endless Allure and Deep Self-Examination. Little handsome, I'm called Lang Bingning, what's your name? After they sat down, Lang Bingning narrowed her eyes slightly, a smile playing on her lips as she looked at Lu Tingfeng's handsome face, her tone carrying a hint of teasing. Lu Tingfeng looked at this beautiful female teacher in front of him, a sense of surprise rising in his heart. Now it's little handsome this and little handsome that. If this beautiful teacher knew that I am actually her student, I wonder what her reaction would be. Thinking this, Lu Tingfeng couldn't help but reveal a slight smile. Facing Lang Bingning's inquiry, Lu Tingfeng answered calmly, Lu Tingfeng. Lang Bingning was originally a person with a cold personality, but because Lu Tingfeng had saved her, she had developed a good impression of him. In addition, when she saw the young man's clothes and appearance, it seemed that his family background was quite good, which made her even more interested in him. She was not the kind of woman who was greedy for money in vain, but she still decided to take the initiative, wanting to climb up to this rich young master. After all, she had been humiliated by her ex-boyfriend and that fat woman. She had had enough of this humiliating life. Now, she was determined to put down her pride, violate her inner principles, and try to establish a relationship with Lu Tingfeng in front of her. Perhaps doing so could change her fate, allowing her to get rid of the shadows of the past. Not only that, but she also wanted to live better and better. The more they disgusted her, the more she would live happily and show them, making that despicable couple's teeth itch with anger at the sight of her. At this moment, Lung Bingning was already imagining the scene when she was arm in arm with Lu Tingfeng while shopping, and running into that despicable couple. By then, her ex-boyfriend would see the beautiful and aloof her being intimate with the handsome young man, and then he would glance at the fat rich woman in his arms with a look of disgust. The rich woman, noticing this, would be very dissatisfied and directly discard him like a pet, leaving him to roam the streets, penniless. Only then would he repay the harm he had caused her. If you are devoted to me, I will treat you sincerely. Since you humiliated me, I will not let you off easily. Since you have wronged me, then don't blame Lang Bingning. Lang Bingning's eyes were firm, her hands clenched into fists, and she secretly vowed in her heart that she would make that despicable couple pay the price. She would not only work hard to earn money, but also find a powerful backer to make herself stronger, making those who once looked down on her regret it. At the same time, she would also take good care of herself and not wrong herself for others. Only in this way could she truly get out of this shadow and welcome a new life. Thinking this, Lang Bingning no longer had any psychological burden, and she looked at Lu Tingfeng tenderly and said, "You not only saved me, but also forced them to compensate me with such a large sum of money. I really don't know how to thank you enough." As she spoke, her body unconsciously moved closer to Lu Tingfeng, as if wanting to convey some kind of hint. After getting close, she slowly got up and sat on Lu Tingfeng's lap, her lotus root-like arms, wrapped in a white shirt, directly entwined around Lu Tingfeng's neck. Her cold and glamorous face, framed by black glasses, exuded a sense of icy yet alluring charm. And the soft touch coming from his leg made his heart burn with passion. Lu Tingfeng looked at Lang Bingning in front of him, and an unusual emotion surged in his heart. This woman was too captivating. Every movement was full of teasing and temptation. Especially when she gently leaned close to him, he could feel the warmth radiating from her, as well as the faint fragrance. All of this made his heart beat faster, and he was somewhat at a loss. He took a deep breath, wanting to calm the excitement in his heart. Yet, he found his gaze involuntarily drawn to Lang Bingning's fair, snow-white skin. Well, it's impossible to resist Sister Lang's charm. Lang Bingning seemed to notice Lu Tingfeng's reaction, and the corners of her mouth slightly curved upward, revealing a subtle smile. Her fingers lightly traced Lu Tingfeng's cheek, bringing a ticklish sensation. Her eyes sparkled with an indescribable light that was impossible to fathom. Lu Tingfeng's breathing grew rapid, and he felt his reason gradually being consumed by desire. He knew this situation was dangerous, yet he couldn't resist Lang Bingning's allure. His hand couldn't help but embrace Lang Bingning's soft, slender waist, gently massaging it, savoring the delicate touch. Lang Bingning trembled slightly, a hint of surprise flashing in her eyes. But soon, her face returned to its composure, even bearing a touch of smugness. Lang Bingning caressed Lu Tingfeng's chest with her hand, her voice gentle and seductive. "Tingfeng, little brother, would you like your sister to thank you?" These words seemed to ignite the flames between them, instantly making the atmosphere ambiguous. Seeing Lang Bingning so proactive, Lu Tingfeng didn't hold back either, immediately using his index finger to lift her chin, the corners of his mouth curving into a light smile. "Then how does Sister Lung want to thank me? Or perhaps you'd like to offer your thanks in a special way?" Lang Bingning, her exquisite face adorned with black-framed glasses, tilted upwards as Lu Tingfeng lifted her chin, her dark eyes behind the glasses slightly rolling up. Her red lips parted slightly, exhaling fragrant, warm air onto Lu Tingfeng's face. The jade arms wrapped around Lu Tingfeng's neck tightened slightly. At this moment, Lang Bingning was radiating endless charm. Suddenly, she sensed a hint of abnormality in Lu Tingfeng. In the midst of a crowded bar, she, the usually aloof and dignified most beautiful mature teacher at University A, was having her chin lifted by a recently turned adult young man, while still wearing her black-rimmed glasses. Just thinking about it, Lang Bingning felt her values, built over 30 years, being completely shattered in an instant by this newly adult little brother. What was even more unbelievable was that, although her heart didn't want to, in order to achieve her revenge and find a goal to rely on, she went against her true feelings, actively cooperating and taking the initiative to please him. What she couldn't accept the most was that, toward this feeling, she didn't feel any aversion at all. On the contrary, she was enjoying and excited beyond measure. In this instant, Lang Bingning felt extreme shame and indignation. While her icy and glamorous face revealed infinite alluring charm, her heart sank into deep self-examination. Is this me, still the aloof, elegant, and mature goddess pursued by countless admirers? Perhaps this is the real me, and only this young man before me can see this side. Chapter 10, Obtaining Lang Bingning. P.S. Brothers, please don't hoard the book after adding it to your bookshelf. The author asks for nothing more than for you not to hoard the book. At this moment, Lu Tingfeng was unaware of the thoughts of Lang Bingning, this cold and alluring woman. He only knew that this woman was his university counselor, a female teacher. And now, she was doing everything in her power, hoping to gain his favor and please him. Lu Tingfeng, of course, understood that this cold and alluring woman was being so proactive because she valued the power he held. However, wasn't this a form of acknowledgement from Lang Bingning towards him? She was willing to abandon her haughty demeanor and dignified, cold attitude just to please him. This act in itself was an affirmation of his ability and status. Thinking this, the corners of Lu Tingfeng's lips unconsciously curved upwards, revealing a faint smile. Just then, his index finger, which had been gently lifting Lang Bingning's chin, suddenly moved slightly, instantly transforming into a warm and powerful hand that firmly gripped her chin. In the next moment, Lang Bingning's chin was swiftly lifted, making her beautiful and captivating face even more alluring, especially her pouted lips, as if pleading for a passionate kiss from Lu Tingfeng. "Sister Lang, you're so adorable like this," Lu Tingfeng said softly, involuntarily, as he looked at the beautiful woman before him. His gaze was filled with tenderness and a possessive urge, as if he considered Lang Bingning to be the most precious treasure in the world. Hearing these words, Lang Bingning felt a surge of sweetness in her heart, but she feigned a shy expression on her face and playfully scolded, "Little Tingfeng, you just know how to make your sister happy." Lu Tingfeng smiled slightly, reached out, and gently pinched Lang Bingning's cheek before saying, "I'm not just trying to make you happy, Sister Lang. I'm saying what I truly feel." Lang Bingning lowered her head slightly, the corners of her lips unconsciously rising into a smug smile. Then, Lu Tingfeng spoke again, "Sister Lang, I really want to spend time alone with you too. Do you really want to go too?" His voice carried a hint of anticipation, and his eyes sparkled. Lang Bingning raised her head, looking into Lu Tingfeng's deep eyes, her heart beating faster uncontrollably. She nodded gently and said softly, "Yes, of course, your sister is willing. As long as it's something that little Tingfeng likes, your sister is willing to do it with you." Upon hearing this, a hint of joy flashed in Lu Tingfeng's eyes. He reached out and gently stroked Lang Bingning's hair, saying tenderly, "You're so good, sister. Having you by my side makes me feel so happy." Lang Bingning felt Lu Tingfeng's care, and her heart was filled with warmth. She tilted her head slightly, gazed at Lu Tingfeng with affection, and asked softly, "Little Tingfeng, what other gifts do you want? As long as it's within my ability, I'll give it to you." Lu Tingfeng's lips curved into a slight smile, and he said softly, "Sister, I don't want any gifts. I just want you to always be by my side." Hearing Lu Tingfeng's words, Lang Bingning felt incredibly shy. "To say such affectionate words to me on our first meeting, this handsome young man, I'm so happy." Lang Bingning held Lu Tingfeng's hand tightly and said alluringly, "Don't worry, little Tingfeng. As long as you want your sister by your side, your sister can be with you anytime." Just then, Lu Tingfeng's hand, which was gripping Lang Bingning's chin, suddenly tightened, lifting her face up a little more. Lang Bingning felt very shy, but she didn't struggle. Instead, she obediently remained still. Lu Tingfeng gazed at Lang Bingning and asked softly, "Sister Lang, do you like it when I treat you like this?" Lang Bingning's face was as red as a ripe apple, her pearly teeth lightly biting her red lips as she murmured, "Tingfeng, little brother, don't tease your sister anymore. Your sister really wants to repay you." At this moment, Lu Tingfeng had only lifted Lang Bingning's pretty face and gently pinched her chin. However, she did not choose to nod and free her chin from Lu Tingfeng's grasp, but instead blinked her moist, alluring eyes and spoke her consent. She understood that her act of submitting to Lu Tingfeng, despite her ability to resist, would please him more and ignite his protective instincts. Only in this way could she deeply attract him. Lang Bingning didn't know why, but she seemed to enjoy Lu Tingfeng's domineering behavior towards her. And, as Lang Bingning had predicted, Lu Tingfeng watched her. She could resist, but she chose unconditional surrender, letting him control her. His possessiveness surged within him. He swept her up into his arms and strode towards the bar's guest room area. "Sister Lang, you are so good at teasing. I have to have you." Hearing Lu Tingfeng's blatant and domineering words, and seeing the direction in which he was carrying her, Lang Bingning suddenly felt a tremor in her heart, a surge of inexplicable fear. After all, although she was 30 years old, she had always been chaste. Even with her ex-boyfriend, she had never had physical intimacy with him because they weren't married. So, faced with this situation, she was still a little scared. However, thinking of the humiliation her ex-boyfriend and that fat woman had inflicted upon her, she gritted her teeth, encouraged herself, and tried to be brave. Immediately, Lang Bingning gently raised her fair hand, softly stroking Lu Tingfeng's cheek, even using her thumb to trace his lips. At the same time, she lifted her charming face, and with a teasing tone, she giggled, "Hee hee, Tingfeng, little brother, you're just a newly adult little boy, but you sure are bold. Your sister is still a girl, so you need to be careful." After she said this, Lang Bingning shyly buried her head. As they were speaking, they had already swiped their card, paid, and arrived in a presidential suite bed in the bar. Lu Tingfeng didn't want to continue Lang Bingning's banter. He directly leaned over Lang Bingning's delicate body and kissed her red lips. Lang Bingning wanted to refuse, but her arms involuntarily wrapped around Lu Tingfeng's head, passionately returning the kiss. After a moment, they separated their lips, Lu Tingfeng looking as if he wanted more. "Sister Lang, you're such a little enchantress. Lang Bingning said, her face flushed. Even if your sister is an enchantress, your sister is only your enchantress. After saying these words, Lang Bingning felt her cheeks burn up. This was the first time she had said such words to a man. Lu Tingfeng was also shocked by Lang Bingning's words. He didn't expect Lang Bingning to say such enticing things. Lu Tingfeng nodded, smiling as he said, but it's a little regrettable, no black stockings. Hearing this, Lang Bingning's face flushed to the roots of her ears, and she glared at him shyly. Oh, you're so annoying. It was just a sudden situation today. Next time you come to my place, I'll definitely have them prepared. Lu Tingfeng couldn't help but laugh, softly saying, good sister, I want to kiss you now. Lang Bingning nodded slightly, a hint of shyness flashing in her eyes. In Lang Bingning's shy gaze, Lu Tingfeng gently kissed her. 1,000 words are omitted here. Chapter 11. Lang Bingning's shock as the night deepened. Lang Bingning nestled gently in Lu Tingfeng's arms, her slender fingers tracing his firm chest. At this moment, Lang Bingning looked like a spoiled kitten, her body soft and light, exuding an alluring charm. Her fingers gently caressed her own cheek. In this instant, Lang Bingning seemed to have completely released the emotions deep within her heart. She was so happy that the air around her was filled with a sweet aroma. The atmosphere was warm and harmonious, as if the whole world was just the two of them, sharing this rare joy. We've added each other's contact information. Later, I'll send you my home address. Remember to come visit and play with me often. Lang Bingning's tone was tinged with anticipation, as if hoping Lu Tingfeng would readily agree to the invitation. Lang Bingning was surprised to find that her resentment towards her ex-boyfriend's betrayal had lessened, replaced by a hint of gratitude. She was grateful to her ex-boyfriend for revealing his true colors, and even more grateful to fate for allowing her to meet Lu Tingfeng. However, even so, she still needed to settle the score. Those who hurt her must pay the price. Lu Tingfeng glanced at his phone and saw a message from Li Shangyang. He casually replied, staying here tonight. Book a room for yourself. After replying to Li Shangyang, Lu Tingfeng looked at the home address Lang Bingning had sent him on WeChat. The corners of his mouth curled into a wicked smile. He absolutely couldn't miss out on such a considerate older woman. Moreover, they had such an extraordinary relationship. Don't worry, Sister Lang, I will definitely visit you often. When I do, be sure to have your black stockings and high heels ready for me. Upon hearing Lu Tingfeng's words, the flush that had just faded from Lang Bingning's pretty face immediately returned. Why was this handsome, mischievous young man so fixated on these embarrassing outfits? And he just had to make her wear these clothes that showcased a woman's allure just to please him. Lang Bingning curled her jade hands into delicate fists, lightly thumping Lu Tingfeng's chest twice as she began to whine coquettishly. You bad boy, you just like to bully me, but I can't help but willingly let you bully me. You're so wicked. Lu Tingfeng chuckled, hugging Lang Bingning tighter, and whispered in her ear, don't you like it, Sister Lang? As long as you're obedient, I promise I'll treat you well. Lang Bingning felt a surge of sweetness upon hearing this, but she still glared at Lu Tingfeng, pretending to be angry. Who wants to listen to you? But, if you can agree to one condition, I might consider it. What condition? Lu Tingfeng asked, intrigued. A glint of mischief flickered in Lang Bingning's eyes as she slowly said, you're not allowed to call me Aunt Lang anymore. I'm only 30 years old. You need to call me Sister Lang or Ninger. Otherwise, you'll face the consequences. Lu Tingfeng didn't expect Lang Bingning to make such a request. He was taken aback at first, then a wicked smile appeared on his face. Okay, Ninger. Lang Bingning was a bit shy at this form of address. Her delicate body trembled slightly as she scolded, you're so annoying. Just then, Lu Tingfeng gently pinched the small of Lang Bingning's back. Lang Bingning was filled with shame and anger. She forcefully pushed Lu Tingfeng away and said, fuming, you bad egg, you actually dare to bully me. I'm ignoring you. With that, she turned to leave. Lu Tingfeng quickly grabbed her, explaining with a smile, don't be angry, Ninger. I was just teasing you. Actually, I really want to see you in black stockings and high heels. You'd be so alluring. Listening to Lu Tingfeng's sweet words, the anger in Lang Bingning's heart gradually dissipated. She turned around, her face flushed, and glared at Lu Tingfeng, silver-tongued. Fine, considering you're being so honest, I'll forgive you this time. But don't you dare do it again next time. Lu Tingfeng nodded quickly, then hugged Lang Bingning tightly, and said gently, Ninger, I love you. I will definitely make you happy, trust me, okay? Lang Bingning felt Lu Tingfeng's deep confession, and her heart was filled with happiness and emotion. She gently caressed Lu Tingfeng's face, smiling as she responded, Tingfeng, I love you too. You've made me experience the feeling of being cared for and cherished. Lang Bingning's voice held a hint of shyness and gratitude, like a blooming flower, radiating brilliant colors. But from the way you dress and speak, I can tell that the environment you are in must place great emphasis on the family's reputation. Sister is already so old, I don't expect you to marry me. I just ask that you keep me in your heart and come see me more often. Lang Bingning's voice gradually lowered, like a withered petal carrying endless sadness. Upon hearing this, Lu Tingfeng felt an unspeakable surge of emotion and pity in his heart. He hadn't expected that this cold and aloof older sister, Teacher Lang, would be so understanding and considerate. He held her hand tightly and said gently, "Ninger, don't worry, I will definitely take responsibility for you. There's also something I think I should tell you." His gaze was filled with determination, as if he wanted to tell her everything. Hearing this, Lang Bingning's face showed a look of confusion. She frowned slightly and asked softly, "What is it?" Lu Tingfeng took a deep breath, then opened DingTalk and showed Lang Bingning his school and department. The screen displayed the name of the university, as well as a familiar counselor's profile picture. Lang Bingning's eyes widened, and her body trembled violently. Chapter 12, Sister Lang's guidance. Lang Bingning's face instantly turned crimson, like a ripe peach. Her lips parted slightly, wanting to speak but unable to make a sound, only her beautiful eyes revealing shock and disbelief. "You naughty little brother, I really am." Lang Bingning scolded with a shy coyness while simultaneously burying her head deep into Lu Tingfeng's chest as if trying to hide herself, afraid that others would see her current expression. She secretly felt vexed. How could she have been so impulsive, falling in love with a student from the academy she managed? Although it happened before she knew Lu Tingfeng was her student, she still felt embarrassed. This kind of thing was just too shameful, making her feel utterly mortified. Lu Tingfeng gently patted Lang Bingning's back, softly comforting her. "Ninger, don't worry, I promise not to reveal our relationship to anyone. Moreover, we are both single, and there are no blood relations between us. Even if we date or get married, the law allows it." Hearing Lu Tingfeng's words, Lang Bingning's mood gradually calmed down, and a relieved smile appeared on her face. Seeing Lang Bingning's emotions finally stabilize, Lu Tingfeng breathed a sigh of relief. Immediately afterward, he gently pinched Lang Bingning's delicate chin, slowly gazing at her. "Ninger, don't be afraid, no matter what difficulties we encounter, I will always protect you." Lu Tingfeng's voice was deep and magnetic, filled with endless tenderness and affection, causing Lang Bingning to nod as if bewitched. Lang Bingning slightly raised her head, gazing at the man in front of her with blurred eyes, her heart full of emotion. "Ninger believes in you." Lang Bingning blinked her eyes innocently, then slightly raised her chin, letting it remain in Lu Tingfeng's grasp. After Lang Bingning finished speaking what she wanted to say, Lu Tingfeng's gaze became even more intense. He directly pinched her chin, burying her head on his chest. At this moment, Lang Bingning did not dare to look at him. "Tingfeng, kiss your Ninger." Hearing Lang Bingning's straightforward words, Lu Tingfeng's heart grew hot, and without any hesitation, he lowered his head and kissed her rosy lips. The two hugged each other, feeling each other's breath and heartbeat, enjoying this rare warm moment. Their bodies were pressed tightly against each other, their body heat transferring to one another, bringing endless warmth. In that instant, they seemed to forget all their troubles and worries, leaving only the attachment and care for each other. Lu Tingfeng gently stroked Lang Bingning's hair, feeling its softness and smoothness. His gaze fell on her beautiful face, his eyes full of deep affection. Lang Bingning gently closed her eyes, indulging in this sweet feeling. In that moment, time seemed to stop flowing, and the whole world only had the two of them. Lu Tingfeng and Lang Bingning were immersed in each other's embrace, unable to extricate themselves. Finally, when they slowly released their lips, both their cheeks flushed. They smiled at each other. "I love you, Tingfeng," Lang Bingning whispered. "I love you too, Ninger," Lu Tingfeng replied, his voice laced with a hint of doting. Lang Bingning buried her head in Lu Tingfeng's arms, snuggling against him playfully, her voice soft and charming. "Little brother Tingfeng, kiss me again." Lang Bingning chuckled softly, looked up at Lu Tingfeng, her beautiful eyes slightly narrowed, her gaze full of enticement. Her hands unconsciously wrapped around Lu Tingfeng's neck, her body gradually drawing closer. Feeling Lang Bingning's passion, a warm sensation couldn't help but surge in Lu Tingfeng's heart. "Teacher Lang." Hearing Lu Tingfeng's call, Lang Bingning's cheeks instantly turned crimson, as alluring as a ripe apple. At the moment their eyes met, Lang Bingning shyly closed her eyes. The next morning, Lu Tingfeng and Lang Bingning had already packed their things and were ready to leave the bar. When they parted, Lu Tingfeng directly transferred 5 million yuan to Lang Bingning as pocket money. "Ninger, take this 5 million, if it's not enough, just call me and I'll transfer you more." Lang Bingning confirmed the receipt. Looking at the sudden influx of 5 million yuan, her heart was filled with shock. She knew Lu Tingfeng was rich, but she didn't expect him to be this rich. They had only known each other for one night, and he trusted her so much, transferring 5 million yuan to her without hesitation. At this moment, Lang Bingning was filled with sweetness. She tiptoed, wearing her high heels, and gave Lu Tingfeng a hard kiss on the cheek. "Tingfeng, darling, Lang Jia loves you to death." Originally, she was worried that Lu Tingfeng was just playing with her, but now, she was finally relieved. This handsome and charming young man truly loved her and wanted to spend his life with her. After all, no matter how much money one had, no one would easily transfer 5 million to someone they were about to abandon, right? Watching Lang Bingning's pupils reflecting his own image, Lu Tingfeng happily wrapped his arms around Lang Bingning's slender waist. "Lang Jia, you should go back first, my brother and I still have some matters to attend to." Lu Tingfeng looked at Li Xiangyang, who was waving and smiling in the distance, with a hint of helplessness on his face. Lang Bingning followed his gaze and showed clear displeasure on her face. Your brother is really clueless, interrupting our date. How annoying. If he were in the academy I manage, I would definitely make him suffer, arrange a lot of work for him, and temper him well. Hearing Lang Bingning say that, Lu Tingfeng was a bit speechless and silently prayed for Li Xiangyang in his heart. But he also knew that with Lang Bingning's personality, she would definitely do what she said. Li Xiangyang, you can only pray for yourself. Hope you can escape this disaster. At this time, Li Xiangyang, in the distance, was enthusiastically greeting the counselor teacher when he suddenly sneezed. After touching his nose, his face was full of confusion. Hee, I wonder which sister is thinking of me. Li Xiangyang smiled narcissistically, completely unaware of what he might face next. And just then, Lang Bingning was ready to wave goodbye to Lu Tingfeng. Tingfeng, darling, see you at school tomorrow. Lang Jia will be waiting for you in the office. After saying that, she winked intentionally, then turned and left, leaving Lu Tingfeng standing alone. Watching Lang Bingning's departing back, Lu Tingfeng secretly breathed a sigh of relief, but also felt a sense of pity for Li Xiangyang. After Lang Bingning left, Li Xiangyang jogged over to Lu Tingfeng, giving him a thumbs up. Feng Ge, awesome. With teacher Lang as our counselor, we brothers will be untouchable in school. Looking at Li Xiangyang's smug look, Lu Tingfeng gently shook his head and headed straight for the luxury car and driver that Aunt Yun had arranged for him after the light turned green. Seeing his Feng Ge's expression, Li Xiangyang was a bit confused, shook his head, and followed him. After getting into the car, Lu Tingfeng slowly pulled his thoughts back from the enchantress that was Lang Bingning. I need to go home quickly. I've been out all night. If I don't go home, Aunt Yun will worry. Chapter 13, The Beautiful Lost Girl. Brother Feng, some little punks we used to beat up are looking for trouble. Should we bother with them? Li Xiangyang reported to Lu Tingfeng as soon as he got in the car. Lu Tingfeng, who had been resting with his eyes closed, slowly opened them upon hearing this, a cold smile appearing on his lips. Go give them another lesson. Uncle Zhang, go to this location. Lu Tingfeng handed his phone to Zhang Yi, the driver in the front, then closed his eyes again. Having received his orders, driver Zhang Yi drove to the destination Lu Tingfeng specified without saying another word. As he drove, Zhang Yi couldn't help but feel worried. This young master was the apple of the eye of their Gu Corporation's beautiful CEO. If anything happened to him, he wouldn't just lose his job, he might face even worse consequences. But right now, he was more worried about those troublemakers Li Xiangyang had mentioned. After all, he had witnessed Lu Tingfeng's skills before. Although he was a martial arts expert himself, he was still no match for Lu Tingfeng. So, those little thugs were no match for Lu Tingfeng at all. Soon, the car arrived at the agreed-upon location. However, the group didn't seem to be there yet. Just as Lu Tingfeng was starting to feel bored and about to get out for some fresh air, his gaze was suddenly drawn to a corner. There, a little girl was standing, holding a dog named Wangkai, looking lost and confused. Woof woof, are you lost too? How are we going to find our way home? The girl, who seemed gentle and easy to bully, spoke in a soft voice. She looked about the same age as him. She wore a pure and sweet pleated skirt that reached just below her knees. When Lu Tingfeng saw her face, he felt his heart skip a beat. The girl, crouching in the alley, had bright eyes and a charming face with a sweet smile. Her rosy lips were slightly pursed as her fair hands gently stroked Wansai's fur. She was like a piece of candy with an alluring scent, both pure and seductive, as if she had stepped out of a painting. What made Lu Tingfeng's mouth dry was her soft, tender voice. He felt his heart skip a beat at that moment. It was like someone had moved into his heart. Wankai, on the other hand, shook its head, indicating that it didn't know how to get home because it hadn't received any food. I can't believe this is happening to me, Su Ruanruan, the little girl sighed, seeing Wangsai's state. Last night, she had forgotten to charge her phone, and when she went to pay for her purchases, Su Ruanruan realized that her phone had only 2% battery left. After making the payment, her phone successfully shut down, making it impossible to use the GPS. And she didn't bring any cash, so she couldn't even be sure if she could get a taxi. As Su Ruanruan felt helpless and desperate, Lu Tingfeng, who was behind her, couldn't help but chuckle. Hearing the sound, Su Ruanruan quickly turned around and looked up, seeing a man in a black shirt staring at her with a playful expression. Seeing Lu Tingfeng standing in front of her, Su Ruanruan's heart also skipped a beat. This brother is so handsome, but he heard my whole conversation with Wang Kai. How embarrassing. Thinking this, her sweet face couldn't help but blush red. Lu Tingfeng looked at Su Ruanruan's obedient and soft appearance and his heart stirred. I really want to tease her a bit. Seeing how well behaved she is, she'd probably cry if I poked her a little. Never mind. Suppressing his inner thoughts, Lu Tingfeng slowly said, Lost? Su Ruanruan looked up at Lu Tingfeng, gently nodded her head, and then stared at him without blinking. The little thing was quite brave. If you're not afraid of being kidnapped and sold, I can give you a ride. As he spoke, Lu Tingfeng pointed to a black Rolls-Royce Phantom in the distance. Su Wanwan, who didn't know much about cars, didn't know what this car meant, but looking at the smooth lines and exquisite body, she knew it must be worth a lot. But at this moment, she was filled with the joy of being able to go home, and she didn't care about these things. At this moment, Lu Tingfeng was like a ray of light, becoming her only hope of going home. Immediately, Su Wanwan excitedly nodded her little head, her voice soft. "Thank you, brother, don't worry, I will pay the fare when we get home." After speaking, she couldn't wait to walk towards the car. Lu Tingfeng looked at the innocent and cute girl in front of him, and a warmth couldn't help but surge in his heart. He silently followed behind Su Wanwan, walking towards the car together. Zhang Yi, who had received Lu Tingfeng's signal, slowly opened the car door. "Feng, it's been a while, where did you pick up such a cute little girl?" Looking at Su Wanwan's pure and sweet appearance, Li Shangyang suddenly felt like he wanted to be in a relationship. Seeing Li Shangyang's staring eyes, Su Wanwan, who was sitting in the back seat with Lu Tingfeng, subconsciously shrank towards Lu Tingfeng. And this scene was seen by Lu Tingfeng. "Don't you want your eyes anymore?" Li Shangyang hurriedly turned his head away when he heard this. And although Su Wanwan was a little scared, she still mustered up the courage to prove Lu Tingfeng's innocence. "I wasn't kidnapped. Brother is a good person. He said he would take me home." Hearing Su Wanwan's words, Lu Tingfeng was also very pleased. This little thing was quite conscientious, at least not a white-eyed wolf. Li Shangyang, on the other hand, felt a million alpacas galloping through his heart. If his Feng were a good person, then there would probably be no bad people in this world. At the same time, Li Shangyang also deeply felt the injustice of fate. Not only did he have a beautiful CEO aunt who doted on him, but also a well-behaved younger sister. Not only that, but he had just met the cold and beautiful mature lady teacher Lang last night, and today he had picked up a little girl who even moved him. Comparing himself to that, he was simply a pile of mud. Just as Li Shangyang was complaining, Lu Tingfeng had already located the position described by Su Wanwan. "Uncle Zhang Yi, head towards this location." Receiving the instruction, Zhang Yi stepped on the accelerator, and the Rolls-Royce Phantom instantly disappeared without a trace, leaving only after-images in place. At this time, Zhang Chang, Lu Tingfeng's high school classmate who came to make trouble, arrived at the scene with a group of lackeys. "Where are they? Didn't they say they arrived?" A short man immediately stepped forward and started flattering, "Brother Chang, that kid Lu Tingfeng must be afraid that you brought too many people and didn't dare to come." Zhang Chang thought what he said made sense, and laughed out loud. "Ha, Lu Tingfeng, you have a time to be afraid too. Don't let me see you again in the future." At this time, a black Rolls-Royce Phantom was driving on the road, and sitting in the car were Lu Tingfeng and Su Wanwan and others. They were on their way to Su Wanwan's home. Li Shangyan, who had been showing off since he followed Lu Tingfeng, couldn't help but mutter, "Feng, we just left like this, won't that kid Zhang Chang be even more arrogant in the future?" His face was somewhat unwilling and doubtful, seemingly dissatisfied with Zhang Chang's provocation. Lu Tingfeng's eyes moved slightly, and he said lightly, "I'm in a good mood today, so I'll let them off for now." His voice was calm and firm, as if this was just a trivial matter. However, his gaze revealed a kind of majesty that could not be ignored. Li Shangyang nodded, though unwilling, indicating he understood. Although his brother Feng had temporarily let Zhang Chang and the others off, they would definitely pay the price if they didn't know what was good for them. After all, his mysterious and powerful older brother wasn't someone anyone could afford to offend. Su Wanwan, who was beside him, also understood that they were going to fight and had just happened to bump into her there. However, since she was little, her parents and teachers had always told her that fighting was wrong. Therefore, Su Wanwan took a deep breath, as if gathering her courage, and then raised her sweet and charming little face, earnestly lecturing Lu Tingfeng. "Brother, fighting is wrong." The little thing's voice was very soft and, like the gentlest spring breeze, coupled with that pure and moving face, it made Lu Tingfeng's heart itch as if a little cat was gently scratching it. Li Shangyang, in the front seat, was sweating for Su Wanwan. He had never seen anyone dare to lecture his brother Feng like this. Even their high school principal didn't dare. This little girl was really brave. Lu Tingfeng, having regained his composure, slightly raised the corners of his mouth, revealing a faint smile, and said with a hint of teasing in his tone, "Fighting is indeed not good. I originally didn't want to go, he was the one who dragged me along." Li Shangyang's heart trembled upon hearing this. He quickly turned his head to look at Lu Tingfeng, only to see his gaze drifting towards him. He was immediately filled with black lines, internally complaining. "My brother holds you in his heart, but you kick your brother into a ditch. Are you still the brother Feng I know?" Chapter 14, Su Wanwan is such a cute little thing. A luxurious Rolls-Royce glided smoothly down the road, the interior filled with a faint fragrance. Su Wanwan sat in the back seat, blinking her large eyes as she earnestly explained the various downsides of fighting to Lu Tingfeng beside her. Her voice was clear and melodious, like the sweet chirping of birds at dawn. "Brother, fighting is really bad. You can get hurt, and it's uncivilized. We should be civilized people and not always fight." Lu Tingfeng's lips curled into a subtle smile. He nodded like a well-behaved student listening to Su Wanwan's teachings. In his heart, he murmured, "This little thing is unbelievably cute." Su Wanwan was determined to make this kind brother who drove her home mend his ways. She wouldn't let him become like the little punk in the passenger seat. Su Wanwan continued her soft-spoken persuasion, showing no sign of stopping. The little thing's voice was very soft and pleasant to listen to. Lu Tingfeng nodded in agreement while pushing all the blame onto Li Shangyan, claiming that he was the reason for today's situation. He was secretly plotting how to win over this little cutie. Meanwhile, a creature called a grass mudhorse was galloping endlessly in Li Shangyang's heart. He felt utterly innocent. Clearly, Lu Tingfeng made the decisions, yet he was now the scapegoat taking the blame. As for Zhang Yi, who was driving, his face was one of utter bewilderment. This young master of the Gu Corporation was usually not so amenable, but remembering the stunning beauty of Su Wanwan when she got in the car, he seemed to understand something. To have the young master wrapped around her little finger, this girl is likely to be the future young mistress of the Gu Corporation. Zhang Yi mused silently. Along the way, while the four of them each had their own thoughts, Su Wanwan also revealed that she was about to start university at a university in the business school, finance and management class 1. Li Shangyang, upon hearing this, turned around in shock, interrupting their conversation. "Holy crap, Feng, isn't that our class?" Lu Tingfeng glared at him, his tone slightly annoyed. "Do you think I can't hear?" Li Shangyang was so startled he quickly turned back around and began chatting with girls and aunties on his dating apps. Su Wanwan also heard what Li Shangyang said. Her watery eyes instantly lit up, filled with surprise. "What a coincidence! Are you also a freshman in a university's finance and management class 1, brother?" Su Wanwan asked 2 questions at once, her voice clear and sweet, like the tinkling of silver bells. Lu Tingfeng's lips curled slightly upward as he chuckled softly, then nodded, his eyes sparkling with tender light. "It is quite a coincidence. Since you call me brother, remember to tell me if anyone dares to bully you, and I will teach them a lesson for you." Upon hearing that, Su Wanwan gently shook her head, the brilliant smile on her delicate face vanishing instantly. "Brother, didn't you promise me you wouldn't fight again?" Her tone was a little scolding, leaving Lu Tingfeng speechless for a moment. For the rest of the time, Su Wanwan turned into Teacher Su, earnestly educating Lu Tingfeng, "Brother, fighting is wrong, you shouldn't put yourself in danger because of a moment of impulsiveness. If something happens to you, your family and friends will be very sad." Lu Tingfeng, as before, silently listened to Teacher Su's teachings. Amidst their laughter and conversation, the car slowly pulled up in front of a medium-sized residential complex. They had arrived at Su Wanwan's home. Originally, Su Wanwan wanted to pay the fare, but Lu Tingfeng refused. However, her mother had always taught her that she couldn't take advantage of others, but this older brother who helped her get home wouldn't accept money, which was giving her a headache. In the end, Lu Tingfeng shook his head helplessly and said to her, "Forget it, consider this small amount as nothing." But Su Wanwan insisted, No, how can that be? My mother said that you can't take advantage of others." Lu Tingfeng thought for a moment and then said with a smile, "How about this, you give me your phone number, WeChat, and other contact information, and that'll cover the fare." Su Wanwan thought carefully. Her best friend had told her that a girl's contact information was very precious and shouldn't be given to others casually. Using her contact information to offset the fare didn't seem like taking advantage of others. So, she nodded and said, "Okay, but you have to keep your word." After saying that, she told Lu Tingfeng her phone number and WeChat account. Lu Tingfeng took out his phone and wrote down her number in WeChat, smiling, "Don't worry, I'll definitely add you." Su Wanwan smiled happily. "Okay, then you must add me, or else I'll still have to pay the fare when school starts tomorrow." Hearing Su Wanwan's words, Lu Tingfeng was slightly stunned. This little thing is really interesting. Li Shangyang couldn't help but laugh, but under Lu Tingfeng's intimidating gaze, he quickly suppressed it. But he couldn't help but want to laugh in his heart. This little girl is too cute. Glaring at Li Shangyang, Lu Tingfeng chuckled and nodded, "Don't worry, I will definitely add you." His voice was deep and magnetic, with a hint of imperceptible indulgence. After receiving Lu Tingfeng's promise, the guilt that Su Wanwan had felt for taking a small advantage finally dissipated. Her eyes curved into crescents as she smiled happily, her face filled with a satisfied expression. After saying goodbye, she hopped towards home like a little rabbit. The little girl's steps were light and cheerful, as if the whole world was full of sunshine and hope. After Su Wanwan left, Li Shangyang looked at Lu Tingfeng as if he was looking at a devil. His gaze was full of doubt and confusion, seemingly unable to accept that Lu Tingfeng would have such a wicked idea towards such a young girl. "Brother Feng, you're not even letting such a pure, sweet, and charming little girl go, you're really a..." Before Li Shangyang could finish his sentence, Lu Tingfeng's gaze had already blocked the words he was about to say. After a moment, Zhang Yi drove the car, taking Lu Tingfeng away from the entrance of the residential area with a gust of wind, leaving behind a long trail of car exhaust and dust. and Li Shangyang was chased out of the car by Lu Tingfeng and stood there silently, inhaling the exhaust fumes of the Rolls-Royce. At this moment, the whole world seemed to be left with only Li Shangyang. Damn it, I knew I shouldn't have said so much. Now I've angered this living hell. I'll have to take a taxi home myself. Li Shangyang stood at the entrance of the residential complex, watched by the security guard, alone and disheveled in the wind. Chapter 15. Gu Wanyun's thoughts. Sitting in the car, Lu Tingfeng couldn't help but mentally berate his idiot brother, Li Shangyang. That unfilial son, Li Shangyang, I guess I should go back and check on him. Out of concern for his adopted brother, Lu Tingfeng finally decided to turn back and pick up Li Shangyang. When Li Shangyang saw the Rolls-Royce returning, his heart was filled with gratitude. He hadn't expected Lu Tingfeng would come back for him. This loyalty made him want to cry. Brother Feng really hasn't forgotten me, his good brother. Lu Tingfeng really wanted to say, don't get the wrong idea, I'm here to pick up my son. In reality, he was worried that if Li Shangyang took a taxi home, he might encounter a bad driver, or even be kidnapped and sold to a black market hospital for organ trafficking. If that were to happen, not only would Li Shangyang suffer, but as his good brother, Lu Tingfeng would also bear corresponding legal responsibility. Therefore, he thought the best way was to personally take Li Shangyang back, ensuring he wouldn't get into trouble. Lu Tingfeng dropped Li Shangyang off near his home and then quickly drove back to his own residence in the Qingningtang Palace Villa area. As Lu Tingfeng got out of the car, the bodyguards in the yard immediately bowed respectfully to him, greeting him. Lu Tingfeng smiled and waved, showing his friendly gesture. These bodyguards were all highly trained professionals, responsible for protecting the safety of Gu Wanyun, the beautiful CEO of the Gu Group. After entering the villa, Lu Tingfeng immediately saw a figure watching a drama in the lobby. It was a beautiful and alluring woman, bearing a resemblance to Gu Wanyun. This was Gu Wanyun's younger sister, Lu Tingfeng's aunt, Gu Wanyu. Unlike her sister Gu Wanyu wasn't particularly interested in business. She was more passionate about drama and performing arts. At 29, Gu Wanyu was in her prime, with not only a beautiful face and a graceful figure, but also a beauty that rivaled her sister Gu Wanyun. Additionally, she had the backing of the Gu Group's vast wealth and the extensive network of connections accumulated by Elder Gu when he served as a state elder in Xia Country's capital, all of which paved the way for her career development. That was why she had become one of Xia Country's top-tier traffic stars at such a young age. Her fan base in Xia Country was incredibly large, her influence unimaginable. Just as Lu Tingfeng noticed his aunt Gu Wanyu also noticed him, immediately flashing a charming smile, making her beautiful and alluring face even more captivating. Little Feng, it's been 2 years. Have you missed your aunt? Come here, let auntie hug you. With that, Gu Wanyu opened her arms wide, displaying her generous embrace. Hearing this, Lu Tingfeng replied without hesitation, Aunt, I've missed you so much. Lu Tingfeng quickly hugged Gu Wanyu. Gu Wanyu didn't mind Lu Tingfeng's affectionate gesture like her sister Gu Wanyun. Her eyes showed a hint of indulgence. When Lu Tingfeng was a child, she often bathed with this nephew. Later, as Lu Tingfeng grew older, due to the difference between men and women, they rarely bathed together. Gu Wanyu wrapped her arms around Lu Tingfeng. She liked this warm feeling but still wanted to tease this little one. Little Feng, how come you're still sticking to auntie like when you were a kid? Upon hearing this, Lu Tingfeng replied smoothly, in front of auntie, I want to always be a child. After Lu Tingfeng finished speaking, Gu Wanyu began to giggle. You're so glib. Come on, get up now. If your sister sees you being so close with auntie, she'll want to kick me out again. Hearing this, Lu Tingfeng slowly released himself from Gu Wanyu's embrace. Feeling Lu Tingfeng's movements, a blush also crept onto Gu Wanyu's exquisite face. As a top-tier celebrity in the entertainment industry, she usually had a stand-in for kiss scenes and scenes that required more sacrifice. Countless movie emperors and popular young idols in the entertainment circle had pursued her, desiring to steal a kiss, yet none could stir even the slightest ripple in her heart, being met with her tactful or direct rejections. But this little guy, 11 years her junior, not only took advantage of her, but also made her feel shy. Perhaps this is the bond brought about by the emotion of companionship. Gu Wanyu could only comfort herself about her inner fluctuations. Good boy, you're back. Where did you go last night? You didn't come back and didn't even tell Aunt Yun. Gu Wanyun, descending the stairs in a red slit dress, was filled with overflowing concern in her eyes as soon as she saw Lu Tingfeng. Before she even reached the bottom, her caring voice preceded her. Hearing the sound, Lu Tingfeng quickly stood up, walked to the stairs, and supported Gu Wanyun as she slowly descended, smiling, Aunt Yun, take it slow, don't rush, be careful not to fall. Gu Wanyun gently patted Lu Tingfeng's hand, playfully scolding him, I'm not 70 or 80, how could I fall so easily? Lu Tingfeng chuckled, helped Gu Wanyun to sit on the sofa, and then brought her a cup of hot tea from the side, handing it to her, Aunt Yun, have some water. Gu Wanyun took the teacup, took a sip, looked at Lu Tingfeng, her eyes full of affection, good boy has grown up, knows how to take care of others now. Lu Tingfeng smiled, scratched his head, and said a little shyly, it's all thanks to Aunt Yun's good teaching. Gu Wanyun shook her head with a smile, looked at Lu Tingfeng, and asked, "Where did you go last night? Why didn't you come back? You didn't even call home to let us know you were safe." Upon hearing this, a trace of embarrassment flashed across Lu Tingfeng's face, but it quickly returned to normal as he said with a smile, "Aunt Yun, I originally wanted to come back earlier last night, but my good brother Li Shangyang pulled me away, insisted on taking me to a bar, saying he wanted to introduce me to some new friends. I couldn't refuse, so I went alone. I didn't expect that once I went, I ended up staying until now." Gu Wanyun frowned and said seriously, "You stay away from those shady people, make more proper friends. Usually, when you have free time, read more books, learn some management knowledge and business skills so you can take over the company in the future." Lu Tingfeng nodded repeatedly, assuring her, "Aunt Yun, don't worry, I understand. I'll definitely stay away from him in the future." Receiving Lu Tingfeng's assurance, Gu Wanyun finally nodded in satisfaction. A heavy weight finally lifted from her heart, then she kissed Lu Tingfeng hard on the cheek. "That's my good boy." Lu Tingfeng grinned, "It's all thanks to Aunt Yun's good teaching." Gu Wanyu, seeing the two being so affectionate, couldn't help but feel a sour taste of love, a teasing smile appearing on her beautiful face. "Sister, you don't look like Xiaofeng's aunt at all. You spoil him so much. Why don't you just marry Xiaofeng?" Hearing Gu Wanyu's jest, Lu Tingfeng's eyes instantly lit up, as if a new world had opened up before him. However, Gu Wanyu's face flushed red as she lightly tapped Gu Wanyu's head. "You little girl, you dare to tease me. See if I cut off your allowance later." Upon hearing this, Gu Wanyu hurriedly admitted her mistake, knowing that her sister meant what she said. "Sister, I was wrong. I won't do it again." Although she was now a top-tier celebrity in the entertainment industry with a decent salary, she was accustomed to spending money lavishly since she was a child. If she lost the allowance her sister gave her, life would be difficult. Those usually pricey cosmetics, designer clothes and shoes, and all sorts of luxury cars, she'd always buy them without a second thought. If her sister really cut off her allowance, she'd be in absolute tears. At this moment, Lu Tingfeng also quickly chimed in to plead her case. "Aunt Yun, little aunt already knows she was wrong. Please be magnanimous and let her off this time." Seeing Gu Wanyu's obedient way of admitting her mistake, Gu Wanyun didn't want to keep making things difficult for her. After all, this sister, 10 years her junior, was raised single-handedly by her, and could be said to be both a sister and a mother to her. "If you dare to joke about your sister again, see how I'll deal with you." Seeing her sister no longer pursuing the matter, Gu Wanyu quickly nodded like a chicken pecking at rice. Wonderful, her allowance was finally safe. Even at the end, she didn't forget to cast a grateful look towards Lu Tingfeng. Lu Tingfeng, on the other hand, hoped that little Aunt Gu Wanyu would continue to embellish the situation. Unfortunately, Gu Wanyu seemed to have become timid in order to keep her allowance, and didn't dare to tease Gu Wanyun any further. It seems that Aunt Yun's dominant position in this family is still unshakable. As for Gu Wanyun, although she was outwardly blaming her sister for teasing her, she actually hoped in her heart that she could marry Lu Tingfeng, just as her sister had said. She didn't have any special relationship with him, and no matter how the two of them got together, it wouldn't break any laws or morals. However, the age difference between them was indeed a bit large. Although she often came across videos online of older women dating and marrying young men, receiving blessings from people, she was still a bit scared. After all, those things happened online, and people in real life tend to be more conservative about such relationships. Moreover, although they had already been intimate, and she knew that her sweetheart loved her very much, she didn't dare to gamble. This was because Gu Wanyun cared too much, and was even more afraid of losing her sweetheart. Gu Wanyun gently shook her head, trying to pull her thoughts away from the issue. She told herself not to think too much, maybe it was just a delusion. She was an advocate of not getting married, and had always firmly believed that marriage was not a necessity in life. "Forget it, I won't think about these things anymore. As long as my sweetheart is happy every day, I'll be content," she murmured to herself. For her, Lu Tingfeng's happiness was the most important thing. And no matter what the future holds, she would cherish every moment spent with her obediently by her side. Chapter 16, Serving Aunt Yun during meals. Not long after Lu Tingfeng returned home, it was lunchtime. "Yao Yao, come down for lunch." Hearing Aunt Yun's call, little Tang Yao, like a cheerful little bird, immediately flew down from the upper floor of the villa. Seeing her favorite sweet and sour spare ribs on the dining table, her big watery eyes instantly lit up, completely forgetting what she had said earlier. "Auntie, we'll share half later, you can't eat too much." Little Tang Yao clearly remembered that her aunt also loved sweet and sour spare ribs, and that her aunt had always been very fond of her since she was little. So this time, she decided to be generous and share half of the sweet and sour spare ribs with her aunt. As for Aunt Yun and Tingfeng, they had their own preferences and ideas. Tingfeng loved Aunt Yun's braised abalone the most, while Aunt Yun didn't seem to have any particularly favorite food. However, she always liked to personally feed Tingfeng the delicious braised abalone. Hearing little Tang Yao's words, Gu Wanyu couldn't help but laugh. She affectionately patted little Tang Yao's head and said, "Don't worry, Auntie won't fight with you for it. This plate of sweet and sour spare ribs is all yours." Since becoming a top celebrity, Gu Wanyu had been working hard to control her figure, not daring to eat too many foods that easily lead to weight gain. Maintaining a good image was crucial for a public figure, so Gu Wanyu insisted on exercising every day and strictly controlled her diet. Although this was the case, sometimes, when faced with the temptation of delicious food, she couldn't help but be tempted, but then she'd worry about gaining weight. On the surface, Gu Wanyu was incredibly glamorous, with countless fans, and she was the center of attention wherever she went. However, only she knew how much effort and sacrifice she had made behind the scenes. As a top celebrity, there were many things she couldn't decide on her own. She had to cater to market demands and audience preferences. This sense of constraint made her feel helpless, but to achieve her dreams, she could only endure it silently. "Alright, let's hurry up and eat. If you two little girls chat for a while longer, the food will get cold." At this moment, Gu Wanyun spoke up. Hearing these words, Gu Wanyu and little Tang Yao immediately stopped chatting and obediently sat down at the dining table. Seeing this, Lu Tingfeng couldn't help but express his admiration for Gu Wanyun. As expected of Aunt Yun, with just a few words, she makes Auntie and Yao Yao as obedient as little girls. How impressive! Lu Tingfeng secretly sighed in his heart that indeed, no matter how big the world was, Aunt Yun was still the greatest. Once at the table, little Tang Yao immediately showed her lively and cute side, enjoying the delicious food with big bites. Her fair little face was filled with a satisfied smile, making one want to pinch it. In contrast, Lu Tingfeng's aunt, Gu Wanyu, appeared very ladylike. She chewed her food elegantly, her gestures revealing a noble temperament. And Aunt Yun sipped her food in small bites, each one filled with grace, nobility, and a sense of ritual, as if she wasn't eating but appreciating an art performance. Looking at their three unique dining styles, Lu Tingfeng couldn't help but find it extremely amusing. Gu Wanyun, while minding her own meal, thoughtfully picked up a piece of fish for Lu Tingfeng, saying, "Be good, try this, it must be delicious." Gu Wanyun subconsciously wanted to feed Lu Tingfeng the abalone, but considering her sister and Yao Yao were also there, she felt a little embarrassed and placed it in Lu Tingfeng's bowl instead. "Thank you, Aunt Yun," Lu Tingfeng replied obediently, then quickly took a bite of the fish. Seeing how obedient Lu Tingfeng was, Gu Wanyun felt very happy, thinking that the meal was especially delicious today. Lu Tingfeng chewed the food in his mouth as he leaned closer to her. Gu Wanyun's face instantly flushed a little. She secretly glanced at her sister and Yao Yao, discovering that they hadn't noticed this. Then, in a voice only the two of them could hear, she gently chided, "Little rascal, you can't even eat a meal properly." She didn't pull away from Lu Tingfeng, it was just a casual, affectionate complaint. However, Lu Tingfeng was not intimidated by Gu Wanyun's gentle scolding. Instead, he laughed triumphantly. Gu Wanyun shook her head helplessly. She was used to this little guy's mischievousness. Although she was a little annoyed, she also felt a trace of sweetness and warmth. After all, this unique way of interaction allowed her to feel a special intimacy with her own dear one. After lunch, the four of them decided to visit the various scenic spots and historical sites of Linhai City. To ensure the safety of their trip, they specifically brought along several powerful bodyguards. During the journey, Lu Tingfeng and the three beauties strolled through the streets and alleys of Linhai City, enjoying the beauty of the city. At each scenic spot, they would stop, take photos, and fully enjoy the wonderful time. As Lu Tingfeng walked through the crowd, people around him cast envious glances. Especially those who saw the three beautiful and moving women by his side widened their eyes, revealing an expression of envy, jealousy, and hatred. Whether it was the dignified and noble Gu Wanyun, the elegant Gu Wanyu, or the quirky, pure, and sweet little Tang Yao, they all exuded a charming allure, attracting countless gazes. In particular, Gu Wanyun, her beauty was as dazzling as the brightest star in the night sky. Her captivating beauty was impossible to ignore, and the innate aura of a superior that she carried filled others with awe. Even some extremely beautiful women, after seeing her, couldn't help but pale in comparison, feeling inferior. In this atmosphere, Lu Tingfeng felt an unprecedented sense of pride and satisfaction. Seeing those self-conscious passers-by, Gu Wanyu smiled, saying in a teasing tone, "Sister, your aura is too strong. Look at those passers-by, they are all suppressed by your presence, and don't even dare to look over here." Gu Wanyun shook her head slightly and smiled gently. "Alright, we've had enough fun this afternoon. The sun is about to set, let us go home." Upon hearing this, little Tang Yao immediately pouted, muttering unhappily, "I haven't had enough fun yet. Why do we have to go home so soon? That hateful sun, why did it set so early?" Although unwilling in her heart, facing Aunt Yun's unquestionable gaze, little Tang Yao had no choice but to listen obediently, following them on their way home. While she dared not and was unwilling to blame Aunt Yun, she could only put the blame on the sun. After returning to the villa, the four of them sat together for dinner. The atmosphere was very harmonious. After dinner, night gradually fell. Little Tang Yao and Aunt Yun returned to the master bedroom to rest, while Lu Tingfeng and his little aunt, Gu Wanyu, each stayed in their own rooms. In the dead of night, Aunt Yun took a gentle look at little Tang Yao sleeping soundly beside her. Then, wearing her black lace nightgown, she carefully got out of bed and tiptoed out of the master bedroom. She walked through the hallway and stood before her own dear 1S room. After a moment's hesitation, Gu Wanyun finally pushed the door open gently and walked in, full of anticipation. Chapter 17. Aunt Yun's doting Lu Tingfeng revealed a hint of a smile. He opened his eyes and softly said, "Aunt Yun, I knew you'd come find me. After all, tomorrow is the start of a university. You must be reluctant for me to leave." Hearing this, Gu Wanyun couldn't help but laugh, saying, "Yes, dear, you're going to school, and I am indeed a little reluctant to see you go. But a university is only half an hour's drive from our neighborhood. If you want to come home, you can come back any time." Lu Tingfeng's lips slightly curled upwards, his eyes sparkling, as he comforted her. "Aunt Yun, I know you're worried about me, but I'm already grown up. I can take care of myself. Moreover, a university is so close to home. Even if I don't come back, I can call you every day to let you know I'm safe." Gu Wanyun gently shook her head. With a touch of coquettishness on her face, she softly said, "Dear, you are such a sensible child. But now that you're grown up, you should consider finding a girlfriend. That way, when the company has more and more things to deal with in the future, she can help me out a bit." Lu Tingfeng felt a pang of heartache when he heard Gu Wanyun's words. Over the years, his Aunt Yun has worked so hard for the development of the company, also that he and Yao Yao could live a carefree life, while at the same time, she had to take care of him and Yao Yao. And he had never given Aunt Yun even a single bit of help. He was determined to improve himself so he could one day take on all the burdens on Aunt Yun's shoulders. In the future, he would take care of her as meticulously as Aunt Yun had taken care of him when he was little. "Aunt Yun, I already have you. I don't want to find a girlfriend." Feeling her position in her dear boy's heart, Gu Wanyun felt incredibly sweet. However, she decided to give it a little more persuasion. She thought that her dear should be dating someone their own age. Although she also enjoyed the feeling of being put in the most important place by her dear, the fact that he was too obsessed with her was not a good thing. "Dear, if you don't find a girlfriend, in the future when the company grows and Aunt Yun can't handle it, if there's no one to help me, won't Aunt Yun be worked to death?" Lu Tingfeng pondered. "I can help Aunt Yun." Gu Wanyun affectionately stroked Lu Tingfeng's hair, gently saying, "Your personality, don't you think I understand it? Even if you had the ability, you'd probably be a hands-off boss, and wouldn't it be me who ends up suffering?" Hearing this, Lu Tingfeng smiled awkwardly. "Okay then, but will Aunt Yun be jealous?" Gu Wanyun raised her delicate hand and pinched Lu Tingfeng's nose, murmuring softly, "Aunt Yun wouldn't be jealous of a little girl, and if she can help Aunt Yun with some of the work, I'd be happy. After all, my dear is too amazing, Aunt Yun alone can't handle you." Hearing these words, a sense of pride rose in Lu Tingfeng's heart. He knew that he was indeed exceptional in certain aspects, but receiving such praise from Aunt Yun still made him extremely happy. "Okay, my dear is the most obedient." Gu Wanyun gently stroked Lu Tingfeng's head, softly speaking. Her voice was as warm as a spring breeze, making people feel very comfortable. Lu Tingfeng nodded, his eyes gleaming with determination. He secretly vowed to find a suitable girlfriend to help Aunt Yun. Su Wanwan was a good option. At the same time, he would become stronger so that he could better protect Aunt Yun and give her more happiness. After a while, as the emotions of the two people grew higher, the atmosphere in the room began to change. The relaxed and joyful atmosphere gradually turned ambiguous, as if an invisible force was pulling them closer together. Lu Tingfeng slowly raised his head, looking at Gu Wanyun's perfect face and her moist, alluring eyes. His heart couldn't help but beat faster. "Aunt Yun, shall we chat a bit longer?" Gu Wanyun was slightly startled, then a blush crept onto her face, and she nodded gently, because she also enjoyed being with her little darling. A hint of shyness and expectation was revealed in her eyes, as if she was full of curiosity about what was to come. Just as Lu Tingfeng was planning to take the next step, Gu Wanyun suddenly reached out her delicate jade hand to stop him. "Darling, let's have some late-night snack first, so we'll have enough energy to stay up later." Hearing this, Lu Tingfeng also felt his stomach rumble, indeed feeling a bit hungry. He remembered there seemed to be some self-heating hot pot in the storage cabinet in the hall, which they could have for a late-night snack. So, they both walked to the hall. After a while, Lu Tingfeng sat there happily eating his late-night snack. Gu Wanyun, on the other hand, lay lazily on the sofa, propping up her fair and enticing legs, finding it more comfortable to have her snack this way. After finishing their snack, they tidied up a little. Then, Lu Tingfeng's lips curled into a smile as he took Gu Wanyun's jade hand. Gu Wanyun blinked, her eyes shimmering with a watery light, a shy blush rising on her exquisite face. Immediately, Lu Tingfeng picked up Gu Wanyun. After so many years, with just a flicker in Lu Tingfeng's eyes, Gu Wanyun knew what that little head of his was thinking. Gu Wanyun reached out her fair jade finger and poked Lu Tingfeng's forehead, lightly scolding him with a tender tone. "You little rascal, you're so spoiled." Hearing this, Lu Tingfeng smiled sheepishly, a little embarrassed. "Aunt Yun, is this nightgown new?" Gu Wanyun nodded gently. "This black velvet floral nightgown is new. I just bought it yesterday. How is it? Does it look good?" As she spoke, a hint of smugness appeared on her exquisite face. She loved how this little guy was captivated by her charm. Lu Tingfeng's gaze involuntarily landed on Gu Wanyun. She was so beautiful he couldn't take his eyes off her. Lu Tingfeng murmured, "Aunt Yun, you look like you could enchant so many people in that outfit." Hearing Lu Tingfeng's praise, a faint blush spread across Gu Wanyun's cheeks. She responded softly, "Aunt Yun doesn't care how many people she could enchant. As long as she can enchant my little darling, Aunt Yun will be completely satisfied." Lu Tingfeng smiled, placing his hand on Gu Wanyun's waist, feeling the warmth of her body. He gently pulled her closer to him, letting her lean into his embrace. His gaze was filled with tenderness and love, as if he wanted to melt the woman in front of him into his arms. Feeling Lu Tingfeng's movement, a shy smile appeared on Gu Wanyun's face. She slowly leaned down, resting her head on Lu Tingfeng's shoulder, her arms wrapped around his neck. Their breaths gradually intertwined, creating an intimate atmosphere. "Aunt Yun, I'm already enchanted by you," Lu Tingfeng said deeply. Hearing these words, Gu Wanyun could no longer suppress her emotions. She raised her head, looking into Lu Tingfeng's eyes, which were sparkling with ardent light. Her lips trembled slightly, her voice tinged with excitement, "Darling." After saying this, before Lu Tingfeng could act, she took the initiative and offered her fragrant lips. This passionate kiss lasted a long time, as if time had stood still. Aunt Yun's eyes were filled with contentment and happiness. They embraced each other deeply. After a long time, a look of happiness and joy filled Aunt Yun's pretty face. Lu Tingfeng gently stroked Aunt Yun's hair, his eyes full of concern and affection. Gu Wanyun leaned against Lu Tingfeng's chest and said sweetly, "Sweetie, Aunt Yun is a little tired." Chapter 18. The most important person. Lu Tingfeng looked at the tired Gu Wanyun with gentle eyes, a hint of self-blame rising in his heart. He had only cared about his own happiness and neglected her feelings. Lu Tingfeng didn't wait for Gu Wanyun to respond. Instead, he held her soft waist tightly and quietly lay down with her to rest. Feeling her good boy being so considerate, a warm current also surged in Gu Wanyun's heart, making her feel especially sweet. She softly murmured, "Good boy, you're so good to Aunt Yun. Aunt Yun is really fortunate that she accepted the heavy trust of your parents back then. If it weren't for your company, Aunt Yun really doesn't know how she would have survived these years." Lu Tingfeng smiled and gently placed a butterfly-like kiss on Aunt Yun's forehead, then revealed a tender smile. "I'm also very fortunate that Aunt Yun accepted me back then. It was Aunt Yun who gave me a second life. Aunt Yun, no matter how this world changes, you are the most important person to me in this world. Even if I have to become enemies with the whole world, I won't let you suffer even the slightest harm." Hearing this, Gu Wanyun was stunned. She never imagined that she held such an important position in her good boy's heart. Her heartstrings were deeply touched, and her body trembled with excitement. In her watery and charming eyes, sparkling tears shimmered like the brilliant stars in the night sky. It turned out that she was so important in her good boy's heart, so important that no one in this world could replace her. So important that he was willing to make enemies with the whole world for her. At this moment, she felt that all her efforts over the years had been rewarded in the most perfect and satisfying way. This sense of fulfillment made her feel incredibly happy, as if all the hard work was worth it. At this moment, Gu Wanyun felt that even if she had reached the end of her life, she would have no regrets, because she knew that her good boy would always accompany her and protect her forever. Gu Wanyun slightly tilted her head back, the graceful lines of her swan-like neck fully exposed. She lowered her head slightly on his handsome face, placing her cheek against Lu Tingfeng's. With Aunt Yun's breath, a warm air permeated with a charming fragrance exhaled from her sandalwood mouth. That warm air felt like a series of beautiful notes, gently caressing Lu Tingfeng's face and the tip of his nose. "Little Feng, you should rest, I'll go check on Yao Yao." Gu Wanyun's eyes sparkled with watery light, her voice even more charming and seductive, making one's soul sway. Lu Tingfeng, hearing this, did not let Gu Wanyun leave. He bent down slightly and gently kissed the red lips of this business queen of Lin Hai City. "Aunt Yun, you are really beautiful, don't think about going to find Yao Yao," Lu Tingfeng murmured softly. Upon hearing this, the blush on Gu Wanyun's face quickly spread to her delicate, crystal clear, and fair ears, forming a patch of pink. "Good boy, you have to go to school to register tomorrow. You have to go to school to report." Lu Tingfeng said softly, "It's okay, the first day of registration doesn't have classes, I'll definitely rest well when I go to school." His tone revealed a kind of firmness and determination. After Lu Tingfeng finished speaking, without waiting for Gu Wanyun to respond, he kissed her again without hesitation. His lips gently and passionately pressed against Aunt Yun's lips, as if to convey all his passion to her. Immediately afterward, Lu Tingfeng and Gu Wanyun once again allowed each other to feel happiness. "You little rascal." Gu Wanyun's voice was incomparably soft and gentle, with a concealed pampering tone in her words. Her eyes revealed an irresistible charm, making Lu Tingfeng unable to help but be captivated by it. In the end, Gu Wanyun still yielded to her inner choice and immersed herself in this wonderful moment with Lu Tingfeng. Time ticked by, and they savored this rare moment of intimacy. Her slender fingers gently caressed his firm chest, feeling his warmth and strength. At this moment, her heart was full of sweetness and happiness. Just then, Lu Tingfeng suddenly planted another soft kiss on her forehead, causing her to tremble. Auntie Yun is already too sleepy to keep her eyes open. Upon hearing her words, Lu Tingfeng realized that Auntie Yun had misunderstood him. He chuckled softly and said, Auntie Yun, I know. It hurts my heart to see you so tired. So, you should rest well. Don't worry, I'll stay by your side. After saying this, Lu Tingfeng tightened his arms slightly around Auntie Yun's full, rounded waist and slowly closed his eyes. Gu Wanyun felt Lu Tingfeng's care and consideration, and her heart was as sweet as honey. She understood that her darling truly loved and cherished her. My darling really cares about me. Although he said he didn't need to rest, he still gave up his own expectations to take care of my feelings, choosing to follow my will. Gu Wanyun thought to herself, a happy smile unconsciously spreading across her face. How can anyone not love such a darling? Who could not love him? To have such a perfect love and such a reliable darling, she felt like the happiest woman in the world. Then, Gu Wanyun also snuggled tightly into Lu Tingfeng's embrace and slowly drifted into sleep. In her dream, she saw their beautiful future filled with endless warmth and joy. Even though they were both asleep, their spirits still lingered in that mysterious world. After all, who wouldn't like this feeling that made both themselves and their loved one feel joyful and happy? While Lu Tingfeng and Gu Wanyun were falling into slumber, lonely and quiet Xiao Tangyao secretly slipped into her Aunt Gu Wanyu's room. She gently pushed open the door, tiptoed inside, and carefully closed the door behind her. The room was very quiet, with only her Aunt Gu Wanyu's soft breathing. Xiao Tangyao walked to the bedside, sat quietly on the edge, and stared at her sleeping aunt. Her aunt's sleeping face was as pure and beautiful as an angel, with long eyelashes that trembled slightly as if she might wake up at any moment. Xiao Tangyao gently reached out a finger and touched her eyebrow. Suddenly, Gu Wanyu opened her eyes. She looked surprised to see Xiao Tangyao but quickly turned into a gentle smile. Yao Yao, why aren't you asleep yet at this hour? Her aunt asked softly. Xiao Tangyao puffed out her cheeks and lowered her head shyly. Yao Yao can't sleep, so I wanted to come and see auntie. Her voice carried a hint of shyness and coquetry. Her aunt Gu Wanyu reached out and pulled Xiao Tangyao into her arms, letting her lean on her shoulder. Is something on Yao Yao's mind? Tell auntie. Her tone was full of doting. Xiao Tangyao raised her head and looked at her aunt, her eyes sparkling with admiration. Auntie, you're really amazing. Her words revealed her admiration for her aunt. Gu Wanyu heard this, her face flushed slightly, and she giggled. Yao Yao was not bad either. Xiao Tangyao's cheeks also flushed at this compliment. At this moment, Xiao Tangyao leaned on her aunt Gu Wanyu, and they giggled, praising each other. After they were both a little tired, they embraced each other affectionately and drifted into sleep together. Chapter 19. Where Aunt Yun is. It's always your home. The next morning at 10, the sun was high in the sky, its rays spilling into the room through the windows. Gu Wanyun slowly woke up, blinking her eyes and stretching, feeling completely refreshed. Suddenly, she realized she was draped all over Lu Tingfeng. Her arms were wrapped tightly around his neck, her legs encased in black silk straddling his sides, and her cheek pressed against his chest. Gu Wanyun couldn't help but smile. She raised her head, gazing at Lu Tingfeng's handsome, sleeping face, her heart filled with happiness. She gently stroked his cheek, feeling his warmth and breath. Then, she brought her lips close to his ear and whispered, "Sweetie, it's time to get up, you have to go to a university to register." After saying that, she playfully blew a puff of air into his ear. Lu Tingfeng mumbled groggily, "Aunt Yun, let me rest a little longer. A university is only an hour's drive from our neighborhood. I can go in the afternoon." Hearing this, Gu Wanyun couldn't help but giggle. She found her sweetie to be incredibly adorable, so she kissed his thin lips lightly again. Lu Tingfeng's eyes remained closed, but the corners of his mouth curved slightly upward, as if he was enjoying it all. Gu Wanyun tenderly caressed Lu Tingfeng's hair and said softly, "Alright, sweetie, then you rest a little longer. I'll tell the housekeeper to make your favorite braised abalone." With that, Gu Wanyun carefully got out of bed, afraid of disturbing her sweetie. She put on her slippers and walked out of the bedroom. When she reached the door, she turned back to look at Lu Tingfeng, her eyes full of love. Then, she gently closed the door and headed toward the kitchen. Just after waking up, Aunt Yun had notified the 5-star housekeeper, Aunt Lu, to prepare breakfast immediately. Aunt Lu was also very dedicated and always ready. It wasn't that Aunt Lu was overly obsequious, it was that the beautiful CEO, Aunt Yun, offered such generous benefits. A 24-hour full-time housekeeper received a monthly salary of 100,000 yuan, only needed to cook and clean, and had 4 days off each month. Even in the entire Linhai city, this was probably unparalleled. Now 60 years old, Aunt Lu had been with CEO Yun for 10 years. Gu Wanyun was always very caring towards her subordinates, and Aunt Lu had always been loyal and rarely made mistakes in her work. At this moment, the housekeeper, having just received instructions from the lady of the house, was busy preparing breakfast. Seeing Gu Wanyun enter, the housekeeper greeted her with a smile. "Good morning, President Gu." Gu Wanyan nodded with a smile and said to Aunt Lu, please make me a braised abalone. Put in a lot of sauce, my sweetie likes to eat it. President Gu is so good to young Master Lu. This old woman is a bit envious. The housekeeper nodded in agreement and immediately began preparing the ingredients. Hearing Aunt Lu's teasing, Aunt Yun's face flushed slightly and she said, Aunt Lu, if you tease me like that again, I'll call your company and ask for a replacement. Aunt Lu chuckled and said a few kind words before refraining from further comment. Although she knew that this kind-hearted beautiful CEO was just trying to scare her, she still didn't dare to gamble. Gu Wanyun walked out of the kitchen and into the living room. She sat on the sofa and picked up her phone to check the news. After a while, Aunt Lu came out with a steaming plate of braised abalone and placed it on the dining table. Gu Wanyun, smelling the aroma, nodded in satisfaction. She stood up, preparing to wake her sweetie up for breakfast. When she entered the bedroom again, Lu Tingfeng was still sound asleep. Gu Wanyun shook her head helplessly, thinking that the little guy must be exhausted. She walked to the bedside and gently nudged his shoulder, calling out, Sweetie, wake up, the sun's kissing your bottom. Lu Tingfeng frowned, turned over, and continued to sleep. Seeing this, Gu Wanyun decided to use some special measures to wake him. She climbed onto the bed, lay on top of Lu Tingfeng, and poked his cheek with her finger. Lu Tingfeng was finally roused. He opened his eyes, looked at Aunt Yun close to him, and a smile appeared on his lips. Aunt Yun? Missing me so soon? Gu Wanyun rolled her eyes at him and said with a touch of coquettishness, Get up already, the food's getting cold. Lu Tingfeng sat up and stretched. Then, he wrapped his arms around Gu Wanyun and pulled her into his embrace. Aunt Yun, I'm really tired. You tormented me so much last night. Gu Wanyun blushed and patted his chest. Don't talk nonsense, you were the one who initiated it, alright? After a bit of playful banter, Lu Tingfeng reluctantly let go of his Aunt Yun. They went downstairs together and ate breakfast in the living room. Lu Tingfeng looked at the lavish dishes on the table, his mood greatly improved. He picked up a piece of braised abalone and put it in his mouth, savoring its deliciousness. Gu Wanyun looked at his contented expression, feeling very happy in her heart. After breakfast, Lu Tingfeng and his Aunt Yun sat in the living room chatting. Gu Wanyun asked Lu Tingfeng if he was ready to report to school, and Lu Tingfeng confidently said he was. Then, Lu Tingfeng took out his admission letter and ID card, ready to leave. After Gu Wanyun sent her sweetie to the door, she hugged him tightly, her eyes full of tenderness and reluctance. Sweetie, be careful on the road, make sure to rest well at night, okay? Lu Tingfeng looked at the Aunt Yun in front of him, gently kissed her forehead, and said softly, Aunt Yun, don't worry, I'll take care of myself, don't worry too much about me. They embraced, and a warm atmosphere filled the entire space. Then, they slowly let go of each other, smiles beaming on their faces. Little Tang Yao quickly stepped forward, leaped up, and hung tightly onto her Tingfeng brother like an adorable ornament. Tingfeng brother, Yao Yao will miss you. Little Tang Yao also started to get sentimental, her voice carrying a hint of coquettishness. Lu Tingfeng gently patted her back and said softly, Yao Yao has grown up. In the future, when Tingfeng brother is not at home, after you come home from school every night, you can't be naughty anymore. Also, you are already an adult, your studies are very important, you must work hard to improve yourself, and don't make Aunt Yun worry about you. The little girl nodded vigorously, her eyes flashing with determination. Don't worry, Tingfeng brother, I will definitely listen to Aunt Yun. Aunt Gu Wanyu also gave Lu Tingfeng a big hug. When she got close, she lightly bit Lu Tingfeng's ear. Lu Tingfeng, not to be outdone, bit her back in response. Aunt Yun, Ya Yao, and Auntie, I'm leaving. After saying goodbye to them, Lu Tingfeng got into his Rolls-Royce Phantom and then slowly drove out of their sight. Zhang Yi was still in the driver's seat. Watching the car's receding figure, Gu Wanyun couldn't help but feel a mix of emotions. She knew that this little one she had once carefully nurtured had grown up and no longer needed her protection. He could soar freely in the vast world. Her sweetie had transformed from a fledgling into an eagle spreading its wings, capable of facing the challenges and storms of the outside world alone. Sweetie, let go and pursue your dreams. Aunt Yun believes that you will surely create a world-shaking career. If you get a little tired from wandering outside, come back to Aunt Yun's, wherever Aunt Yun is, will always be your home. Chapter 20. The Black Silk School Beauty Mu Yuting and the Green Tea School Beauty Lin Mengdai. Lu Tingfeng had just arrived at the entrance of a university in his own car when he saw a mature school beauty in black silk and a sexily dressed school beauty arguing at the main gate. Behind them were 2 or 3 girlfriends and 4 or 5 simps. The black silk school beauty wore a white tight-fitting shirt with a matching black skirt that was not too long, just exposing her knees. The sexily dressed school beauty wore a light blue, off-the-shoulder dress, the hem of which only covered the upper part of her thighs, the lower part completely exposed to the air. Both were top-tier beauties, but Lu Tingfeng preferred the school beauty in black silk. The one in the off-the-shoulder dress seemed very green tea-ish, maybe even already had a few kids. Once the car was close, Lu Tingfeng directly signaled Zhang Yi to stop and got out. Excuse me, ladies, if you want to argue, you can go somewhere else. Blocking the entrance to the school here is a bit rude, don't you think? Lu Tingfeng said with a cold face. Both beautiful school beauties were a bit angry when they heard this voice. After all, they were recognized school beauty level girls in the school. Normally, boys would become very polite when they saw them. However, when they saw Lu Tingfeng getting out of an expensive luxury car, a Rolls-Royce Phantom, they forcibly swallowed the anger that had just risen. The school beauty in the light blue dress was the first to open her mouth with a flattering smile. You're joking, classmate. Mu Yuting and I were just having a friendly chat. Her tone became very gentle, completely different from her previous arrogance. My name is Lin Mengdai, and I presume you are a new freshman. It just so happens that I've been here for a year and I'm quite familiar with the place. If you need any help, you can always ask me. Also, which dorm are you in? I can take you there. Lin Mengdai said while occasionally casting her gaze at Lu Tingfeng's Rolls-Royce, a hint of expectation in her eyes, as if she would become the owner of this car soon. Mu Yuting, the black silk school beauty, sighed softly, feeling annoyed and unwilling, as she was one step slower and this green tea girl had taken the lead. Mu Yuting usually did some research on luxury cars and immediately recognized the luxury car as a top-tier Rolls-Royce Phantom. The lowest configuration of this brand of car starts at over 9 million. And the Phantom in front of her, judging from its appearance, was a high-configuration version, with a total price that probably wouldn't be less than 15 million. But what shocked her most was not the expensive luxury car itself, but the particularly eye-catching license plate number. Shanghai A.66666. Such a license plate number was too dazzling, even people who didn't know about cars would be shocked when they saw it. You should know that in China, if you have enough funds, buying a luxury car worth 10 million is not difficult, but getting such a special license plate number is not easy. For ordinary people, getting a regular license plate number is already good enough. But this license plate number is something that even super rich people with assets over 100 million might not be qualified to have. It's not that the license plate number is worth so much money, but the meaning behind the license plate number is far beyond what money can measure. It represents an identity and status, a supreme power. Although she had dated 2 wealthy boyfriends, the most expensive luxury car she had ever sat in was worth a little over 2 million. These kinds of million-dollar luxury cars had always been something she only imagined. She didn't even dare to dream of a luxury car with such an awesome license plate number. And now, such a good opportunity had been missed by herself. Mu Yuting couldn't help but sigh inwardly, blaming herself for not being decisive enough. It seemed she needed to change her arrogant nature. Just as Mu Yuting was feeling incredibly frustrated, Lu Tingfeng suddenly recognized her. Hey, isn't this the senior from 3rd year high school who sang a duet with me at the school's art show in my 2nd year? His eyes revealed a hint of surprise and excitement. Lu Tingfeng ignored Lin Mengdai standing beside him, instead smiling and turning his gaze towards the sexy and charming Mu Yuting, who was wearing black stockings. Senior Yuting, it's only been a year, have you already forgotten me? Lu Tingfeng asked with a gentle smile. Hearing Lu Tingfeng accurately call out her name, a surge of joy washed over Mu Yuting, but it was also tinged with confusion. She looked at the stranger who also seemed familiar in front of her, trying hard to recall her memories. Lu Tingfeng seemed to see her confusion and offered her a small hint. Mu Yuting suddenly understood, immediately remembering the art show they had once shared. Oh, so you're the junior from 2nd year who sang a duet with me when I was a senior. Mu Yuting's face blossomed into a bright smile, like a flower in full bloom. Lu Tingfeng nodded gently, acknowledging her. He said jokingly, I never expected that after just a year, senior would have completely forgotten me. It's truly heartbreaking. After speaking, he deliberately made a hurt expression. At this moment, Mu Yuting's face was full of shock. She remembered hearing about Lu Tingfeng when she was in her 2nd year. Rumor had it that a junior named Lu Tingfeng in 1st year had beaten up a 3rd year senior who was known as the school bully. Afterwards, not only did that senior not seek revenge, he even specifically went to apologize. There were even rumors that the high school principal addressed Lu Tingfeng as a brother. At that time, Lu Tingfeng was quite famous, but he didn't display any wealth, and he was usually very low-key. At that time, she thought Lu Tingfeng might just be a small-time thug with some connections in the underworld. She had always kept her distance from people like that. Only after seeing that license plate number just now did Mu Yuting understand what kind of opportunity she had missed. At this moment, she was filled with regret. But luckily, everything was not too late. This junior still remembered her name after so long. He must have feelings for her. If she put aside her arrogant attitude and took the initiative, she would definitely be able to win his heart. In reality, Lu Tingfeng only managed to remember Mu Yuting's name because he possessed a magical chip that gave him 20 times the memory of an average person. And as Mu Yuting thought this, a sincere smile appeared on her face. So it's Junior Lu, it's been so long. Senior knew that with your abilities you would definitely get into a university. Lu Tingfeng smiled softly at her words, not believing them, but this black-stockinged senior was indeed quite good-looking. Although she was a bit materialistic, other than having had 2 boyfriends, she didn't have any bad habits or a bad reputation. At least she was better than that Lin Mengdai beside him who seemed like a scheming tea drinker. And people with desires were easier to control. He could try interacting with her. I wonder if Senior Yuding knows where Building A is. Upon hearing this, Mu Yuding was overjoyed, thinking, the opportunity is here. Junior Lu, just follow me. Also, we were in the same high school and performed together before. Calling me senior seems too formal. Just call me Yuding from now on. Hearing that, Lu Tingfeng felt that the relationship was developing a bit too quickly and was a bit uncomfortable, but since the girl had said so, he couldn't refuse. In that case, I'll call you Yuding from now on. Yuding, walking is too slow, and I also have luggage that's inconvenient. Let's take a car over there. Mu Yuding originally wanted to say she could help with the luggage, but when she heard about taking a car, she immediately swallowed the words that were on the tip of her tongue. She stared at the luxury car in front of her, her eyes filled with undisguised love and envy. She used to ride in 2 million cars, and today it suddenly jumped to a 10 million level 1, with a license plate that was priceless. At this moment, she felt as if she were in a dream. In a half-dreaming, half-awake state, Mu Yuding vaguely agreed and then got into the car with Lu Tingfeng. As the car slowly drove away, Mu Yuding and Lin Mengdia's Sims cast strange glances, staring directly at Lin Mengdai. Feeling the gazes of those around her, Lin Mengdai only felt a stinging pain on her face, as if she had been slapped hard. She remembered that she had just taken the initiative to chat with that man with humility, but he didn't even acknowledge her. Yet Mu Yuding didn't say a word but received the other party's initiative invitation. This made her heart surge with a deep jealousy, and she also secretly blamed the unfairness of heaven. Lin Mengdai sighed, her face full of envy and jealousy, muttering to herself, why don't I, Lin Mengdai, have such good luck to have such a wealthy and multi-billionaire high school junior? This world is so unfair. However, I won't give up easily. Lin Mengdai revealed an elusive smile. I will definitely fully display my tea skills and snatch this wealthy junior from your hands, Mu Yuding. She secretly made up her mind to seize every possible opportunity to show Lu Tingfeng her unique charm. Perhaps this junior would be deeply attracted to her, thereby choosing to date her? Lin Mengdai was very confident in her own charm. Thinking of this, Lin Mengdia's mood gradually became excited. She seemed to already see herself living the life of a rich wife, riding in luxury cars and living in villas every day. Chapter 21. The Black Silk School Beauty turned simp. While Lin Mengdai was immersed in her wonderful fantasy, Mu Yuding seemed lost in a dream, disoriented and helpless. She took advantage of Lu Tingfeng's inattention and pinched herself hard. Ouch, that hurt. Mu Yuding was finally sure that everything before her was not an illusion. She couldn't help but stare at Lu Tingfeng's profile beside her, sighing, Lu Tingfeng is so handsome and dashing now, he's completely different from his high school days. He actually took the initiative to invite me into his car. Could it be that he's interested in me? Mu Yuding's heart began to wrestle with conflicting thoughts. She was afraid of missing the opportunity to be with Lu Tingfeng again because she wasn't proactive enough, but she was also worried that being too forward would make Lu Tingfeng think she was after his wealth, which would eventually drive them apart. Oh well, let things take their course. When the time is right, a little initiative wouldn't hurt. Although the school gatekeeper stopped Lu Tingfeng's car the moment he produced the donation and investment certificate for a university's construction period, which Gu Wanyun had prepared in advance, the gatekeeper's attitude changed 180 degrees. The certificate clearly displayed a 1 followed by 9 zeros, almost blinding the gatekeeper. The gatekeeper quickly let them through, greeting Lu Tingfeng warmly, please, come in. Seeing this, Mu Yuding couldn't help but tease, Junior Tingfeng, I never expected you to be not only wealthy but also have such a strong personality that even the gatekeeper is charmed by you. Her eyes sparkled with admiration. Hearing this, Lu Tingfeng laughed a little embarrassedly. He thought, even this can be a compliment? But in order to maintain the current harmonious and beautiful atmosphere, he still responded to Mu Yuding with a smile, Yuding, you flatter me. It's just because I have this donation certificate. But since you told me to call you by your name directly, then don't call me Junior anymore, it sounds a bit awkward. How about you just call me by my name too? Their conversation was full of ease and joy. They seemed to have forgotten the unpleasantness at the school gate earlier, and the distance between them seemed to be constantly shrinking. For Lu Tingfeng, spending time with this beautiful, charming, and alluring black silk-clad senior made him feel very happy. Although he knew she might have ulterior motives, he didn't care about those details at the moment. After all, enjoying the present was the most important thing. Upon hearing this, Mu Yuding tried to hide the joy in her heart, pretending to be calm and nodding. A charming smile bloomed on her pretty face. In that case, then Senior Mu will accept your kind offer. She had originally wanted to call Lu Tingfeng by his name directly, but Lu Tingfeng hadn't spoken, and she didn't know what Lu Tingfeng was thinking. In order not to damage her image in Lu Tingfeng's eyes, Mu Yuding had always called him Junior. Hearing Lu Tingfeng tell her to call him by his name, she was immediately overjoyed. So, Junior Tingfeng has a great affection for me. In the car, Mu Yuting noticed that Lu Tingfeng would glance at her from time to time, which made her heart flutter wildly. If Lu Tingfeng were just a small-time thug, she naturally wouldn't have this feeling, but now his identity was beyond her imagination. Soon, Mu Yuting understood why Lu Tingfeng kept looking at her, and this made her pretty face turn rosy. He seems to really like me, I must work hard and absolutely not disappoint him. With that thought in mind, Mu Yuting made a decision in her heart. So, when Lu Tingfeng looked at her again, she deliberately straightened her back, making her already imposing assets look even more magnificent. Looking at this scene, Lu Tingfeng couldn't help but admire in his heart, this black silk school beauty is so sensible. Not only is she well behaved and cute, with a sweet appearance, but she also has no bad habits or promiscuous behavior. She's simply a perfect girl. The only flaw is that she likes money a bit, but what does that matter? After all, who in this world doesn't like money? Thinking this, Lu Tingfeng's favorability towards Mu Yuting increased by another point. However, at this moment, Lu Tingfeng suddenly felt that his sitting posture was a bit uncomfortable, so he wanted to change his position to sit more comfortably. But while adjusting his posture, he accidentally touched Mu Yuting's hand. Mu Yuting felt this touch, and her heart suddenly tightened slightly. A strange feeling surged into her heart, and her cheeks flushed like a ripe apple. Does he want to hold my hand? But isn't this too fast? Mu Yuting thought in her heart, a little surprised. Although she liked money, she was also a person of principle. She didn't like to actively curry favor with others and valued her chastity very much. Over the past few years, she had dated two wealthy, somewhat uncouth boyfriends, but she had only held hands with them, never even hugging. At this moment, Lu Tingfeng lightly touched her hand and quickly let go, but due to adjusting his posture too much, he accidentally touched her again. Mu Yuting couldn't help but think, is he hoping I'll be more proactive? Thinking of this, her heart was filled with contradictions and entanglements. In her previous two relationships, she had always been the one being pursued, with those guys fawning over her. This time facing Lu Tingfeng, did she really have to take the first step to fawn over him? This thought made Mu Yuting feel a little at a loss, even a little nervous and afraid. However, when she thought about the hardships she had endured in the past, she became firm again. If she could successfully get together with Lu Tingfeng and eventually walk down the aisle together, then her life would become carefree. After all, with Lu Tingfeng's capabilities, supporting a woman was not a problem at all. Moreover, she also had some understanding of Lu Tingfeng. She knew he was outstanding, but not the type to casually play with other people's feelings. In high school, she had never heard any dating rumors about Lu Tingfeng. Therefore, she didn't think Lu Tingfeng was a playboy. Mu Yuting made up her mind and made a decision. Forget it, if I seize this opportunity, I won't have to suffer anymore in this life. Having made up her mind, Mu Yuting no longer hesitated and directly followed the point of contact and grabbed Lu Tingfeng's large hand and held it tightly. Feeling the smooth sensation in her hand, Lu Tingfeng was also dumbfounded. What was going on? He subconsciously wanted to pull his hand back, but Mu Yuting held it tightly and wouldn't let go. Lu Tingfeng looked at Mu Yuting with some bewilderment. He saw that her face was slightly red, and her eyes flickered with shyness and determination. He thought for a moment, it seems that the black silk school beauty has misunderstood my intention. But that's fine, it saves me the trouble of thinking too much. After confirming his thoughts, Lu Tingfeng no longer resisted. He leaned slightly closer to Mu Yuting and tightly grasped the soft, smooth hand of the black silk school beauty. Chapter 22. Shy Mu Yuting. Feeling Lu Tingfeng's firm grip on her hand, Mu Yuting's heart felt like a little deer was about to leap out. Tingfeng, your hand is holding too tight, it's hurting me a little. The voice of the black silk campus belle was already pleasant, and coupled with her bashful expression, Lu Tingfeng couldn't help but feel a surge of excitement. Yuting, sorry, I'm just a little too happy. Although Lu Tingfeng was only slightly smug inside, in order to make Mu Yuting feel that he cared about her, he deliberately exaggerated his tone. While speaking, Lu Tingfeng also reached out and hugged Mu Yuting's slender waist, letting her lean against his chest. Yuting, can I hold you like this? Mu Yuting felt a slight shyness. You've already hugged me, and now you're asking if you can. How annoying. Thinking this in her heart, on the surface, she nodded shyly. Don't hold me too tight, I'm afraid I won't be able to breathe. Hearing Mu Yuting's words, Lu Tingfeng was also a little embarrassed. Is my action that obvious? Although he asked this, Lu Tingfeng knew better than anyone that he was doing it on purpose, just to make Mu Yuting think that he liked her very much. Mu Yuting leaned against Lu Tingfeng's chest, listening to his strong heartbeat, feeling his warmth and love. She lowered her head slightly, nodded gently, and nuzzled against him in his arms. I'm not used to being held so tightly yet. After I get used to it, you can hold me as you please, okay? Zhang Yi, who was driving in the front seat, heard the conversation between the two. Out of his good professional ethics, he remained silent, without making any sound. After all, it was related to whether he could keep his job, so Zhang Yi naturally didn't dare to be careless. After Mu Yuding finished speaking, Lu Tingfeng also replied in a gentle tone, "Don't worry, Yuding, I will always take care of your feelings and won't make you feel uncomfortable or pressured." Lu Tingfeng's arms around Mu Yuding gradually loosened, giving her more space to breathe freely. Mu Yuding keenly noticed this change, and a warmth surged in her heart. She secretly rejoiced that she had found the right person and was full of expectations for the future. "This is the first time I, Mu Yuding, have fallen in love with a man. I never thought my judgment would be so accurate, finding such a considerate, understanding, and good man." Mu Yuding sighed secretly, her heart filled with happiness and satisfaction. Dormitory Building A was not far from the gate, and they soon reached their destination. Because Lu Tingfeng didn't want to move the luggage himself, he spent 300 yuan to hire 3 students to help him complete the one-stop service of moving luggage, making the bed, and arranging items. 300 yuan was not even a drop in the bucket for Lu Tingfeng, but for the 3 students, 100 yuan each was what they could earn after working for 3 hours in Linhai City. They were naturally happy to earn so much money just for moving luggage. After tidying up, Lu Tingfeng returned to the car, ready to discuss the next itinerary with Mu Yuding. "Yuding, they were a bit slow in tidying up, sorry to have kept you waiting." Mu Yuding quickly shook her head and said, "I think it was pretty fast, the time passed without me noticing." Lu Tingfeng smiled lightly upon hearing this, then looked at Mu Yuding and said, "It's just noon now, and I'm also hungry. But if you weren't here to lead the way, Yuding, I don't know how long I would have to wander around this campus before finding the dormitory building. How about we go out for a meal together? This way I can properly thank you." Lu Tingfeng added, "And besides, there always needs to be some sense of ritual when 2 people start dating. Even though we just confirmed our relationship, we can't just casually find a place to eat, right? So, let me treat you today and take you to a special place to enjoy some delicious food, how about that?" Xia Yuding couldn't help but smile slightly after hearing Lu Tingfeng's invitation. She felt that Lu Tingfeng was right, and she was very satisfied with the proposal. "I'm actually a little hungry too." Mu Yuding nodded in agreement, indicating that she was willing to go out for lunch with Lu Tingfeng. Immediately afterward, Mu Yuding hugged Lu Tingfeng's arm. Instantly, a soft and warm sensation, like a retractable spring, enveloped Lu Tingfeng's arm. This feeling of being embraced by warmth made Lu Tingfeng look at Mu Yuding with joy. At this moment, Mu Yuding extended her jade arm, like a lotus root, wrapped in a white shirt, and hugged his arm, her entire upper body leaning against his arm. A playful strand of hair fell from Mu Yuding's head, gently caressing her fair and rosy face. Adding to that were her fair calves encased in transparent black silk, making one's heart stir with desire. Lu Tingfeng felt himself instantly losing his composure. If Shang Yi wasn't here, he would have wanted to take Mu Yuding right there and then. "Yuding, you look so beautiful like this," Lu Tingfeng said, genuinely praising the beautiful girl in front of him. Hearing this, Mu Yuding couldn't help but feel a surge of joy in her heart, but she didn't show it, only said with a slight coquettish tone, "We're in a relationship now, why do you still call me Yuding?" Lu Tingfeng, upon hearing this, thought she had a point, so after thinking seriously for a moment, he suggested, "Then how about I call you baby?" Mu Yuding's body trembled slightly upon hearing this, a hint of shyness flashing across her face, and she softly said, "That's a little too fast, I'm not quite used to it, how about you call me Tingting?" Lu Tingfeng smiled gently and softly called out, "Tingting." Upon hearing this affectionate address, Mu Yuding's heart raced, a flush of red rising to her face, and she responded in a barely audible voice, "Only my mom used to call me that, you're the second." Mu Yuding said, a bit embarrassed, while looking down. "Then what does your dad call you?" Lu Tingfeng asked curiously. "He just calls me my daughter or Xiao Ting," Mu Yuding replied. The thought that Lu Tingfeng was the first male to call her so affectionately filled Mu Yuding's heart with shyness, but also with sweetness and happiness. The color of her face, which had just returned to normal, slowly turned rosy again, her eyes sparkling, as if she was immersed in a wonderful feeling. After discussing the issue of nicknames, Lu Tingfeng first took Mu Yuding to a large shopping center. They entered an internationally renowned brand store, and Mu Yuding's eyes were drawn to the exquisite clothes. Lu Tingfeng carefully selected styles that suited Mu Yuding and had the sales assistants bring them for her to try on. Mu Yuding put on a gorgeous dress, and a hint of amazement flashed in Lu Tingfeng's eyes. He smiled and nodded, expressing his satisfaction. Afterward, they went to several more stores, buying bags, shoes, and cosmetics, all from internationally renowned brands. Mu Yuding was flushed with excitement, these were all things she had always yearned for but never possessed. After shopping, the two sat down for a break at a cafe in the mall. Lu Tingfeng looked at the bill, which totaled over 1 million. He smiled and said to Mu Yuding, "Tingting, this is just the beginning. After we eat, I'll take you to get a luxury car." Upon hearing this, Mu Yuding felt a surge of excitement and also grew to like Lu Tingfeng even more. She looked at Lu Tingfeng gratefully and said, "Tingfeng, thank you for being so good to me." Lu Tingfeng smiled and held her hand, whispering, "As long as you're happy." Mu Yuding felt like she was truly falling in love with Lu Tingfeng, not just because of his wealth. It was because, besides her parents, no one had ever been so good to her as Lu Tingfeng. This feeling of being cared for and cherished intoxicated her, making her unable to pull herself away. Finally, under Lu Tingfeng's careful arrangements, the two arrived at an upscale couple's restaurant. The restaurant was decorated very romantically and warmly, with soft and inviting lighting and exquisite paintings hanging on the walls, creating a unique atmosphere. When they entered the restaurant, the waiters greeted them warmly and led them to their reserved seats. The table was by the window, overlooking the beautiful cityscape, making them feel incredibly comfortable. Mu Yuding looked at everything before her, her heart filled with surprise and emotion, knowing that it was all carefully prepared by Lu Tingfeng. When she looked up at Lu Tingfeng, she found him smiling at her, his eyes full of tenderness and love. "Yuding, I'm going to kiss you. Even if you don't agree, I'm going to kiss you." Without waiting for Mu Yuding to answer, Lu Tingfeng pulled her into his arms and kissed her red lips. At that moment, Mu Yuding's heart melted. When she saw the four large characters heart to heart above the restaurant door while kissing, Mu Yuding felt like her face was on fire. Her heart raced, her cheeks flushed, and it felt as if the surrounding air had become heated. "He's so domineering, this feeling is so strange, but I really like this wonderful feeling of kissing someone I love." She had dated before, but this was the first time she was dating someone she cared for and loved so deeply. This feeling was so special, so wonderful, that she was completely immersed in it. After their lips parted, Mu Yuding's lips curled up slightly, and a sweet smile blossomed on her charming face. She gently bit her lip, her eyes sparkling with anticipation and excitement. "I'm really looking forward to it," Mu Yuding whispered, her voice tinged with shyness. She imagined the wonderful time she and Lu Tingfeng would have next, and her excitement grew. Chapter 23 Mu Yuding's changed address. After lunch, Lu Tingfeng prepared to take Mu Yuding to pick up a car. Through the teachings of those top scholars in various fields hired by Aunt Yun over the years, Lu Tingfeng understood very well that to capture a woman's heart, you must give her sufficient benefits. Of course, you can't be too good to her, you have to hold back a little so she'll depend on you more. After leaving the lovers' restaurant, the two didn't immediately return to the car but kissed in a secluded spot. While kissing, Lu Tingfeng also held Mu Yuding in his arms and roughly fondled her. Mu Yuding's entire face flushed red, and her body was burning. "Tingfeng, kissing here will be seen by others. So what if they see? It's not illegal for me to kiss my girlfriend," Mu Yuding anxiously said, "but it's so embarrassing to be seen like this, and even more embarrassing if we run into acquaintances." Lu Tingfeng, however, felt that it was better this way. "It's okay, Tingting, you're so beautiful, surely many boys and girls like you. This is perfect for letting them know that you already have a boyfriend, keeping those who have ulterior motives away from you." Feeling Lu Tingfeng's explosive boyfriend power, Mu Yuding shyly nodded, her heart blossoming with joy, feeling that she had chosen the right person. "Then don't be too excessive here, okay? If you want to be even more excessive, I can go to a hotel with you." Upon hearing this, Lu Tingfeng felt a jolt. Wow, is this black silk school beauty so proactive? He had just played games with Aunt Yun for 5 hours last night and was only just recovering. If he continued playing games with this stunningly beautiful black silk school beauty today, he might fall ill due to overexertion. At this moment, Lu Tingfeng just wanted to appease Mu Yuding and stop her from constantly thinking about going to a hotel. "Tingting, school just started today, and there's a freshman assembly tonight. Let's go tomorrow." You're not looking down on my status, are you?" Hearing Lu Tingfeng's words, Mu Yuding huffed, wondering why this guy had suddenly become so indifferent. Seeing Mu Yuding's prideful look, Lu Tingfeng smiled helplessly, thinking that this girl was truly sensitive. He held Mu Yuding tightly and whispered, "Tingting, how could I look down on you? It's just that school just started today, and I have a lot of things to do, and I'm indeed a bit tired. Once I've recovered my energy, I will definitely keep you company." Listening to Lu Tingfeng's gentle voice, Mu Yuding's heart felt as if it had been caressed by a spring breeze, warm and cozy. She couldn't help but smile, her eyes curving like crescent moons, so adorable. "Okay, if you don't keep your word, I'll punish you by not letting you kiss me for a day." With that, she playfully winked at Lu Tingfeng. Looking at her cute appearance, Lu Tingfeng's lips slightly curled up, and he affectionately stroked her head, whispering, "Okay, if I really break my promise, then I'll accept your punishment." Mu Yuding nodded contentedly, then gently leaned into Lu Tingfeng's embrace, feeling his firm chest and warm breath. She felt as if she had found a safe harbor, where she could let go of all her fatigue and worries. The two hugged each other tightly, enjoying this rare moment of tranquility. Their heartbeats intertwined, forming a beautiful melody. At this moment, they forgot the noise and disturbances of the outside world, focusing only on the love between them. After a period of tenderness, Lu Tingfeng led Mu Yuding to the car, preparing to take her to buy one. In the 2 hours they had spent together, Lu Tingfeng had learned that Mu Yuding, like him, had obtained her driver's license early on. Regardless, Mu Yuding was, in name, his first girlfriend, so he naturally had to treat her well. Moreover, he had money himself. Even without spending Aunt Yun's money, he had made billions of yuan over the years from his stock trading and investments, leveraging his own knowledge. The 20-fold enhancement to all aspects of physical function from future technology's chip was no joke. Ting Ting, what kind of car do you like? Hearing this, Mu Yuding was secretly delighted, but on the surface, she pretended to be a little troubled, saying, "Brother, I don't really have a particular favorite car, I just think it would be nice to have a pretty car that could take me to lots of places." As a qualified gold digger, Mu Yuding naturally hoped to get the most expensive car possible, but she was afraid that directly stating a high price would displease Lu Tingfeng. After all, the most expensive gifts her previous two boyfriends had given her were only worth tens of thousands of yuan. But when she remembered the license plate of that car, she decided to be a little more audacious. After some internal struggle, Mu Yuding finally gave a number. "Brother, I want an Audi A8. If you promise, I'll let you do whatever you want with me tomorrow night." After saying this, Mu Yuding not only pressed her body tightly against Lu Tingfeng but even made her voice become coquettish. Her big watery eyes also emitted endless allure, staring straight at Lu Tingfeng. Under the temptation of money, the black silk stocking school beauty changed her way of addressing Lu Tingfeng from his name to the more intimate brother. It should be known that a fully equipped Audi A8 costs between 1.5 to 2 million yuan. This price was more expensive than all the gifts her two previous boyfriends combined had given her. And just now, Lu Tingfeng had spent over 1 million buying her many international branded clothes and cosmetics. Sitting inside this 10 million yuan luxury car, Mu Yuding couldn't help but sigh. "If he really buys me an Audi A8, then I, Mu Yuding, will give both my body and my heart to this man." Although Mu Yuding loved money very much, she clearly knew that the most important thing for a woman in her life was to find someone who could both treat her well and give her a sense of security. When it comes to leaving this world, no matter how much money one has, it's just so much useless dirt. If Lu Tingfeng could be good to her while also being willing to spend money on her, then she would also be willing to entrust her body and soul to him, letting him become her lifelong support. An Audi A8. "If my Ting Ting likes it, then we must buy it," Lu Tingfeng said firmly. Then, he looked up at Zhang Yi in the driver's seat and instructed, "Uncle Zhang Yi, go to the most famous Audi dealership nearby." With Lu Tingfeng's order, this 10 million yuan Rolls-Royce Phantom sped off like a gust of wind. The luxury car instantly disappeared from the spot, leaving behind only blurry afterimages. Chapter 24. Wanting a baby. Upon arriving at the Audi dealership, Lu Tingfeng led Xia Yuding out of the car and inside. Xia Yuding, like a gentle and virtuous woman, hooked her arm through his, as if displaying their sweet love to the world. The two had barely stepped into the store when they immediately drew the attention of the other customers. The uncles and aunties browsing for cars all cast envious glances. Men were jealous of Lu Tingfeng for having a girlfriend with such a hot figure, perfect face, and sexy black stockings. Women, on the other hand, envied Xia Yuding for having such a young, handsome, and wealthy boyfriend. Amidst this public display, a middle-aged uncle suddenly felt a sharp pain in his waist. His haggard wife beside him had pinched him hard. "Hiss. Wife, take it easy." The uncle gasped in pain. "What are you looking at? Do you think I'm not here?" His wife scolded angrily. The middle-aged man was very unhappy, but he knew his current position and wealth were entirely dependent on his father-in-law's family. So, facing his wife's questioning, he could only lower his head and silently endure the pain in his waist. However, he couldn't resist complaining in his heart. What's wrong with me taking a couple of looks? If it weren't for your family's money, would a handsome young man like me have ever looked at a hag like you? You have the nerve to talk about me. Weren't you also staring at that pretty boy, drooling?" After scolding her husband, the aunt turned her gaze to Lu Tingfeng, her expression extremely satisfied. "This young man is really good. If I were 20 years younger, I would definitely pursue him. It's a pity that I'm old now, and it's a waste on you, a useless fellow who only knows how to rely on my dad." While speaking, the old aunt's face was also filled with a look of disappointment. The middle-aged uncle could only laugh sheepishly at her words. As everyone cast envious glances, a hot and beautiful female sales representative quickly walked up to Lu Tingfeng and Xia Yuding. The saleswoman looked to be about 24 or 5 years old. Although her figure and appearance were not as stunning as Xia Yuding's, she was still considered a class flower. It is said that for every 6 or 7 cars sold for just over 1 million, a top-performing female salesperson is lost. If Ting Ting weren't by my side, I would really want to take this saleswoman away. Just as Lu Tingfeng was pondering this, the saleswoman politely spoke. "Hello, I'm Su Lily, the company's sales champion from last quarter. Is there anything I can help you with, sir and madam?" Hearing the saleswoman's address, Lu Tingfeng couldn't help but admire her. This sales champion was indeed well-deserved. Not only did she have a good figure and good looks, but she was also good at reading people and said the words customers liked to hear. With such eloquence, no wonder she was a sales champion. Lu Tingfeng cleared his throat and said directly, "Buy my wife an Audi A8. Hearing how the saleswoman addressed her, Xia Yuding immediately blushed. "We're not married yet, we're just boyfriend and girlfriend." Su Lily said with a smile, "Miss, and this gentleman are so affectionate, it's obvious you'll definitely become husband and wife in the future." Xia Yuding's heart bloomed with happiness upon hearing Su Lily's words. She turned her head to look at Lu Tingfeng and found that he did not look displeased but rather was smiling, and her heart was even happier. Then we'll take your kind words. Su Lily smiled politely. You're too kind, miss. However, our store's Audi A8 has been out of stock for 3 days. I don't know if the miss would consider other models in the Audi series? Xia Yuding felt a little disappointed but still forced to smile and said, alright then. She had always loved Audi cars, especially the A8 model. But hearing Su Lily say there were no cars available, she still couldn't help but feel a little disappointed. After all, among the Audi series, other brands of cars really couldn't compare to the A8. Thinking of this, Mu Yuding couldn't help but sigh softly. Lu Tingfeng, who was next to her, noticed the disappointed look on Mu Yuding's face. This black-stocking campus belle, he must satisfy her thoroughly and firmly take control of her. Lu Tingfeng turned his head to the salesperson Su Lily. Miss Su, I wonder if your store has any other vehicles with better performance than Audi? Both Mu Yuding and Su Lily's eyes flashed with a hint of surprise upon hearing this. Mu Yuding had originally thought this car-buying trip might end in disappointment, but she didn't expect Lu Tingfeng to take the initiative to look for a higher-level model. The latter was happy that her sales performance for this quarter was about to go up again. Su Lily hurriedly responded enthusiastically, of course we do. If you two don't mind, I can take you to see our store's Rolls-Royce series. Hearing this, Mu Yuding's heart couldn't help but beat faster. She knew that the prices of the Rolls-Royce series were expensive, with the lowest price starting at more than 5 million yuan. And the Phantom started at a price as high as 9 million yuan. She didn't think Lu Tingfeng would be so generous as to buy such a luxurious car for her. Mu Yuding pulled Lu Tingfeng's arm and coquettishly said, brother, why don't we just forget it? I just got my driver's license, let's buy one after I'm more skilled. Lu Tingfeng was instantly displeased upon hearing this. You can doubt my character, but you can't doubt that I don't have money. Then let's go take a look. Yuding, no matter what I promised you, I will definitely do. Xia Yuding stared blankly at Lu Tingfeng. She didn't expect Lu Tingfeng to be willing to spend so much for her. Immediately, she threw herself into Lu Tingfeng's arms in public, stood on tiptoe, and kissed him hard on the lips. Brother, I'm really so touched. I've made up my mind about you for this lifetime. Even if you drive me away, I will never leave you. In the end, after some selection, Mu Yuding chose a Rolls-Royce Cullinan, which was relatively cheaper at 6 million yuan. Lu Tingfeng swiped his card, but unexpectedly, the owner of the car was written as Mu Yuding. This made Mu Yuding feel very surprised and touched, and at the same time, she felt Lu Tingfeng's love for her. I've already spent too much money today, I must be more frugal in the future. Brother spoils me so much, I also have to be more sensible. When I have a baby with my brother, I can't let the baby not even have milk powder to drink. Mu Yuding whispered to herself, her eyes full of longing for the future. Although they didn't have children yet, she had already begun to look forward to their future family life. Mu Yuding's heart was full of sweetness and warmth. She felt that she was very lucky to have found such an excellent and caring partner. Watching Mu Yuding and Lu Tingfeng being so affectionate, Su Lily couldn't help but feel a little envious. As a top saleswoman, she had seen all kinds of people, but a man as handsome and considerate as Lu Tingfeng was truly rare. If only I could meet such a rich and loving little handsome guy. During the handover procedures, Su Lily secretly slipped her business card into Lu Tingfeng's hand, saying she hoped he could introduce more friends to buy cars at the store in the future. Of course, her true intention was not just business, but more that she hoped Lu Tingfeng would take the initiative to contact her and invite her out to play games. After working hard in society for so many years after graduation, she had long experienced the hardships of life. Even if she could only be Lu Tingfeng's mistress, she would be willing. In that case, perhaps she could get rid of her current life of having to please rich people every day, and live the life of a wealthy woman she had always dreamed of. Chapter 25. Open your mouth, Aunt Xia will feed you. After buying the luxury car and getting the license plate, Mu Yuding jumped up excitedly. She kissed Lu Tingfeng on the cheek with a bright smile, then couldn't wait to get in the car and try it out. Although Mu Yuding claimed she had just gotten her driver's license, her driving skills were very proficient, clearly with a lot of experience, just like a seasoned veteran. Ting Ting, isn't your home in Linhai City? Why don't you drive the car home first? If you're not feeling too confident, I can have Uncle Zhang Yi find someone to drive it back for you. Lu Tingfeng suggested with concern. Mu Yuding quickly shook her head, indicating she didn't need any help. She said with a smile, no need, brother, I'm fine on my own, and I'm wearing flats today. After saying goodbye to Lu Tingfeng, Mu Yuding drove off in the brand new Rolls-Royce Cullinan, loaded with designer clothes and cosmetics, heading happily towards her home. After watching Mu Yuding's car disappear into the distance, Lu Tingfeng lowered his head and looked at his watch. 2:10 p.m. It's still early, the welcome party doesn't start until tonight. Aunt Xia's place seems to be nearby, and I haven't been to her house yet. It's been half a month, if I don't go see her, she might just suffocate me to death next time we meet. Lu Tingfeng first went to the school to visit Sister Lang, and after spending some time with her, he called Xia Jinghe to say he was going to visit. Xia Jinghe was overjoyed to hear this, her face beaming with a happy smile. Tingfeng, drive slowly on the road, don't rush, and be sure to be safe. Aunt Xia, don't worry, I'll be careful. Lu Tingfeng responded gently. After hanging up the phone, Lu Tingfeng got into the car and told Zhang Yi the address. Uncle Zhang Yi, let's go. With his command, the car slowly started, heading towards the destination. After more than 20 minutes, Lu Tingfeng finally arrived at the residential area where Xia Jinghe lived. When he arrived at Xia Jinghe's villa, Lu Tingfeng gently rang the doorbell. Xia Jinghe saw through the outside camera that it was Lu Tingfeng, and a surge of unspeakable joy welled up in her heart. She quickly and happily opened the door. Although Lu Tingfeng had called her before coming, she was still surprised and moved when she saw him in person. Xiaofeng, you finally come to see Auntie, I thought you had forgotten about me. Xia Jinghe said excitedly, her voice trembling slightly. As she spoke, this graceful and beautiful young woman quickly stepped forward and hugged Lu Tingfeng tightly. Her eyes were full of affection, her warm gaze seeming to melt everything. At this moment, Xia Jinghe still hadn't given up the idea of adopting Lu Tingfeng as her godson, and her love for him was overflowing. Lu Tingfeng gently patted Xia Jinghe's back. Through the thin clothing, he could feel her warm and soft skin. He whispered, Aunt Xia, how could I ever forget you? Xiaofeng has always been thinking of you. His voice was gentle and kind, like a spring breeze on the lake. As he spoke, Lu Tingfeng secretly rejoiced that Aunt Xia was standing to greet him this time. If she had been sitting down and hugged him, he was afraid he would have been suffocated again. After all, Xia Jinghe was 167 centimeters tall, while Lu Tingfeng was a towering 179 centimeters, a clear height difference between the two. At this moment, Xia Jinghe, hugging Lu Tingfeng, could only rest her head on Lu Tingfeng's shoulder, a position that made Lu Tingfeng feel a little awkward, but he didn't want to push her away directly. After all, Aunt Xia liked him so much, and Lu Tingfeng didn't want to make her sad. Xiaofeng, don't stay outside, come in quickly. Xia Jinghe enthusiastically invited him, taking Lu Tingfeng's hand and walking towards the villa. This action surprised Lu Tingfeng, as he didn't remember Aunt Xia being such an enthusiastic person. He figured it was because she considered him her godson. However, since she was so hospitable, he couldn't refuse, so he followed Xia Jinghe into the villa. Upon entering, Lu Tingfeng noticed that the decor was extremely luxurious, clearly indicating that Xia Jinghe lived quite comfortably. Over the years, Xia Jinghe had made around 800 million yuan from selling her shares and started some small businesses. Although not large scale, she had still made some money. Now, her funds had accumulated to around 1 billion yuan. Of course, this was still incomparable to Aunt Yun, who managed assets worth trillions. But for ordinary people and small-time capitalists, this standard of living was quite considerable and enviable. Lu Tingfeng was being held tightly by Xia Jinghe's small hand, following closely behind her. Since it was Sunday and she didn't have to work, Xia Jinghe's attire was casual. She wore a brown camisole dress with exquisite patterns, designed quite conservatively, covering her upper body almost completely. The hem of the dress stopped a few centimeters above her knees, revealing sections of her fair, slender legs. She wore a pair of gray low-heeled sandals on her delicate feet. These details revealed Xia Jinghe as a rather traditional and conservative woman, but also one full of boundless love and affection for Lu Tingfeng, a well-behaved and sensible child who had lost his mother at a young age. After receiving Lu Tingfeng's call, Xia Jinghe had specially selected her favorite dress, the brown-fitted camisole dress with patterns. This fitted dress perfectly outlines Xia Jinghe's curvaceous figure, showcasing her mature feminine charm. Lu Tingfeng couldn't help but admire her inwardly. Among the many women he knew, Aunt Xia was undoubtedly the most imposing. No matter how hard he tried, he couldn't think of anyone who could compare to her. Even his favorite Aunt Yun and that little imp-like cold sister were a notch below Aunt Xia. After reaching the living room, Xia Jinghe pulled Lu Tingfeng to sit on the sofa. Recently, I also asked your Aunt Yun about some of your preferences. She told me that you like grapes and braised abalone the most. You've probably already had lunch, but next time you come, Auntie will make braised abalone for you. Let's eat some grapes today. As she spoke, Xia Jinghe took a bunch of grapes from a plate that had been placed on the table. She slowly plucked a grape from the bunch, peeled its skin, and lovingly brought it to Lu Tingfeng's lips. Little Feng, open your mouth, let Auntie feed you. Chapter 26, Xia Jinghe's kindness. Seeing Xia Jinghe's face full of loving kindness as she used her slender, jade-like fingers to hold a peeled purple grape to his lips, Lu Tingfeng was deeply touched. In all his years, besides Aunt Yun, no elder had ever looked at him with such a kind gaze. Seeing the overflowing affection in Xia Jinghe's eyes, Lu Tingfeng couldn't bear to hurt her feelings. Being with Lu Tingfeng made Xia Jinghe feel very warm, and her cheeks flushed slightly. Xia Jinghe secretly told herself to stay calm, but the images in her mind kept surfacing, making her feel flustered. She took a deep breath, trying hard to calm herself. Xia Jinghe, oh, Xia Jinghe, you must stay calm, she said to herself, hoping to suppress the impulse within. Having made up her mind, Xia Jinghe continued to peel the grapes one by one and feed them to Lu Tingfeng. Each touch made her heart race, and she had to try her best to hide her nervousness. Lu Tingfeng didn't notice anything unusual about Xia Jinghe. He only thought that Aunt Xia was being incredibly kind to him, making him feel very happy. As time passed, Xia Jinghe gradually adapted to this feeling. Although she still felt a little turbulent inside, she began to enjoy this warm moment. She hoped that through this, she could slowly walk into Lu Tingfeng's heart and become someone he truly trusted. Aunt Xia, you're so kind, many people must pursue you usually. As Xia Jinghe fed Lu Tingfeng the grapes, Lu Tingfeng shifted his gaze to Xia Jinghe's fair arm. Because her family wasn't short of money, Xia Jinghe's arm wasn't very slender, but it was very fair and quite beautiful. Because the owner of that fair arm was usually well nourished, its length and width formed a perfect ratio. Moreover, Xia Jinghe's figure was also very good. Basically no one was more perfect than her. Hearing Lu Tingfeng's praise, a happy smile also appeared on Xia Jinghe's mature, beautiful face. Little Feng, don't try to make Aunt Xia happy on purpose. Aunt is 39 years old, doesn't she know her own situation? As long as you come and keep Aunt company often, I'm already very happy. Xia Jinghe gently pinched Lu Tingfeng's nose with her slender, fair fingers, her eyes filled with doting affection. Lu Tingfeng looked at Xia Jinghe's beautiful, moving smile and couldn't help but feel a warmth in his heart. He knew that Xia Jinghe's care and attention towards him were sincere. Although they weren't related by blood, the emotions between them seemed to have become inseparable without either of them realizing it. Lu Tingfeng gently took Xia Jinghe's hand and said with a smile, Aunt Xia, I'm not trying to make you happy. I'm telling you the truth, you really are very beautiful, and your figure is also fantastic. Xia Jinghe listened to Lu Tingfeng's sincere words, and the smile on her face became even brighter. She gently patted Lu Tingfeng's head and said, Little Feng, you're such a sweet talker. But Aunt is old, how can I be as charming as those young and beautiful girls in your school? Lu Tingfeng quickly shook his head and said, Aunt Xia isn't old at all, you look as young as if you were in your 20s. Moreover, you have a unique aura that makes people feel especially warm. Most importantly, Aunt Xia doesn't have any wrinkles on her face, you really look like a young girl. If Aunt Xia put on a school uniform, many college students would definitely pursue you. Xia Jinghe was amused by Lu Tingfeng's words and laughed. She thought this little guy was getting better and better at talking. However, she also understood that these were just a child's innocent and naive words. But this purity and kindness made her feel extremely precious. In this moment, Xia Jinghe felt an unprecedented happiness. She discovered that the beauty in life didn't require excessive material possessions. Sometimes, a simple compliment could bring satisfaction and joy. And this adorable little guy in front of her was the angel who brought her this beauty. You little one, you really have a sweet tongue. No wonder Wan Yun likes you so much. It's just a pity that Auntie didn't meet you sooner. Otherwise, it would definitely be Auntie Xia who accompanied you as you grew up. Upon hearing this, Lu Tingfeng tightened his grip on Xia Jinghe's hand. Auntie Xia, it's not too late now. I'm still a child, just starting university. When I graduate, I'll be considered an adult. I'll definitely come visit you more often and let you be with me as I grow up. Xia Jinghe was deeply moved by Lu Tingfeng's words. She pulled him into her arms, letting him rest his head on her shoulder. Then, with her hands gently embracing him, she spoke softly. Xiao Feng, can Auntie have a special nickname for you, just like your Auntie Yun? Lu Tingfeng tried his best to keep his voice calm, but his heart was surging with emotion. Auntie Xia, when I saw the way you looked at me, I knew you really cared about me. I really couldn't bear to reject you, and I couldn't bear to make you sad either. You can call me whatever you want. I'll accept it no matter what and won't refuse, Lu Tingfeng replied with a smile, his heart filled with gratitude and respect for Xia Jinghe. At the same time, he keenly noticed a faint fragrance, the unique scent emanating from Xia Jinghe, a fragrance that made him feel comfortable and relaxed. Just as a wave of emotion washed over Xia Jinghe, she noticed that this little guy seemed particularly interested in the perfume she was wearing. Sweetheart, do you like scents a lot? Auntie has a lot of perfumes from this brand. If you want some, Auntie will go get them for you. Lu Tingfeng gently got up, moving out of Xia Jinghe's embrace and looking at her firmly. Xia Jinghe's face was still slightly flushed, but her eyes held a hint of doubt and curiosity. Auntie Xia, it's not just that I like this fragrance. It's only when it's on Auntie Xia that I find it special, that's why I like it. Lu Tingfeng explained earnestly, his eyes clear and pure, without a trace of impurity. Xia Jinghe was slightly stunned, her heart couldn't help but flutter a little. Although the little guy's words were innocent, they brought her a strange warmth and closeness. Auntie Xia, can I hug you again? Lu Tingfeng spoke his thoughts. Auntie Xia was just too beautiful, he couldn't help but want to hug her more. Xia Jinghe's face instantly turned scarlet. She had never imagined the little guy would say such direct words, and for a moment, she didn't know how to respond. Her heart raced uncontrollably, as if bound by an invisible force. Her eyes flickered uncertainly, not daring to meet Lu Tingfeng's gaze, and she inwardly berated herself. How could she be so flustered by such a little guy? Chapter 27. The soft-hearted Xia Jinghe. At this moment, Xia Jinghe's heart was in a fierce struggle. On one hand, she didn't want to disappoint Lu Tingfeng, but on the other hand, she felt it wasn't appropriate and would easily set a bad example for him. After a fierce internal battle, Xia Jinghe still thought she should refuse Lu Tingfeng's request, even though it would make the little guy sad. However, when she saw Lu Tingfeng's expectant and eager eyes, her heart instantly softened, and she couldn't bear to refuse him directly. Therefore, Xia Jinghe decided to handle the matter in a roundabout way. She gently stroked Lu Tingfeng's head and said softly, "Baby, women shouldn't hug men casually, and I'm just your aunt, so it's not really appropriate. But, if you are willing to acknowledge me as your godmother, our relationship will become closer. At that time, if you still want to hug me, of course you can. After all, if Aunt Xia becomes your elder, there won't be so many things to worry about." Lu Tingfeng listened to Xia Jinghe's words, feeling like what she said made some sense, but not entirely correct. He held Xia Jinghe's hand tightly, shook it gently, and said seriously, "Aunt Xia, what you said is very reasonable but not entirely correct." Hearing Lu Tingfeng's words, Xia Jinghe was slightly startled and asked with confusion in her heart, "Baby, where did Auntie go wrong?" Lu Tingfeng replied with a serious face, "Aunt Xia, it doesn't necessarily have to be that way." Lu Tingfeng's tone was firm and sincere, moving people. Xia Jinghe's eyes flashed with surprise, seeming very surprised by Lu Tingfeng's statement. But Lu Tingfeng didn't stop and continued, "You are an aunt I respect very much in my heart, and in my heart, you are my elder. Therefore, I hope you can treat me like your own junior and guide me to grow." Lu Tingfeng's words were like a gentle spring breeze, warming people's hearts and making ripples in Xia Jinghe's heart. She looked quietly at the young boy in front of her, her heart filled with emotion. "And you just called me baby, which means you regard me as a very important junior in your heart. Since that's the case, then don't you have a responsibility to guide me?" Lu Tingfeng's gaze was incredibly sincere, as if expressing the truest thoughts in his heart. Xia Jinghe was somewhat moved by Lu Tingfeng's words. She felt that what Lu Tingfeng said seemed very reasonable, but she still couldn't completely accept Lu Tingfeng's request. After all, in her mind, no one except her husband and son could touch her body casually. This was not only a constraint but also a principle she had adhered to from childhood, an unchangeable idea formed through education. During her time in Linhai City, Xia Jinghe had seen many open-minded and bold young people, but she still needed time to adapt to and understand Lu Tingfeng's request. If Lu Tingfeng were willing to recognize her as his godmother, then he would be her godson, and it wouldn't be anything to hug him. In that case, it wouldn't be a loss of chastity. But why was he unwilling? Could it be that he looked down on her, this old, fading aunt? Thinking this, an uncontrollable sadness surged in Xia Jinghe's heart. "Baby, are you so unwilling to recognize Aunt Xia as your godmother? Is Aunt Xia really that unbearable in your heart?" As Xia Jinghe spoke, her eyes were filled with disappointment and sadness, as if she couldn't believe what was happening before her eyes. Tears began to swirl in her eyes, but she stubbornly held them back from falling. At the same time, Xia Jinghe's voice became trembling and choked, as if each word carried endless pain. This made the whole atmosphere heavy, causing a pang of heartache. Seeing Aunt Xia like this, Lu Tingfeng was also extremely anxious. He tightly grasped Xia Jinghe's hand, slightly increasing the pressure, trying to convey some strength and comfort to her. "Aunt Xia, please don't be sad. Seeing you like this, I'll also be heartbroken. It's not that you're unimportant to me that I don't acknowledge you, quite the opposite. It's precisely because you're too important to me that I don't want to use the term godmother to restrict our relationship. Godmother is just a formal title, but Aunt Xia, you're my true family. In my heart you're my real aunt. If I acknowledge you, it means there'll be an extra God word in our relationship, but that's not what I want. I hope our feelings can be pure, real, without any impurities. Aunt Xia, you must believe, your position in my heart is very high, you're truly very, very important to me. Please don't be sad anymore, okay?" Lu Tingfeng's voice was full of sincerity and determination. He hoped his words could make Xia Jinghe understand his innermost thoughts. At this moment, he just wanted Aunt Xia to smile again, no longer troubled by worries. Hearing Lu Tingfeng's explanation, Xia Jinghe was completely relieved, a stunning smile reappearing on her mature and beautiful face. "So he didn't want to acknowledge me as his godmother for this reason." Originally, she thought Lu Tingfeng looked down on her, but it turned out it was because he liked her too much that he didn't want to acknowledge her as his godmother. Then, she also thought that her darling had lived with her good friend, Guan Yun, for 16 years and had never called her godmother, but rather called her Aunt Yun. At first, Xia Jinghe had been a little puzzled about this, but now she finally understood. It turned out they were worried that using the word God would create distance between them. Having figured this out, Xia Jinghe no longer dwelled on the matter of acknowledging Lu Tingfeng as her godson. She felt it was better to continue being Lu Tingfeng's real aunt. Now, even if Lu Tingfeng knelt down and begged her to be his godmother, Xia Jinghe would absolutely not agree. The thought of this adorable little guy liking her so much filled Xia Jinghe's heart with sweetness. A captivating smile bloomed once again on her mature and beautiful face. Darling, Aunt Xia misunderstood you, made you sad and upset. I'm so sorry. Seeing Xia Jinghe finally put her worries aside, Lu Tingfeng also breathed a sigh of relief. He quickly shook his head and said, Aunt Xia, you don't need to apologize to me. As long as you can be happy and cheerful, I'm content. Aunt Xia, can I hug you now? Chapter 28. Xia Jinghe's inner warmth. Hearing Lu Tingfeng make such a request again, Xia Jinghe's heart began to race. Her mature, beautiful face flushed a rosy red like the newly risen sun. But this time, unlike before, there was no resistance in her heart, but rather a hint of joy. My baby wants to hug me so much, he must like me a lot. Wouldn't he be like this with other girls? Thinking of this, Xia Jinghe felt a flicker of worry. If that were the case, then she, as his favorite aunt and elder, really needed to teach him some knowledge about this. She must guide him properly to prevent him from developing unhealthy ideas and going astray. Baby, Auntie agrees, but you must not have such thoughts about other people in the future. Do you understand? Hearing Xia Jinghe's words, Lu Tingfeng's eyes instantly lit up. Auntie Xia, are you serious? He looked at Xia Jinghe excitedly, his eyes sparkling. Of course, it's true. When has Auntie Xia ever lied to you? But you have to understand, Auntie is doing this to teach you and help you understand this kind of knowledge. After understanding, you must establish correct values and never become obsessed with this feeling to harass other girls, let alone go astray. Xia Jinghe smiled gently, then, feeling extremely shy, glanced at Lu Tingfeng. Lu Tingfeng nodded firmly. Auntie Xia, don't worry, I will definitely not go astray. Auntie Xia, can we start learning now? Xia Jinghe nodded gently, her voice almost inaudible. But Auntie is doing this all to help you learn. You mustn't think too much about it. Auntie Xia, don't worry, it's all for learning. I won't think too much about it. After Lu Tingfeng finished speaking, Xia Jinghe nodded slightly. Then, through their eye contact, Xia Jinghe sat on the sofa and slowly opened her arms. Xia Jinghe gently closed her eyes, feeling Lu Tingfeng's soft embrace, a faint blush appearing on her face. I really hope I can hug Auntie Xia every day. Auntie Xia's embrace is so warm. Xia Jinghe couldn't help but blush and playfully scold, you little rascal, you're so greedy. How can Auntie Xia have time to be with you every day? Lu Tingfeng chuckled, not saying anything, his arms tightening around her. Xia Jinghe's heart began to race a little faster. This feeling was really nice, making Xia Jinghe feel very warm. Xia Jinghe's breathing also gradually became uneven, but she did not push Lu Tingfeng away. She knew that this was a necessary part of Lu Tingfeng's growth, and if she didn't guide him correctly in advance, he might very well go down the wrong path because of it. Xia Jinghe had enough confidence in her charm. After she had taught Lu Tingfeng, he shouldn't have any major emotional fluctuations when faced with the low-level temptations of other women. This way, she could feel at ease letting her baby face the temptations of those flitting butterflies outside and focus on being her, Xia Jinghe's, good boy. She was willing to give him enough time to hug her so that in the future when he encountered such situations he could face such temptations with a normal attitude. After a while, Xia Jinghe felt that she had taught him enough and decided to ask Lu Tingfeng to let go of her. You little one, you act like you'll never grow up. Lu Tingfeng smiled and replied gently, in Auntie Xia's eyes, aren't I just a child who will never grow up? Hearing Lu Tingfeng say this, Xia Jinghe suddenly didn't know how to respond, her heart feeling a little flustered. Lu Tingfeng gently inhaled the scent of Xia Jinghe's hair. And Xia Jinghe was trying her best to suppress the shyness deep in her heart, trying to keep herself calm. For a moment, the room was filled with a tranquil and peculiar atmosphere. Sweetheart, if this continues, Auntie might not be able to resist hugging you tightly and giving you a kiss. Xia Jinghe's voice was soft, each word like a sweet candy melting in the air, intoxicating those who heard it. Her eyes sparkled with an irrepressible light, a complex emotion interwoven with shyness and anticipation. Xia Jinghe gently bit her lip, seemingly trying to restrain herself, but the corners of her mouth unconsciously turned upwards, revealing the joy in her heart. Her fingers lightly caressed the hem of her skirt, as if trying to calm her restless heart. In the end, Xia Jinghe still restrained her impulse, only looking at Lu Tingfeng with gentle eyes, hoping he wouldn't embarrass her too much. Lu Tingfeng also understood the tension in Xia Jinghe's words and lightly released his arms. I'm sorry, Auntie Xia, it's just that your embrace is too warm, like that of a family member. Lu Tingfeng said sincerely. Hearing this, Xia Jinghe's face flushed crimson. It's okay, sweetheart, I don't blame you. I'm really happy you came to your senses in time, Xia Jinghe said softly. Just now, she was a little worried that Lu Tingfeng would be greedy for this warmth and keep hugging her. Fortunately, Lu Tingfeng finally restrained himself, which made Xia Jinghe feel very relieved. Luckily, her sweetheart finally came to his senses and didn't do anything that would disappoint her. Xia Jinghe was extremely gratified now. Sure enough, her sweetheart loved his aunt. Even if he longed for something more, he would give it up for her feelings. Thinking of this, Xia Jinghe's mood became particularly cheerful, and a smile unconsciously appeared on her face. Now, the relationship between the two seemed to be developing in a special direction. Xia Jinghe sighed softly, her heart starting to ponder future possibilities. I must manage my emotions. As his aunt, I must guide Xiaofeng properly. After all, we're 21 years apart. This kind of relationship is indeed a bit embarrassing. But as long as I can control myself, maybe everything can still work out. However, what if one day she really couldn't suppress her inner emotions? Xia Jinghe fell into deep thought, the entanglement in her heart making her feel extremely pained. Forget it, if that day really comes, let nature take its course. Xia Jinghe muttered softly to herself, a trace of helplessness and inexplicable anticipation flashing in her eyes. When Lu Tingfeng left, two cleaning ladies in the neighborhood began to whisper to each other. Isn't that young man coming from the villa where that beautiful and wealthy woman lives? Yes, I heard her daughter is in college. At this time, her daughter should be at school. No wonder, that young man is also not bad. Could it be that they were in the villa? Thinking of the short videos about rich women raising pretty young men they had seen on Douyin, the two cleaning ladies were shocked speechless. The plot from the short videos was actually happening in front of their eyes. This is too crazy. Ah, the world of the rich is not something we can understand. Let's get back to work. I have to pick up my grandson from kindergarten later. Last week, the teacher told me that little rascal insisted on having a female classmate be his girlfriend. Kids these days are really not making life easy. Hearing the other woman's words, her colleague was also shocked. Sister, your grandson is really something. You won't have to worry about great-grandsons in the future. Chapter 29 Little Thing. Su Wanwan Lu Tingfeng chatted with Xia Jinghe for a while, holding her jade hand, before leaving. It wasn't that he didn't want to be with Aunt Xia immediately, but he knew very well that Xia Jinghe was a rather traditional person. He needed to subtly change her thinking through daily interactions, allowing her to gradually shift her mindset. He needed to let her get used to the feeling of having him by her side. Only then could Xia Jinghe let go of all her worries and be wholeheartedly with him. I must come here to accompany Aunt Xia more often in the future. Her daughter is away at school all year round. She must be very lonely and hopes that someone can keep her company. After returning to school, Lu Tingfeng went straight back to his dormitory. The dormitories at University A were all four-person rooms. Besides Lu Tingfeng, one of the remaining three was Li Shangyang. The other two were strangers. When it was time for dinner, under Li Shangyang's boasting, Lu Tingfeng treated the dorm to a group meal. During the meal, the two roommates were dazzled. Things that flew in the sky, crawled on the ground, swam in the sea, burrowed underground, all kinds of wild delicacies from the mountains were available. The bill also gave them a shock. It clearly stated, a total of 36,456 yuan. In the end, Lu Tingfeng successfully gained two godson. One named Zhao Liang and the other named Jin Ming. After dinner, it was soon time for the welcoming party. Before Lu Tingfeng even arrived, in an inconspicuous spot, Su Ruanwan was chatting animatedly with her roommate. Ruanwan, have you heard? There's a freshman in our finance class 1 this year named Lu Tingfeng. A friend of mine who went to City No. 1 high school told me he's a bully. Ah? Su Ruanwan looked at her friend Song Jiayi in surprise, not understanding why she suddenly brought up this person. You must stay away from him when you see him. Someone as fair-skinned and tender and small and soft as you, he could pick you up with one hand and throw you into the school's artificial pond to feed the fish. Song Jiayi said with a frown, her face filled with worry. Su Ruanwan blinked, finding this statement a bit exaggerated, but still nodded to show she understood. And I heard he specifically bullies pretty girls. Someone as pure and angel-like as you, a school belle, will definitely be targeted by him. Song Jiayi continued, her tone becoming more serious. Su Ruanwan touched her face, feeling a hint of unease in her heart. She knew she was pretty, but had never thought it would cause her trouble. Really? Then what should I do? Su Ruanwan asked a bit fearfully. Don't worry, as long as we are careful and try not to come into contact with him. If he targets you, then you're just unlucky. Who told you to be so pure and cute? Song Jiayi comforted her. Hearing her best friend Song Jiayi's words, Su Ruanwan's heart jolted. Her round eyes widened like copper bells, her small mouth forming a circle. She looked at her in shock and stammered, Jiayi, you're saying this a bit late? Song Jiayi frowned slightly in confusion, her pretty eyes blinking, and asked curiously, what do you mean? Su Ruanwan's little face was crumpled, looking dejected. She slumped onto the table, drooping her head, and said listlessly, I think I've already provoked him. Hearing the little thing Su Ruanwan's words, Song Jiayi was speechless, rolling her eyes and couldn't help but complain. Su Ruanwan, you're usually so well behaved, so why do you always cause trouble at crucial times? Su Ruanwan raised her head, looking at Song Jiayi pitifully, and asked in a soft voice, Jiayi, what should I do? Song Jiayi sighed helplessly, rubbed her temples, and said, it's hard to say, but I think you should try to avoid him. Do you think your situation is salvageable? The little thing lay on the table, cheeks puffed out, and shook her head, muttering, it's unsalvageable. I took a ride with him and didn't pay. Upon hearing this, Song Jiayi's face immediately darkened. Her eyes widened as she said in disbelief, Su Ruanruan, you really have some nerve, daring to ride in the bully's car without paying? The little thing raised her head, her soft voice ringing out, I gave him my contact information. Didn't you tell me that a girl's contact information is valuable? That should cover the fare, right? Song Jiayi put her hand to her forehead, a speechless expression on her face. Then, she gently took the little thing's hand, her eyes filled with sincerity and apology, and slowly said, I'm sorry, Ruanruan, it's all my fault. I'm the one who got you into this. Just then, Lu Tingfeng strode into the auditorium with steady steps. His sharp gaze instantly captured the little thing who rode without paying. And at this time, Su Ruanruan also felt Lu Tingfeng's gaze, and her heart tensed up. She anxiously tugged at Song Jiayi beside her. Jiayi, he's here. Who is? Song Jiayi asked in confusion. Lu Tingfeng. Su Ruanruan replied nervously. Song Jiayi's heart skipped a beat, and she followed Su Ruanruan's gaze. She also noticed the man exuding a powerful aura. Lu Tingfeng. Baby Ruanruan, you can only rely on your own good fortune. Although I did mislead you, ultimately, you're the one who rode without paying. Song Jiayi sighed helplessly. Although Su Ruanruan was a little scared, she still believed that Lu Tingfeng was a kind person. After all, yesterday Lu Tingfeng had become a ray of light when she needed help the most. Seeing Song Jiayi's worried look, Su Ruanruan gently took her hand, her lips curving into a sweet smile, and said softly, Jiayi, don't worry, he's not as bad as you think. Actually, he's quite kind. However, when Song Jiayi heard Su Ruanruan's words, she immediately felt the hair on her body stand on end. Her eyes widened, and she said with an incredulous expression, Girl, are you mistaken? How can you say a bully like him is kind? Although I have to admit he is indeed very handsome, now is really not the time to be infatuated. Just as the two were arguing, Lu Tingfeng had already strode to Su Ruanruan's side, then plopped down next to her. Immediately, a faint smile hung on his lips as he looked at Su Ruanruan gently and said, Student Su Ruanruan, it's been a while since we've seen each other. Today, Su Ruanruan was wearing a white shirt and a JK skirt. The shirt was slightly fitted, perfectly outlining her curvy figure. The hem of the skirt reached her knees, exposing two exquisite calves that looked like works of art. Added to her pure and alluring little face, she was irresistible. Hearing Lu Tingfeng speak, Su Ruanruan realized he was talking to her. But after hearing her best friend's stories of his illustrious deeds, the little thing no longer had the composure she had yesterday morning. Thinking of Lu Tingfeng possibly throwing her into the fish pond to feed the fish, she shivered all over. Student Lu Tingfeng, if you need me to pay the fare, I can pay you immediately, even double the fare is okay. No matter what, he gave her light when she needed it most. She, Su Ruanruan, could totally accept double the fare. Most importantly, she didn't want to be thrown into the pond to feed the fish. Lu Tingfeng had a faint smile playing on his lips, his eyes looking at the person before him with a hint of amusement as he slowly spoke, Little thing, you weren't calling me that yesterday. Hearing this, Su Ruanruan's mind instantly flashed back to what she had called Lu Tingfeng yesterday, and a tempting blush spread across her sweet face, as lovely and endearing as a ripe apple. Seeing this, Song Jiayi gritted her teeth in anger, her heart filled with resentment. How dare he bully their Ruanruan like this? It was simply despicable. Although she had cursed Lu Tingfeng 100 times in her heart, she knew that the man before her was not to be trifled with, so she forcefully suppressed her anger and put on a flattering smile. Big boss, our Ruanruan is still young and doesn't know any better. If she has accidentally offended you, please be magnanimous and don't hold it against her. We are willing to pay some extra fare as compensation. However, just at that moment, a gentle breeze wafted by, and a soft, melodious, and sweet voice reached Song Jiayi's ears, causing her to widen her eyes in surprise. Brother! Lu Tingfeng nodded in satisfaction upon hearing the voice. The little thing's voice was still so pleasing to the ear. He reached out and patted Su Ruanruan's small head. Good girl. At this moment, Song Jiayi also experienced the same feeling that Li Shangyang had. Watching this scene that was different from what she had imagined, Song Jiayi felt like a million grass mud horses were galloping through her heart. Su Ruanruan, your sister has you in her heart, and you're kicking your sister into a ditch. Are you going to treat your best friend like a monkey in a circus? Chapter 30, A Romantic Date with Mu Yuding. P.S. Brothers, please don't hoard the books after adding them to your shelves. The author asks for nothing but that you don't hoard the books. Lu Tingfeng looked at Su Ruanruan's fair face and the obedient look that appeared on her perfect, pretty face, and his heart itched. I really want to bully her a little, preferably devour her. At this moment, beautiful images kept flashing through Lu Tingfeng's mind. He couldn't help but imagine the scene of this well-behaved and soft little girl, dressed in a pure and sweet outfit, curled up in his arms and obediently calling him brother. Just thinking about that image, Lu Tingfeng felt that the world was truly wonderful. Looking at Lu Tingfeng, who was looking at her with a strange expression, Su Ruanruan blinked her bright eyes lightly, her voice as sweet as glutinous rice. Brother, are you feeling unwell? Is there anything I can help you with? She originally wanted to call Lu Tingfeng classmate but suddenly thought of the fish pond in the school square and immediately changed the classmate that was on the tip of her tongue to brother. This voice also brought Lu Tingfeng back to his senses and he chuckled, "I do need your help but not now." Hearing this, Su Ruanwan couldn't help but feel a little puzzled and she tilted her head and asked, "Then when will you need it?" Lu Tingfeng raised the corners of his mouth slightly, a sly look flashing in his eyes. "I will naturally tell you when the time comes." At this time, Song Jiayi had a strange look on her face. According to the information she had received, Lu Tingfeng was a very cold-blooded person. It was said that in high school, many girls confessed to him and wrote love letters, but he threw them all into the trash can. And many of the small thugs in the school had been dealt with by him, and he was definitely the #1 bully on campus. But the Lu Tingfeng in front of her was actually so kind and gentle to Su Ruanwan. "I didn't expect our Ruanwan to be so charming. If she can turn this Grim Reaper into her boyfriend, then wouldn't I be able to walk sideways in school in the future?" At the thought that she was about to transform from the oppressed to the oppressor, Song Jiayi giggled foolishly. This scene happened to be seen by Li Shangyang. Looking at Song Jiayi's silly smile, Li Shangyang muttered to himself with a look of disgust. "This chick looks quite pretty, but I didn't expect her to have a mental problem. She's a fool." Although Li Shangyang deliberately lowered his voice, he still couldn't escape the ears of Song Jiayi, who had scored full marks in her college entrance examination English listening test. "You're the fool. Your whole family is. What the heck? No way she can hear that." Li Shangyang was speechless. It was fine if she retaliated against him, but bringing his family into it was wrong. Immediately, Li Shangyang launched a counterattack again. A disdainful smile appeared on his face and the corners of his mouth curled up slightly as he said in a mocking tone, "I think you're like a chicken feather stuck on a bat, not a good bird." These words made the surrounding students burst into laughter and the atmosphere suddenly became relaxed and pleasant. However, these words angered Song Jiayi, who was standing beside him. She widened her eyes, looked at Li Shangyang with a face full of anger, and thought to herself, "How dare this guy say such things to me?" Song Jiayi, who always had the temper of a young miss, couldn't stand such anger. Her eyes were instantly filled with anger, like a volcano erupting. "You son of a gun, does she think I'm afraid of you?" Song Jiayi roared furiously. The anger in her heart was ignited, and it burst out uncontrollably. After speaking, she got up and prepared to pounce on Li Shangyang, but was stopped by Su Ruanwan, who was beside her. "Jiayi, don't lower yourself to his level. He even dragged brother to fight yesterday. I'll advise brother to stay away from him. Don't let him make you angry." Hearing this, the corners of Li Shangyang's mouth twitched. It seemed that the identity of this villain could not be taken off. Seeing Song Jiayi break free from Su Ruanwan's grip on her arm, Li Shangyang quickly jumped up from his seat, preparing to run. Thus, a chase began in the classroom, the two of them exchanging verbal attacks while playing a joyful game of tag. It wasn't until Counselor Lang Bingning arrived at the welcome ceremony hall that their chase was forced to stop. During the welcoming gala, Lang Bingning kept making eye contact with Lu Tingfeng. Su Ruanwan, sitting next to Lu Tingfeng, also noticed the scene very carefully. She looked curiously at Teacher Lang and then at Lu Tingfeng, secretly pondering their relationship. Finally, she couldn't help but ask, "Brother, do you know Teacher Lang?" Hearing Su Ruanwan's question, Lu Tingfeng smiled slightly, a hint of gentleness flashing in his eyes. He replied softly, "Teacher Lang is my older sister, though not by blood, she's closer than a real sister." These words surprised Su Ruanwan a little, but also made her understand why Lang Bingning kept looking at Lu Tingfeng. Li Shangyang also nodded in agreement from the side. Song Jiayi's eyes lit up again. If Su Ruanwan could win over Lu Tingfeng, wouldn't that mean she, Song Jiayi, wouldn't have to worry about failing any courses for all 4 years of college? Thinking of this, Song Jiayi couldn't help but smile excitedly. "Wow, this is just too great. I must protect Ruanwan well, absolutely cannot let anyone who has designs on the big boss's little lamb get close to her." After the welcoming gala, Lu Tingfeng went straight back to his dorm, but he found that he was a bit unaccustomed to the living environment. So, he decided to rent an upscale apartment near the school's main gate. Eventually, he found a satisfactory place, a 2-bedroom, 1 living room, 1 kitchen suite with a double bed, and signed a 4-year lease with the landlord, paying all the rent up front. Lying on the soft bed, Lu Tingfeng felt unprecedented comfort. He sighed, "It's still the most comfortable to sleep in a room alone, it would be even better if Aunt Yun were here too." With that, he closed his eyes and drifted into sleep. The next day, after finishing a full day of major classes, Lu Tingfeng couldn't wait to go with Mu Yuting to the luxurious presidential suite they had pre-booked at a 5-star couple's hotel. Upon entering, the black silk stocking campus belle was stunned by the beauty before her, her mouth hanging open. This suite was a circular design, located at the very top of the hotel's 30-something floors. The quarter-circle wall on the north side was a very sturdy glass wall. From inside, one could clearly see the beautiful scenery of the coastal city of Linhai. But from the outside, even if one pressed their face against the glass, they couldn't see what was inside. The room was filled with all sorts of precious decorations, and even the bed was a flower bed suspended from the ceiling by sturdy colored steel wires. Looking around, a flower bed composed of 7 different colored petals came into view. If she, Mu Yuding, were to sleep on it, it would be as if she had become a blossoming flower, and she herself was the pistil of that beautiful flower. At that moment, she would become the core of this flower. One could even say the whole world would revolve around her. Thinking of this, the campus belle wearing black stockings suddenly became incredibly excited. She had never imagined that she would be able to sleep in such a luxurious bed in her lifetime. Mu Yuding excitedly kissed Lu Tingfeng on the cheek and said coquettishly, "Brother, you're so romantic, I absolutely adore you." Lu Tingfeng tightly hugged Mu Yuding's slender waist, a slight smile playing on his lips. "As long as you like it, Ting, that's enough." Mu Yuding was well aware that in this place filled with warmth and romance, she was about to offer her precious self to the man who held such an important place in her heart. Mu Yuding's heart raced, and she felt an unprecedented mix of nervousness and excitement. She knew that this decision would be a turning point in her life, but she didn't hesitate for a moment, because she knew this man she had chosen would be her safe harbor, the strong arm she could rely on no matter when. Chapter 31, Senior Sister Really Likes PS. Please jump to chapter 31.5 of the work and Gu on the homepage after finishing this chapter. Seeing the undisguised joy on Mu Yuding's beautiful face, Lu Tingfeng smiled lightly as well. Immediately, he closed the door, locked it from the inside, and then picked up a black-stockinged school beauty in a princess carry. "Princess Ting, shall I carry you to the flower bed?" Hearing Lu Tingfeng call her princess, the blush on Mu Yuding's face instantly spread. When she was little, she used to watch period dramas and fantasize about becoming a princess one day, marrying her beloved prince. However, as she grew older, she became increasingly aware of the hardships of life, and that being able to live an ordinary and happy life was already a very difficult thing. Her previous 2 boyfriends had approached her simply because they were attracted to her figure and beauty. They were not only stingy when spending money on her, but even when they were with her, they were often absent-minded and would even call out other women's names. Luckily, she was vigilant enough and didn't let those unscrupulous men take too much advantage. Now, she had met someone who was both willing to spend money on her and was wholeheartedly devoted to her, with his eyes only on her when they were together. She felt like she was the happiest girl in the world at that moment. "Brother, I want to be your little princess forever." Mu Yuding finished speaking and buried her head directly into Lu Tingfeng's chest, not daring to look at him. Lu Tingfeng's lips curled up, revealing a gentle smile, and he asked softly, Ting, you haven't answered my question yet?" Mu Yuding blinked her big eyes and asked with some confusion, "What question?" A trace of cunning flashed in Lu Tingfeng's eyes as he said with a smile, "Are you willing to let me carry you to the flower bed?" Hearing this question, Mu Yuding's face instantly turned crimson, and she gently rubbed her head against Lu Tingfeng's chest, beginning to act coyly. "Bad brother, aren't you asking the obvious? I don't want to answer you." Lu Tingfeng gently sniffed Mu Yuding's soft, long hair, feeling the faint fragrance emanating from her body, his heart filled with joy and contentment. Ting, if you don't answer, how will I know if you're willing or not?" Lu Tingfeng deliberately teased Mu Yuding, his eyes sparkling with doting affection. "I'm the kind of person who least likes to force others to do things they don't want to." Lu Tingfeng looked at the girl in his arms and said earnestly. Mu Yuding bit her lip, feeling somewhat conflicted. If she didn't do what he said, she might really lose him. But she was still a little shy and hesitant. Ting, if you don't answer, then we'll have to cancel the room and go our separate ways. No matter what, you're the girl I like, I don't want to force you to do something you don't want to do, Lu Tingfeng continued, his tone tinged with helplessness. No! Hearing Lu Tingfeng say he was going to cancel the room, Mu Yuding instantly became nervous. She raised her head, her eyes revealing anxiety and reluctance. Seeming to realize her loss of composure, she quickly buried her head into Lu Tingfeng's chest, her small hand forming a small fist and gently pounding his other chest. "You bad junior, you just like to make me lose face like this, I really hate you," Mu Yuding said coquettishly, her voice tinged with shyness. Lu Tingfeng's lips curved upward slightly, feeling her cuteness and gentleness. He gently stroked her hair, his eyes full of doting affection. "Ting wants brother to carry me to the flower bed, is brother satisfied now?" When Mu Yuding said these words, it felt as if she had used up all the courage she had accumulated since she was a child. After speaking, Mu Yuding's face was as red as an apple, and she directly buried her entire face, as if afraid of being seen. If she missed this opportunity, she might never experience such a romantic house and date in her entire life. Most importantly, if she didn't dare to say those words because of her cowardice, and disappointed someone who loved her as much as she loved them, Mu Yuding would regret it for the rest of her life. It was precisely because she deeply loved the person before her that she was willing to set aside her pride as a campus belle and senior to actively please this junior who was so good to her. Lu Tingfeng tightly embraced Mu Yuding, feeling her warmth and softness, as if he was holding the whole world in his arms. My dear Tingting, your brother is going to carry you to the flower bed that belongs only to princesses, Lu Tingfeng said gently, his eyes sparkling with deep affection. From now on, you are my princess Tingting. His voice was full of doting and love. Mu Yuting nodded obediently, her cheeks flushed, very shy, and a little embarrassed to speak. Her eyes flickered with a light of happiness, as if she was surrounded by Lu Tingfeng's love. Lu Tingfeng carefully placed Mu Yuting on the flower bed and then gently held her wrist, gazing at her beautiful face. His eyes revealed a deep longing and desire, as if he wanted to keep her by his side forever. He slowly lowered his head, his lips gently touching Mu Yuting's red lips. Mu Yuting trembled slightly, responding to Lu Tingfeng's kiss. The black silk campus bell could only make sounds that she couldn't fully utter. Her heart was also beating faster and faster. 2 minutes later, Lu Tingfeng felt that Mu Yuting's breathing was a bit uneven, and she seemed to have some difficulty breathing. He reluctantly left her red lips, looking at her with concern. Cough cough. Brother, I'm about to be kissed until I can't breathe, Mu Yuting said, gently patting her chest and coughing a few times. A faint blush appeared on Mu Yuting's pale face, as delicate and charming as a blooming peach blossom. She lowered her head slightly, her eyes showing a hint of shyness, as lovable as a little deer. However, amidst that shyness, there was also a deep reliance and fondness for Lu Tingfeng. Lu Tingfeng looked at the delicate and lovable Mu Yuting in his arms, and couldn't help but laugh awkwardly, then scratched his head a little embarrassed. Hee Tingting, I'm really sorry, it's just that you're so beautiful and charming that I couldn't help but. His voice gradually lowered, and a thin blush also appeared on his face. Mu Yuting, seeing this, also giggled softly. I didn't expect my good junior to be shy too? What, are you mesmerized by your senior, feeling embarrassed? Weren't you very arrogant just now? Lu Tingfeng, hearing Mu Yuting call him junior, quickly understood and then quickly adjusted his mindset to get into character. Senior, I'm only 18 years old, now is the most youthful and vigorous time of my adolescence, I really like senior so much. Mu Yuting looked at Lu Tingfeng's pure pretending little boy appearance and wanted to laugh a little, but in order to give Lu Tingfeng a perfect senior image, she still held back. She reached out her slender hand and touched Lu Tingfeng's fluffy hair, teasing him in a delicate voice. You, this adolescent junior, do you especially like bunny girl seniors? Lu Tingfeng obediently nodded, senior is so smart. Lu Tingfeng secretly felt annoyed, he had actually overlooked such an important matter, if he had thought of these earlier, he wouldn't be in such a passive position now. He sighed helplessly, his heart filled with regret and self-blame. Just at this time, Mu Yuting noticed Lu Tingfeng's sigh, and a charming smile appeared on the corner of her lips, as if she had seen through Lu Tingfeng's inner thoughts. Then, she gently reached out and pulled the bag she had brought and placed aside to her front. As the bag was opened, Mu Yuting took something out of it. This made Lu Tingfeng's eyes widen instantly, a hint of surprise flashing in them. Mu Yuting noticed Lu Tingfeng's reaction, and the corners of her mouth couldn't help but curve upwards, revealing a satisfied smile. She knew she had successfully piqued his interest, which made her incredibly happy. So, good little junior, do you like it? Mu Yuting asked softly. Lu Tingfeng nodded without hesitation, excitedly saying, I love it so much. His voice revealed his fondness for the outfit. Tingting, I absolutely adore you. Lu Tingfeng's eyes were filled with undisguised affection and love, his voice laced with an indescribable doting tone. Lu Tingfeng couldn't help but pour out his heart to Mu Yuting, each word filled with deep love for her. After saying this, he could no longer suppress the impulse within him, eagerly moving toward Mu Yuting, his lips lightly touching hers. Just as Lu Tingfeng was about to succeed, Mu Yuting quickly extended a small, delicate, fair hand, perfectly blocking his lips. A playful light flickered in her eyes, and her lips curved slightly, revealing a charming and alluring smile. Silly big brother, wait a minute, Mu Yuting said coquettishly, her tone revealing an irresistible charm. Upon hearing this, Lu Tingfeng couldn't help but chuckle, a mischievous glint flashing in his eyes. He understood what Mu Yuting meant, nodding repeatedly in agreement. Seeing this, the smile on Mu Yuting's face became even brighter. She gracefully got up and went to a place where Lu Tingfeng couldn't see her, picked up the outfit she had prepared, and began to slowly change. The outfit seemed to be tailor-made for her, perfectly outlining her slender and graceful figure. These added a touch of hazy beauty to her, making her whole person exude a mysterious and captivating aura. Lu Tingfeng once again unhesitatingly pounced on Mu Yuting onto the bed, tightly holding her in his arms. He reached out his hands and gently stroked Mu Yuting's bunny ears, feeling their soft texture. A faint blush rose on Mu Yuting's face, her eyes tightly closed, seemingly enjoying Lu Tingfeng's intimate actions. Lu Tingfeng murmured softly, Tingting, you're so good to me. His voice revealed a sense of satisfaction and happiness. At this moment, Lu Tingfeng's heart was filled with pity for Mu Yuting, and he also looked forward to every moment he would spend with her in the future. Mu Yuting said sweetly in her heart, big brother is very good to me too, I just want to make you a little happier because of me. Hearing Mu Yuting's words, Lu Tingfeng didn't know how to respond to her love, he could only gently kiss her red lips. He poured all the words he wanted to say into this deep and affectionate kiss. Senior, do you like it? Junior, senior likes it very much. After that, everything was so natural and self-evident, unspoken. Chapter 32, Kainan Zhong Shinya. Time ticked away, and in the blink of an eye, 2 hours had passed. Through the glass wall, the bright moon could be seen hanging high in the night sky. Inside the room, the two were locked in a tight embrace, both immersed in slumber. The next morning, sunlight streamed through the window, illuminating the huge flower bed encircled by petals of 7 colors. Mu Yuting snuggled gently against Lu Tingfeng's chest, her face radiating happiness, a sweet smile playing on her lips. Brother, when are we going back to school? I have a class in the morning. Lu Tingfeng slightly raised his eyes, a gentle smile gracing his lips. He said softly, the school isn't far from here, only a 10-minute drive. And it's only a little after 6 o'clock, there's still time. Ting, let us rest for a little longer. As soon as the words left his mouth, Lu Tingfeng pulled Mu Yuting tightly into his arms, lowered his head, and gently kissed her soft lips. Brother, around 7:25, the two tidied themselves up and prepared to leave the room. Lu Tingfeng's gaze fell upon the flower bed, a profound feeling welling up in his heart. His affection for Mu Yuting grew ever stronger. As a highly professional bodyguard and driver, Zhang Yi had already arrived at the hotel entrance, waiting for them. Uncle Zhang Yi, could you speed up a little? We need to get to our morning classes. Lu Tingfeng requested. Understood, young master, rest assured. Zhang Yi nodded, turned the key, and the car sped away. Back at school, Mu Yuting gave Lu Tingfeng a quick kiss on the cheek, and like a little rabbit, she hopped off to the classroom where she had class that day. For the first time, Mu Yuting felt so happy before her early morning class. I didn't expect Senior Mu to have such an adorable side. Lu Tingfeng chuckled, then turned and left. After a day of classes, Lu Tingfeng got into the car, ready to return to his rented apartment. After a full day of classes on Tuesday, the third day of the semester, Lu Tingfeng felt somewhat tired. Young master, you look a bit weary, Zhang Yi asked with concern. Yeah, I'm a little tired after a whole day of classes, Lu Tingfeng sighed. But this is what university life is like, rich and fulfilling, Zhang Yi said with a smile. Yeah, it is indeed fulfilling, Lu Tingfeng nodded, secretly thinking that he needed to plan his future life better. Once back at his rented apartment, he took out his phone and dialed a familiar number. The phone was quickly answered, and Aunt Yun's familiar and warm voice came through the line. My dear, you're calling Aunt Yun so late, did something happen? Lu Tingfeng took a deep breath, trying to keep his voice calm. No, it's just that I suddenly missed you tonight. Aunt Yun chuckled softly. My dear, you can come back to see Aunt Yun anytime. By the way, are you used to living there? If not, just come back home. Anyway, our place isn't far from the school. Zhang Yi can drive you to school every day. Lu Tingfeng's nose stung, almost bringing him to tears, but he forced down the lump in his throat. Aunt Yun, I'm doing fine here. It's just sometimes I feel lonely, and I want to go home to see you. Hearing this, Aunt Yun's tone became tender. Oh my dear has grown up, knows how to miss home now. Why don't you come home for a night tomorrow? Aunt Yun misses you too. Aunt Yun will make some good food for you and have a good chat. A warm current surged in Lu Tingfeng's heart. Thank you, Aunt Yun, I really miss your cooking. Aunt Yun laughed. Ha, you little glutton, always thinking about food. It's okay, Aunt Yun will personally cook a big feast for you tomorrow, including your favorite braised abalone. I guarantee you'll be satisfied. Lu Tingfeng nodded, thinking of Tang Yao, that quirky little girl. Aunt Yun, has Yao Yao made you angry? Gu Wanyun chuckled softly, her voice gentle. Don't worry, Yao Yao is very sensible. She's been good after school and even comes out to give me a massage. If you don't come back soon, she'll take your place. Lu Tingfeng was slightly taken aback, that little girl dared to steal his job. Aunt Yun, I'll definitely go back to see you tomorrow night. Gu Wanyun hummed softly. Good boy, it's late, go to bed early. Okay, good night Aunt Yun. Good night, sweetie. After saying goodnight to each other, Lu Tingfeng reluctantly hung up the phone. After hanging up, Lu Tingfeng stared at the ceiling, slightly dazed. It's been 3 days since I saw Aunt Yun. I must go back tomorrow. Get some rest, you have an 8 AM class tomorrow. After finishing his classes on Wednesday morning, Lu Tingfeng looked at his schedule and found that his class had no afternoon courses. So, he quickly packed up and prepared to leave school. This time, he didn't ask Zhang Yi to pick him up, but chose to take a taxi himself, because he wanted to explore Linhai City and relax for a while. By 3 o'clock in the afternoon, Lu Tingfeng arrived at a beautiful park. The place was shaded with trees, the lake water was crystal clear, and the air was fresh and pleasant, making one feel refreshed and relaxed. He strolled through the park, enjoying the surrounding scenery and feeling the charm of nature. Just as he was immersed in the beautiful scenery, he suddenly heard an argument. Lu Tingfeng looked in the direction of the sound and saw a group of people gathered not far away. He walked closer and saw 5 or 6 fierce-looking thugs surrounding a fair-skinned, beautiful woman, pointing at her with menacing expressions. Lu Tingfeng took a closer look at the woman, a hint of surprise flashing through his mind. Isn't that Zhong Xinya, the mother of Zhang Chang, the senior high school student who picked a fight with me a few days ago? The beautiful Aunt Joan was pale with fear, her body trembling. She hugged her bag tightly, trying to protect her belongings and personal safety. But the thugs were ruthlessly pushing her, threatening to snatch her bag. During his high school years, although Lu Tingfeng had a few disagreements with Zhang Chang, he had a deep impression of his mother, Zhong Xinya. Every time he saw her interacting with others, she always had a friendly and kind smile, and even when faced with unfriendly behavior, she could maintain a gentle attitude. He remembered once, a female classmate's parent deliberately ostracized and targeted Zhong Xinya out of jealousy of her beauty, but she still treated her with courtesy and didn't hold it against her. Because of this, Lu Tingfeng had always thought that Zhong Xinya was a kind and gentle woman. Another time, he witnessed Zhong Xinya helping an elderly grandmother with mobility issues cross the road, and her kindness moved him deeply. What impressed him even more was that once a classmate's father, relying on his wealth, had bad intentions toward Zhong Xinya, and fortunately, he had stepped forward to help her out. Since then, the two had officially gotten to know each other. However, it had been more than half a year since then, and their contact had gradually faded, and who would have thought they would meet again here today? Although Zhang Chang would come out to disgust him from time to time, the kind Aunt Joan was innocent. He, Lu Tingfeng, would definitely not sit idly by and watch the kind Aunt Joan be bullied because of Zhang Chang's mistakes. When he saw this kind Aunt Joan being bullied, a sense of righteousness surged into his heart. He knew that now was the time for him to stand up and uphold justice. Chapter 33, Aunt Joan is bullied. Lu Tingfeng steps forward at this moment. A spirited young man in black casual wear flashed a sincere smile at Zhong Xinya, a smile with a hint of threat. Madam, I hope you can cooperate with us. We only want your money, not your body. I hope you are wise enough to know the situation. His companions also slowly approached Zhong Xinya, their eyes revealing greed and malice, like a pack of hungry wolves eyeing their prey. As they drew closer, they sized up Zhong Xinya's body with chilling gazes, especially her plump, mature, and alluring curves, which intensified the greed in their eyes. Although they claimed they only wanted money, Zhong Xinya knew very well that these people were far from kind. Their so-called, "we only want your money, not your body," was just an excuse to paralyze her. Once she handed over her money, what awaited her would probably be something even more terrible. Thinking of this, a sense of fear surged in Zhong Xinya's heart, and she gripped her handbag tightly, afraid that it would be snatched away. Zhong Xinya nervously watched the group of robbers in front of her, her heart filled with fear and helplessness. How she wished that her husband and son could appear beside her at this moment, protecting her from harm. However, reality was so cruel, and she could only face the crisis alone. Just then, a scene from 2 days ago suddenly flashed in Zhong Xinya's mind. She had witnessed her husband, Zhang Kong, embracing and kissing another woman. At that moment, her heart felt like it was being torn apart, the pain unbearable, as if the whole world had collapsed in an instant. Although Zhang Kong had repeatedly apologized to her afterwards and vowed never to find another woman, Zhong Xinya could not bring herself to forgive this man who had betrayed her. Zhong Xinya's heart was full of disappointment and pain. She couldn't help but recall her sacrifices and efforts over the years, which had led to such a heartless ending. She had devoted herself wholeheartedly to the family, but received no reward in return. Back then, Zhang Kong had gone to great lengths to pursue her, but Zhong Xinya had not liked him. However, she was eventually moved by his persistence and chose to spend her life with him, giving birth to their lovely son, Zhang Chang. Zhong Xinya's love for her son was boundless, and she poured all her love into him. But just yesterday, when she refused to give her son 100,000 yuan, Zhang Chang had called her a bad mother. In fact, it wasn't that Zhong Xinya was unwilling to spend money on her son, but that she was worried he would use the money to squander it with those delinquent youths and go down the wrong path. Now, at Zhong Xinya's most helpless and vulnerable moment, her husband had betrayed her, her son had abandoned her, and no one was willing to lend a hand. She felt endless loneliness and despair. "Don't come any closer. My husband is Zhang Kong," Zhong Xinya shouted hoarsely, her voice filled with despair and fear. The thug sneered, his tone full of sarcasm. "Zhang Kong, the owner of Kong Shang Group with a market value of hundreds of millions? Oh, I'm so scared." Then, with a smug expression, he continued, "Let me tell you the truth, Mrs. Zhang, your husband is suspected of stealing our company's copyright and has already been reported by our boss. He must have been taken to the police station for questioning now." Upon hearing this news, Zhong Xinya's body trembled violently, and she almost couldn't stand still. She widened her eyes, her face full of shock and fear. "Oh my God, my world is collapsing," she muttered to herself, her voice filled with despair and helplessness. Even though Zhang Kong had betrayed her, they were still a legal couple. Now that Zhang Kong had been arrested, she felt as if her heart was being cut by a knife. To make matters worse, Zhang Kong had not only gotten himself into trouble but had also left behind countless debts that she needed to repay. She felt that her future was bleak, and there was no hope to be found. The hooligan watched Zhong Xinya's reaction, secretly pleased. He deliberately lowered his voice, threatening, "Madam, if you are willing to cooperate with us, we only need to take the valuables the boss told us to get. Otherwise, bear the consequences yourself." His gaze was cold and ruthless, making people feel fear. Zhong Xinya's face turned as pale as paper, her lips trembling slightly, as if she wanted to say something but couldn't. If you don't cooperate, the boss said he will help you a little. Zhong Xinya's heart skipped a beat upon hearing this. Don't come over. Zhong Xinya's words had no deterrent effect on them. Just as several hooligans were about to make a move on Zhong Xinya, Lu Tingfeng walked over. Hey, you guys, isn't it a bit inappropriate to rob someone in broad daylight? You keep an eye on this beauty, the rest of us will deal with this kid first. Seeing this, they exchanged glances and swarmed towards Lu Tingfeng. Looking at Lu Tingfeng, Zhong Xinya also recalled that he was her son's high school classmate. It seemed he was called Lu Tingfeng, a particularly polite child. He had even helped her out when she was being harassed. She hadn't expected that this child would save her again when she felt most desperate. This child is so good, I wish he was my son. Thinking this, Zhong Xinya couldn't help but think of her son, Zheng Chang. Ah, if only Changzi was half as sensible as this child, I'd be content. A moment later, the hooligans scrambled away, leaving behind threats. Boy, you just wait, our boss will never let you off. Lu Tingfeng naturally didn't pay attention to such clownish words. He walked to Zhong Xinya and gave her a bright smile. Aunt Zhong, it's been a long time, do you still recognize me? When Zhong Xinya heard Lu Tingfeng's words, a kind, motherly smile appeared on her mature and beautiful face as she looked at Lu Tingfeng. It's little Feng, isn't it? Auntie remembers you, Changzi's high school classmate. You even helped Auntie once. I didn't expect you to save Auntie again this time. Lu Tingfeng's lips curled into a slight smile at her words. I'm happy to be able to help such a kind person like Aunt Zhong teach these hooligans a lesson, and since Zhang Chang and I are classmates, it's what I should do. Hearing Lu Tingfeng praise her beauty so directly, Zhong Xinya's face involuntarily flushed. He's just a young boy, yet his straightforward praise makes me feel inexplicably happy. Just as Zhong Xinya was imagining things, Lu Tingfeng spoke again, interrupting her thoughts. Aunt Zhong, why are you here alone? Aren't Uncle Zhang and Zhang Chang with you? Upon hearing this, Zhong Xinya thought of her unfaithful husband and the son who called her a bad mother. Struck again, Zhong Xinya's legs gave way and she was about to faint. Lu Tingfeng quickly went to support her. Feeling Lu Tingfeng's kindness, Zhong Xinya's heart was filled with warmth. Chapter 34. The heartbroken Zhong Xinya finds warmth at this moment. Zhong Xinya's heart was as chaotic as a tangled ball of yarn. Lu Tingfeng was supporting her so intimately. While she felt embarrassed, she also understood that his actions were out of kindness, intending to steady her. Recalling how she had nearly fainted, she realized that if it hadn't been for this child's timely assistance, she would have been lying on the ground by now. No matter what, deep down she actually quite enjoyed the feeling of being cared for and protected. However, considering she shouldn't set a bad example for a child in his adolescence, she resolutely asked him to let go. Xiaofeng, I'm much better now. You don't need to hold me anymore, Zhong Xinya said softly, feeling her face flush as if it could fry an egg. Upon hearing this, Lu Tingfeng hesitated slightly, his gaze shifting towards a nearby gazebo. Aunt Zhong, how about I escort you to that gazebo to rest for a bit? You seem upset, and I'm really worried, he said. I promise I'll let go of you once you're sitting down. Hearing these caring words, Zhong Xinya felt a prickling sensation in her nose. If her husband and son were half as considerate as this child in front of her, she wouldn't have fallen into such a state. Zhong Xinya sighed inwardly, a sense of loneliness washing over her. The thought that Lu Tingfeng, a person unrelated to her, always lent a helping hand at crucial moments, helping her through difficulties, made her reluctant to turn down his kindness. After all, Lu Tingfeng had helped her so many times, refusing his help again would seem ungrateful. Alright then, Xiaofeng. It's always you who shows up to save me at critical moments. I really don't know how to thank you, Zhong Xinya said gratefully, her eyes filled with sincerity. And also, Chang Zi. I remember you two had some small conflicts, yet you still came to save me, regardless of your own safety. I feel guilty, Zhong Xinya continued, a hint of shame on her face. The thought of her son always picking fights with Lu Tingfeng pained her. If she weren't his elder, she would have knelt before Lu Tingfeng to atone for her son's behavior. Lu Tingfeng chuckled lightly at Zhong Xinya's words, then said gently, Aunt Zhong, you don't have to be so polite. Zhang Chang and I are still high school classmates, no matter what. Besides, this incident has nothing to do with you, Aunt Zhong. And who wouldn't want to help a woman as beautiful and kind as you? Lu Tingfeng knew that Zhong Xinya was a kind person, so he didn't want her to blame herself too much. He felt everything he did was out of instinct, and there was no need to receive too much gratitude. Moreover, he didn't want this incident to make their relationship awkward or complicated. Most importantly, Aunt Zhong was very beautiful, had an exceptionally good figure, and was also very kind. If Aunt Zhong would be willing to help him in the future, that feeling would be great. Zhong Xinya was deeply touched by the first part of his words, but the latter part made her feel a little shy. Xiaofeng, I'm not as good as you say. I just don't want to cause trouble, she said. but I'm really happy that you think so highly of me. After Zhang Xinya finished speaking, Lu Tingfeng nodded with a smile. Just as Lu Tingfeng was about to say something, Zhang Xinya cried out in pain. Aunt Zhang, what's wrong? Lu Tingfeng asked, feeling puzzled at Zhang Xinya's pained expression. Zhang Xinya sat on the stone chair, slightly bending over to touch her ankle. It's nothing serious. I strained my ankle ligaments when I was younger. It's just an old injury. Zhang Xinya sat on the sofa, smiling at Lu Tingfeng. Her tone was relaxed, but the slight furrow in her brow revealed a hint of pain. It was still hot, just after the summer vacation, so Zhang Xinya wore a simple yet elegant dress, with 3-centimeter heeled sandals on her feet, her cropped pants exposing half of her calves. Lu Tingfeng looked at Zhang Xinya's slender ankles, and a surge of worry welled up in his heart. He knew this was a recurrence of an old injury, which could make Zhang Xinya feel uncomfortable, even painful. Lu Tingfeng looked at Zhang Xinya with concern and softly asked, Aunt Zhang, all these years, haven't you seen a doctor? Lu Tingfeng's eyes were filled with worry and care, as if he could feel Zhang Xinya's pain. Zhang Xinya shook her head with a loving expression, a hint of helplessness flashing in her eyes. Auntie has seen a doctor. The doctor said my condition is quite serious, and it's not a common ligament strain. It can only be relieved, but it's difficult to cure completely. She sighed softly, as if she had already accepted this reality. Hearing Zhang Xinya's words, Lu Tingfeng couldn't help but sigh lightly as well. Although it was already 2025 and technology was advancing rapidly, medicine still seemed powerless in the face of certain difficult and complicated diseases. He understood that Zhang Xinya's condition might not be completely cured, but he hoped to do his best to alleviate her pain. Aunt Zhang, I see you're in a lot of pain. How about I massage it for you? It should help a little. Lu Tingfeng looked at Zhang Xinya with concern and gently suggested. His gaze was firm and sincere, as if telling Zhang Xinya that he was willing to share her pain. Hearing Lu Tingfeng say that he wanted to help ease her pain, Zhang Xinya's heart trembled. If that was the case, wouldn't he have to touch her ankles? Thinking of this, Zhang Xinya's face flushed a little. Xiao Feng. Just as Zhang Xinya was about to politely decline, Lu Tingfeng had already begun to gently massage the area of her ligament strain. A ligament strain, this should relieve some of the pain. Zhang Xinya felt Lu Tingfeng's care and warmth, and her heart was filled with emotion. She had been married to her husband, Zhang Kong, for 19 years, and he had never cared for her with such meticulous attention. Xiao Feng, thank you so much. Auntie owes you too much. How can Auntie repay you? Lu Tingfeng said softly, Aunt Zhang, you don't need to repay me, as long as you take care of yourself. Hearing Lu Tingfeng's words, she didn't say anything more, but closed her eyes gently, enjoying the tranquility of the moment. Lu Tingfeng focused on the movement of his hands, afraid of hurting Zhang Xinya. He carefully massaged every part, hoping to alleviate her pain. Zhang Xinya quietly felt Lu Tingfeng's care, her heart filled with warmth. At this moment, Zhang Xinya thought of Zhang Kong's infidelity and the heartless words her son, Zhang Chang, had said. Compared to Lu Tingfeng, who was taking such good care of her, the two of them were really too far behind. Ah, if only Xiao Feng was Jiangzi. Chapter 35, Taking care of Zhang Xinya. Zhang Xinya looked at the young man in front of her, who had helped alleviate her pain, her heart filled with gratitude and comfort, a gentle smile gracing her face. Xiao Feng, I feel much better now. Thank you for your concern. Hearing Zhang Xinya say this, Lu Tingfeng carefully observed her complexion, and after confirming that she was no longer in so much pain, he gently lowered his hand. Aunt Zhang, if you feel uncomfortable at all, you must tell me. Zhang Xinya smiled gratefully, then sighed, saying, Oh, Xiao Feng, those thugs just now mentioned Zhang Kong, saying he was arrested because of company matters. Lu Tingfeng frowned, asking worriedly, then, Auntie, what do you plan to do? Zhang Xinya's eyes dimmed, and she shook her head helplessly. I don't know what to do, but I want to go home and see the situation first. Xiangzi will definitely go home too. Although he has made me very sad, he is still my own flesh and blood. I'm still worried about him. Despite her disappointment with Zhang Kong, deep down she still held a glimmer of hope, unwilling to believe that he would actually commit such heinous acts. After all, she knew that Zhang Kong had always been a timid person, and she found it hard to imagine that he would have the courage to steal the intellectual property of other companies. And Zhang Chang, no matter what, was a part of her. Lu Tingfeng nodded, indicating his understanding. Aunt Zhang, in that case, I'll go back with you. If your home is really at risk of being confiscated to compensate for the losses of other companies, at least I can be with you, and we can take care of each other. Zhang Xinya looked at Lu Tingfeng gratefully, her eyes glimmering with tears. Xiao Feng, thank you. But you don't need to get involved, it's too much trouble for you. Lu Tingfeng smiled, reassuring her, Aunt Zhang, don't worry, I won't cause you any trouble. Besides, as Zhang Chang's classmate, we should support each other. And besides, more people mean more help. Zhang Xinya's heart warmed, feeling Lu Tingfeng's sincerity and kindness. Alright, Xiao Feng, then I'll trouble you to come home with me. At this moment, Zhang Xinya once again felt Lu Tingfeng's thoughtfulness. If he were my child, how much worry I could save. Comparing him to her own son who had broken her heart, Zhongxinya sighed softly again. So, the two of them embarked on the journey to Zhongxinya's home, remaining silent all the way, each preoccupied with their own thoughts. When they arrived at the door of Zhongxinya's house, they discovered that people were already moving things out. Clearly, they had obtained the keys from Zhongxinya's husband, Zhang Kong. This scene indicated that Zhang Kong had indeed committed those acts of stealing other people's work. Zhongxinya felt a dizziness and almost fell again. Lu Tingfeng quickly grabbed her waist, supporting her so she could lean on him. Aunt Zhong, your health is the most important, don't be too sad. Zhongxinya nodded gently, her voice choked with sobs. Xiaofeng, Auntie really didn't expect that he would do such a thing. A few days ago he was still kissing other women, and now he's broken the law. What will happen to me in Xiangzi? The home is gone, Auntie is now homeless. Lu Tingfeng gently supported Aunt Zhong's waist, giving her broken heart and body a point of support, and he softly comforted her. Aunt Zhong, a person like that is not worth you being sad for him. Let me help you rent a place to live first. No matter what, we still need to find a place to live. Zhongxinya nodded, her face haggard. Xiaofeng, Auntie only has around 100,000 yuan. Don't look for a place that's too expensive. Lu Tingfeng gently reassured her. It's okay, Aunt Zhong, I have plenty of money. I can help you pay the rent. You don't need to pay me back. Zhongxinya was deeply touched by these words, but she also knew that she shouldn't accept undeserved gifts. She and Lu Tingfeng were not related, and for him to help her like this was truly unacceptable. So, Zhongxinya hurriedly said, Xiaofeng, Auntie really can't take your money. I would feel terrible. And you're so kind to Auntie, I'm afraid I'll never be able to repay this kindness in my lifetime. Lu Tingfeng looked into Zhongxinya's eyes and said softly, Auntie Zhong, you don't have to worry too much about these things. In my heart, you've always been a kind and respectable elder. I'm willing to help you because I think you're very worthy. Besides, a kind person like you, any man would be heartbroken to see you suffer. So, please don't refuse. Lu Tingfeng paused and then continued, also, you don't have a place to live right now. If you don't find a suitable place soon, you might encounter more trouble. If you feel lonely, I'll come visit you often. Listening to Lu Tingfeng's words, tears welled up in Zhongxinya's eyes, her heart overwhelmed with emotion. For a moment, she didn't know how to respond. Finally, she nodded and agreed. Xiaofeng, Auntie agrees, Zhongxinya said with a smile, her voice as gentle as the softest spring breeze. Hearing Auntie Zhong's agreement, Lu Tingfeng smiled happily. Auntie Zhong, please call Zhang Chang first, after all, he is your son. Then, Zhongxinya took out her phone and made a call to her son Zhang Chang, but the line indicated that his phone was turned off. A pang of anxiety hit Zhongxinya. I hope Changzi is being smart and that nothing bad has happened. After a brief discussion, they decided to leave the place that caused Zhongxinya so much grief and rent a place for her near Lu Tingfeng's school. This way, it would be convenient for Lu Tingfeng to take care of Auntie Zhong and would also help Zhongxinya move on from her sadness more quickly. Due to the immense emotional blow she had suffered, Zhongxinya seemed somewhat disoriented as she walked. Seeing this, Lu Tingfeng quickly reached out and supported her slender waist, saying with concern, Auntie Zhong, please slow down. Let me help you. Zhongxinya nodded gently without refusing. After all, Lu Tingfeng was only acting out of kindness, and deep down, she actually enjoyed this feeling of being cared for and looked after. At this moment, she even felt that this young man was closer to her than her own biological son, Zhang Chang. Chapter 36 Zhongxinya's anticipation. After searching for a while, Lu Tingfeng finally found a place with a monthly rent of 5,000 and paid 4 years rent up front. The location of the complex was very convenient, and in a national commercial center like Linhai City, this rent was quite reasonable. Although this might be a significant expense for ordinary people, it was nothing to Lu Tingfeng. After all, he was a successful man, and this amount of money was just a drop in the bucket to him. Moreover, he believed this investment would bring more returns. Although this apartment was just a temporary residence for Zhongxinya, Lu Tingfeng knew in his heart that their relationship would develop further sooner or later. By then, he wouldn't feel at ease letting a beautiful and kind woman like Aunt Zhong live here alone. Therefore, he decided to consider other more suitable arrangements in the future. It was worth mentioning that the place where Zhongxinya lived was only 2 streets away from the complex where Xia Jinghe lived. This made it very convenient for him to visit and take care of them. Of course, maintaining a certain distance between the 2 residences was also a wise move, to avoid accidentally running into both of them at the same time and causing unnecessary trouble for himself. Aunt Zhong, just settle down here for now. I will definitely come and take care of you often in the future. Lu Tingfeng said with a smile, his eyes shining with sincerity. Zhongxinya nodded gratefully, her heart full of emotion and warmth. She didn't know how to express her gratitude to Lu Tingfeng, because this young man had given her too much help and support. In just less than 2 hours, Lu Tingfeng had reached out countless times to help her solve problems, making her feel endless care and warmth. At this moment, if she were still that naive 18-year-old girl, she might have already wanted to give herself to him to express her gratitude. However, the reality was that Zhong Xinya could only look at Lu Tingfeng with sincere eyes and softly say, Xiaofeng, thank you so much, Auntie really doesn't know what I would have done without you. Also, I can't reach Changzi now. Could you help Auntie contact him? Lu Tingfeng completely understood Zhong Xinya's concern for Zhang Chang. After all, Zhang Chang was her only son. If he were in a similar situation, he believed Aunt Yun would be even more worried than Aunt Zhong, and might even do something crazy because of it. The thought of seeing his Aunt Yun soon filled Lu Tingfeng with joy and anticipation. He knew that he would be able to see Aunt Yun again after waiting a little longer. Lu Tingfeng gently comforted her, Aunt Zhong, don't worry, I will do my best to help you. He understood that what Zhong Xinya needed most right now was comfort and support, so he unhesitatingly made a promise to her. Zhong Xinya nodded and then added, also, Auntie is a bit scared being here alone. There are all strangers here, and those debt collectors might come knocking at any time. If you have time, can you come and keep Auntie company more often? Zhong Xinya's entire face flushed red after saying this, like a ripe apple, tempting. But she still tried hard to restrain her inner shyness, staring intently at Lu Tingfeng with her seductive eyes, a hint of anticipation in her gaze. Seeing Aunt Zhong's pitiful look, Lu Tingfeng couldn't help but soften. He couldn't bear to refuse such a beautiful and gentle woman. Aunt Zhong, don't worry, I will definitely come and keep you company often. When Zhong Xinya heard Lu Tingfeng's promise, a surge of joy filled her heart. A smile of unparalleled happiness appeared on her mature and beautiful face, a smile as warm as the spring sunshine. Seeing that sweet smile, Lu Tingfeng felt as if he were drunk, completely immersed in it and unable to pull himself out. Aunt Zhong, you look so beautiful when you smile. Zhong Xinya felt a slight shyness in her heart, a blush rising on her face. She softly asked, then, do you like it when Auntie smiles? Lu Tingfeng quickly nodded, saying, of course I do. When you smile, Aunt Zhong, even the most beautiful roses lose their color. Zhong Xinya's heart instantly quickened, her jade hands tightly clutching the hem of her clothes. She felt that this young man was increasingly making her heart flutter. Then, when you come to visit Auntie, Auntie will definitely smile more for you. After saying that, Zhong Xinya directly turned and practically ran into the house. But she didn't close the door. Looking at the fleeing Aunt Zhong, Lu Tingfeng chuckled softly and followed her inside. Afterwards, the two sat together on the sofa again. Lu Tingfeng helped Zhong Xinya massage her sprained ankle for a while and then prepared to leave. Aunt Zhong, I have some things to do, so I'll leave now. I'll come see you again in a few days. Zhong Xinya, feeling a little disappointed that Lu Tingfeng was leaving, nodded. Xiaofeng, be careful on the road and remember to come see Auntie. Lu Tingfeng responded gently, Aunt Zhong, I will, don't worry. He knew Zhong Xinya's concern and expectations for him, and he understood the preciousness of this affection. Although he felt a little reluctant in his heart, he still stood up, smiled, and said goodbye to Zhong Xinya. As he reached the door, he looked back at Zhong Xinya, his eyes filled with warmth and gratitude. Then, he gently closed the door, leaving behind a receding figure. Zhong Xinya sat on the sofa, quietly gazing in the direction Lu Tingfeng had left, a faint sense of longing welling up in her heart. She looked forward to their next meeting, wishing time would pass faster. After Lu Tingfeng left, Zhong Xinya touched her burning cheeks, her mind filled with countless thoughts. She had always been a relatively traditional woman. Even when facing Zhang Kong, the man who had betrayed her and was now in prison, she would never have spoken so directly. However, ever since she had met the big boy who always lent her a hand in crucial moments, everything seemed different. The reason she had chosen to marry Zhang Kong in the first place was out of a sense of gratitude, but in the end, it had only brought her a cruel betrayal. Now, recalling the joy she had felt when spending time with Lu Tingfeng, a kind of indescribable happiness welled up in Zhong Xinya's heart. Xiaofeng. Zhong Xinya murmured softly, a strange light flashing in her beautiful eyes. Chapter 37. The warmth of home. It was already around 6 o'clock in the afternoon when Lu Tingfeng returned to the Changning Tan Palace Villa district. He walked into the villa, a relaxed smile on his face, and called out, Aunt Yun, I'm back. My dear, you're back. Aunt Yun missed you so much. Hearing Lu Tingfeng's voice, Gu Wanyun also excitedly came out of the kitchen. At this moment, Gu Wanyun was wearing a blue pattern dress, with an apron over it for cooking. If the directors and managers of Gu's Group knew that their proud and elegant president would personally cook, they would probably be shocked. Gu Wanyun came out of the kitchen and hugged Lu Tingfeng without even taking off her apron. Feeling her aunt's affection for him, Lu Tingfeng hugged her tightly. Aunt Yun, don't worry, I'm doing very well at school, no one dares to bully me. Lu Tingfeng gently patted Gu Wanyun's back and said with a smile. Gu Wanyun lightly released Lu Tingfeng, her eyes full of tenderness and affection. She jokingly said with a smile, I'm not worried about you being bullied, I'll be satisfied if you don't cause me any trouble. Lu Tingfeng smiled, without refuting, because he knew it was just Aunt Yun's joke. He pulled Gu Wanyun to the sofa and sat down, beginning to tell her some interesting things that had happened at school. Gu Wanyun sat quietly listening to Lu Tingfeng, occasionally interjecting a sentence, the two of them exuding a warm atmosphere. You wait here for a while. Aunt Yun made your favorite braised abalone, Guan Yun said to Lu Tingfeng with a gentle smile. Lu Tingfeng obediently nodded and then sat on the sofa waiting. Yao Yao will be back from school later. The driver has already gone to pick her up, Guan Yun said while busying herself. Lu Tingfeng responded with a smile. Okay, Aunt Yun. Let's have a good family gathering tonight, Guan Yun said happily. Lu Tingfeng nodded again in agreement. Aunt Yun, let me help you. Lu Tingfeng stood up, wanting to help. But Guan Yun waved her hand and chuckled. No need, Aunt Lu is here. Hearing this, Lu Tingfeng had no choice but to give up. He sat back on the sofa, his eyes falling on the grapes placed on the table. He casually picked up a grape, gently peeled off the skin, and put it in his mouth to savor. His aunt, Guan Yu, had left after staying at the villa for 2 days due to work reasons. Originally, Lu Tingfeng had wanted to take a bath with her, so this was a bit of a pity. A little while later, Tang Yao excitedly returned to the villa. As soon as she entered the door, she saw Lu Tingfeng. Her face lit up with a bright smile, and she directly pounced on him. Brother Tingfeng, you're finally back. Lu Tingfeng opened his arms to welcome her hug, smiling indulgently. Just as little Tang Yao was about to express her longing, Guan Yun's voice sounded. Okay, you two little ones, stop being lovey-dovey for now. Dinner is ready. Tang Yao and Lu Tingfeng looked at each other and smiled, then walked to the dining table together. During dinner, little Tang Yao, as always, stared at the sweet and sour pork ribs, as if she could never get enough of them. Lu Tingfeng, as always, provided massage services while eating. This time, however, Guan Yun did not refuse as she had in the past, as if she had become accustomed to this warm feeling. After dinner, it was already 7 o'clock in the afternoon. The sun was gradually setting, and it was time to rest. Chapter 38. The wronged little Tang Yao. As night fell, Lu Tingfeng and little Tang Yao were playfully fooling around while watching a variety show. Soon, the little girl couldn't help but feel sleepy. Tingfeng Gij, it's almost 10 o'clock. Yao Yao needs to go to sleep, she said. Lu Tingfeng patted her small head. Okay, go rest. You have to go to school early tomorrow. Looking at little Tang Yao's dark, large eyes, Lu Tingfeng couldn't help but chuckle. This little girl, already an adult, was still so dependent on him as when she was little. Little Tang Yao tiptoed, slipped on her pink bunny-eared slippers, and took a couple of steps towards the stairs, then lightly pouted her small lips. Silly Tingfeng Gij, you didn't even try to make me stay a bit longer, she mumbled. At this moment, Lu Tingfeng was planning on quickly getting rid of this clingy little girl so he could go find his Aunt Yun. After taking a couple of steps, little Tang Yao turned back and, with her hands on her hips, stood in front of Lu Tingfeng, looking all puffed up. Lu Tingfeng was bewildered. What was wrong with this little girl? Yao Yao, weren't you going to bed? Little Tang Yao glared with her large eyes, wanting to get angry. But when she thought about how the person before her was her childhood sweetheart Tingfeng Gij, who had always been incredibly protective of her, the anger in her heart transformed into a feeling of immense grievance. A layer of mist instantly filled her bright eyes. Tingfeng Gij, do you not like Yao Yao anymore? She asked. Lu Tingfeng's heart clenched as he saw the tears welling up in little Tang Yao's eyes. He quickly stepped forward and gently placed his hands on her shoulders. Yao Yao, why would you think that? Tingfeng Gij will always like you. Lu Tingfeng's voice was filled with anxiety and sincerity, his eyes showing endless doting and concern. Little Tang Yao's lips trembled slightly as she spoke in a tearful voice. Then why didn't you try to make me stay? I feel like you don't want to spend time with me. Lu Tingfeng sighed softly and pulled little Tang Yao into a gentle hug, patting her back as tenderly as he did when he used to put her to sleep. Yao Yao, it's Tingfeng Gij's fault. Gij was just distracted thinking about something. You've always been the most important person in my heart. How could I not want to spend time with you? Little Tang Yao nestled into Lu Tingfeng's embrace, her hands tightly gripping his shirt, sobbing as she spoke. Really? Tingfeng Gij, you can't lie to me. Of course it's true, silly girl, Lu Tingfeng said as he tightened his hug. You've been like my little tail since you were small. How could I bear to make you sad? Little Tang Yao nuzzled against him and, lifting her head, looked at him with slightly red eyes. Then, Tingfeng Gij, what were you thinking about just now? Lu Tingfeng's heart skipped a beat, but he kept a calm expression on his face and smiled. It's nothing, just some little things at school. Alright, Yao Yao, don't think too much. You should go to bed now, or you won't have any energy for school tomorrow. Little Tang Yao hesitated for a moment, then tiptoed and kissed Lu Tingfeng lightly on the cheek. Then, Tingfeng Gij, I'm going to sleep. Good night. Lu Tingfeng let out a breath of relief as he watched little Tang Yao's departing figure. He was well aware that he held an extremely important place in little Tang Yao's heart. And the same went for him with little Tang Yao. But right now, he had some of his own matters to deal with, such as seeing Aunt Yun. He didn't know how long he could keep this secret, nor did he know what little Tang Yao would do when she found out the truth. However, for now, he could only bury this complicated matter deep in his heart. Chapter 39. Lu Tingfeng's domineering towards Guan Yun. P.S. It's been 4 months. I'm out of the small dark room and will be updating daily starting tomorrow. Today I'll first tidy up the previous plot. I wonder if there are any old readers from 4 months ago left. Please, brothers, give the update button a quick tap and comment more. Thanks for everyone's support. Lu Tingfeng didn't find Gu Wanyun in the living room. Instead, some movement came from the study. Lu Tingfeng walked towards the study, where he found Gu Wanyun busy reviewing company documents. Although Gu Wanyun was the noble and elegant beautiful CEO of the Gu Group, she still had to personally oversee the major aspects of the company. Back then, when the Gu Group was declining and becoming the last of the 4 major families, it was Gu Wanyun, not long after graduation, who took over the company and put it on track to challenge the top spot among the 4 families. It could be said that in Linhai City, the name Gu Wanyun was a legend of a noble and elegant business empress. Looking at Gu Wanyun, Lu Tingfeng couldn't help but feel a pang of heartache. Sweetheart, is Yao Yao asleep? Seeing Lu Tingfeng appear, Gu Wanyun knew that Tang Yao must be asleep, otherwise she would have been clinging to Lu Tingfeng. That little girl is asleep, or she wouldn't have let me leave. Lu Tingfeng walked to Gu Wanyun's side and snatched the document from her hand. Auntie Yun, you're so tired during the day at the company, don't work overtime at night, get some rest. It hurts me to see you like this. Seeing her darling so concerned about her, Gu Wanyun slowly stood up and touched Lu Tingfeng's cheek, a smile unconsciously appearing at the corners of her lips. Auntie Yun knows that my little phone cares about me, I'll be careful. Go rest first, I'll rest soon. After affectionately stroking Lu Tingfeng's cheek, Gu Wanyun was about to pick up the document and continue dealing with company matters. Seeing this, Lu Tingfeng directly grabbed the fair hand that was about to pick up the documents. Auntie Yun, you can't keep working, your health is the most important thing. Lu Tingfeng pulled Gu Wanyun up from the desk, then naturally pulled her into his arms. Gu Wanyun, her cheeks flushed, gently pushed Lu Tingfeng with her fair hand. Little Feng, I know you care about me, but work can't be put off, right? Auntie Yun will go rest soon, okay? Lu Tingfeng shook his head sternly. No, I want you to go rest now. Working so recklessly will cause health problems. Auntie Yun is the most important person to me. I won't allow you to treat yourself like this. Ignoring Gu Wanyun's gentle persuasion, Lu Tingfeng picked her up and walked out of the study. Being carried by Lu Tingfeng like a princess, the blush on Gu Wanyun's beautiful face spread directly to her earlobes. Although she wanted to properly handle company matters, being so dominantly carried away by Lu Tingfeng to rest made her feel a bit of sweetness in her heart. Gu Wanyun raised her beautiful eyes and secretly glanced at Lu Tingfeng, their eyes meeting. The next second, Gu Wanyun quickly lowered her head, shyly closing her eyes. This little guy, he dares to be so domineering with me now, he's really grown up. Forget it, I should go rest, otherwise, this little guy probably won't give up today. Having made up her mind, Gu Wanyun simply nestled in Lu Tingfeng's arms, not mentioning work again. The two arrived on the second floor, Lu Tingfeng taking Gu Wanyun directly to his room. Auntie Yun, I haven't been back for days, why don't you stay here tonight? Lu Tingfeng lowered his head, looked at the beautiful CEO he was carrying like a princess, and said softly. Gu Wanyun, her beautiful eyes closed, nodded gently. Okay, I'll listen to my little Feng. Chapter 40 Mu Yuling's love breakfast. When sunlight streamed through the window, Gu Wanyun woke up. She glanced at the time on her fair wrist, 7 o'clock, perfect. Gu Wanyun got up and looked at Lu Tingfeng next to her. There were still 2 red strawberry marks on his cheek. Thinking that she had left those marks herself, Gu Wanyun felt a surge of joy in her heart and couldn't help but reach out her jade hand to caress Lu Tingfeng's cheek. Xiao Feng, it's time to get up, you have to go to school later. Lu Tingfeng dazedly pressed his face against the jade hand. Got it, Aunt Jilin, you go down first, I'll be down for breakfast soon. A smile appeared on Gu Wanyun's fair and radiant face as she pinched Lu Tingfeng's nose affectionately. You're such a lazybones, then Aunt Yun will go down first. Remember to wash your face clean, don't let Yao see the strawberries on your face, or Aunt Yun won't let you off. Got it, Aunt Yun, go ahead. Lu Tingfeng replied with his eyes still closed. He had spent the afternoon yesterday with Zhong Xinya looking for houses, and then was tossed around by Gu Wanyun all night. He was really too sleepy. After Gu Wanyun got out of bed, her fair and delicate feet stepped into slippers, and she walked towards the door. If Lu Tingfeng had opened his eyes, he would have seen how slender and powerful Gu Wanyun's long legs were. By the time Lu Tingfeng leisurely came downstairs for breakfast, it was already 7:10. The nanny in the villa had already prepared breakfast. Brother Tingfeng, why did you get up so late? Did you do something bad again yesterday? Tang Yao couldn't help but complain when she saw Lu Tingfeng come down. Adults think about more things, unlike you little girl who was carefree all day. You, adults things, don't ask too much. Lu Tingfeng sat down at the dining table, glaring fiercely at little Tang Yao. Little Tang Yao pouted her mouth in dissatisfaction. Yao Yao is 18 years old, now she's an adult too. A faint blush appeared on Gu Wanyun's flawless face, and she felt a little nervous. Yao Yao, last night, Aunt Yun and your brother Tingfeng talked a lot about his school life, so he went to bed a little late. Little Tang Yao tilted her head thoughtfully. Is that so? Hey, brother Tingfeng, why is there a red mark on your neck? It looks like a strawberry. Gu Wanyun's face stiffened slightly and she turned to look at Lu Tingfeng's neck. From her angle, besides the front, she could also see 2 strawberries on the side, and Gu Wanyun immediately felt a little uneasy. Xiaofeng, you big idiot, you only cared about washing your face, why didn't you look in the mirror at other places? Yesterday, when I came back from outside, I was scratched by a little wild cat outside, that's why it turned red. You little girl, are you only noticing it now? But Aunt Yun already helped me apply medicine yesterday, it's not a big deal. Lu Tingfeng said calmly, picking up a mouthful of food and slowly savoring it. Gu Wanyun raised her pretty face and glared at Lu Tingfeng with annoyance, but she didn't say much. Little Tang Yao didn't doubt Lu Tingfeng's words at all, and even felt a little self-reproach in her heart. I didn't notice it yesterday, I must not care enough about Brother Tingfeng. I must care more about Brother Tingfeng in the future. Tang Yao reflected on herself for a while, then raised her head and looked at Lu Tingfeng with her bright big eyes. Brother Tingfeng, you have to be more careful in the future. If you get hurt, Yao Yao will be very sad. In little Tang Yao's heart, Gu Wanyun and Lu Tingfeng were the most important people in the world to her. As for who was more important, little Tang Yao was also a little conflicted. It seemed that they were both very important. Gu Wanyun chuckled and patted Tang Yao's little head. Alright, you 2 little ones have to go to class later, hurry up and eat. Tang Yao responded with an aha and began to bury herself in her meal. Before leaving for school, Tang Yao tiptoed and lightly pecked Lu Tingfeng on the face. Tingfeng Gij, you must come back early on the weekend, Yao Yao will be waiting for you at home. For Tang Yao, this seemed to have long become an unchangeable habit. Lu Tingfeng gently pinched her cheek. Gij knows, you hurry to class, don't be late. Towards Tang Yao, this little sister who had grown up with him, Lu Tingfeng doted on her as much as he could, unwilling to let her suffer any grievances. Mentioning school, Tang Yao's little face fell. When they were little, she was always more playful and started school a year later than Tingfeng Gij, which led to them now being the same age, yet her Tingfeng Gij was already in university, while she had not even stepped through the university doors. Then I'm leaving, Tingfeng Gij, be careful of the vixen around you, don't let them seduce you away. Lu Tingfeng was helpless, why did this little girl have to manage everything, even more than Aunt Yun? Got it, you go quickly, or you'll really be late. Lu Tingfeng readily agreed, but as for what he would do, that was up to him. Getting the answer she wanted, little Tang Yao then happily got into the car. Lu Tingfeng glanced at the time, is it 7:20? Not too late yet. Uncle Zhang, take me to school. On the way to school, Lu Tingfeng's phone rang. It was Mu Yuding calling. Hello, Tingting, what's the matter? From the phone came the somewhat coquettish voice of Mu Yuding, the black silk campus belle senior. Gij, I bought you a love breakfast. Where are you? I'll come to you. For Mu Yuding, Lu Tingfeng was the perfect marriage partner in her eyes. Moreover, Lu Tingfeng was willing to spend money on her. Just that 6 million high-end Rolls-Royce Cullinan was enough for her to strive for half a lifetime. For those ordinary people living in society, it was even a huge sum they could never afford in their entire lives. Most importantly, Mu Yuding could feel that Lu Tingfeng was genuinely doting on her, and after that night in the hotel, they were already a real couple. Even after getting her, Lu Tingfeng still treated her as well as before, a feeling that made Mu Yuding feel very secure. Hearing what the campus belle senior said, Lu Tingfeng was a little surprised. He hadn't expected Mu Yuding to be so considerate. But he had already eaten his fill, but if he refused, the campus belle senior would probably be very sad. Tingting, I'm on my way to school, wait a moment, I'll go find you later. After returning to school, Lu Tingfeng quickly saw Mu Yuding, dressed in black silk and a pleated skirt. Countless passing students couldn't help but secretly glance at where Mu Yuding was standing. Mu Yuding was naturally beautiful, with a standard oval face, coupled with a sexy outfit, she immediately became a beautiful sight on campus. Gij. Seeing Lu Tingfeng's figure, Mu Yuding, the black silk senior, no longer cared about her image as a campus belle. Under the shocked gazes of the surrounding crowd, she unhesitatingly threw herself into Lu Tingfeng's arms. Chapter 41. The little thing is a bit scared. Isn't that the campus belle from the dance department, Mu Yuding? Who's that kid? He's so lucky to be noticed by the sexy beauty, Mu Yuding. Shoo, keep it down. Mu Yuding's boyfriends are all rich, and I remember the previous 2 were her simps. But now it looks like Mu Yuding is simping for this one, so this guy must be someone special. You guys don't know the half of it. I heard this guy is a freshman. When he came to school a couple of days ago, he was riding in a Rolls-Royce Phantom, a car worth millions. Someone like Mu Yuding, a campus belle, can only be tamed by a guy like that. You guys can just forget about it. At the same time, many whispers rose up from the surroundings. Some were praising Mu Yuding's beauty, some were guessing Lu Tingfeng's identity, and others were jealous, saying Mu Yuding was a gold digger and shameless. Some of these voices reached Lu Tingfeng and Mu Yuding's ears. Hearing the negative comments, Mu Yuding's ears turned red, and she frantically shook the breakfast she was holding. Lu Tingfeng hugged Mu Yuding tighter and glared at the people around them. What are you looking at? Haven't you seen people dating? Watch your tongues. If I hear any more of your nonsense and insults, I won't hesitate to find someone to teach you a lesson. Seeing Lu Tingfeng's fierce gaze, many of the onlookers couldn't help but feel a shiver down their spines. Lu Tingfeng didn't look like someone to mess with, and his clothes and bearing made it clear that he was a person of power and influence. Provoking him wouldn't be a smart move. After the crowd dispersed, Mu Yuting, who was 2 years older than Lu Tingfeng, carefully poked her head out of his embrace. Tingfeng, you were so cool just now. This is the breakfast I brought for you. It's all your favorites. I hope you like it. This is the first time I brought breakfast for a boy, so you can't refuse me, Mu Yuting said shyly. After getting together with Lu Tingfeng, Mu Yuting had learned his dietary preferences. To please Lu Tingfeng, this was the first time in her life she had brought breakfast for a guy. Faced with the scene just now, Mu Yuting was somewhat afraid as a girl. Lu Tingfeng's explosive boyfriend power touched her heart. She held out the bag of breakfast to Lu Tingfeng. Lu Tingfeng took the bag from Mu Yuting and said, "Don't worry, senior. This is a love breakfast you made for me. I'll definitely finish it all. Okay, then I'll go to class. Missing class will lower my grade." Mu Yuting was a little embarrassed by what Lu Tingfeng said. She hugged Lu Tingfeng and gave him a light kiss before fleeing the scene. After Mu Yuting left, Lu Tingfeng stood there, looking at the breakfast in his hand. It really was all his favorites. It seemed Senior had put a lot of thought into it. But he was really full and couldn't eat another bite. If he threw it away, he'd feel guilty. Lu Tingfeng took out his phone, opened Green Bubble, and found Su Ruanwan's name. "Lu Tingfeng, little thing, have you had breakfast? I bought an extra serving?" After a dozen seconds, Su Ruanwan replied to Lu Tingfeng. "Su Ruanwan, Lu classmate, I've eaten." Lu Tingfeng felt a bit regretful, having missed a good opportunity to foster their relationship. And this little thing didn't call him brother anymore, so he needed to give her a good talking to. "Lu Tingfeng, then I'll just give it to Li Shangyang." Su Ruanwan, okay. "Lu Tingfeng, do you remember what I told you to call me last time?" There was also a threatening emoji at the end of this sentence. Today was Thursday, the 5th day of college for the freshmen. The first class of the day was military training. It was still a few minutes before 8 o'clock, but Lu Tingfeng had a good relationship with his counselor, Lang Bingning. He had already asked Lang Bingning for leave yesterday morning, so he didn't plan to go to military training class this morning. On the playground, Su Ruanwan, wearing a military uniform, stared at her phone with a bitter face. Seeing the message and the threatening emoji sent by Lu Tingfeng, she recalled what her best friend Song Jai had said, "Be careful, he'll throw you into the school's artificial pond to feed the fish." Su Ruanwan shivered. She carefully typed a reply to Lu Tingfeng's message. "Su Ruanwan, brother." Seeing the message from the other side, the corners of Lu Tingfeng's mouth slightly curved up. "Lu Tingfeng, little thing, you have some conscience." Su Ruanwan felt extremely regretful. "I knew I shouldn't have taken that free ride." Song Jai walked to Su Ruanwan's side and happened to see the two words, brother, that Su Ruanwan had sent to Lu Tingfeng. "Ruanwan, you're not really dating Lu Tingfeng, that bully, are you?" Song Jai stared at Su Ruanwan. Although the girl was wearing a military uniform, it still couldn't hide her impressive figure and fair, delicate, sweet face. The sunlight shone on Su Ruanwan's fair face, her dark, bright eyes, her petite, upturned nose, and her rosy cherry lips, a face so pure and sweet that it could drive people crazy. Her fair little hands were round and cute. If she took off the military uniform and put on a small dress, Song Jai couldn't imagine how pure Su Ruanwan would look. Even she, as a girl, couldn't help but feel a little moved. If Su Ruanwan fell into the hands of Lu Tingfeng, that bully, Song Jai couldn't imagine what would happen. Hearing Song Jai's words, a blush instantly appeared on Su Ruanwan's delicate face. "Jai, what nonsense are you talking about? Then why do you always call him brother? This is the second time I've seen it, right?" Song Jai questioned, pointing at Su Ruanwan's phone screen. Su Ruanwan's face flushed red. She didn't know how to answer. Finally, she mumbled in a soft voice, "I'm afraid he'll throw me to feed the fish like you said." Song Jai put her hand on her forehead. "Su Ruanwan, you're hopeless." Su Ruanwan twisted her small hands together, her angelic face showing a hint of worry. In fact, she knew that Lu Tingfeng wouldn't dare throw her to feed the fish. From the time Lu Tingfeng gave her a ride home when she was lost, she could feel that Lu Tingfeng was a very kind person. But after hearing Song Jai's introduction about the bully Lu Tingfeng, she couldn't help but feel a little scared. "I must stay away from him in the future." Lu Tingfeng, who had been called brother by Su Ruanwan through the phone screen, couldn't quite suppress the corners of his mouth. Happy as he was, he still had to figure out what to do with the breakfast in his hand. He couldn't really give the loving breakfast from the Black Silk School Beauty Senior to Li Shangyang, could he? Although they were good brothers, he really didn't deserve it. Lu Tingfeng opened his contacts, found the name Lang Bingning, and pressed the dial button. "Hello, Teacher Lang, I brought you a loving breakfast. Are you in the office? I'll bring it to you." Chapter 42. Alone with Lang Bingning in the office. Upon entering the office, Lu Tingfeng immediately saw Lang Bingning, absorbed in her work at her desk. Due to school regulations prohibiting overly fashionable attire, Lang Bingning wasn't as flamboyantly dressed as she had been at the bar. Her figure was slender, clad in plain black formal trousers and short-heeled black shoes, paired with a white shirt and a black women's suit jacket. As a 30-year-old woman, Lang Bingning's beauty was in no way inferior to the campus belles at the school. The addition of her sophisticated black-rimmed glasses and her mature, composed demeanor only added to her allure. It was this unique charm that made her so admired on campus, with even some of the department heads harboring feelings for her. "Xiaofeng, you're here. Have a seat first," Lang Bingning said, a smile gracing her usually aloof face as she saw Lu Tingfeng approach. Lu Tingfeng locked the office door before walking over to her side. Lang Bingning happened to glance over as he locked the door, and instead of stopping him, she seemed rather expectant. "I wonder what mischief this little guy is up to now," she mused. "Oh well, it's just the two of us here, so it doesn't matter." A key university in Linhai City, provided each counselor with their own private office. Therefore, there was no need for them to conceal their relationship, and Lang Bingning wasn't worried about their romantic involvement being discovered. "Sister Lang, let's eat the love breakfast I brought you first. I got it especially for you. It'll get cold soon," Lu Tingfeng said, placing the bag on the desk beside her. Even though Mu Yuding had bought it, it was his once it was in his hands. "Thank you, Xiaofeng," Lang Bingning replied, feeling a touch of warmth as she opened the bag. The breakfast wasn't all things she preferred, but she had never told Lu Tingfeng her favorite foods. She appreciated his thoughtfulness. Her former boyfriend had never given her such pleasant surprises in her life. Lu Tingfeng moved closer, gently stroking her hair, which carried a faint fragrance. "Sister Lang, you're my girlfriend now. Isn't it normal for me to bring you breakfast? Let's eat first. If you insist on working, then I'll have no choice but to feed you." Being treated like this by Lu Tingfeng, a 30-year-old woman who was also his counselor, caused Lang Bingning's delicate face to flush. "Who's your girlfriend? I haven't agreed to that yet," she teased. Seeing that Lang Bingning was trying to deny it, Lu Tingfeng abruptly pulled her up from her office chair. "What's wrong, little guy? Are you angry?" Lang Bingning's beautiful eyes were full of playful laughter, and even through the black-rimmed glasses, Lu Tingfeng could see the smugness in her gaze. Lu Tingfeng wrapped his arms around Lang Bingning's slender waist and lifted her pale chin. "Sister Lang, we just had an encounter a few days ago. Are you denying it already?" Lang Bingning's face flushed at the memory of that night at the bar. She had been feeling emotionally wrecked after being betrayed, and had gone to the bar to let loose. She hadn't expected to be targeted by two thugs, and thankfully this young man had stepped in to save her. However, she never imagined that she would end up falling for this young man who also happened to be her student. Just thinking about these unbelievable events caused Lang Bingning's cheeks to feel feverish. "So what? Even though we had that sort of relationship, I never said I would be your girlfriend," she insisted. Lu Tingfeng picked her up and sat her on the office chair she had just been using. "Let us eat the breakfast I brought you first, then I'll deal with you properly." Lu Tingfeng took a cream-filled cake from a bag on his desk and held it to Lang Bingning's lips. "Open your mouth." Lang Bingning stared blankly at the cake in Lu Tingfeng's hand. It had been more than 10 years since anyone had fed her so intimately like this after she grew up. In her youth, she had fantasized about such sweet love, but reality had shattered those dreams. Her ex-boyfriend was just an utter straight man, completely clueless about creating romance. Lang Bingning had never imagined that the sweet love she had longed for in her youth would actually come to her after she had entered the workforce. And it was this little brother, 12 years younger than her, who was making it happen. "Elder sister Lang, if you don't eat it, I'll throw it all away." Hearing Lu Tingfeng's words, Lang Bingning quickly bit into the cake in his hand. "You bought it for me, so it's mine now, and you have no right to throw it away." Lang Bingning felt incredibly sweet inside. She felt as though she had returned to that 18-year-old, love-struck age. She chewed the cake gently, the delicate texture spreading on her tongue, but she didn't dare meet Lu Tingfeng's gaze. Lang Bingning's cheeks grew hotter, as if they could raise the temperature in the small office. "Is it good, elder sister Lang?" Lu Tingfeng's voice was low and gentle, with a hint of teasing. "The taste is not bad." Lang Bingning nodded slightly, responding vaguely. She wanted to calm herself down, but her heartbeat was uncontrollably accelerating, the thump-thump echoing in her ears, like a confession of her inner panic and shyness. Lu Tingfeng watched Lang Bingning's shy appearance, then picked up a piece of fruit and brought it to her lips. "Eat some more fruit, replenish your vitamins." Lang Bingning hesitated for a moment, but in the end, she opened her mouth slightly and accepted Lu Tingfeng's offering. If others were to see this scene, they would surely be shocked. The usually mature, steady, and ice-cold teacher Lang was, at this moment, as bashful as a young girl. After finishing her breakfast, the blush on Lang Bingning's pretty face still hadn't faded. Lu Tingfeng couldn't help but laugh at the shy appearance of this mature beauty. Elder sister Lang, you look so beautiful when you're shy. I'll have to think of more ways to make you shy in the future. Lang Bingning glared at him playfully. You little rascal, if you talk nonsense again, I'm going to ignore you. This glare had no threatening power at all and instead seemed more like a playful flirt. Lu Tingfeng gently caressed Lang Bingning's hand. Elder sister Lang, no matter what you think, I genuinely like you. You promised to be my girlfriend last time. If you dare go back on your word, I'll have to teach you a lesson. Lang Bingning's hand trembled slightly and with a flushed face she tapped Lu Tingfeng's forehead. Silly, I was just kidding with you. Elder sister's heart is full of you, how could I not want to be with you? Lu Tingfeng naturally knew that Lang Bingning was joking, but a man should still be a bit dominant when necessary. Even if it was a joke, he still wanted Lang Bingning to have her heart full of only him. Elder sister Lang, you're too naughty. Prepare to be punished. Lang Bingning covered her mouth with a light chuckle and embraced Lu Tingfeng. Oh, and how do you plan to punish elder sister? Of course, by punishing you like this. As soon as the words fell, Lu Tingfeng kissed Lang Bingning's red lips. Chapter 43. Lu Tingfeng became Su Ruanwan's light after spending nearly 2 hours together in the office. Lu Tingfeng, holding Lang Bingning in his arms, glanced down at the time. It was already past 10 o'clock. Lang Bingning hadn't realized they'd been chatting for so long. She looked back at the messy desk, then turned to glare at Lu Tingfeng playfully. It's all your fault, my desk is a complete mess. After speaking, Lang Bingning picked up her water glass and took a sip. Talking with Lu Tingfeng was just too exhausting, it had almost made her voice hoarse. Lu Tingfeng looked at the desk. The files were scattered haphazardly, some folded together, indeed a chaotic sight. Hee hee, Sister Lang, it's because you're too charming. Lang Bingning clenched her small fist and gently punched Lu Tingfeng. You're so glib. Help me clean up before you leave. Lu Tingfeng laughed and agreed. They spent quite a while tidying up, gradually restoring some order to the desk. Lu Tingfeng straightened up, rubbing his sore back, and joked, Sister Lang, serving you is both tiring and blissful. Lang Bingning rolled her eyes at him, her beautiful eyes filled with shyness. You're getting a good deal and still complaining. Alright, Xiaofeng, if you have nothing else to do, you should leave now. I still have a lot of work to handle. Lu Tingfeng didn't give up and stepped forward to embrace Lang Bingning again. Sister Lang, you're chasing me away so soon? Just now you said you wished I could stay here with you. Lang Bingning blushed, unable to find a retort. She had been too happy just now, and her brain had short-circuited, leading to those words. Now, Lang Bingning deeply understood what it meant to suffer the consequences of one's own actions. Alright, good boy, I really need to get to work. Seeing the seriousness in Lang Bingning's eyes, Lu Tingfeng finally abandoned his flirtatious demeanor. I'll leave, but only if you call me husband. Lu Tingfeng's shameless manner made Lang Bingning both embarrassed and angry. This little rascal. I've already called him brother so many times and he's still not satisfied? Now he wants me to call him husband. He's so annoying. Lang Bingning asked herself, and she didn't feel much aversion to Lu Tingfeng's request. It was just that, as a 30-year-old woman, calling a young man who had just come of age husband was something she simply didn't know how to say. Moreover, this little rascal was a student in the college she managed. Lu Tingfeng gently caressed Lang Bingning's fair and pretty face, a hint of disappointment flashing in his eyes. Sister Lang, if you're unwilling, then never mind. I'm the least likely to force anyone. Lang Bingning saw the disappointment in Lu Tingfeng's eyes, and her heart couldn't help but tremble. This little rascal fulfilled all her fantasies from her youth, and had given her a warm embrace when she was at her lowest. Although Lang Bingning felt very shy and embarrassed, she didn't want to disappoint Lu Tingfeng even more. Xiaofeng has done so much for me. In fact, my heart already belongs to him. Moreover, I'm already his girlfriend, and we have a substantial relationship. It's only right to call him husband. Lang Bingning worked hard to overcome her psychological barriers. She obediently leaned into Lu Tingfeng's arms, raised her beautiful eyes, and looked at him with deep affection. Husband, you little stinker, is that okay? Hearing Lang Bingning's address, Lu Tingfeng trembled with excitement. A mature, cool, and alluring older woman, dressed in professional attire and a shirt, wearing black-rimmed glasses, had called him husband. This was something that Lu Tingfeng, at his prime age, had no resistance to. My darling Ninger is so good. I really want to stay and keep you company for a bit longer. Well, since you're busy, I guess I'll have to wait until next time to spend time with you. Honey, once I get through this busy period, I'll definitely make it up to you, Lang Bingning said softly, her voice carrying a hint of coquetry. Lu Tingfeng's lips curled into a mischievous smile. Then I'll have to think carefully about how my wife will compensate me. He placed a kiss on Lang Bingning's forehead before reluctantly letting her leave. Lang Bingning sat back at her desk but found it difficult to immediately focus on work. Her mind kept replaying the moments she had shared with Lu Tingfeng. After leaving Lang Bingning's office, Lu Tingfeng hummed a little tune, his mood exceptionally bright. Not long after leaving Lang Bingning's office, Lu Tingfeng received a call from Li Shangyang. Why are you calling me instead of training properly on the field, you brat? Lu Tingfeng was in a good mood at the moment and, unusually, didn't start by cursing him. Brother Feng, you need to come to the training field, your little thing is being bullied. Lu Tingfeng's eyes darkened, and his previously good mood instantly soured. What happened? During the training break, a pretty boy from class 2 hit on student Sue and asked for her contact information, but she rejected him. Then, a girl from class 2 deliberately bumped into her and then blamed her. If you don't come, your little thing is going to be bullied to tears. A hint of coldness flickered in Lu Tingfeng's eyes. I'm on my way. If anything happens to her, you'll be in for a beating. Hey, Brother Feng, I didn't bully her, it was a girl from another class. Li Xiangyang was still trying to explain, but Lu Tingfeng hung up the phone without hesitation and quickly walked towards the training field. At this moment, on the training field, Su Wanwan was facing the girl who had picked a fight with her and a few of her roommates, all looking at Su Wanwan with disdain. Only Song Jiayi was by Su Wanwan's side. Because it was break time, the training field was chaotic, and the instructors hadn't noticed what was happening. Han Yufei, you were the one who bumped into our Wanwan first, and now you're twisting the truth, blaming someone else first. You're shameless, Song Jiayi said, her eyes full of anger as she looked at the heavily made-up girl in front of Su Wanwan. Just a few days into the start of school, Han Yufei had already been voted the class beauty by class 2 of finance. Han Yufei was about 1.65 meters tall, about the same height as Su Wanwan. Her features were also very attractive, and her figure was good, but she was still a bit inferior to Su Wanwan. Even with her glamorous makeup, she was still not as good as the fair-skinned, naturally beautiful little thing. The gap in beauty between Han Yufei and someone like Su Wanwan, who was naturally beautiful, was unchangeable. What, you bumped into me and you didn't even say sorry, and now you need someone to stick up for you? What are you pretending for, showing your face? Seeing that Su Wanwan was not saying anything, Han Yufei crossed her arms, acting arrogantly. The boy who had just asked Su Wanwan for contact information was the best-looking boy in class 2, and Han Yufei had had her eye on him for a while. Han Yufei was usually very flamboyant, and the students in class 2 knew she was a rich girl, and very few dared to provoke her. When Han Yufei saw the boy talking to Su Wanwan, she felt very angry, so she deliberately tried to make things difficult for her. You were the one who bumped into me, why should I apologize to you? Su Wanwan raised her fair and clear little face, her voice soft and pleasant but showing no sign of timidity. Han Yufei was amused by Su Wanwan's attitude. From childhood to adulthood, no one her age had ever dared to speak to her like that. You're called Su Wanwan, right? Do you know who I am? How dare you talk to me like that? My family invested in 2 teaching buildings for this school, and my father is the honorary vice principal of this school. Believe it or not, for your malicious hit and run today without apologizing, I can get you a disciplinary action with just a word. Song Jiayi was shocked she hadn't expected Han Yufei to have such connections. Song Jiayi whispered to Su Wanwan's ear, Wanwan, maybe we should just let it go, we can't afford to mess with her. If it really doesn't work out, I'll apologize. Su Wanwan's face paled, her chubby little hands gripping the corner of her military training uniform. Her usually delicate and moving big eyes revealed a hint of stubbornness. Jiayi, thank you for your kindness, but I didn't do anything wrong, and I want to apologize to her. Song Jiayi sighed helplessly. At this moment, she thought of Lu Tingfeng. That bully, he's always harassing our Wanwan, but he has nowhere to be seen at a critical moment. Han Yufei sneered, Su Wan, you still dare to be stubborn. I'd like to see if you'll still be so stubborn when you're facing a disciplinary action and losing face. Seeing her best friend being bullied, Song Jiayi couldn't bear it any longer. Han Yufei, don't go too far. Han Yufei didn't take Song Jiayi seriously at all. What, do you want a disciplinary action too? Song Jiayi couldn't help but want to curse at her. Su Wan hurriedly pulled Song Jiayi back. She knew that Han Yufei was deliberately picking a fight with her, and she didn't know where she had offended her. But she knew she hadn't done anything wrong, and she didn't need to apologize to anyone. Su Wan's eyes turned red, but she stubbornly bit her lip, refusing to shed a single tear. Most of the people around knew that Han Yufei was a rich and powerful scumbag, and besides Song Jiayi, who was stopped by Su Wan, no one dared to speak up. At this moment, Su Wan felt like she was in a desperate situation. When did a freshman just entering university get the authority to hand out disciplinary actions? I really don't believe your words. Hearing this familiar voice, Su Wan's whole body trembled. She turned her head and saw that familiar figure. Lu Tingfeng's silhouette was once again reflected in her dark, bright eyes. Just like the last time when the little thing got lost, Lu Tingfeng had once again become the only light that could save her in the darkness. Chapter 44, I'm still young, no dating for me. The crowd from finance class 1 and 2, standing in a circle, looked at each other, all stunned. Li Xiangyang had already boasted about Yifeng arriving at school in a Rolls-Royce, spreading the news throughout both classes. It was as if he himself had arrived at school in a luxury car. Thanks to his grand pronouncements, everyone in both classes knew there was a big shot in finance class 1. Some had even queued up to admire Lu Tingfeng's esteemed appearance, so about half of the people in both classes recognized him. Though they hadn't spoken, they had at least become familiar with his face. Bro Feng, you finally arrived. Student Su, I was the one who called him. You can't think of me as a bad person anymore. I'm a great guy. Ever since Lu Tingfeng said that Li Xiangyang was the one who led him to the fight, Su Ruanruan had always thought so. Seeing Lu Tingfeng stand up for her, once again extending a helping hand when she needed it most, the little thing's inner self was once again convinced that Lu Tingfeng was a good person. But she was afraid that Lu Tingfeng would get into trouble because of her, not wanting him to get involved in this matter. Han Yufei had also heard about Lu Tingfeng arriving at school in a luxury car, and that Lu Tingfeng was even more handsome than that pretty boy in her class. She was a little jealous of Su Ruanruan, wondering why she wasn't in the same class as such an outstanding boy. This classmate, I advise you to mind your own business. Lu Tingfeng grinned. This little thing is under my protection. Messing with her is messing with me. The little thing, who was initially very touched by Lu Tingfeng's intervention, instantly raised her little head, her bright eyes fixed on Lu Tingfeng. Her heart skipped a beat, and she felt her heart rate quicken. Her face couldn't help but grow hot. Wow, Su Ruanruan, you sly thing. I knew there was something going on between you two, and you wouldn't admit it. It seems like you two have been together for a while now. Song Jiayi whispered gossip into Su Ruanruan's ear. The surrounding students were also murmuring, especially some of the girls, who stared enviously at Su Ruanruan, this pure white little rabbit, wishing they could take her place. Such a handsome, wealthy, and domineering boyfriend who dotes on his girlfriend. The girl's eyes were practically overflowing with stars. Su Ruanruan was also completely bewildered. Jai, there's really nothing between us, we're just friends. The little thing gripped her clothes tightly with her fair hands, looking a little nervous. Song Jai shook her head fiercely. Nothing? He's spoiling her so obviously, and still nothing. She refused to believe it. The little thing frowned and smiled wryly. Perhaps, from today onward, she would be labeled as Mrs. Lu. No, I must find an opportunity to have student Lu clarify things. While the little thing was mulling over things, Han Yufei on the opposite side was already going crazy with jealousy. Since you're her boyfriend, then you should apologize to me on her behalf. Your girlfriend deliberately bumped into me. As long as you apologize, I'll pretend that this never happened. Lu Tingfeng laughed, looking at Han Yufei like she was an idiot. This little thing, Su Ruanruan, spoke to Wang Kai with utmost care, afraid of scaring it. How could someone with such a soft, cotton candy-like temperament bump into someone and not apologize? I didn't, it was clearly you who deliberately bumped into me. We can go find a teacher, I'm not afraid. Han Yufei kept distorting the truth. Su Ruanruan was a little anxious, her big eyes were glistening with tears, her voice was a little aggrieved but also carried a hint of resilience. Even when she was wronged, her voice was still soft and childlike. She knew Lu Tingfeng was good at fighting. After all, he hung out with someone like Li Xiangyang, who was also good at fighting, every day. But she didn't want to owe favors, and for Su Ruanruan, finding a teacher to solve the problem was the best way. Seeing the aggrieved look on the little thing's face, Lu Tingfeng felt inexplicably irritated. He had never felt this way before in his entire life. I just came from Teacher Lang's office. She was just finished with work. She's already tired from handling the academy's affairs. I don't think we should bother her. There's a surveillance camera in that corner. We can just look at the footage and everything will be clear, Lu Tingfeng said, pointing to the camera in the corner of the playground. Li Xiangyang grimaced at Lu Tingfeng's words, inwardly cursing. What a beast! While the students are suffering under this scorching sun, you're in the office flirting with Teacher Lang. Is that something a human would do? After being lovey-dovey with Teacher Lang, now you're hooking up with this cute little rabbit. Li Xiangyang was completely speechless. Su Ruanruan's eyes lit up. That's right, there's a surveillance camera. He's so smart. I'm so stupid, boo-hoo. Yes, let's look at the surveillance footage. We've done nothing wrong and have nothing to hide. I believe Ruanruan. With Lu Tingfeng's support, Song Jiayi went from being timid to being bold. When she first found out that she was in the same class as the bully, Lu Tingfeng, she was prepared to avoid him at all costs. Now that her best friend's boyfriend was a bully, it felt so good to have a powerful backer. Han Yufei's eyes flickered. If they looked at the surveillance footage, the truth would come to light. At that point, she would definitely be judged, which was unacceptable for the proud Han Yufei. Since Teacher Lang is busy, there's no need to bother her. This young lady is magnanimous and doesn't want to bother with you. Su Ruanruan's roommates couldn't take it anymore. They knew how pure and innocent their little white rabbit was, and they couldn't believe that someone as shameless as Han Yufei existed in this world. Song Jiayi was shaking with anger. Hey, it's clearly your fault, but you have to try to frame someone else. You're acting all kind and generous when your lies are about to be exposed. You're truly shameless. After venting, Song Jiayi quickly chanted a phrase in her mind. Wanwan's boyfriend is the bully Lu Tingfeng. We have a powerful backer. I'm not afraid. I'm not afraid. I'm not afraid. After chanting it 3 times, Song Jiayi finally relaxed. Su Wanwan raised her chubby little hand and nudged Song Jiayi. Jiayi, everyone knows who's at fault. As long as we can get through this. Although Su Wanwan was gentle, she wasn't stupid. Han Yufei's family must have a lot of influence, otherwise she wouldn't be so arrogant. She really didn't want to get Lu Tingfeng into any more trouble. If this continued, how would she ever repay him? Han Yufei wanted to retaliate and continue berating Su Wanwan. But after seeing Lu Tingfeng's cold gaze, she swallowed her words back. I won't bother with you since we're all classmates. Han Yufei looked at Su Wanwan with jealousy, turned around, and returned to her class's training area. Little thing, call me brother and you're mine. If anyone bullies you again, just say my name. Su Wanwan buried her small head and nodded lightly. The next second, she shook her head vigorously. Student Lu, I'm still young, I can't be in a relationship yet. Lu Tingfeng stared at Su Wanwan. This little thing really was like her name, too easy to bully. Chapter 45. Zhong Xinya's call. Lu Tingfeng noticed the little one's nervousness and deliberately closed the distance. You're 18, an adult. Are you still considered little? Su Wanwan took 2 steps back under Lu Tingfeng's pressure. Besides, did I say I wanted to date you? And how should you address me? Have you forgotten? Lu Tingfeng fired off 3 questions in a row, making the already nervous Su Wanwan even more anxious. Su Wanwan was already at the level of a top-tier campus belle. Now, her fair face was even more flushed, a blush mixed with her natural paleness, like she had stepped right out of a painting, pure, sweet, and incredibly adorable. Brother, thank you for what happened earlier. Lu Tingfeng looked completely harmless, but Su Wanwan knew he was definitely trying to flirt with her. Her mother had been tricked by her father in the same way back then. The pure white little rabbit wrung her hands together. Knowing she couldn't out-talk Lu Tingfeng, she simply skipped over the topic. Lu Tingfeng didn't pursue it further. This little thing was quite vigilant, but sooner or later, she would be his. I've helped you twice already, and all I get is a thank you? Su Wanwan glanced at Lu Tingfeng's eyes, then quickly turned her blushing face away. Then what else do you want? Looking at her pitiful appearance, Lu Tingfeng felt like he was committing a crime. Damn, she's so cute. Lu Tingfeng couldn't help but mentally exclaim. I'll treat you to a big meal, okay? Su Wanwan asked softly. The little one had forgotten that Lu Tingfeng had helped her the first time. She had used her contact information as repayment. Lu Tingfeng thought for a moment. Then how about tomorrow night? Tomorrow is Friday, right before the weekend. Su Wanwan's heart suddenly became vigilant. Song Jiayi had told her that when boys asked girls out to dinner at night, they usually ended up taking them to a hotel. The little one's big eyes welled up again. I just turned adult. I can't date, and I don't want to go to a hotel. Lu Tingfeng's face darkened. Who taught this little one such things? Luckily, the other students had all scattered. If they saw him bullying this innocent little rabbit, it would be terrible. The problem was, he hadn't even bullied her. Su Wanwan, I didn't expect your little head to be filled with such things. Who told you such unreliable nonsense? Jiayi. Su Wanwan hesitated for a moment, then confessed Song Jiayi. Lu Tingfeng's teeth itched with anger. After he had her, he needed to make sure the little one stayed far away from that girl Song Jiayi. Song Jiayi is just fooling you. She can't find a boyfriend, and she's afraid that if you find one, you'll abandon her, so she says things like that. We won't buy alcohol tomorrow night, is that alright? Can we also not go to a hotel? Lu Tingfeng helplessly rubbed his forehead. Don't worry, we won't. I promise. The little one finally felt relieved after Lu Tingfeng's promise. Okay then, but I don't have much spending money, don't pick anything too expensive. Lu Tingfeng was speechless. The little one was quite stingy. The break between classes quickly ended, and as training began, Lu Tingfeng left the field. Lu Tingfeng had already asked Lung Bingning for leave. The instructor saw him, but was too lazy to care. Watching Lu Tingfeng's retreating figure, Su Wanwan couldn't help but take a few more glances. Although her good friend Song Jiayi said that Lu Tingfeng was a bully, in her eyes, Lu Tingfeng was a good person with a strong sense of justice. Over the years, she had never paid so much attention to a boy before. Hey, that girl, what are you daydreaming about? If you keep daydreaming, 10 push-ups. The little one hurriedly snapped back to attention, standing in a military posture. Her perfect figure and fair face shone brightly in the sunlight. After returning to the dormitory, Lu Tingfeng took a good nap. After lunch, Lu Tingfeng was shooting the breeze with his 3 roommates, including Li Shangyang, in the male dormitory when his phone suddenly rang. It was Zhong Xinya calling. Hello, Aunt Zhong, what's up with the call? Xiaofeng, could you come over for a bit? I have an urgent matter I need your help with. Auntie knows she shouldn't bother you at this time, but I really don't know who else to turn to. Zhong Xinya's tone was very gentle, and by the end, her voice carried a hint of pleading. Lu Tingfeng knew that Zhong Xinya must have encountered some trouble, otherwise, a virtuous and conservative woman like her wouldn't be so humble. Aunt Zhong, wait for me a moment, I'll head over right away. Xiaofeng, Auntie is waiting for you at the rented apartment, you must come. Zhong Xinya's somewhat anxious, slightly tearful voice came through the phone. Don't worry, Aunt Zhong, I'll definitely be there. After hanging up on Zhong Xinya, Lu Tingfeng went to Lang Bingning's office. Sister Lang, could you please write me another leave note? I have an urgent matter to attend to. Lang Bingning was a bit suspicious. Good boy, you're not trying to skip military training and purposely ditch class, are you? Lu Tingfeng looked earnest. My dear sister, I really have an urgent matter, please just give me the note. Seeing Lu Tingfeng's serious expression, Lang Bingning's cold and beautiful face turned serious as well. She pushed her glasses up slightly with her jade hand. Sister will go and write the leave note right away. When handing Lu Tingfeng the leave note, Lang Bingning took the opportunity to kiss Lu Tingfeng's cheek, taking a small advantage. Little brother, be careful on the way, call me if you have any trouble. Don't worry, Sister Lang. Lu Tingfeng agreed on the surface but never thought about calling Lang Bingning for help. Lu Tingfeng returned to the dormitory, tossed the leave note to Li Shangyan to hand it to the instructor, and then called a ride to leave the school. Soon, Lu Tingfeng arrived at the residential area where Zhong Xinya rented her apartment. As soon as Lu Tingfeng reached Zhong Xinya's apartment, he saw her waiting at the door, dressed in a black floral pattern dress. Aunt Zhong, what did you need me for? Upon seeing Lu Tingfeng, the grievances Zhong Xinya had been suppressing could no longer be contained. She took 2 steps at a time and quickly walked up to Lu Tingfeng, embracing him. Xiaofeng, you're finally here. Auntie is in big trouble. Auntie is really about to break down. Lu Tingfeng saw the usually gentle and virtuous Zhong Xinya in such pain, he couldn't help but feel sorry for her. Aunt Zhong, don't be sad, let's talk inside. With me here, everything will be alright. Hearing Lu Tingfeng's words, Zhong Xinya felt an unprecedented sense of reassurance as if she had taken a pill. Lu Tingfeng helped the dejected Zhong Xinya, and together they entered the small house. Chapter 46, Helping Zhong Xinya think of a solution. Aunt Zhong, no matter what happened, I will help you solve it, don't be sad anymore. Lu Tingfeng supported the trembling Zhong Xinya as she sat on the sofa in her rented room, and began to comfort her softly. Zhong Xinya wiped away her tears, her face flushing slightly. I'm sorry, Xiaofeng, I was just too sad, that's why I lost my composure and made you laugh. Zhong Xinya felt ashamed. She had actually cried in front of a boy who had just come of age. But she couldn't control the emotions in her heart. After all, Lu Tingfeng was the only person she could rely on now. Xiaofeng, just now when I was cooking, a group of people came to collect debts from me. Xiangzi's father really is like what those gangsters said. The company was caught in the act and he was arrested. At this point, Zhong Xinya's eyes couldn't help but become teary again. Lu Tingfeng wasn't too surprised. He had already sent Zhang Yi to find out about this matter, and he knew exactly where Zhang Kong was being held. Zhong Xinya continued, they said that Xiangzi's father owed their company 100 million, and there was also a stamped and written document. How am I supposed to pay that back? Lu Tingfeng gently hugged the nearly collapsed Zhong Xinya. Aunt Zhong, it's okay, I'm here. I will definitely not let them hurt you. Zhong Xinya's face turned red, and she felt moved in her heart. She felt that this was not good, but she was really sad now and really needed warmth. Lu Tingfeng had a very important place in her heart. She really liked this young man. With someone to rely on, Zhong Xinya felt that she was not so afraid anymore. Lu Tingfeng gently wiped away Zhong Xinya's tears. Aunt Zhong, what do you want to do now? Being cared for by Lu Tingfeng like this, Zhong Xinya felt very happy, and at the same time, she felt that she was wrong, but she was already dependent on Lu Tingfeng. Aunt doesn't know what to do either. Xiaofeng, can you help Aunt think of a solution? Zhong Xinya looked at Lu Tingfeng with anticipation. Lu Tingfeng had helped her so many times, and every time she could feel that Lu Tingfeng was a very clever boy. Lu Tingfeng pondered for a moment. Aunt Zhong, those bastards will definitely come here often to collect debts in the future. One day if they lose their patience, they might even do something outrageous. Upon hearing this, Zhong Xinya became a little scared. She had seen those gang members on her phone, and they were all after money and didn't care about their lives. Xiaofeng, if there really is no other way, then you don't need to worry about me anymore, lest Aunt implicates you when those bastards come to collect debts. Zhong Xinya didn't want her affairs to implicate Lu Tingfeng. He had already helped her enough. If she implicated him again, Zhong Xinya really didn't know how to repay Lu Tingfeng's kindness. When Lu Tingfeng saw that Zhong Xinya was still thinking of him at this time, he felt even more sorry for her. Aunt Zhong, there is actually still a way. As long as you go through the divorce procedures, you will have nothing to do with those debts. Then even if those debt collectors come to your door, they will have no way to get anything. If they use force, we don't have to be afraid. After all, we now live in a society ruled by law. Zhong Xinya was stunned for a moment. This was indeed a good way. But she became a bit worried again. If she divorced Zhang Kong, what would happen to Qianzi? Would he be sad? She also thought of Zhang Kong betraying her and flirting with different women, and suddenly felt a heart-wrenching pain. Lu Tingfeng saw Zhong Xinya's hesitation and began to comfort her. Aunt Zhong, no matter what choice you make, I will do my best to protect your safety. I felt a sense of familiarity the first time I met you, like I was meeting a relative. I won't let those punks hurt you. Zhong Xinya was deeply moved, her tears once again welling up, but this time not from sadness, but from gratitude. Xiaofeng, Auntie can't let you put yourself in danger because of me anymore. It was Zhang Kong who wronged me first. If it weren't for considering Qianzi's feelings, I would have wanted to divorce him long ago. Now he has created such a huge mess, getting himself locked up and forcing me to hide every day. Whatever you say, I'll listen to you. Auntie will do whatever you think is best. Lu Tingfeng excitedly grasped Zhong Xinya's fair hand. That's great, Auntie Zhong. Once this is all over, you won't have to worry about being chased for debts anymore. After calming down, Zhong Xinya started to feel a bit flustered. She had already been too out of character today. Zhong Xinya was inherently a traditional and conservative woman. Apart from Zhang Kong and Zhang Chang, she had never been in contact with any other men. Today, she had hugged Lu Tingfeng countless times, and many times she had even initiated it herself. This made the always traditional Zhong Xinya blush uncontrollably. Xiaofeng, thank you so much for helping me. Why don't you sit for a while? Auntie will go cut some fruit for you. When Zhong Xinya returned to the living room with a plate of fruit, Lu Tingfeng immediately stood up. Auntie Zhong, I've already contacted the Civil Affairs Bureau. I've also found out where Uncle Zhang Kong is being held. Those punks might come to collect debts again anytime. Let us hurry up and go through the procedures. Zhong Xinya was shocked, her fair hand covering her red lips. She had not expected Lu Tingfeng to accomplish so much in such a short time. She knew Lu Tingfeng's identity was unusual, but it seemed she had still underestimated this young man. Xiaofeng, how about you eat some of this fruit first? Zhong Xinya said softly. We'll eat it later, Auntie Zhong. I just want to help you solve your troubles as soon as possible. Zhong Xinya was incredibly moved. Xiaofeng was such a good boy. Once this was all over, she had to treat him even more kindly. Give me a moment to prepare, Auntie will be out soon. Zhong Xinya placed the fruit in the refrigerator. It was the fruit she had cut herself, and she wanted to see Xiaofeng eat it with her own eyes. When she went out, Zhong Xinya had tidied herself up a little. She didn't want to embarrass Lu Tingfeng in public. After preparing her ID card and the necessary documents, Lu Tingfeng left the rental apartment with Zhong Xinya. A middle-aged couple living next door were shocked to see Zhong Xinya and Lu Tingfeng leaving. Wasn't he that the man who brought her back yesterday? It seems like it. I originally thought they were relatives. It looks like that pretty woman is being kept by that young man. Sigh, this world is getting stranger and stranger. Chapter 47 Zhong Xinya's divorce. Seeing hope and despair not long after, Lu Tingfeng and Zhong Xinya arrived at their destination. The person Lu Tingfeng had contacted to handle the divorce procedures was already waiting there. Young Master Lu, the staff at the Civil Affairs Bureau greeted Lu Tingfeng respectfully. The person who had arranged their visit had already informed them of Lu Tingfeng's identity. The young master of the Gu Group, the leading commercial entity in Linhai City, was not someone they could afford to offend. Lu Tingfeng nodded, let's go in together. In addition to the person handling the divorce, the prison staff were also very friendly to Lu Tingfeng. This made Zhong Xinya even more shocked. She found it hard to imagine what kind of astonishing background an 18-year-old like Lu Tingfeng possessed. Zhong Xinya had considered whether Lu Tingfeng could get Zhang Kong out of prison, but she quickly dismissed the idea. Even if Lu Tingfeng's identity was extraordinary, it was impossible for him to challenge the system. Moreover, Zhang Kong was not worth Zhong Xinya doing that, and she was unwilling to let Lu Tingfeng take such a risk for him. Soon, Lu Tingfeng saw Zhang Kong through a glass panel. Zhang Kong was wearing a coarse cloth prison uniform, completely devoid of the demeanor of a wealthy boss. Wife, how did you know I was in here? The creditors are already banging on our door. How could I not know? Did you ever think about me and Xianzi when you did this? Zhang Kong was filled with remorse. In his pursuit of profits, he had offended too many powerful bosses, leading to his current predicament. I'm here to divorce you. Sign the papers. Zhang Kong looked at Zhong Xinya in disbelief. Back then, he had gone to great lengths to win over Zhong Xinya, the school beauty. In their life together, no matter what he did wrong, Zhong Xinya would always choose to forgive him. In Zhang Kang's mind, Zhong Xinya had always been a beautiful, generous, gentle, virtuous, and devoted woman, loyal to her feelings. Although he had affairs outside their marriage, he loved Zhong Xinya the most in his heart. Even if he had imagined being executed, he had never thought Zhong Xinya would utter the word divorce. Zhang Kong noticed Lu Tingfeng beside Zhong Xinya, and his gaze turned cold. Zhong Xinya, how can you have such thoughts, say such things? And who is this kid? Zhong Xinya's gaze did not waver. Don't you know what you've been doing outside? Your female secretary, that female department head in the company, do you want me to list them all out for you one by one? He is your son's classmate, Lu Tingfeng. If it weren't for Xiaofeng, I would have been abused by the people you offended. Do you know how I've been these past few days? Zhang Kong was speechless. He did not know how Zhong Xinya found out about these things, but the reality was unchangeable. His initial thought had been the same as the middle-aged couple next to their rented house. This result was unacceptable to Zhang Kong, but he couldn't get out now and was powerless to do anything about what was happening outside. However, hearing that Lu Tingfeng was Zhang Chang's classmate, he relaxed his guard. An 18-year-old who had just come of age, he did not think Lu Tingfeng had the means to shake Zhong Xinya's traditional values. Xiaofeng, right? Thank you for saving Xinya. As a father, I am happy that my son Zhang Chang has a good friend like you. Lu Tingfeng replied politely, Uncle Zhang, you're too kind. Zhang Chang and I are classmates, this is what I should do. Although we have some conflicts, they are just minor matters. Lu Tingfeng's polite demeanor made Zhang Kong feel guilty. He had almost wronged a good person. He had not expected his son to have a grudge against Lu Tingfeng, and yet this child was returning good for evil. Xianzi's classmate is such a good child. After scolding Zhang Kong for his wrongdoings, Zhong Xinya's tone softened. After all, this was the man she had lived with for so many years, and she still held some feelings for him. Husband, even for Xianzi's sake, you should think carefully. Can you bear to see our mother and son being chased by debt collectors every day, forced to flee? Xianzi is still studying, he can't handle this kind of hardship. We still have to live. Besides, divorce is just a way to avoid debt. Once you're out, we can remarry. I haven't said a word about how many mistakes you've made over the years. Do you not even trust me now? Zhong Xinya had considered it for a long time on the way before finally deciding to divorce. She was a very emotional person, which was also what Lu Tingfeng valued about her. It was just that Zhang Kong had disappointed her too much. The thought of the pain and disaster Zhang Kong had brought her made her feel like she was suffocating. The thought that Zhang Kong would continue to torment her after he got out filled Zhong Xinya with despair. Luckily, Lu Tingfeng was now by her side, which made her feel a little more at ease. Zhang Kong clenched his fist and slammed it hard against the wall next to him, letting out a helpless sigh. If he hadn't been so greedy, so useless, his wife and son wouldn't be suffering like this. If he had known things would turn out like this, he wouldn't have been so greedy for money. Now he had lost both money and people, and he had lost almost everything. Luckily, Zhong Xinya hadn't abandoned him. Okay, I agree to sign. Zhang Kong understood that as long as Zhong Xinya and Zhang Chang were still related to him, they would be constantly pursued by debt collectors and live in misery. Only by temporarily severing that relationship could they live better lives. Moreover, Zhong Xinya had said that they could still be together after he got out. Over the years, Zhong Xinya had never lied to him, and Zhang Kong trusted her implicitly. After signing the divorce agreement, Zhang Kong felt like a piece of his heart had been hollowed out, as if he had lost something important forever. Xiaofeng, thank you so much. There aren't many good people like you in this society who repay evil with kindness. Lu Tingfeng sneered inwardly. Zhang Kong must not be a good person to have been locked up. He was praising him just to get him to take care of Zhong Xinya. But Lu Tingfeng was too lazy to say anything. He had already planned to take good care of Zhong Xinya. Zhong Xinya was now a single woman. Lu Tingfeng couldn't bear to see such a kind, gentle, and virtuous woman suffer alone. As Lu Tingfeng expected, Zhang Kong made his request. In the future, please take care of your Aunt Zhong for me. When I get out, I'll be sure to thank you properly. Lu Tingfeng's clothes looked very high-end, mostly designer brands. Being able to use his connections to bring Zhong Xinya here meant he must be a powerful and wealthy second generation, and most importantly, a righteous one. He didn't have to worry about Zhong Xinya being bullied. Moreover, Lu Tingfeng was just a young adult, about the same age as his son Zhang Chang. He didn't have to worry about Zhong Xinya at all. In Zhang Kang's eyes, Lu Tingfeng was just a young man with a strong sense of justice. Having such a person take care of Zhong Xinya, Zhang Kong felt, was the perfect arrangement. Don't worry, Uncle Zhang, I will never let anyone harm a hair on Aunt Zhong's head. I will take care of Aunt Zhong like you and Zhang Chang do, and make sure she is happy every day. Lu Tingfeng's tone was very sincere. He would definitely take good care of Zhong Xinya. Hearing Lu Tingfeng say this, the anxiety in Zhang Kang's heart finally subsided. As long as Zhong Xinya stayed by Lu Tingfeng's side, he could rest assured. After Lu Tingfeng and Zhong Xinya came out, Zhong Xinya looked up at the sky, a little lost. She had also thought about spending her whole life with Zhang Kong, but he had made such a big mistake, and so many years of marriage had just fallen apart. Zhong Xinya recalled the vows of spending a lifetime together from their youth. Now it all seemed like a joke. Her many years of youth had been given to such a person. Now she was divorced, Xiangzi was nowhere to be found, and the warm home of the past had been mortgaged to pay off debts and could never be returned. In this top-tier first-tier city of Linhai, she didn't even have 20,000 yuan to her name, her company was gone, and she had to find a new job. Zhong Xinya thought of all her experiences, it was as if the heavens were punishing her, and she felt like she was about to break down. Zhong Xinya felt a little dizzy, and in a daze, she almost fainted. Aunt Zhong. Lu Tingfeng quickly supported Zhong Xinya and called a Didi. In her dizziness, Zhong Xinya felt someone hugging her, and when she saw the young face in front of her, the hope of living reignited in Zhong Xinya's heart. It's good that Xiaofeng is here, if it weren't for this little guy, I really don't know how I would live in the future. I must repay him well. Chapter 48. Zhong Xinya wants to relax. Yifeng and Zhong Xinya were waiting for a taxi together by the roadside. Seeing Zhong Xinya's low spirits, Lu Tingfeng felt he should comfort her. Aunt Zhong, don't be sad anymore. This outcome might not be bad for you. At least you don't have to worry about paying off debts anymore. Uncle Zhang offended such a rich man, he won't be out for at least 10 or 8 years. Even if he gets out, he did such a terrible thing to you, he's not worth you being so good to him. Zhong Xinya understood what Lu Tingfeng meant, and she actually thought so herself. She was just afraid that Lu Tingfeng would think of her as an unfaithful woman, so she didn't dare say what was in her heart. Now, Lu Tingfeng was Zhong Xinya's only support, and she couldn't lose him. Xiaofeng, I'm really happy that you think this way. Thank you for understanding, Auntie. Zhong Xinya wanted to continue thanking Lu Tingfeng, but her phone rang, interrupting her thoughts. Zhong Xinya took out her phone, and seeing the caller ID, a hint of joy appeared on her beautiful face. Xiaofeng, it's Xiangzi calling. He finally knows to contact his mother. Auntie has finally found him. Lu Tingfeng was also happy that Zhang Chang had finally contacted Zhong Xinya. As for Zhang Chang's current situation, Lu Tingfeng had already sent people to find out. His current situation wasn't optimistic. Xiangzi, are you doing okay at school? Mom misses you so much. After answering the phone, Zhong Xinya couldn't help but express her longing. Although Zhang Chang was a jerk, he was still a piece of flesh from her body. Hearing Zhong Xinya's voice, Zhang Chang's voice was very agitated and carried some fear. Mom, I have something to tell you, don't get excited. I saw on Douyin that our company was shut down, and my dad was also arrested. The company had collapsed, and Zhang Kong had been locked up, which meant that he could no longer go to bars to find attractive young models. The thought of this made Zhang Chang feel very painful. Feeling the fear in Zhang Chang's voice, Zhong Xinya also felt very sad. I already know, Xiangzi. From now on, we mother and son will have to rely on each other. Now that you're in college, you must study hard and make something of yourself in the future, understand? Zhong Xinya knew what kind of person Zhang Chang was. She didn't expect him to be very outstanding, only that he would be safe. She said these words just to encourage him. As a mother, she also had hopes for her son to succeed. Zhang Chang was relieved to hear that Zhong Xinya's voice was relatively calm. I understand, Mom. I will study hard. Mom, I've run into some trouble recently. Could you transfer some money to me? Hearing Zhang Chang's words, Zhong Xinya's heart leaped into her throat. What happened, Xiangzi? Don't scare Mom. How much money do you need? Mom will transfer it to you. Zhang Chang casually said, It's nothing, Mom. I just need some money urgently. You don't need to transfer too much, 50,000 will do. Zhang Chang originally wanted to ask his father, Zhang Kong, for money. Zhong Xinya usually spoiled him too much, and he felt a little embarrassed always asking his mother for money. But since Zhang Kong was already in jail, he could only ask Zhong Xinya for money. Only by getting the money could he maintain his image as a wealthy young master in front of his peers and continue to have escorts and models to drink with at the bar. Hearing Zhang Chang ask for 50,000, Zhong Xinya was immediately stunned. The money in her bank card was frozen, and even her rent was paid by Lu Tingfeng. Right now, she had less than 20,000 yuan in total. But her son was in trouble, and she, as his mother, couldn't just sit idly by. Even if it meant hardship for herself, she couldn't let her son suffer. Zhong Xinya's voice trembled slightly. Xiangzi, Mom doesn't have that much money right now. After Mom finds a job, I'll transfer the money to you after a while, okay? Zhang Chang's voice was a bit anxious, but time waits for no one. Mom, I really need the money now. Zhang Chang once again felt the pain brought to him by the ceiling of the family's company. He now only wished that time could flow backward. He would definitely stop his father, Zhang Kong, from making mistakes. Mom will think of a way. Hang up first, Xiangzi. After hanging up the phone, Zhong Xinya felt as if her body had been emptied. Now that everyone, including friends and relatives, knows about the family's situation, probably no one would be willing to lend her money. 500,000 was simply an astronomical figure for Zhong Xinya at the moment. Unconsciously, her gaze uncontrollably shifted to Lu Tingfeng. Lu Tingfeng clearly heard everything they talked about. He knew exactly what Zhong Xinya wanted to say. This woman was good in every way, except that she was too kind. Aunt Joan, I'll transfer the money to you, you can let Zhang Chang use it first. Lu Tingfeng had no shortage of money. In his eyes, the balance on the bank card was just a string of numbers. Although letting Zhang Chang spend the money made Lu Tingfeng very uncomfortable, Aunt Joan would repay him double. Xiaofeng, thank you so much. Once Auntie finds a job and gets paid, I will definitely pay you back the money as soon as possible. Zhong Xinya's eyes were filled with mist, her beautiful eyes fixed on Lu Tingfeng. Her voice was very shy and embarrassed. Lu Tingfeng had helped her too much. If she had felt that she could repay the favor before, she now felt that it was impossible. Zhong Xinya even suspected that Lu Tingfeng was a savior sent by God to rescue her. If there was an opportunity, she would not hesitate to give her life for Lu Tingfeng. Soon, the taxi that Lu Tingfeng had called arrived. Aunt Joan, let us get in the car first, we'll talk when we get home. Hearing the word home, Zhong Xinya's beautiful eyes couldn't help but become a little wet. The luxurious villa where they used to live had been sealed, and now they were just living in a small rental apartment of 100 square meters. However, Zhong Xinya did not feel sad, but rather very happy. Because that rental apartment had a special meaning for her. Xiaofeng, too many things have happened today. A struggle flashed in Zhong Xinya's beautiful eyes, and then, as if she had made a decision, she slowly said what she wanted to say. I want to go to a bar to relax, and also to say goodbye to the past. Can you come with Auntie? Zhong Xinya stared at Lu Tingfeng with anticipation in her beautiful eyes. She had heard that bars were very chaotic, with many social scum who liked to harass women. If Lu Tingfeng was willing to go with her, she would not be afraid of anything. Zhong Xinya was a well-known campus belle when she was in college, and with the nourishment of time, she had even more of a mature woman's charm. Today, Zhong Xinya was wearing a very elegant tight-fitting black knee-length short dress, her calves were as white as jade, and her perfect figure was shown without reservation. Zhong Xinya was wearing 3-centimeter short high-heeled shoes, and finally, with her flawless pretty face and bright red lips, she was completely enough to kill all the young people. Lu Tingfeng was simply not at ease with such a pure Zhong Xinya going to a bar alone. Aunt Joan, we can't stay there too long, after all, it's too chaotic there. Zhong Xinya couldn't help but smile happily when she heard Lu Tingfeng agree. I'm just going to relax. When we get there, you can say when we leave and we'll leave then, Auntie will listen to you. The two got into the taxi together, and Lu Tingfeng set the location for the nearest bar. When it was time to get off the bus, Zhong Xinya was stunned by the surrounding buildings. Isn't this the bar near Chunzi's school? The thought of Zhang Chang seeing her with Lu Tingfeng near the bar made Zhong Xinya uneasy. For some reason, while feeling embarrassed, a faint sense of anticipation also stirred within her heart. Chapter 49. An unbelievable scene. Zhong Xinya completely crumbles before getting out of the car. Zhong Xinya cautiously looked around. After confirming that Zhang Chang was not nearby, she stepped out of the car, her 3-centimeter black low heels clicking on the pavement. Aunt Joan, be careful, your ankles are already a problem, be careful not to twist your foot. Lu Tingfeng, seeing Zhong Xinya getting out of the car, considerately supported her. Being supported by Lu Tingfeng under the gaze of so many people on the street, Zhong Xinya felt her cheeks burning up. Xiaofeng, Aunt specifically wore these low heels for easy walking, I can manage myself. Aunt Joan, I'd still better support you, I promised Uncle Zhang I'd take good care of you. Zhong Xinya's constitution was already very sensitive, and she was still very traditional at heart, making it hard for her to calm down in this situation. Lu Tingfeng was also acting out of good intentions and had helped her so much. Most importantly, deep down, he also liked this warm feeling and didn't want to refuse. However, Zhong Xinya still felt a bit strange. Xiaofeng, Aunt really can walk by herself, you massaged me yesterday and it's much better. Aunt Joan, just to be safe, be careful, and don't refuse anymore, or I'll be upset. Xiaofeng, don't be angry with Aunt will do as you say, okay? Seeing Lu Tingfeng's fake angry look, Zhong Xinya's attitude became submissive. Lu Tingfeng had helped her so much she didn't want him to get upset or hurt because of her. If that happened, she would be a horrible person. Lu Tingfeng beamed, let us go in, Aunt Joan. As the two walked to the entrance of the bar, most people around them cast envious glances. Who is that young guy? And that woman, she's absolutely stunning. She looks so old, but still looks so pure. I bet she was a school beauty when she was younger. Damn it, that pretty boy is so lucky. If I had a woman like that, I would stay in the same room with her for a week without coming out. A week? You're weak, man. With such a beauty, I could stay indoors for a month. These petty gangsters were adept at reading people. Lu Tingfeng's clothes indicated that he was a wealthy young master, so they lowered their voices when they talked. Although their voices were low, their greedy gazes were still noticed by Lu Tingfeng and Zhong Xinya. These greedy gazes made Zhong Xinya feel a bit scared, as if they wanted to devour her. Reaching the bar entrance, Zhong Xinya couldn't help but shrink closer to Lu Tingfeng, closing the distance between them. Xiaofeng, Aunt's a little scared. Lu Tingfeng instinctively pulled Zhong Xinya into his embrace, realizing that a petite woman like Aunt Joan was not suitable for such places. It's okay, Aunt Zhong, I'm here, I'll protect you. If it's too much, let's go back to the rental, don't force yourself. Having spent so much time together, Lu Tingfeng had never looked at her with such a gaze. When Lu Tingfeng looked at her, his eyes were full of clarity and brightness. Other men would constantly try to trick women into going to bars and getting them drunk, while Lu Tingfeng was advising her to stay away from such places. Zhong Xinya was deeply touched. Zhong Xinya was now absolutely certain that Lu Tingfeng was not approaching and helping her because of her beauty. This child genuinely treated her with respect as an elder and a family member. Just as Zhong Xinya was about to speak, she caught sight of a familiar figure in a corner of the bar. That figure was none other than Zhang Chang, who had just asked her for 50,000 yuan. Zhong Xinya was shocked. It was absolutely unbelievable. In a bar ablaze with neon lights and teeming with revelers, Zhang Chang reclined on the lap of a young model while a seemingly innocent girl with a cherubic face coaxed him to drink. Zhang Chang wore a blissful expression, completely immersed in the decadent atmosphere. Witnessing this scene, Zhong Xinya, already on the verge of a breakdown, finally shattered. With a stumble, Zhong Xinya collapsed against Lu Tingfeng. Aunt Zhong, what's wrong? Lu Tingfeng, following Zhong Xinya's gaze, spotted their old high school classmate, Zhang Chang, but he showed no excessive surprise. He had already tasked Zhang Yi to investigate Zhang Chang's activities at school. When Zhang Chang had asked Zhong Xinya for money, he knew exactly how Zhang Chang intended to use it. Engrossed in his pleasure, Zhang Chang failed to notice Zhong Xinya and Lu Tingfeng at the bar's entrance. Lu Tingfeng, feigning indignation, exclaimed, Aunt Zhong, I never imagined Zhang Chang would be such a beast. Let me go and beat him up for you. Zhong Xinya hastily pulled Lu Tingfeng back. It's okay, Xiao Feng. He's my own son, and you're like family to me. If you two fight, I'll be heartbroken no matter who gets hurt. During this difficult time, with her company collapsed, her job lost, and her relatives and friends refusing to lend her money, she, as a mother, was still pleading to raise money for Zhang Chang. Yet this unpromising, reckless boy was squandering the money she had desperately begged for, indulging in this lavish lifestyle. Thinking of all this, Zhong Xinya was once again disappointed in Zhang Chang, just like the last time when he claimed his mother was not a good person, lacking responsibility, all over some money. Perhaps one day she would be utterly disappointed in her son, Zhang Chang, just like she was with the promiscuous and errant Zhang Kong. But she didn't want that day to come. Xiao Feng, please take me home. Let this rascal be, I'm really tired, so very tired. At this moment, Zhong Xinya's body and soul were exhausted to their limits, with no strength left. It was as if she had been completely drained. Lu Tingfeng supported Zhong Xinya and hailed a taxi. Aunt Zhong, don't be sad, it'll all pass. I will always be here with you, to take care of you. Zhong Xinya's eyes welled up. Slowly, a tear rolled down her cheek. The company is gone, my home is gone, and Chang has turned out like this. Xiao Feng, I have nothing left, I can't lose you too. The distraught Zhong Xinya leaned on Lu Tingfeng's shoulder, sobbing uncontrollably, her heart breaking. Chapter 50. The shy Zhong Xinya. After getting into the taxi, Zhong Xinya rested her head on Lu Tingfeng's arm, leaning against his shoulder and falling into a deep sleep. At this point, Zhong Xinya had absolutely no defenses against Lu Tingfeng in her heart. He was the most trustworthy person in the world. Aunt Zhong really looks exhausted. She's such a kind and virtuous woman, I can't let her suffer anymore. Lu Tingfeng gently patted Zhong Xinya's shoulder, letting out a soft sigh. Zhong Xinya's misfortune in running into Zhang Kong and Zhang Chang, father and son, was a disaster, but now that he was by her side, everything would get better. Young man, your elder is truly beautiful. No wonder you're so handsome. After Zhong Xinya fell asleep, the driver started chatting with Lu Tingfeng. When Lu Tingfeng and Zhong Xinya got into the car, the driver had already noticed Zhong Xinya's appearance. He had lived for so many years and had never seen such a beautiful and charming woman. If he knew that Zhong Xinya was also a gentle and virtuous woman, he would be eaten up with jealousy. Uncle driver, you've misunderstood, this is my classmate's mother, Lu Tingfeng immediately explained when he realized the driver had misunderstood his relationship with Zhong Xinya. Seeing Zhong Xinya covered in sweat in her sleep, Lu Tingfeng thoughtfully took out a tissue and gently wiped the perspiration from her forehead. So many painful things have happened recently, Aunt Zhong must be having nightmares. Just as Lu Tingfeng finished wiping the sweat from her forehead, Zhong Xinya was jolted awake by a nightmare. Feeling Lu Tingfeng's tenderness, Zhong Xinya, who had been pretending to be asleep, felt a warmth in her heart. Xiao Feng is really a sensible and good child. If only Changzi were a tenth as sensible as him, I wouldn't be suffering so much. Gradually, Zhong Xinya started to feel shy. This feeling of being cared for is so good. Unconsciously, Zhong Xinya felt her heart beat faster again. Yesterday and today, in just 2 short days, Zhong Xinya didn't know how many times Lu Tingfeng had shown her such concern. Each time, she would feel shy, and each time her heart raced because of Lu Tingfeng. Zhong Xinya knew very well that she could no longer live without Lu Tingfeng. Still pretending to be asleep, Zhong Xinya inadvertently moved closer to Lu Tingfeng's shoulder. Lu Tingfeng just smiled softly, not exposing her act. Aunt Zhong, we're here. After they arrived at the rented apartment where Zhong Xinya lived, Lu Tingfeng called out to her. Zhong Xinya pretended to have just woken up. We're here? I'm sorry, Xiaofeng. I was just too tired and couldn't help but fall asleep. It's okay, Aunt Zhong. Let's get out of the car quickly. After they left, the taxi driver silently lit a cigarette. He thought of what Lu Tingfeng had said and felt that his own life was a complete failure. After finishing his cigarette, he sighed again. What is this world coming to? It's getting stranger and stranger. The driver stepped on the gas and left the neighborhood that had made him doubt his life. Xiaofeng, come and eat the fruit that auntie cut for you. After returning to the apartment, Zhong Xinya hurriedly took out the fruit she had placed in the refrigerator before leaving. It was her gesture, and she would be very upset if she didn't see Lu Tingfeng eat it. Lu Tingfeng glanced at the fruit that Zhong Xinya had chosen, then looked at Zhong Xinya's face filled with anticipation. Aunt Zhong, I want you to feed it to me, is that okay? Zhong Xinya's face flushed red, unsure of how to answer. Lu Tingfeng was already an adult, and Zhong Xinya felt that this was too ambiguous. However, Xiaofeng was so good to her that she couldn't bear to refuse. Aunt Zhong, I haven't seen my parents since I was little, and I lived with a very rich and doting aunt. In my heart, I've long regarded you as family, just like her, so please, just agree. Hearing how pitiful Lu Tingfeng sounded, Zhong Xinya's maternal instincts were completely ignited. She touched Lu Tingfeng's face and comforted him softly. You poor child, Auntie promises you, don't be sad anymore, Xiaofeng. From now on, Auntie Zhong will be your family. Zhong Xinya extended her delicate hand, peeled a grape, and brought it to Lu Tingfeng's lips. The grapes Auntie Zhong peels are so delicious. Zhong Xinya, feeling pleased, picked up a slice of apple. If it's delicious, have some more. Come keep me company often, and Auntie will cut fruit for you every day. After finishing the fruit, Lu Tingfeng and Zhong Xinya sat on the sofa and chatted. It turned out that Zhang Kang had pursued her relentlessly, which was why Zhong Xinya had agreed to be with him. Zhong Xinya hadn't had any feelings for anyone at the time, she was only moved by Zhang Kang's persistence. Over the years, Zhong Xinya didn't develop any real affection for Zhang Kang, and after Zhang Chang was born, they hadn't been intimate for many years. Because of her good upbringing and conservative nature, Zhong Xinya had always diligently fulfilled her responsibilities. It could be said that Zhong Xinya was truly a very good woman, even making one feel a twinge of pity. Speaking of these things, Zhong Xinya suddenly glanced at Lu Tingfeng, her fair face flushed. Xiaofeng, if only you were born 20 years earlier. In the rented apartment in September, the air conditioner blew out cold air, yet Zhong Xinya felt her cheeks burning. She didn't know why, but inexplicably, she, who was always traditional and reserved, couldn't help but say such a thing to a young man. Right now, Zhong Xinya just wanted to crawl into a hole in the ground. Xiaofeng, Auntie was just joking with you. Lu Tingfeng's gaze was very calm. He gently hugged Zhong Xinya. Auntie Zhong, it's not too late now. I've never met a woman as gentle and kind as you. You're a single lady now, you have the freedom to love and choose a partner. Auntie Zhong, be my girlfriend. Zhong Xinya was so startled by Lu Tingfeng's words that her eyes widened. Her heart pounded, her face filled with panic and shyness. Xiaofeng, I'm so much older than you, how can this be? Zhong Xinya's voice trembled slightly, but she didn't struggle. Clearly, her heart did not want to refuse. Lu Tingfeng held her even tighter. Age has never been a problem, Auntie Zhong. With me, you don't have to be bound by the shackles of the past, you don't have to work so hard. I will make you happy. Zhong Xinya's heart was in a fierce struggle, but she understood that she couldn't live without Lu Tingfeng now. Her lips trembled slightly, and after a long time, she slowly opened her mouth. Xiaofeng, this is too sudden, give me some time to think about it, okay? Lu Tingfeng looked into Zhong Xinya's eyes and said gently, don't think about it anymore, Auntie Zhong, your eyes have already betrayed you. Lu Tingfeng then looked at Zhong Xinya's alluring red lips. Auntie Zhong, can I? Chapter 51. Zhong Xinya calls him husband. 2000 words omitted here. Please click the author's avatar to jump to chapter 50.5 of the work Anku. Soon it was sunset, and Lu Tingfeng felt that he had had a very fulfilling afternoon. He had not only helped Zhong Xinya solve her debt problems, but he had also made her his girlfriend. Zhong Xinya was truly a gentle and virtuous woman. Aunt Zhong, there is 200,000 yuan in this card, you can use it for now. After returning to the living room, Lu Tingfeng took out a bank card and placed it on the table. Zhong Xinya was a simple woman, and if she was given a lot of money, she would refuse it. Not only that, but she would also overthink it, and even think that it was a breakup fee. Ah, Xiaofeng, this money is too much, Auntie can't accept it. You should keep this money for yourself, eat something good. If you lose weight, Auntie will feel sorry for you. If you feel that there is something about me that is not good enough, please tell me, okay, I will change it. Zhong Xinya couldn't help but start overthinking. Could this be Xiaofeng giving me a breakup fee? No, I definitely don't believe that Xiaofeng is the kind of person who starts things and then abandons them. Thinking of these things, Zhong Xinya couldn't help but feel sad. She had completely fallen in love with Lu Tingfeng, and once a woman falls completely in love with someone, she becomes insecure and starts to overthink. Lu Tingfeng didn't expect that Zhong Xinya would still be thinking too much. "Aunt Zhong, this is all the money that I spend on my girlfriend, what are you overthinking?" Lu Tingfeng came to Zhong Xinya's side and hugged her. "You are the most gentle and virtuous woman I've ever met. I won't abandon you. Now that you are my girlfriend, you're still calling me that." When Zhong Xinya heard Lu Tingfeng's words, she realized that she had misunderstood him and immediately felt a sense of happiness that had been lost and found. Only Zhong Xinya knew how outrageous the number 200,000 was for her who was now penniless. It was precisely because of this that Lu Tingfeng did not directly give her a bank card with 5 million like he did to Leng Bingning. "Husband," Zhong Xinya shyly called out softly, her beautiful eyes full of bashfulness. Zhong Xinya felt like she was about to die of happiness. What the older generation said was indeed true, blessings and misfortunes are interdependent. Perhaps the hardships she had experienced were for this moment of happiness. "My wife is so good." Lu Tingfeng affectionately stroked Zhong Xinya's hair. "That is right, wife, you must never give this money to Zhang Chang again, that bastard only knows how to go to bars to pick up girls. If you give him money, he will be even more unscrupulous." Speaking of Zhang Chang, Zhong Xinya felt a sense of heaviness in her heart. That child was really too worrying. "Don't worry Xiaofeng, I won't transfer him any more money. I really didn't expect that Changzi was asking me for money to go to the bar and indulge. That is all hard-earned money." Lu Tingfeng gently comforted Zhong Xinya. Feeling Lu Tingfeng's company made her feel better. The two of them got cozy for a while, and when it was almost dark, Zhong Xinya reluctantly let Lu Tingfeng leave. In fact, Lu Tingfeng could have stayed, but he wanted to return to the Qingning Tan Palace Villa. For him, Aunt Yun was the most important, and he couldn't wait to see his Aunt Yun. Chapter 52, Another Rescue of Su Wanwan. PS, please, brothers, those who add to the bookshelf, don't hoard it and raise it. The completion rate is only a little over 5 points on the third day. The recommendation volume is getting smaller and smaller. If the recommendation volume is still like this, it proves that Tomato's recommendation mechanism is really not suitable for me. Then, the author can only finish it and switch platforms. While Lu Tingfeng was preparing to go home to his villa, two young girls were strolling in a remote corner of a bustling commercial street in Linhai City. These two were none other than Song Jiayi and Su Wanwan. "Jiayi, why don't we go back to school? It's too late now, and we might run into bad people." Hearing Su Wanwan's words, Song Jiayi covered Su Wanwan's rosy little mouth. Bah, don't talk nonsense. There are no bad people, okay? Don't be a jinx. I'll take you clubbing. My mood is good today, so you don't have to pay. Having taken off her military training uniform, Su Wanwan was wearing a white dress. Her white socks were slightly above her ankles, and her slender calves were straight. Her angelic little face was even sweeter, making it hard for people to look away. "Jiayi," Lu Tingfeng said, "there are many bad people outside, especially at night. Let's go back." Lu Tingfeng. It's Lu Tingfeng all day long. You still say you're not dating him, you little rascal. You better confess honestly. Song Jiayi rolled up her sleeves and glared at Su Wanwan threateningly. Seeing Su Wanwan's frightened look, Song Jiayi became smug. "Quickly confess honestly, how far have you two progressed? Otherwise, I'll tickle you." Su Wanwan's face turned a little pale. "It's not that, Jiayi. Look behind you." Song Jiayi turned around and saw a group of thugs walking towards them. "Little sisters, you two look lonely. How about this young master takes you out for some fun?" Su Wanwan was a pure little white rabbit, and her face was already a little pale. Song Jiayi was usually carefree, but she had never encountered such a situation. "Young Master Jiang, this girl in the white dress is really beautiful. Tonight's trip was not in vain." The person speaking was Zhang Chang. The person Zhang Chang called young Master Jiang was named Zhang Ming, who looked about 20 years old. He was a second-generation rich kid with assets of several billion in his family. Before Zhang Kong went in, Zhang Chang had already started mixing with Zhang Ming in society. Now that his family was broke, Zhang Chang felt he should cling to Zhang Ming even more. Zhang Ming stared at Su Wanwan's angelic face, completely stunned. He swore he had never seen such a pure girl in his life. Su Wanwan felt a little scared, but she still mustered the courage to say, "I've already called 110. If you don't run away, you'll wait to be arrested." Zhang Ming and Zhang Chang looked at each other and laughed. This little sister is not only so pure looking, but her voice is so soft. "Zhang Chang, tell the brothers to close in and take them away." Su Wanwan's face turned pale. She couldn't help but think of Lu Tingfeng. If only Lu's classmate were here. A thug was about to grab Su Wanwan's fair wrist with a sinister grin. Suddenly, he screamed in pain. Along with his scream was the sound of pebbles falling to the ground. Lu Tingfeng walked to Su Wanwan's side, and only after confirming that she was unharmed did he breathe a sigh of relief. As for Song Jiayi on the side, he simply chose to ignore her. Little thing, are you alright? Su Ruanruan's eyes were slightly red. Lu Tingfeng had saved her once again. I'm fine, brother, thank you. Su Ruanruan's voice was full of sincerity. It seemed that this time, calling him brother was genuine and not forced. Lu Tingfeng, it's you again. You didn't have the guts to come to the fight last time, and now you dare to show up in front of me. When Zhang Chang saw Lu Tingfeng, his eyes were filled with anger. In high school, the girl he liked fell for Lu Tingfeng, but Lu Tingfeng wouldn't even give her a second glance. The important thing was that he couldn't beat him either. During the summer after high school graduation, he spent money to hire a group of thugs to challenge Lu Tingfeng to a fight, but he was stood up. He even lost the money he spent on hiring the thugs. Seeing Lu Tingfeng offend Jiang Ming, Zhang Kan laughed maniacally. You're done for today, offending young Master Jiang. Lu Tingfeng was also surprised. He didn't expect to run into Zhang Chang right after leaving Aunt Joan's place. If Zhang Chang knew about all this, he wondered if he'd still be able to laugh. Thinking about what Su Ruanruan had gone through, Lu Tingfeng couldn't help but feel irritated, his eyes becoming sharp. Jiang Ming was intimidated by Lu Tingfeng's gaze. Kid, what are you looking at? Brothers, beat him up. 4 or 5 thugs swarmed towards Lu Tingfeng. A minute later, the group of thugs lay groaning on the ground. Zhang Chang also took a couple of hard punches, his stomach still hurting. Out of consideration for Zhang Xinya, Lu Tingfeng hadn't hit Zhang Chang too hard. Lu Tingfeng looked at Jiang Ming, who had a bloody nose and a swollen face, and then stomped hard on his lower abdomen. Jiang Ming wailed in pain. Lu Tingfeng, you bastard, do you know who my mother is? How dare you humiliate me like this? Do you believe I'll tell my mother to cripple you? Lu Tingfeng sneered. You better call your mom right now, I'll beat her up too when she gets here. Fine, you just wait. Jiang Ming, like a dog on the ground, pulled out his phone. Hey, Mom, your son's been beaten up, come here quickly. Soon, a luxury car arrived at the scene, and a woman wearing high heels and a mink coat stepped out. The woman's name was Li Shuyi. She was tall, had a shapely figure, and her looks were not far off from Zhang Xinya, but she wore heavy makeup. She had a cold expression, looking like a boss of a gangster group. Mom, save me. Jiang Ming, pinned under Lu Tingfeng's foot, shouted loudly. Who are you, daring to bully my son, Li Shuyi? Don't you want to live anymore? Everyone in the company knew that Li Shuyi was a woman who would use any means to make money, but she was very fond of Jiang Ming, her only son. Seeing Ming being trampled like a dog, Li Shuyi's anger reached its peak. Lu Tingfeng pressed down harder with his foot, and Jiang Ming cried out in agony. As expected, like mother, like son. You must have raised your son to be such a stupid and shameless wretch. So that would make you a stupid and shameless woman as well. Zhang Chang's eyes widened. This Lu Tingfeng, he's gone mad. Jiang Ming was completely numb. He didn't expect Lu Tingfeng to be so arrogant even with Li Shuyi present. Li Shuyi was even more furious, but at the same time, she couldn't help feeling a strange sense of excitement. Everyone usually treated her with deference, but Lu Tingfeng was the first person to dare to call her stupid and shameless and humiliate her. For some reason, Li Shuyi felt a strange thrill. The angry Li Shuyi quickly calmed down. This young man dared to be so arrogant. His identity must be extraordinary. Let go of my son, and I can pretend nothing happened. She was sure to get revenge on Lu Tingfeng, but first she needed to rescue her son. Lu Tingfeng sneered. You think you can just tell me to release this bastard with just a word? You're a stupid woman with a screw loose. Hearing Lu Tingfeng call her a brainless, stupid woman, Li Shuyi was both furious and excited. She could only try to restrain her emotions. Su Ruanruan tugged on Lu Tingfeng's sleeve, her watery eyes filled with worry. Brother, let's just let it go. Please don't fight anymore. Su Ruanruan knew Lu Tingfeng was very good at fighting, and she also knew his background was not simple, but more than anything, she didn't want anything to happen to him. The little thing just stared at Lu Tingfeng with her big, somewhat moist eyes. In the eyes of others, Lu Tingfeng was terrifying, but she wasn't afraid of him at all. Lu Tingfeng couldn't help but laugh. This little thing who was easily scared by a few punks is not afraid of me. I really am a failure. Lu Tingfeng raised his foot and let the bruised and battered Jiang Ming go. Jiang Ming scrambled to Li Shuyi's side. Mom, you must avenge me. You can't let this kid off. Li Shuyi coldly scolded. Shut up, Mom will avenge you, but first we need to figure out where this kid came from. This kid is so good at fighting. The people we had today definitely couldn't hold him. Li Shuyi then looked at Lu Tingfeng again. Young man, do you dare to leave your name and contact information? Lu Tingfeng, this is my contact information. If you want to avenge your son, you can do it anytime. I'll be waiting. After tossing down a note, Lu Tingfeng left with Su Ruanruan and Song Jiayi. Jiang Ming rolled over to pick up the note Lu Tingfeng had left, then rolled back to Li Shuyi's side. Mom, this is what that bastard left. After you figure out his background, you must avenge me. Don't worry, Mom will definitely avenge you. My son can't be beaten for nothing. After getting the note, Li Shuyi finally felt completely at ease. Chapter 53, We are a couple. Su Ruanruan, it's so late. What are you doing here? The three of them reached the steps of a shop on the commercial street. Lu Tingfeng's eyes were fixed on Su Ruanruan. Su Ruanruan clutched her little skirt, lowering her head in a pitiful manner. Lu Tingfeng had told her that there were bad people outside at night. Not only had she not listened, but she'd been caught by him right when she'd encountered those bad people. Su Ruanruan felt like she had no face to face Lu Tingfeng, so she simply lowered her head. Seeing Su Ruanruan being rendered speechless by the overbearing Lu Tingfeng, Song Jiayi couldn't stand it anymore. "Why are you being so fierce? You're not Ruanruan's boyfriend," Song Jiayi muttered, but Lu Tingfeng heard her and glared at her with a cold face. "Oh, sorry, I didn't say anything just now. You guys talk," Song Jiayi said, shrinking her neck. She didn't want to be remembered by this bully. "You go on ahead, I'll send Su Ruanruan back," Lu Tingfeng said straightforwardly. He was really worried about simple Su Ruanruan following Song Jiayi, who liked to wander around outside. He was afraid she would get lost. Su Ruanruan's round eyes widened, her heart pounding wildly. "He doesn't want to take me to a hotel, does he?" Song Jiayi was also stunned. Had this bully finally exposed his true nature? Su Ruanruan grabbed Song Jiayi's hand and raised her little head, glaring at Lu Tingfeng. After 2 seconds of glaring with her misty, peach blossom eyes, Su Ruanruan's rosy little mouth moved. "Brother, I don't want to go to a hotel." Her voice was still soft and melodious. Su Ruanruan successfully used the most forceful expression and the softest voice to say the softest words. Song Jiayi quickly covered her ears, not daring to listen anymore. She was afraid Lu Tingfeng would kill someone to silence them. Lu Tingfeng narrowed his eyes and gently patted Su Ruanruan's head twice. "Silly, what are you thinking? I just wanted to move our dinner time up a bit. I don't like being disturbed by a third person when I eat with friends. Song Jiayi is just being annoying, like a light bulb." Lu Tingfeng was genuinely afraid that Song Jiayi would lead Su Ruanruan astray and get her lost. Su Ruanruan's face flushed red. She understood Lu Tingfeng still wanted to pursue her, but she had already agreed to treat him, so she couldn't go back on her word. "Jiayi, why don't you go home first?" Seeing Su Ruanruan being completely fooled by Lu Tingfeng, Song Jiayi was angry but dared not speak out. The scene of Lu Tingfeng single-handedly beating Jiang Ming's group into a pulp was still playing in her mind like a movie. "Ruanruan, then you be careful alone. Lu Tingfeng, that bully, is so nice to you, he definitely wants to eat you up. Don't drink any alcohol, okay?" Song Jiayi whispered. Okay, I know, Jiayi." Su Ruanruan obediently nodded her head. She still trusted Lu Tingfeng a lot. She knew that Lu Tingfeng wanted to pursue her, but she could tell that he was a good person. She believed that Lu Tingfeng wouldn't force her to go to a hotel with him. If Song Jiayi knew what Su Ruanruan was thinking, she would definitely hold her forehead in frustration, then curse, "You silly girl, you're hopeless." After Song Jiayi left in a taxi, Lu Tingfeng naturally took Su Ruanruan's fair little hand. Her smooth little hand was soft, just like its owner. Su Ruanruan's face instantly turned red, from her fair swan neck to her crystal-like earlobes. "Brother, don't hold my hand, people will misunderstand if they see us." She had never had a boy hold her hand like this before. "You walk so slowly, when are we going to eat?" Su Ruanruan said with a flushed face. "We can take a taxi." "I don't have money." Su Ruanruan wasn't ready to give up. "I have money, I can pay the fare. I get carsick if I sit in a car for too long. I don't want to take one." Su Ruanruan pouted her small mouth helplessly. She understood now, Lu Tingfeng was deliberately taking advantage of her. While walking, Lu Tingfeng's fingers kept tickling her palm, making her heart itch. Her face was also turning as red as a monkey's bottom, much to her dismay. Su Ruanruan was on the verge of tears. She secretly glanced at the location of the restaurant Lu Tingfeng had found on her phone. It was only 1 kilometer away. Hopefully, it's not too expensive, Su Ruanruan prayed in her heart, face flushed. Arriving at the entrance of the reserved restaurant, Su Ruanruan widened her watery eyes. "How is this a couple's restaurant?" Lu Tingfeng raised the corners of his mouth. "This is the only restaurant nearby with a promotion. I specifically chose this place to save you money." "Su Ruanruan, I advise you not to be unappreciative." Su Ruanruan sighed, her rosy face downcast. Big bad brother must be doing this on purpose. Lu Tingfeng must have planned this long ago, but Su Ruanruan also felt that she could only accept her fate. She really couldn't refuse the condition of saving pocket money with discounts. Su Ruanruan bit her lower lip and could only walk into the couple's restaurant with Lu Tingfeng. After Su Ruanruan sat down, Lu Tingfeng went to the front desk to order food. While Lu Tingfeng was talking to the waiter, Su Ruanruan was still thinking about whether Lu Tingfeng would find ways to take her to a hotel room. She didn't notice what was going on over there at all. She didn't know why. Even though she knew Lu Tingfeng had ulterior motives towards her, she still agreed to come. "Little thing, what are you thinking about?" Lu Tingfeng sat next to Su Ruanruan, unable to resist touching her small head again. The feeling was so good, he really wished he could do this every day in the future. Su Ruanruan shrunk her small body. "Brother, you're not allowed to touch my hair." Also, I'm not small anymore, I'm already an adult. Don't call me little thing. Lu Tingfeng chuckled. This morning you were saying that you were still small. It hasn't even been a day and you've changed. Su Ruanwan was rendered speechless by Lu Tingfeng, her small face flushed because she couldn't find words to say. Just when Su Ruanwan didn't know how to respond, a waiter came over, helping her defuse the awkwardness. Sir, miss, our restaurant has a special couples promotion. If you are a couple, you can enjoy a 20% discount and also participate in a lucky draw for a 1 yuan free meal. Hearing the word couple, Su Ruanwan subconsciously wanted to deny it. Hearing the words discount and free meal, Su Ruanwan swallowed her saliva and swallowed the words that were about to come out. That's right, we are a couple. Lu Tingfeng said directly. A pure-looking Su Ruanwan stared at Lu Tingfeng with wide, bewildered eyes. I haven't agreed yet, how can he do that? Chapter 54. The overbearing crown prince's favor for an 80% discount and the chance at a 1 yuan free meal. Su Ruanwan ultimately chose silence. When it came time to draw for the 1 yuan free meal blind box, Su Ruanwan started to feel nervous. You said you'd treat, so you should draw, she said. 10 boxes. Su Ruanwan stared at them, her eyes wide, before finally picking one. Mom and Dad, please bless me, I have to get the 1 yuan free meal, she prayed sincerely before slowly opening the box. Brother, I got it, it's amazing. Seeing the words 1 yuan free meal on the slip of paper, Su Ruanwan jumped up like a little rabbit, hugging Lu Tingfeng. Su Ruanwan's family wasn't well off. The little rabbit now felt that saving this money would allow her parents to work less hard. That was why she was so excited. Her shapely figure pressed tightly against Lu Tingfeng, the faint fragrance of the young girl clear to his senses. Lu Tingfeng inhaled the barely there scent of her hair, feeling his heart melt. Congratulations to both of you on getting the 1 yuan free meal. We wish you a pleasant meal, the waiter said, giving Lu Tingfeng a thumbs up as Su Ruanwan excitedly hugged him. After the waiter left, in the back room, they opened the remaining boxes, and all 9 of the slips inside also said 1 yuan free meal. The naive little rabbit had yet to discover that all of this was just Lu Tingfeng's little trick. Hanging onto Lu Tingfeng, Su Ruanwan realized something and quickly took 2 steps back, her pretty face flushed. Sorry, brother, I was just too happy, so I got a little excited. Lu Tingfeng was amused by her shy look. It's okay, if you get too excited in the future, you can do it again, I wouldn't mind at all. The little rabbit knew Lu Tingfeng was being deliberate. She didn't want to pay him any attention. Seeing Su Ruanwan lower her head and remain silent, Lu Tingfeng smiled helplessly. This naive little rabbit really thought there was such a good deal. Lu Tingfeng had already paid when they ordered. Although Su Ruanwan had the top-tier looks of a school beauty, she never wore heavy makeup like other girls, or even light makeup, as far as Lu Tingfeng had seen. The dresses the little one wore were also common, simple white ones. Even so, her looks and charm far surpassed those senior school beauties who top the school beauty charts. While eating, the two chatted casually. Su Ruanwan, why are you only eating vegetables and not meat? Ha! Su Ruanwan answered, a little stupidly, mid-bite. I don't really like oily stuff. As Su Ruanwan said this, her eyes were fixated on the braised pork, which was her favorite. Right now, Su Ruanwan was just short of picking up a plate and bringing it to herself. In reality, to save money so that her parents wouldn't have to work so hard, Su Ruanwan hadn't eaten any meat for almost a week since school had started. Lu Tingfeng had helped her so much, this meal was to thank him for treating her, so he should eat all the good food. Lu Tingfeng saw the little rabbit's longing look. He moved the braised pork plate in front of her. You little liar, eat all of this. Seeing that Su Ruanwan didn't move, Lu Tingfeng picked up a new pair of chopsticks and grabbed the largest piece of braised pork, bringing it to Su Ruanwan's small mouth. What, do I have to feed you to get you to eat? Faced with Lu Tingfeng's domineering tenderness, Su Ruanwan was stunned. She thought of the romance novels she read during high school self-study time in the evening. The school bully can't resist his soft and sweet darling, the aloof god dotes on me alone, the overbearing crown prince falls in love with me. In a fleeting moment, Su Ruanwan thought of countless sweet romance novels. Various scenarios of being spoiled by a domineering boyfriend flashed through her mind, and now she seemed to be the protagonist of those stories. While Su Ruanwan was in a daze, Lu Tingfeng had already picked up a piece of braised pork and held it to her lips. Little thing, eat the meat quickly, or I'll take you to a hotel later. Hearing Lu Tingfeng's threat, Su Ruanwan snapped back to reality, opened her rosy mouth, and took a bite of the braised pork, chewing it slowly. While savoring the braised pork she hadn't tasted in almost a week, the little deer in her heart was jumping non-stop. Aside from her parents and grandparents, no one had ever treated her as well as Lu Tingfeng. The little white rabbit's face was flushed, and when she looked at Lu Tingfeng again, his image seemed even more imposing. Lu Tingfeng noticed the flush on Su Ruanwan's cheeks. It's really not easy to get into this little white rabbit's heart. But at least I've managed to open a crack in her heart. Even if she closes the door again, I've already been inside. She already has my shadow imprinted in her heart. Lu Tingfeng picked up another piece of braised pork and brought it to Su Wanwan's mouth. "Keep eating, it's all yours, don't waste any." The girls in the couple's restaurant looked at the way Lu Tingfeng doted on Su Wanwan, their hearts filled with envy. Looking at their own boyfriends, who were like clueless idiots, they thought, what a stray man. Su Wanwan also noticed the gazes around them. She took a bite of the braised pork and whispered, "Brother, I can do it myself." Seeing Su Wanwan's face turning as red as if it were about to drip blood, Lu Tingfeng chuckled helplessly. She was such an innocent little girl, her face could turn this red just from eating braised pork. It was still a long and arduous road to pursue the pure little white rabbit, Su. After having a romantic couple's dinner with Su Wanwan, Lu Tingfeng took her back to school. He escorted the little white rabbit back to her dormitory building and then went straight back to his own dorm building. "Forget it, I'll just stay at school tonight, I'll go back home tomorrow for the holiday." "Wanwan, you're finally back. That bully Lu Tingfeng didn't do anything to you, did he?" As soon as Su Wanwan returned to the dorm, Song Jiayi and her two other roommates surrounded her. Su Wanwan looked at Song Jiayi with a displeased expression. "Jiayi, brother is a good person, you can't doubt him like that anymore." Hearing Su Wanwan say that, Song Jiayi knew that Lu Tingfeng hadn't done anything to her. "Oh my, just having one meal together and you're already protecting your little lover. Su Wanwan, you better confess honestly. We really didn't do anything, Jiayi, it was just a simple meal." Tickled, the little white rabbit took out her phone to show Song Jiayi and her two roommates the dishes they had eaten that night. The food in the high-end couple's restaurant was beautifully arranged, so she couldn't resist taking pictures. These were all taken before they started eating, but Su Wanwan hadn't noticed the 8 large characters on the table in the photos. "May our love last forever, may we be bound in eternal unity." Seeing these 8 characters, Song Jiayi clicked her tongue again. "Su Wanwan, you guys went to a couple's restaurant and you're still saying there's nothing going on. And these dishes are all high-end, they must cost at least tens of thousands. Su Wanwan, you're really something, you have the money to treat your boyfriend to a luxury meal, but you don't feel sorry for your sisters." Su Wanwan widened her dark eyes even further. She hadn't noticed those words at all, how embarrassing. And these dishes were so expensive. "Jiayi, I want a free meal for 1 yuan, I really don't have much money." Song Jiayi knew that Su Wanwan wouldn't lie, but she had heard about this couple's restaurant online, and she had never heard of any free meal promotions. "Wanwan, what nonsense are you talking about, you silly girl? This couple's restaurant is specially designed to rip off those love-struck young couples, how could they offer a free meal?" Song Jiayi pulled out her phone, found the restaurant's short video and related information. After reading it, Su Wanwan was completely dumbfounded. She remembered that when Lu Tingfeng was ordering, she didn't seem to pay attention to what he said to the waiter. Thinking of this, Su Wanwan's heart mischievously sped up its beat again. "Lu classmate, why are you so good to me?" The next day at noon, in a luxurious villa in Linhai City, Jiang Ming looked at the elegant, red-clad beauty sitting on the sofa, a hint of pleading in his eyes. "Mom, when are we going to make our move? That bastard Lu Tingfeng, I really can't wait a moment longer to kill him." Li Shudi crossed her slender black-stockinged legs, looking at Jiang Ming with disappointment. "What's your hurry? That kid is very skilled. Knowing your identity and still daring to hit you, his background must not be simple. If we offend a big shot, Mom and the company will also be ruined with you." This son was nothing like her, useless like his cowardly father who had died overseas. Jiang Ming's father had married into the Li family, and 10 years ago, he was robbed and killed by a terrorist organization while doing business abroad. Before he died, he was still begging for mercy, with not an ounce of backbone, making them lose all the Li family's face. "Boss, we can't find out anything about that kid's identity." A bodyguard walked in and respectfully reported to Li Shudi about Lu Tingfeng's situation. "Mom, that kid has no background at all, let's make our move." Li Shuyi hesitated for a moment. "Don't rush, let me think of a plan." Even if she wanted to take revenge on Lu Tingfeng, it could not be done openly. Looking at her brainless son, Li Shuyi wondered what kind of karma she had created in her past life. Chapter 55. Visiting Xia Jinghe at 5:30 in the afternoon, Lu Tingfeng walked out of the school gate, with Li Xiangyang following behind him. "Finally, it's the weekend, Feng Ji. How about joining your brother for a look at the royal court bar? I've already booked a few pretty girls." Lu Tingfeng gave him a look of disdain. "You should go to places like that less often. If your uncle and aunt find out, they'll break your legs. Seeking pleasure there is not as good as finding a girlfriend you can chat anytime you want. Isn't that much better?" Li Xiangyang shamelessly grinned. "You don't understand, Feng Ji. Being controlled by someone feels uncomfortable. It's better to be free alone. If you're not going, I'll just go by myself." After Li Xiangyang left, Lu Tingfeng chuckled twice. "That kid is truly embarrassing. It's not far from Aunt Xia's house. I'll go visit her first." Thinking of Xia Jinghe, Lu Tingfeng was reminded of her elegant and luxurious noblewoman demeanor and her figure that no one could surpass. What made him happiest was Xia Jinghe's fondness for him. Every time she looked at him, her eyes were full of kindness and joy. Isn't that Junior Lu? We really are fated to meet. Lu Tingfeng turned around and saw Lin Mengdai in a cyan dress. He remembered this woman. She was the green tea campus belle who argued with Mu Yuding at the school gate on the first day of school. What, do you want Senior to accompany you on a stroll? Although Lin Mengdai was acting like a green tea, her looks were no less than Mu Yuding's. She had many admirers and she had ambiguous relationships with many rich second-generation kids, but she never had a boyfriend. Those admirers spent money on her, but none had ever officially been in a relationship with her, let alone kissed or hugged her. Lin Mengdia's family was very wealthy, and she did this simply to satisfy her vanity. Lu Tingfeng had also heard about Lin Mengdai. This green tea campus belle was a super sea queen who passed through countless flowers without ever being touched by a single leaf. Now, it seemed she had set her sights on him. However, Lu Tingfeng was not interested in her. I have something to do. I'm afraid I have to decline Senior's kind offer. Lin Mengdai stepped closer to Lu Tingfeng, showing off her long legs. What, are you going on a date with Yuding? Thinking about how Lu Tingfeng had chosen Mu Yuding that day, Lin Mengdai couldn't sleep with anger. Mu Yuding was only ahead of her because she knew Lu Tingfeng from before. She felt there was nothing she couldn't get. She would make Lu Tingfeng bow down at her feet just like those other men. I'm going to visit a very close elder. She lives in a nearby neighborhood. Hearing Lu Tingfeng's words, Lin Mengdai grabbed his arm. It just so happens that Senior doesn't have anything to do either. If you don't mind, let me accompany you. Lu Tingfeng frowned slightly. Why is this green tea following me when I'm going to see Aunt Xia? Junior, what's the name of the neighborhood where your elder lives? Senior's home is nearby too. Maybe I live in the same neighborhood as your elder. Lin Mengdai said with a touch of green tea mannerisms. Lu Tingfeng narrowed his eyes. This green tea would say anything to satisfy her vanity. Peace Road Community. Hearing the name of the neighborhood, Lin Mengdia's body trembled visibly, and there was a hint of surprise in her beautiful eyes. My home is also in the Peace Road Community. It's on the way. Lin Mengdia's expression didn't seem to be lying, and her attire indicated that she was a little princess from a wealthy family. Lu Tingfeng remembered what Xia Jinghe had said, that she had a daughter who graduated from high school last year and was in the same university as him. Could it be such a coincidence? Lu Tingfeng looked at Lin Mengdai and said with a gentle tone, then let's go together, Senior Mengdai. Lu Tingfeng's sudden change from cold indifference to gentleness made Lin Mengdai slightly stunned. What's with this Junior? He was just ignoring me. How did he suddenly become like this? Whatever, I'll make him fall at my feet first. Once I've got this little brother under my thumb, I want to see what expression Mu Yuding will have. The thought of Mu Yuding seeing Lu Tingfeng and her, Lin Mengdai, together filled her with immense vanity. While they were chatting, Lu Tingfeng's called taxi arrived. Soon, the taxi reached the Peace Road residential area. Lu Tingfeng and Lin Mengdai got out of the car together and walked towards the villa where Xia Jinghe lived. The further in they went, the more shocked Lin Mengdai became. She was too familiar with this road. Isn't this the road to my house? Could it be that Junior Lu's elder is our neighbor? Before long, Lin Mengdai saw her own villa. To Lin Mengdia's astonishment, Lu Tingfeng rang the doorbell of her house. Aunt Xia, I've come to see you. Xia Jinghe appeared, wearing a figure hugging red cheongsam. The slit of the cheongsam perfectly revealed her slender and fair legs. The delicate fastenings of the collar enhanced the elegant length of her neck and her alluring collarbone. Her hair was styled up, with a few stray strands falling on her cheeks, exuding charm and grace. As soon as Xia Jinghe opened the door, she gently embraced Lu Tingfeng, the warm hug carrying a familiar scent. Xia Jinghe slightly tilted her head, looking at Lu Tingfeng and said softly, Darling, I've really missed you these past few days. Xia Jinghe's voice trembled a little, her tone filled with untold longing. Lin Mengdai was completely dumbfounded by this scene. She had never imagined that the close elder Lu Tingfeng had spoken of was her own mother, and she had never seen her mother behave so affectionately towards an outsider. In her memory, her mother had always been dignified, elegant, and restrained, but this behavior completely overturned her perception. Lu Tingfeng was also a little embarrassed, but he could feel that Xia Jinghe really missed him, so he gently patted Xia Jinghe on the back and said, Aunt Xia, I miss you too. Only then did Xia Jinghe realize her loss of composure. She quickly let go of Lu Tingfeng, a little embarrassed, and tidied her hair, her eyes still not leaving Lu Tingfeng. Lin Mengdai snorted coldly from the side. Mom, your daughter is still here. Who is your real child? Hearing Lin Mengdia's voice, Xia Jinghe's pretty face flushed. Mengdai, why did you come home so early this week? And how are you with Xiao Feng? Xia Jinghe's heart was full of shyness. She never thought that Lin Mengdai would be with Lu Tingfeng, and she was seen in this state by her. She secretly glanced at Lu Tingfeng, then quickly looked away, her heart pounding like a deer. I was too impulsive. How could I not have noticed Mengdai? It's so embarrassing to be seen like this by her. Chapter 56. Xia Jinghe's quickening heartbeat. Xia Jinghe forced a calm demeanor, saying, Come in quickly, what are you doing standing at the door? Lu Tingfeng followed Xia Jinghe into the villa, with Lin Mengdai huffing behind, her eyes darting between Lu Tingfeng and Xia Jinghe. In the villa's living room, Xia Jinghe personally poured a cup of hot tea for Lu Tingfeng, her eyes full of tenderness and concern. "Sweetheart, are you tired from studying lately?" Lu Tingfeng took the tea, smiling lightly. "Not at all, Aunt Xia, how have you been lately?" Xia Jinghe sat gently next to Lu Tingfeng, turning slightly towards him, and said softly, "As long as you come to see Auntie often, Auntie will be very well." Lin Mengdai watched the two of them as if she were invisible and couldn't help but interject. "Mom, when did you get a nephew with such a good relationship? You're so good to him. Do you even see me as your daughter?" She had originally wanted to take advantage of Lu Tingfeng, but she hadn't expected to be outmaneuvered. Interrupted by Lin Mengdai, Xia Jinghe realized that she was being too concerned with Lu Tingfeng and had forgotten about her own daughter. A blush crept up Xia Jinghe's elegant, fair face. "Mengdai, Xiaofeng is the child of a friend of your mother's. He's living with your Aunt Gu now. Xiaofeng is younger than you should be more considerate of him." Lu Tingfeng said a little awkwardly, "Actually, Senior Mengdai, Aunt Xia and I have known each other for a long time, and Aunt Xia has always taken good care of me." But Lin Mengdai wouldn't let it go. "Taken care of? I think this care is a little too much." Xia Jinghe frowned. "Mengdai, don't be so rude." Lin Mengdai snorted and turned upstairs, her mind racing with random thoughts. Xia Jinghe sighed softly, looking at Lu Tingfeng with some apology. "I'm sorry, Xiaofeng, I've spoiled this girl too much." Lu Tingfeng affectionately took Xia Jinghe's hand, shaking his head gently. "It's okay, Aunt Xia, I came specifically to see you, and it's just a coincidence that I met Senior Mengdai. I didn't expect she was your daughter." Hearing Lu Tingfeng say this, the worry in Xia Jinghe's heart vanished instantly, replaced by a hint of joy. "You little guy, Auntie was right about you. It wasn't for nothing that I was so worried about you." With just the two of them in the living room, Lu Tingfeng held Xia Jinghe's hand, and their eyes met. Xia Jinghe felt shy and quickly turned her head away. "Sweetheart, why are you looking at me like that? Aunt Xia, your makeup is smudged." "Ah!" Xia Jinghe exclaimed in surprise, feeling a bit embarrassed. It was the weekend, and she had been looking forward to Lu Tingfeng visiting her, so she had specially put on light makeup. Lu Tingfeng's lips curled up into a mischievous smile. "Auntie, I was just joking with you. It's just that Auntie is so beautiful, it makes it a little hard for me to look away." Xia Jinghe's face flushed instantly, and she scolded him playfully. "Xiaofeng, you just say such sweet words to make me happy. Auntie is already so old, I can't compare with you young people." Xia Jinghe wanted to pull her hand back, but Lu Tingfeng pulled her closer gently. "Aunt Xia, these aren't just sweet words, they're my true feelings. In my opinion, none of the school beauties at our school can compare to Aunt Xia." Lu Tingfeng's voice was low and his eyes were locked on Xia Jinghe. Xia Jinghe was moved, and she gently raised her arm to stroke Lu Tingfeng's hair. "Sweetheart, I'm really happy that you think so." Lu Tingfeng took Xia Jinghe's hand and pressed his cheek against it. "Aunt Xia, in my heart, you've long been family." Xia Jinghe felt a turmoil of emotions with Lu Tingfeng's affectionate gesture. But weren't the words Lu Tingfeng had spoken exactly what she had wanted to say? "Sweetheart, Aunt Xia has long considered you family too. I wish I had met you before Wan Yun." Lu Tingfeng, however, didn't take it to heart. He slightly raised his head, his eyes sparkling as he looked at Xia Jinghe. "Aunt Xia, it's all the same. I really want to spend more time with you, even if it's just sitting quietly like this, watching you." Xia Jinghe's gaze flickered, her hand still held tightly by Lu Tingfeng. "Sweetheart, let go first. It wouldn't be good if your sister Mengdai saw us." "Aunt Xia, as long as we understand each other, it doesn't matter what others think. But, I really want to hug you right now, can I?" Xia Jinghe's face instantly flushed crimson. She hesitated for a moment, her eyes involuntarily drifting towards the stairs. "This isn't very appropriate. Mengdai is upstairs." Lu Tingfeng pouted slightly, with a hint of coquetry in his tone. "Aunt Xia, just for a little while, I promise we won't be discovered. Just grant me this small wish." Xia Jinghe bit her lip, her heart a mixture of shyness and conflict. "I'm Xiaofeng's aunt, his elder. It's nothing if he hugs me. This little guy likes me so much, I can't let him down." Xia Jinghe said softly, "Just a light hug. You can't become greedy for this feeling, understand, sweetheart?" "I understand, Aunt Xia." Lu Tingfeng's face bloomed into a brilliant smile. He gently stood up, pulled Xia Jinghe up, and then slowly opened his arms, gently embracing her. Xia Jinghe placed her hands on Lu Tingfeng's waist. She could clearly hear the sound of Lu Tingfeng's heartbeat. The sound echoed in her ears, causing her own heartbeat to involuntarily quicken. "Aunt Xia, do you know? Every time I get close to you, I feel particularly at ease." Lu Tingfeng whispered in her ear, the warm breath making Xia Jinghe's earlobes tingle. Xia Jinghe chided, "Xiaofeng, don't say anymore. My heart is in a mess." Lu Tingfeng hugged her even tighter. "Auntie, you don't need to think too much, just follow your heart." After a moment, Lu Tingfeng loosened his embrace. Looking at Xia Jinghe's bashful appearance, he couldn't help but laugh. "Auntie, when you're shy you look as cute as a little girl." Xia Jinghe gave him a playful glare. "You little rascal, making fun of me. Aunt Xia doesn't want to talk to you anymore." Lu Tingfeng quickly grabbed Xiao Jinghe's hand and gently shook it. Aunt Xia, I was wrong. Please don't be angry. I just think you're too kind, so I couldn't help but say a few extra words. Xiao Jinghe didn't know why. As long as Lu Tingfeng showed his innocent childish side in front of her, she couldn't help but want to care for him. At this moment, no matter what happened, she couldn't help but want to forgive him. Alright, Aunt Xia is teasing you. How could I bear to be angry with Xiaofeng? Sweetheart, have dinner here tonight. Auntie wants you to keep me company for a while longer, okay? Xiao Jinghe stared at Lu Tingfeng, a hint of pleading in her eyes. Chapter 57. A sudden confession. Xiao Jinghe's eyes were full of anticipation, and Lu Tingfeng couldn't bear to refuse her. Of course, no problem, Aunt Xia. I'm very happy to have dinner with you. Xiao Jinghe excitedly hugged Lu Tingfeng, completely unaware that Lin Mengdai had quietly come down from upstairs. Lin Mengdai saw this scene, and her heart was not happy at all. She bit her lower lip tightly, her face turning terribly gloomy. He was clearly the junior she brought home. How could he be so close to her mom? And her mom was clearly her mom. Why was she being so nice to someone else? Xiao Jinghe saw Lin Mengdai and hurriedly let go, the blush on her face instantly spreading to her ears, her eyes filled with embarrassment and helplessness. Mengdai, why didn't you say anything when you came down? Mom, you're so good to him. I feel like I'm the one you picked up from the street. Lin Mengdai's voice was somewhat sharp, breaking the suffocating silence. Lin Mengdai finally understood why Lu Tingfeng had suddenly changed his attitude towards her at the school gate. Thinking of this, Lin Mengdai felt a pang of grievance. This guy likes Mu Yuding, and also likes and just doesn't like me. Do I really have no charm at all? Xiao Jinghe stammered in explanation. Mengdai, Lin Mengdai snorted coldly, her gaze shifting back and forth between Lu Tingfeng and Xiao Jinghe. Lu Tingfeng, I like you. I want you to be my boyfriend. After speaking, Lin Mengdai's face turned red. This confession was too abrupt, and it was also the first time she was being a simp and confessing to a boy. Although she didn't like Lu Tingfeng wholeheartedly, Lu Tingfeng was the most charismatic man she had ever met, and she was a bit moved. Both Mu Yuding and Xiao Jinghe put her under immense pressure. She felt that she might need to strike first. Xiao Jinghe's beautiful eyes widened. Xiaofeng, will you agree? At this moment, Xiao Jinghe was very conflicted. If Lu Tingfeng refused, Lin Mengdai would definitely be sad. This is clearly a good thing, but why can't I be happy? Xiao Jinghe questioned herself in her heart. Lu Tingfeng's eyes showed no fluctuations. I'm sorry, Sister Mengdai, we don't know each other well enough. You're very beautiful, but we're not suitable for each other. Moreover, the person I like is Aunt Xia. Both of them widened their eyes, especially Xiao Jinghe, who looked incredulous. She knew that Lu Tingfeng liked her, and she also liked the feeling of being relied upon by Lu Tingfeng, so she could release the affection she couldn't place in her heart. But she didn't expect Lu Tingfeng would actually confess to her, especially in front of Lin Mengdai. After a brief moment of shock, Xiao Jinghe's face flushed red with shame. She hurriedly said, Xiaofeng, how can you have such thoughts? I'm your aunt, your elder. This is impossible. Xiao Jinghe's voice trembled slightly, her eyes filled with panic and helplessness. She wanted to use this reason to dissuade Lu Tingfeng. Lin Mengdai heard Lu Tingfeng's confession and felt as if her heart had been heavily hammered. She stood there dumbfounded, and the blush on her face quickly faded, replaced by a pallid whiteness. I never thought my first confession would be rejected. Lin Mengdai's lips trembled slightly. She wanted to say something but felt as if something was blocking her throat. Her eyes were filled with disappointment and shock. She couldn't believe that her confession had been rejected, and that the person Lu Tingfeng liked was actually Xiao Jinghe. Looked at the distraught Lin Mengdai and said to her with heartache, Mengdai, go back to your room and rest for a bit, let me talk to Xiaofeng. Lin Mengdai did not respond, but silently turned around, dragging her heavy steps slowly upstairs, each step seeming to take all her strength. After Lin Mengdai left, Xiao Jinghe pulled Lu Tingfeng onto the sofa. Her heart was pounding, and she didn't dare look directly at him. Baby, you're still young, you don't understand that these feelings are just a temporary impulse. Young people your age should like someone their own age, you know? Xiao Jinghe tried her best to make her voice sound calm, but her constantly reddening cheeks betrayed her inner turmoil. Lu Tingfeng moved closer to Xiao Jinghe, holding her hand tightly. He said in a slightly spoiled tone, Aunt Xia, I know what I'm doing. My feelings for you are not an impulse. From the first moment I saw you, I was deeply attracted to you. Your gentleness, your kindness, I see it all. I really like Aunt Xia. Xiao Jinghe looked truly beautiful in her cheongsam. Her delicate collarbones and fair neck further accentuated her mature charm. Her long, shapely legs were elegantly crossed, adding a touch of noble queenliness to her aura. Xiao Jinghe gently stroked Lu Tingfeng's hair with her other hand. Baby, if Auntie were your age, I would definitely agree. But the age difference between us is too great, and I also can't hurt Mengdai, you know? Lu Tingfeng refused to give up, moving even closer, his eyes full of determination. Love is a matter between two people. I won't be happy if I'm with someone I don't like. Anxia, I don't care about the world's views. As long as I can be with you, I'm willing to face anything. Besides, you've been single for so many years. According to the law, you are free to pursue love. Can't you give yourself a chance and give me a chance too? Xia Jinghe listened to Lu Tingfeng's words, feeling very shy and conflicted. She thought of Lu Tingfeng's dependence and closeness to her on weekdays. Every moment made her heart uncontrollably race. If anyone else dared to be so bold, I would have rejected them long ago, but this little guy, Xiaofeng, I really like him so much. Xia Jinghe sighed helplessly. Xiaofeng, this is too sudden. Can you let Auntie think it over carefully? It's okay, Aunt Xia, I'll wait until you've thought it through. Lu Tingfeng excitedly opened his arms and hugged Xia Jinghe tightly. Seeing Xia Jinghe's shy expression and rosy cheeks, Lu Tingfeng couldn't restrain himself and leaned in slightly. Xia Jinghe was startled by his actions, turning her head away in a panic, her cheeks burning hot. Xiaofeng, Auntie hasn't agreed to be your girlfriend yet. Xia Jinghe's voice was barely audible as she gently placed her hands against Lu Tingfeng's chest, wanting to push him away. Only then did Lu Tingfeng realize his mistake, his face filled with some apology. Aunt Xia, I'm sorry, I was too excited. Xia Jinghe nodded slightly, not daring to look Lu Tingfeng in the eye. Lu Tingfeng looked at Xia Jinghe's shy appearance in his arms and felt very happy. Aunt Xia, don't worry, I won't let Aunt Jin know about our matter. Mentioning Gu Wanyun, Xia Jinghe's face flushed even more. Chapter 58, Can I have a kiss? Lu Tingfeng pulled Xia Jinghe's hand and walked upstairs. Xia Jinghe's palms were slightly sweaty, but she held on tightly, as if afraid that if she let go, Lu Tingfeng would disappear. Aunt Xia, you must be tired today. Let me give you a massage to relax. Lu Tingfeng's eyes were full of anticipation, his bright pupils reflecting Xia Jinghe's figure. Xia Jinghe originally wanted to refuse, but looking at Lu Tingfeng's expectant gaze, she felt as if she was bewitched and nodded. She wasn't usually very busy, but she always felt a little tired, so a massage to relax would be nice. Honey, a massage is fine, but you can't bully me. I haven't agreed to be your girlfriend yet, and Mengdai is still at home. I know, Aunt Xia. When Sister Mengdai isn't home, I'll have a good chat with you. Xia Jinghe nodded, her face flushed. Once in the room, Xia Jinghe nervously sat on the edge of the bed, then slowly lay down. Her fingers unconsciously tugged at her hem, and her eyes were a bit vacant. Xia Jinghe's figure was already perfect, and wearing a cheongsam only highlighted her advantages. Her beautiful face and the high heels on her feet added to her elegant charm. Every time Lu Tingfeng saw Xia Jinghe, he couldn't help but marvel. She really is Aunt Xia. Lu Tingfeng took a deep breath behind her, gently placing his hands on her shoulders and starting the massage. His technique was gentle and precise, his fingers moving nimbly over the pressure points on Xia Jinghe's shoulders. In no time, Xia Jinghe felt her tense muscles relax, as if a warm current was flowing through her body. Xiaofeng, your massage technique is really good, very professional, Xia Jinghe couldn't help but praise, her voice carrying a hint of relaxed comfort. Lu Tingfeng was delighted to hear this. I used to massage Aunt Jin often, so I'm quite skilled. As soon as the words left his mouth, he noticed Xia Jinghe's body stiffen slightly, her previously relaxed back instantly straightening. A pang of jealousy washed over Xia Jinghe, surging like a tide, and her tone became a little resentful. Oh, is that so? Seems like you're very considerate of Wanyun. Come to think of it, Wanyun watched you grow up. Honey, Aunt Xia is really envious of your Aunt Jun to have such a thoughtful little one accompanying her. A trace of loss flickered in Xia Jinghe's eyes, and for a moment she seemed much older. Lu Tingfeng easily detected the resentment in Xia Jinghe's tone. Aunt Yun's position in his heart was naturally unparalleled. But now that Aunt Xia was acting like this, he had to coax her properly. Aunt Xia, I'll be there for you too in the future. Whenever you miss me, just give me a call. Xia Jinghe said resentfully, honey, can't you be a little more proactive and come see me more often? Do I really have to call you for you to come? Lu Tingfeng took Xia Jinghe's hand and placed it on his cheek. Aunt Xia, if you don't tell me, how would I know you miss me? Xia Jinghe's fair hand rested on Lu Tingfeng's cheek, her face slightly flushed. She had a rough idea of what this little one was thinking. Honey, do you want me to take the initiative to say I miss you so you'll be happier? Aunt Xia, you're so smart. Hearing Lu Tingfeng's words, Xia Jinghe's face flushed all the way to her ears, her eyes showing a hint of shyness. Aunt Xia, as long as you're the one who says it first, of course I'll be especially happy, because that means you have me in your heart. Lu Tingfeng tilted his head slightly, rubbing his cheek against Xia Jinghe's hand. Lu Tingfeng's demeanor made the unplaced love in Xia Jinghe's heart surge and yearn to be released. The shyness in Xia Jinghe's heart grew even stronger. She bit her lower lip lightly, hesitated for a moment, and then whispered, You just make Auntie embarrassed. How can you be so direct in asking for concern? Xia Jinghe knew very well that this kind of concern was essentially a form of flattery. The thought of herself, an elder, saying nice things to please this little guy made her cheeks feel a little hot. Yet her hand didn't move away from Lu Tingfeng's cheek. Instead, she seemed reluctant, gently stroking it. Seeing this, Lu Tingfeng was very happy. He boldly moved closer to Xia Jinghe, instantly narrowing the distance between them, their breaths seemingly intertwined. He looked into Xia Jinghe's eyes and said softly, "Auntie Xia, I just want to spend more time with you. You don't know, when I don't see you, I feel so empty inside." Xia Jinghe was so embarrassed by his ardent and direct words that she lowered her head, not daring to meet his gaze. Her heart was beating faster and faster. After a while, she finally scolded, "You little rascal, always saying things that make Auntie blush and her heart race. Aren't you ashamed?" Although Xia Jinghe's mouth was constantly scolding Lu Tingfeng, the corners of her lips were slightly upturned, revealing that she didn't actually dislike such intimacy. On the contrary, there was a hint of hidden sweetness quietly spreading within her. "Auntie Xia, you're considering being my girlfriend, so I want to experience what it feels like to be your boyfriend in advance. Can you kiss me? Just once, please?" Lu Tingfeng looked at Xia Jinghe with anticipation in his eyes. Xia Jinghe's heart jumped, and her face flushed red instantly. She subconsciously shook her head and said nervously, "No, darling, Meng Dai is still here. What if she finds out? That would be terrible. Let's do what couples do after Auntie has thought it through, okay?" Xia Jinghe subconsciously shrank back. Seeing Xia Jinghe's refusal, Lu Tingfeng showed a hint of disappointment, but he still refused to give up. He gently shook Xia Jinghe's hand. "Auntie Xia, I'll be very careful. Sister Meng Dai won't find out. Please say yes, Auntie Xia is the best." Xia Jinghe's heart was conflicted. She was afraid of being discovered by Lin Mengdai, yet she couldn't resist Lu Tingfeng's enthusiasm. After hesitating for a long time, she finally nodded slowly, her voice so low that it was almost inaudible. "Then, just once, and not for too long." "I know, Auntie Xia, don't worry." Lu Tingfeng was overjoyed. He gently cupped Xia Jinghe's cheeks, carefully moved closer, and then kissed her tenderly. Xia Jinghe, wearing a tight-fitting cheongsam, gently stroked Lu Tingfeng's hair, her long legs crossed. At this moment, her eyes were closed, and her face was full of shyness. A long while later, Lu Tingfeng left Xia Jinghe's villa. After they saw Lu Tingfeng off together, Lin Mengdai looked at Xia Jinghe and asked in confusion, "Mom, why are your lips swollen?" Xia Jinghe's face flushed all the way to her ears. She flusteredly touched her lips and stammered, "Oh, it's nothing, I just ate too much fruit." Lin Mengdai was doubtful, but she didn't ask further. Xia Jinghe secretly breathed a sigh of relief, but her heart was still replaying the sweet and nervous moment from just now. He said just one kiss, that little rascal. Chapter 59. Do you want to be my girlfriend? Thank you. Pressure main 0. Thank you. Your cat can do backflips. Thank you. User 935035575. And thank you to all the brothers who support me with your love and continued reading. After leaving the villa, Lu Tingfeng was in a very good mood. I didn't expect Aunt Xia, after experiencing so much, to still be shy like a little girl. Xia Jinghe and Zhong Xinya were similar, but in essence, they were different. Zhong Xinya was virtuous and gentle, very conservative in her personality, and unwilling to cause trouble. Her shyness made people want to protect her. Xia Jinghe, on the other hand, was originally a graceful and elegant woman, used to seeing big storms, very strict with her subordinates, and yet had an extraordinary affection for Lu Tingfeng. Her shyness made Lu Tingfeng want to rely on her even more. At this time, that little girl Yao Yao must be making a fuss about me not being back yet. I'd better hurry back, or Aunt Yun will have another headache. After Lu Tingfeng came out, his professional bodyguard driver, Zhang Yi, was already waiting outside. "Uncle Zhang Yi, let's go." After Zhang Yi stepped on the gas and drove onto the road, Lu Tingfeng opened his messaging app. As expected, that girl Tang Yao had sent him a message. "Brother Tingfeng, when are you coming back? Yao Yao misses you so much. Brother Tingfeng, please come back quickly. Yao Yao bought you ice cream. If you don't come back, it'll melt." There were several more messages below, all of them little Tang Yao's spoiled expressions of longing. Lu Tingfeng shook his head and smiled. "This little girl is really clingy. I'll be back soon. You have to be good and don't make Aunt Yun angry, or I won't let you off when I get back." As soon as the message was sent, a reply came back. "Don't worry, Brother Tingfeng, I will be good and wait for you to come back. Cute emoji." Lu Tingfeng sent back a pat on the head emoji, then exited the chat with Tang Yao. Besides Tang Yao, there were many other people who had sent him messages. "Zhong Xinya, Xiaofeng, next time you come, let me know in advance, and Auntie will make your favorite dishes for you. Lang Bingning, good little brother, are you free this weekend? I bought a lot of clothes and want you to see which one looks good. I also have a little cat that can do backflips. Black Silk Senior, Junior, I want to go on a date with you this weekend. I'll wear whatever you want, just say yes, okay? Xia Jinghe, baby, be careful on the road. Little White Rabbit Su Wanwan, message withdrawn." Aunt Yun didn't send a message. Lu Tingfeng knew that the more she was like this, the more Aunt Yun missed him. A cold and aloof female CEO like Aunt Yun would not easily show her emotions. But once he got back to the villa, that passionate and deep love of the beautiful CEO would completely erupt. After replying to everyone, he saw Su Ruanwan's message, and Lu Tingfeng was a little speechless. Little white rabbit, why do you withdraw your messages? After 10 seconds, a message came back. Ruanwan, no. I didn't withdraw it. Lu Tingfeng, I saw it, you're still lying. Lying is not good, tell me the truth. Do you want to be my girlfriend? Su Ruanwan, who was lying at home, was wearing a pink dress, her fair legs kneeling on the cotton-like large bed. Seeing Lu Tingfeng's message, Su Ruanwan's face turned red. I already withdrew it, how did he know what I sent? Su Ruanwan recalled the message she had edited and sent. Brother, I want to come find you this weekend. After sending it, Su Ruanwan immediately regretted it, so she withdrew it. Since she was little, she didn't know how many people had confessed to Su Ruanwan, but she never felt anything. There were also some rich second-generation heirs among them. But she felt that if she didn't like it, she didn't like it. As long as she studied hard, she could support herself in the future. However, now Su Ruanwan didn't know why she couldn't help but think of Lu Tingfeng. It was the first time since she had grown up. For a blank slate like Su Ruanwan, sending a message like I want to go find you to play was almost like a confession. Su Ruanwan replied insincerely, I just want to thank you. Lu Tingfeng, thank me for what? Su Ruanwan, for what happened last night, you know yourself. Lu Tingfeng shook his head with a smile, this little white rabbit is quite clever. A simple thank you is all? Su Ruanwan's little face flushed with anger, she knew Lu Tingfeng would definitely not let her off so easily. Su Ruanwan, then what do you want? Lu Tingfeng, I'll tell you when I think of it, my sister is still waiting for me, let's leave it at that for now. Su Ruanwan looked at her phone blankly, her cheeks puffed up, brother actually has a sister. Thinking about how Lu Tingfeng usually bullied her, Su Ruanwan started praying in her heart for the little Tangyao she had never met. After exiting the chat, Lu Tingfeng found another message below. Li Shangyang, brother Feng, you're really lucky, I didn't see many decent girls here today, boo-hoo. Why don't you contact your Ninger and have her introduce me to a colleague? Lu Tingfeng coldly replied with one word, scram. After returning to the villa, Lu Tingfeng saw little Tangyao sitting on the sofa in the hall playing with her phone. Hearing the noise at the door, Tangyao immediately excitedly put on her pink girly rabbit head slippers and ran over. Tingfeng, hug. Tangyao jumped up and hugged Lu Tingfeng, hanging onto him. You're already an adult, how are you still like when you were little? Tangyao rubbed her little nose against Lu Tingfeng's nose. Not enough hugs, not enough hugs. Yao Yao can never get enough hugs from Tingfeng. Lu Tingfeng held little Tangyao, complaining, you're so heavy, get down, I'm exhausted from studying at school every day, I want to go rest on the sofa. I don't want to get down, I want Tingfeng to carry me over there. Tangyao refused, pouting her little mouth. You little girl, you're really spoiled. Lu Tingfeng could only reluctantly indulge this annoying little girl. Little Tangyao giggled triumphantly as she hung onto Lu Tingfeng. Can you get down now? Little Tangyao sat on the sofa, kicked her two fair legs, and the rabbit head slippers fell to the ground, revealing her feet in transparent white socks. Lu Tingfeng glared at her, you really know how to make trouble. Little Tangyao sniffed Lu Tingfeng's nose a couple of times. What are you doing? Lu Tingfeng dodged. This little girl who grew up with him was becoming more and more quirky. Tangyao shifted her position and leaned on Lu Tingfeng's back, her little head cocked as she looked at him, her dark eyes filled with large question marks. Tingfeng, you smell like another woman. Lu Tingfeng's eyes went dark. What kind of animal was this little girl? Her nose was too sensitive. Chapter 60, Beware of Childhood Sweethearts. Little Tangyao's betrayal. Tangyao was clinging to Lu Tingfeng's back, her small face filled with undisguised jealousy. Lu Tingfeng sighed helplessly, patting Tangyao's head gently. Yao Yao, stop it, there's no other woman scent. Tangyao was relentless, she straightened up, crossed her arms, and pouted her small mouth. Brother Tingfeng is still trying to deny it, I can smell it, this scent isn't ordinary. Just as Lu Tingfeng was about to explain further, Gu Wanyun walked down from upstairs. Gu Wanyun was wearing a simple yet elegant silk white nightgown, her hair was damp and draped over her shoulders, she must have just finished showering. The white nightgown clung tightly to Gu Wanyun's snow-white skin, accentuating her exquisite and voluptuous figure. Seeing Lu Tingfeng and Tangyao's interaction on the sofa, the corners of Gu Wanyun's mouth curved slightly upwards. These two little ones have a good relationship. Babe, you're back. Gu Wanyun's voice was gentle and melodious, a far cry from the aloof and businesslike aura she had at the company. Lu Tingfeng looked up, the tiredness on his face completely gone. And Yun, I'm back, I worried you. Gu Wanyun smiled and shook her head, gently smoothing Lu Tingfeng's slightly messy hair with her jade-like hand. It's good you're back, next time you come back so late, remember to let me know you're safe, or Aunt Jun will worry. As Gu Wanyun spoke, her eyes were full of undisguised affection. Even though she was just his aunt, she had watched him grow up. Over the years, this little guy had long become an indispensable part of her life. I know, Aunt Jun, I promise there won't be a next time. Lu Tingfeng knew very well that although Aunt Jun hadn't sent a message, she must have been more worried than anyone. Tang Yao watched their interaction from the side, feeling a sense of unease. Something felt off. Aunt Yun, brother Tingfeng has a perfume scent on him. Lu Tingfeng facebombed. This girl actually stabbed me in the back. Gu Wanyun's peerless face showed no sign of happiness or anger. She moved closer to Lu Tingfeng. The scent was from the perfume brand that Jinghao often used. Babe, did you go to your Aunt Xia's place after school? Hearing Aunt Yun's question, Lu Tingfeng felt a chill run down his spine. He knew Gu Wanyun too well. The calmer his Aunt Yun appeared, the more abnormal it was. The jealousy jar was about to be overturned. Aunt Yun, I did go to Aunt Xia's place. She asked me to visit her last time. Actually, Aunt Xia's situation is also quite pitiful. Gu Wanyun nodded lightly, then turned to Tang Yao and said, Yao, I just saw that a courier delivered a package to your room. It seems to be the doll you said you wanted last time. Go upstairs and take a look. Upon hearing this, Tang Yao's eyes immediately lit up. Brother Tingfeng, Aunt Yun seems angry. I'll go first. Tang Yao whispered in Lu Tingfeng's ear. Then, seeing Gu Wanyun's gaze, she quickly shrunk her head and ran off. After Tang Yao disappeared at the corner of the stairs, Gu Wanyun looked at Lu Tingfeng, her eyes filled with something inexplicable. Babe, you didn't tell me you were going to your Aunt Xia's place. Lu Tingfeng stepped forward, took Gu Wanyun's hand, and sat with her on the sofa. Aunt Yun, wasn't it because I was afraid you'd be unhappy? The beautiful CEO Gu Wanyun's eyes were gentle, with a hint of moisture. Babe, your Aunt Jinghai is Aunt Yun's good sister. I'm also very saddened by her situation. But you also know, she always wants to steal you away from Aunt Yun's side. Even if she's my good sister, I will never agree. Aunt Yun can't live without my babe. Aside from your mom and dad, no one can take you away from Aunt Yun. Gu Wanyun held Lu Tingfeng tightly, her flawless jade face pressed against his cheek. At this moment, Gu Wanyun was no longer the business queen who dominated the marketplace at this moment. She only wanted to protect her good boy from being snatched away by others. Lu Tingfeng felt Gu Wanyun's embrace, his heart unable to calm down for a long time. He was truly a bastard. He must never make Aunt Yun sad again. Aunt Yun, don't say that. I won't leave you. Gu Wanyun slightly raised her head in Lu Tingfeng's arms, her eyes fixed on him. Don't lie to me. Lu Tingfeng met her gaze frankly. Aunt Yun, what I said is true. Gu Wanyun sighed softly. Jinghai is also quite pitiful. After all, she's my good sister. You can go see her occasionally. Lu Tingfeng raised his hand and gently wiped the corner of Gu Wanyun's eye. Aunt Yun, I understand. I will always be with you, taking care of you just like you take care of me. Regarding Aunt Xia, I will keep things in check. Gu Wanyun smiled through her tears, chiding him. You little guy, your Aunt Xia was a great beauty when she was young. There were countless people pursuing her back then. Let's not talk about that. Wherever you go in the future, you must tell me first, understand? Lu Tingfeng nodded quickly. I understand, Aunt Yun. I will definitely report in first from now on. Aunt Xia is indeed very good, but in my heart, Aunt Yun is the best. No one can compare. You little guy, always saying these things to make me happy. Gu Wanyun said with a playful scold and suddenly thought of something. Alright, good boy, tomorrow's the weekend. I want to take you to the company to get familiar with it. It'll be good training for you. How about you come to the company with me tomorrow? Lu Tingfeng's eyes lit up. Sure, I haven't been there in a long time either. The last time he went to the Gu Group's comprehensive office building with Aunt Yun was 3 years ago. Lu Tingfeng still couldn't forget the surprised looks those employees gave him when they saw him. Gu Wanyun said with a smile, but it will be very hard. You're not allowed to say you're tired. Lu Tingfeng was full of confidence. Don't worry, Aunt Yun, I'm not afraid of hard work when it comes to helping you. The mature, charming beauty CEO's face was flushed. You little guy, you're becoming more and more out of line. Lu Tingfeng looked at his own Empress Yun's blushing face, his heart stirred, and he mischievously moved closer. Aunt Yun, your blushing appearance is much more captivating than your usual aloof demeanor. Gu Wanyun lightly thumped his chest, embarrassed and annoyed. You're still saying that. If you keep this up, I won't come to you tonight. Lu Tingfeng took her hand and said seriously, of course I know, you are my beloved Aunt Yun, whether it's the noble queen or the adorable you now, I love you both. Gu Wanyun was both amused and exasperated by Lu Tingfeng's words, but more than anything she felt an indescribable joy and sweetness. Her mood lifted, she no longer bothered to scold this little guy. I must take good boy to the company tomorrow, he needs to get properly acquainted with it. Gu Wanyun only had one younger sister, Gu Wanyu, who was naturally playful and a big star, and had no interest in business. She was also alone, without children. In Gu Wanyun's heart, Lu Tingfeng, the son of her good friend whom she had watched grow up, was already the only candidate for her position as CEO. To Gu Wanyun, Lu Tingfeng was everything to her. Chapter 61 Aunt Yun, you've worked too hard. Lu Tingfeng looked at Aunt Yun, who was lost in thought, his eyes full of love and admiration. Gu Wanyun was kneeling on the sofa, her white silk pajamas like a soft cloud, gently enveloping her curvaceous figure. The neckline of her pajamas was slightly open, vaguely revealing her delicate collarbone, like a meticulously carved work of art, exuding a charming luster. Her fair and delicate shoulders appeared even more tender against the backdrop of the silk, as if a gentle touch would leave a mark. And that perfect face, exuding a mature charm, now carried a hint of sweet smile, like a blooming flower in spring, delicate and enchanting. Aunt Yun is so beautiful, I can't resist at all. Lu Tingfeng thought to himself, unable to restrain himself from moving closer to her beautiful face. Before Gu Wanyun could react, she felt a warm sensation on her red lips. The beautiful CEO's face flushed slightly, her jade hand resting on Lu Tingfeng's shoulder, her voice carrying a hint of reproach. Good boy, why are you so impatient? We're still in the living room, and you already want to kiss? Lu Tingfeng took Gu Wanyun's fair wrist, gently pulled, and let her sit in his arms. He held Gu Wanyun tightly, his eyes full of affection, and then slowly, very carefully, gave her the gentleness on her lips. Gu Wanyun's heart suddenly quickened, like a deer running wildly, her hands pressed against his chest, struggling slightly. Good boy, you only know how to bully Aunt Yun. Her voice carried obvious shyness and nervousness, her eyes also darting away, not daring to look directly at Lu Tingfeng. Lu Tingfeng didn't stop, he slightly released her lips, whispering in her ear, Aunt Yun, you're so beautiful, I don't want to let your beauty down. Having said that, he pecked at the corner of her lips a few more times. Gu Wanyun's face grew even redder, like a ripe apple. She gently bit her lower lip. You little rascal, you're getting bolder and bolder. Lu Tingfeng looked at her shy appearance, his heart filled with an indescribable love. He gently tucked a strand of Gu Wanyun's hair behind her ear, his movements gentle and doting. Gu Wanyun raised her head, her eyes meeting Lu Tingfeng's, her eyes sparkling. But this is the living room after all. Yaya might come down at any time, and the housekeeper we hired might come early to prepare breakfast for tomorrow. No one will see us, Aunt Yun, it's just us now. Lu Tingfeng kissed her again. This time the kiss carried an undeniable dominance and deep affection. Gu Wanyun's hands also unconsciously wrapped around his neck, the initial worry gradually turning into obedience. Her heart actually longed for this intimacy. After a long time, Lu Tingfeng suddenly stood up, a princess carry gently lifting Gu Wanyun up. Aunt Yun, it's very late, it's time to rest. Gu Wanyun exclaimed softly, her hands instinctively grabbing Lu Tingfeng's clothes. Good boy, I can walk myself. Aunt Yun, you've been working hard for a week, it's too tiring to go upstairs. Lu Tingfeng held her, walking steadily towards the second floor of the villa. With every step, Gu Wanyun could feel his strong heartbeat and solid chest, her heartbeat also accelerating, both nervous and expectant. Her gaze remained fixed on Lu Tingfeng's face, looking at his focused expression, her heart filled with emotion and love. Arriving at the second floor room, Lu Tingfeng gently put Gu Wanyun down, his gaze never leaving her. Gu Wanyun stood there, slightly lowering her head, the hem of her white silk pajamas swaying gently with her movements, adding even more tenderness. Lu Tingfeng approached again, gently lifting her chin, and kissed Gu Wanyun again. This time the kiss was even deeper, as if they were blending their souls together. In Gu Wanyun's beautiful eyes, beneath her long eyelashes, the aloofness of a business queen was gone, replaced by endless tenderness. Aunt Yun, I love you, Lu Tingfeng said passionately in between kisses. Gu Wanyun slightly opened her eyes, looking at Lu Tingfeng, who was close at hand, her eyes filled with love and shyness. Sweet boy, I love you too, don't leave me. Gu Wanyun's voice carried a hint of fear of loss, and if those who admired this business queen knew about it, they would probably go crazy. Aunt Yun, I'm here, I'll always be here. Lu Tingfeng put his arm around her fragrant shoulder, gently pulling her closer to him. Gu Wanyun's body stiffened slightly, but soon relaxed, her eyes carrying a trace of confusion and intoxication. Sweet boy. Aunt Yun believes in you. Gu Wanyun whispered, her voice barely audible. Lu Tingfeng raised his head, looking at her charming yet shy appearance. Aunt Yun, you are mine, I want to protect you well. Lu Tingfeng's gaze slowly moved down, landing on her fair neck, and he lowered his head, leaving gentle kisses on her delicate collarbone. Gu Wanyun's body trembled slightly, her fair hands tightly holding onto Lu Tingfeng, the emotions in her heart surging like a tide. Sweet boy, I feel so happy when I'm with you, Gu Wanyun said shyly. Aunt Yun, this is love, Lu Tingfeng said, looking into her eyes. Gu Wanyun nodded slightly, but if our relationship is known to your parents, what will they think? Especially your mother, she will blame me, her best friend, right? Don't be afraid, Aunt Yun, I'll be with you. Lu Tingfeng held her fair hand tightly, giving her strength. Mentioning his father and mother, whom he had never met, Lu Tingfeng felt a little sad. He didn't know why they had left him like this. Perhaps they had their own difficulties. Gu Wanyun sighed softly, you are still young, there are many things you don't understand. I'm not young anymore, Aunt Yun, I can protect you, and I can bear this responsibility. Lu Tingfeng said firmly. Gu Wanyun looked at his determined eyes, the worry in her heart gradually dissipating. She also didn't want to lose this little guy in front of her. Okay, sweet boy, then let's go forward bravely. Lu Tingfeng once again embraced Gu Wanyun. They hugged each other tightly, as if the whole world was left with only each other. The moonlight hung high in the sky, and Gu Wanyun got up to pour a cup of hot tea. Gu Wanyun lightly tossed aside her drooping hair, blushing as she glared at Lu Tingfeng. Sweet boy, we can't talk so late again in the future. This little guy was really something, chatting until so late and still not willing to rest. Her throat was even a little hoarse. Lu Tingfeng nodded with a smile. I'll listen to Aunt Yun. Whatever Aunt Yun says is fine. After Gu Wanyan finished her tea, she returned to her original spot and lay down, and Lu Tingfeng hugged her again. The moonlight outside the window shone on them, outlining a gentle painting. The tranquility and sweetness at this moment seemed to be able to isolate all external disturbances. Chapter 62 Ning Rushwang. The morning light filtered through the gaps in the curtains, gently spilling into the villa's room. Lu Tingfeng was the first to wake. He gazed at Gu Wanyun, still fast asleep in his arms. Her face looked even more serene and gentle in the morning light, a faint trace of a sweet smile lingering at the corners of her lips. Lu Tingfeng's heart was filled with tenderness. He gently brushed aside the strands of hair that had fallen onto Gu Wanyun's forehead and placed a kiss there, his movements light as a feather, careful not to disturb her sweet dreams. Gu Wanyun gradually stirred under his gentle kiss. She sleepily opened her eyes and, seeing Lu Tingfeng looking at her with affection, her cheeks flushed a rosy pink. Good morning, my darling. Gu Wanyun's voice was soft and husky, still carrying the languor of sleep, making it all the more alluring. Lu Tingfeng smiled in response. Aunt Yun, did you sleep well last night? Gu Wanyun nodded slightly, her eyes bright. Being with my darling, it was wonderful. After a moment of tender affection, the two of them went downstairs to the dining table in the living room. The housekeeper had already prepared breakfast. Seeing Lu Tingfeng and Gu Wanyun come down together, a hint of surprise flickered in her eyes, but she quickly resumed her usual composure. President Gu, young Master Lu, breakfast is ready. Gu Wanyun smiled. Thank you, Aunt Lu. The old woman smiled back. Over the years, President Gu had always been very considerate to them, the servants. Let's eat quickly, it's the weekend today, let Yao Yao sleep in a little longer. After breakfast, Gu Wanyun began to organize the documents she needed to take back to the company. Aunt Yun, you have to handle so many things every day, you must be very tired, right? Lu Tingfeng couldn't help but ask. Aunt Yun is used to it, it's nothing, Gu Wanyun replied calmly. Lu Tingfeng took her delicate hand in his. Aunt Yun, you also need to rest, don't exhaust yourself. Gu Wanyun lovingly stroked Lu Tingfeng's cheek. My darling is worried about me, Aunt Yun will be careful. It's getting late, let's go to the company together. You will be taking over the company in the future, you need to learn properly. Also, you have to be with Aunt Yun all day today, you're not allowed to go anywhere else. Aunt Yun wants to keep me by her side, huh? But I'm happy to be like this. Who told my Aunt Yun to be so charming? As he spoke, Lu Tingfeng wrapped his arms around Gu Wanyun's soft waist and pecked her beautiful, noble face a few times. Gu Wanyun gently pushed Lu Tingfeng away, scolding him playfully, you naughty boy, it's daytime, have some manners. Let's go, the driver is waiting outside. The noble and beautiful CEO's cheeks were as flushed as a ripe peach, her eyes filled with indulgence and shyness. Lu Tingfeng, however, didn't mind and said with a mischievous smile, I don't care, I just want to spend more time alone with Aunt Yun. Gu Wanyun sighed helplessly, smoothing the hair that had been ruffled. Okay, darling, let's go, or we'll really be late. Today was Saturday, a day off, and only some employees in special departments were working in shifts. If she, the CEO, were to be late, the company's work efficiency would be greatly reduced today. Lu Tingfeng also understood the seriousness of the matter, and his expression immediately became serious. Yes, Your Majesty. Hearing Lu Tingfeng call her his empress, Gu Wanyun couldn't have been happier. Although she was indeed the business empress of Linhai City, she wouldn't have felt much of a reaction if anyone else had called her that. But when her darling called her empress, Gu Wanyun felt an unprecedented sense of happiness and accomplishment. Lu Tingfeng and Gu Wanyun arrived in the courtyard outside the villa, and the bodyguards wearing sunglasses immediately stood up straight. The two walked together towards the Rolls-Royce. A tall, sexy, and fiery-looking older woman got out of the driver's seat and respectfully opened the back door. President Gu Rushwang, I'm sorry to have kept you waiting so long. The woman was named Ning Rushwang, Gu Wanyun's personal bodyguard and secretary. She came from a family of martial artists, and she was also very capable as a secretary. Ning Rushwang looked to be in her 20s, with neat, short hair that accentuated her refined and distinct features. She was tall, and her tight black shirt perfectly outlined her curvy figure, with broad shoulders, a narrow waist, and long legs that appeared straight and slender in her pencil pants. Every movement she made exuded a heroic air. She looked like a rebellious little wildcat. Ning Rushwang lowered her head slightly. President Gu, you're joking. This is all part of my job. If it weren't for President Gu, my father might have. 5 years ago, if Gu Wanyun hadn't stepped in and provided Ning Rushwang with a large sum of money, her seriously ill father would have passed away long ago. Ning Rushwang was absolutely loyal to Gu Wanyun. Be good, once we get to the company, I might be a bit busy. If there's anything you don't understand, just ask your sister Rushwang, Gu Wanyun said to Lu Tingfeng. I understand, Aunt Yun. Seeing Gu Wanyun's affectionate manner towards Lu Tingfeng, Ning Rushwang's beautiful eyes showed a hint of surprise. As a veteran employee of the company, she knew a little about Lu Tingfeng's identity. He was the son of President Gu's best friend and had been living in President Gu's home since he was a child. President Gu always acted like a cold, beautiful CEO in the company, but she was so gentle with this young man. It seemed like their relationship was unusual. Sister Rushwang, I might need your guidance later. No trouble at all. It's my honor to answer the young master's questions, she quickly replied, her thoughts interrupted by Lu Tingfeng. Seeing this handsome and heroic older sister looking flustered, Lu Tingfeng found it a bit amusing. Sister Rushwang, you don't need to be nervous. I'm not a big CEO like Aunt Yun. Even if you do something wrong, I won't eat you. Just treat me like a little brother. Ning Rushwang nodded numbly. I understand, young master. Ning Rushwang was speechless. You are President Gu's little darling, how can I not be nervous? Gu Wanyun watched this scene and said gently, be good, don't tease Rushwang anymore. She's always serious and responsible in her work. You need to learn from her. Lu Tingfeng smiled and replied, Aunt Yun, I just wanted to help Sister Rushwang relax. I wouldn't dare to bully her. Ning Rushwang quickly defended Lu Tingfeng. President Gu, the young master was just joking with me. He didn't mean anything else. Although she wasn't a shallow woman obsessed with looks, Lu Tingfeng's appearance did shock her. Lu Tingfeng wasn't like the other playboy rich kids she had met before, and Ning Rushwang had a good impression of him. Such a perfect young man, no wonder President Gu was so fond of him. Thinking of Lu Tingfeng's status, Ning Rushwang felt a little inferior. Alas, I'm simply not a match for young Master Lu's status. Chapter 63 The future master of the Gu group arriving at the company building, Lu Tingfeng and Gu Wanyun got out of the car together. The surrounding security personnel stared with wide eyes, their gazes fixed on them. Who is this kid? He actually rode in the same car as the CEO? Never heard of him before. Could he be? The word gigolo popped into everyone's minds. The possibility made their expressions quite interesting. Lu Tingfeng followed Gu Wanyun, swaggering toward the entrance of the Gu Group's office building. Looking at the towering, 81-story skyscraper, Lu Tingfeng felt a surge of emotion. The number of floors in this office building was among the highest in the entire Linhai City. Besides the 101-story Linhai City Center building, which was public property, no other skyscraper was more magnificent. This Gu Group office building was specially built by Gu Wanyun after she took over the company, with the help of the country's top designers and construction teams. The building had a spiral design, climbing layer by layer to the 81st floor, which reached into the clouds. In a sense, it transcended the concept of time and space. The theme of this design also represented transcending earthly ties, like the love between Gu Wanyun and Lu Tingfeng that surpassed everything. In the entire Xia country, my Aunt Yun is probably the only one capable of single-handedly overseeing the design of such a magnificent building. The 101-story Linhai City Center building was public property of Xia, while the second tallest building in Linhai City was the private property of the Gu Group. Because of this, Gu Wanyun was an exceptional woman in the business world of Linhai City and even the entire Xia country. Young Master Lu, this building is the masterpiece of CEO Gu. Every CEO of any company in Linhai City, when they visit our Gu Group's central office building, they are all in awe of CEO Gu. Without Ning Rushwang's reminder, Lu Tingfeng naturally knew all of this. No wonder it's Aunt Yun, amazing. Lu Tingfeng gave a thumbs up. You little rascal, stop being glib. If you don't follow Rushwang and learn properly today, you'll be in trouble when we get back. Gu Wanyun smiled gently, a hint of unconcealable pride within that gentleness. It was clear that she was very happy to be acknowledged by Lu Tingfeng. Don't worry, Aunt Yun, I'm Superman. For Lu Tingfeng, whose abilities were 20 times greater than ordinary people, learning was as easy as learning what 1 + 1 equals. After Gu Wanyun arrived at the conference room in the office building, many of the company's senior executives were already waiting inside. CEO Gu. As Gu Wanyun entered the room, the group of suited senior executives from various departments stood up one after another. Please sit down. Vice President Qin, please tell everyone about today's work schedule. Once in the conference room, Gu Wanyun immediately resumed her domineering, cold, and aloof CEO persona. She wore a women's black suit, her straight legs long and shapely, black shiny high heels, and slender calves. Every line was perfectly exquisite. Her dignified temperament, the coldness that kept people at a distance, the respectful and admiring gazes of countless company executives in the conference room, every detail highlighted that this perfect woman was a high and mighty business queen. This elegant, queen-like Gu Wanyun was a completely different person from the tender, doting woman who spoiled Lu Tingfeng in the villa. Thinking about what caused such a stark contrast in Aunt Yun, Lu Tingfeng couldn't help but smile. In his mind, the image of Aunt Yun in the villa, a beautiful woman who had shed her CEO queenly aura, vaguely appeared. Gu Wanyun gave Lu Tingfeng a sense of sacred, perfect purity, mixed with an inviolable queenly aura. This perfect combination would make any man's heart flutter. But such a noble Aunt Yun, what man could possibly be worthy of her? No wonder Aunt Yun never considered marriage back then, no one could ever measure up to her. But now that I'm here, it's different. Seeing Gu Wanyun's perfect figure, Lu Tingfeng couldn't help but feel proud, his heart filled with love. As if sensing Lu Tingfeng's gaze, Gu Wanyun glanced through the glass wall at Lu Tingfeng outside, their eyes meeting. Seeing Lu Tingfeng smile at her, a gentle smile uncontrollably appeared on Gu Wanyun's beautiful face. Many of the company's executives, noticing the smile on the president's face, followed her gaze to the door. This young man looks a bit familiar. Isn't that the son of her best friend who lived with President Gu for over 10 years? This young master's surname is Lu, and I've heard President Gu was very fond of him. Now that you mention it, I do recall President Gu bringing him to the company about 3 years ago. Old President Gu only had President Gu and a second daughter who entered the entertainment industry. President Gu isn't married now, and I've heard that President Gu is grooming this young Master Lu to be the future leader of the Gu Group. Really? He's so lucky, it's truly enviable. Hearing the whispers in the conference room, Gu Wanyun immediately adopted the stern demeanor of a company president. Alright, we're in a meeting, not a social gathering. Everyone fell silent. That young fellow outside, I brought him here 3 years ago, the veterans of the company should know. I've been alone all these years, and this young fellow is very close to me, his aunt. He might very well be the future owner of this building. Upon hearing Gu Wanyun's words, all the executives were speechless with shock. The Gu Group held immense influence in the entire Xia Nation's business world. Although Gu Wanyun hadn't stated it explicitly, they were all experienced old foxes and understood the implications of her words. If this news were to spread, it would likely cause a sensation throughout Xia. Vice President Qin, let's begin with today's work schedule. The vice president with the surname Qin was named Qin Kai, a middle-aged man around 40 years old. His father was the second largest shareholder of the Gu Group, and he had been the old chairman's right-hand man back when Gu Wanyun was still in college. Qin Kai cast a sinister glance at Lu Tingfeng. Although it was fleeting, Lu Tingfeng still noticed it. Interesting, Sister Rushwang, what's the background of this Vice President Qin? Ning Rushwang explained, Vice President Qin is a veteran of the company, his father is also the second largest shareholder, he co-founded the Gu Group with the old chairman back in the day. Young Master Lu, Vice President Qin hasn't married yet, he's always had designs on President Gu and the Gu Group. Now that President Gu has subtly indicated her choice of company heir in front of so many people, you should be careful. Lu Tingfeng nodded lightly, such hidden vipers were indeed something to guard against. Sister Rushwang, you're so concerned about me, do you like me? Ning Rushwang was taken aback for a moment, then became a bit embarrassed. Young Master Lu, what nonsense are you talking about? You're someone President Gu cares about, so of course, I'll side with you. A big fat man cannot be made with a single bite. After Ning Rushwang blushed, Lu Tingfeng stopped teasing her. Qin Kai, just a clown jumping on a beam. His aunt Yun held 51% of the Gu Group's shares. Even if all the remaining shareholders joined forces, they couldn't cause a major stir. As for emotional matters, Lu Tingfeng was even less concerned. His aunt Yun had long since given her heart and soul to him, and with their years of emotional entanglement, what was a Qin Kai? If Qin Kai, that simp, were to find me holding Aunt Yun while she blushed, I wonder if he'd be furious enough to die. As for paparazzi and exposure, that would be even better than I could be with Aunt Yun openly and legitimately. As long as we don't break the law or moral boundaries, age is absolutely no issue. Qin Kai, that fool, it seems necessary to make him face reality. Chapter 64, Ning Rushwang betrayed Sister Rushwang. How long have you been with Aunt Yun? Replying to young Master Lu, 5 years. That's not a short time. Sister Rushwang is so beautiful, you must have a boyfriend. I just started seeing someone recently, we haven't even held hands yet. Mentioning this, Ning Rushwang clearly became a little shy. To still be so reserved at over 20 years old, she truly is a wonderful woman. Sister Rushwang is so beautiful, it must have been him who pursued you, right? Ning Rushwang nodded, thinking of the boyfriend who had pursued her for 3 whole years. She also felt very happy. Although he wasn't very capable, he was genuinely good to her. Young master, I should still explain the company matters to you. If President Gu comes out and sees me teaching you this, she'll be angry. Sister Rushwang, with your figure, how can your boyfriend resist touching you? Ning Rushwang's figure and appearance were the typical fair-skinned, beautiful, long-legged type, with a hint of untamed wildness. Lu Tingfeng found it hard to imagine a man possessing such willpower. Ning Rushwang said shyly, he did mention it, but I didn't agree. I still hope to wait until after we get married to do that kind of thing. The usually unruly little wildcat at the company had turned into a shy little kitten in front of Lu Tingfeng. Just as Lu Tingfeng was chatting with Ning Rushwang, making her blush, Ning Rushwang found a reason to escape. Watching Ning Rushwang's flustered and beautiful retreating figure, Lu Tingfeng felt rather disappointed, as his desire to tease this beautiful mature woman had fallen flat. She really is an unruly little wildcat. Goodness, what are you thinking again? Just as Lu Tingfeng was pondering how to deal with Ning Rushwang, Gu Wanyun came out of the conference room and patted his head, her tone gentle to the extreme. The others who had just finished the meeting saw this scene and were immediately petrified in the conference room. How could President Gu, this noble ice queen, be so gentle? It's nothing. Lu Tingfeng gave an awkward smile. How could he dare tell Aunt Yun the little thoughts in his heart? He could only bury them deep down. Gu Wanyun glared at him with her beautiful eyes and playfully said, "You, Rushwang is a martial arts expert, don't have any bad ideas about her. If you provoke her, Aunt Yun won't be able to save you." Lu Tingfeng grabbed Gu Wanyun's jade-like hand and flattered, "I understand, Aunt Yun. I'll accompany you to your office." Gu Wanyun lightly snorted, "You little rascal, do you think I don't know you? But seriously, Rushwang is a simple girl, don't lead her astray." Lu Tingfeng quickly nodded. At this moment, Ning Rushwang was organizing documents in the distance, the blush on her face still hadn't faded. Although young Master Lu seems a bit cynical, he is still better than other rich young masters. But he actually discussed couple matters with me there, how annoying. Ning Rushwang patted her chest, suppressing the agitation in her heart. "Let us go see Chenyu. We've only been dating for half a month. I wonder what he's doing now." Chenyu joined the Gu group 3 years ago, and relying on his high education, he had managed to become a department supervisor at a young age within the Gu group and had his own small office. Chenyu's office was located in a secluded corner of the Gu group's office building, rarely passed by. Ning Rushwang arrived at Chenyu's office door, and before she could push it open, she heard a woman's voice. "Brother Yu, am I pretty?" "Xiao Yu, don't be like this." Ning Rushwang's whole body shook. She quietly stood at the door, wanting to see what Chenyu would choose. Fortunately, the door wasn't completely closed, and a crack revealed the situation inside. "Brother Yu, I've liked you for a long time. Don't worry, Sister Shuang is in a meeting right now, she won tea come over." The woman called Xiao Yu said, whispering in Chen Yu's ear. Looking at the woman in front of him, clad in black stockings and a work uniform, who seemed ready to throw herself into his arms, Chen Yu thought of his girlfriend, Ning Rushwang, who wouldn't even let him hold her hand. Then, he pulled the woman into his embrace. "Alright, since you want it, I'll grant it to you. Then brother, you can't treat me poorly." "Of course not, I'll have them take care of all your work from now on." "I knew it, brother Yu is the best." The woman named Xiao Yu closed her eyes and pouted her lips directly, and Shen Yu kissed her without hesitation. Ning Rushwang, seeing this scene, was furious and wanted to push open the door, but after thinking for a moment, she lowered her arm. "Shen Yu, you bastard." Just as Ning Rushwang was about to turn away, she bumped into a warm embrace and was held tightly. "Young Master Lu." Lu Tingfeng immediately understood what had happened when he saw the scene inside the office in Ning Rushwang's teary eyes. Lu Tingfeng gently wiped away the tears from the corner of Ning Rushwang's eyes, saying, "Sister Rushwang, this man is too ungrateful." Lu Tingfeng's breath lightly brushed against Ning Rushwang's delicate face, causing her heart to race. The thought of the betrayal she had just witnessed made Ning Rushwang's heart ache. "Chen Yu, since you've done this, don't blame me." Ning Rushwang, who had always been cautious in front of Lu Tingfeng, the future owner of the Gu Corporation, didn't know where the courage came from when she kissed him directly. Lu Tingfeng smiled gently. A little wildcat had offered her kiss, and naturally, he couldn't refuse. Moreover, this was a little wildcat who had never even held hands. Ning Rushwang peeked through the door crack, closed her beautiful eyes, and became more involved. Lu Tingfeng held Ning Rushwang, her slender waist making him reluctant to let go. Just as Lu Tingfeng was enjoying himself, Ning Rushwang, blushing, pushed him away. "Young master, I'm sorry, I was too impulsive." Ning Rushwang's voice was very soft. Although the Gu Corporation's building had excellent soundproofing, there was still a door crack. "Sister Ning, it's okay. You can be more impulsive for a little while longer." Hearing Lu Tingfeng's words, Ning Rushwang blushed and didn't know what to say. The topics she was discussing with the young master were becoming increasingly strange. "Young master, can we talk somewhere else? This place is crowded with people coming and going. It's strange to chat like this." Lu Tingfeng raised the corners of his mouth and said, "Sure, Sister Rushwang, you must teach me more about the company's affairs. Aunt Yun told me to learn from you diligently." Ning Rushwang averted her gaze and nodded obediently. A moment later, Lu Tingfeng led Ning Rushwang away from the doorway to a lounge. Bang! The door was closed tightly, and Lu Tingfeng very smoothly locked the door from the inside. If he didn't open it, no one could come in. Looking at the man in front of her, the one who had made her willingly offer her first kiss, Ning Rushwang felt somewhat dazed. Lu Tingfeng walked up to Ning Rushwang and gently lifted her onto the armrest of the sofa. Looking at the somewhat stunned Ning Rushwang, Lu Tingfeng gently raised her fair chin. "Sister Rushwang, when you're with me, you're not allowed to think about anyone or anything else, or you'll be punished." Ning Rushwang had established a very upright concept of love since childhood in her subconscious. Once she had chosen a man, she should be absolutely loyal to him. Lu Tingfeng had just made her willingly give up her first kiss, and in her subconscious, Ning Rushwang had already regarded herself as Lu Tingfeng's person. Ning Rushwang, with a flushed face, said obediently, "No. No. Chen Yu was the one who wronged me first. Although we've been dating for half a month, I haven't even held hands with him. As long as young master doesn't dislike me, I'm willing to follow young master in the future." Chapter 65, Ning Rushwang's Choice. A familiar melody. Ning Rushwang was forced to look up at Lu Tingfeng, her chin in his grasp. She was also keenly aware that she might spend the rest of her life looking up to this man. Lu Tingfeng, hearing Ning Rushwang's confession, felt not a shred of guilt. However, he also didn't want to deceive the innocent woman before him. "Sister Rushwang, the truth is I already have a girlfriend. I hope you can be mentally prepared. Of course, I'll treat you all equally. I won't let you suffer any grievances. If you're not willing, I won't force you either. But if you are willing, from now on you'll have to obediently listen to me and fulfill your duties as a girlfriend. Of course, you'll also enjoy rights others won't." Ning Rushwang's eyes dimmed for a moment. She hadn't expected to escape a wolf's den only to enter a tiger's lair. Yet, Lu Tingfeng's honesty was unexpected. As the heir of the Gu Corporation, he had no reason to deceive her. Ning Rushwang, who already had little faith in love, was even more resolute after Chen Yu's betrayal. If she was going to be someone's possession anyway, she might as well be with Lu Gongzi, whom she found attractive and who was incredibly wealthy. Besides, her first kiss had been with this man. This way, she wouldn't lose her chastity nor betray her own values. Thinking of this, Ning Rushwang felt somewhat comforted. She lifted her eyes, looking at Lu Tingfeng with pitiful gaze, and took his hand, pressing it against her cheek. "Is that really how Rushwang appears in Gongzi's eyes? I was the one who acted rashly just now. It's not Gongzi's fault. As long as Gongzi doesn't find me dirty, Rushwang will be content. If it's truly as Gongzi says, that I can enjoy the same treatment as your girlfriend, then Rushwang will wholeheartedly serve Gongzi in the future." Ning Rushwang had made up her mind. She dared not ask for more. All she wanted now was a life free from worry about food and clothing. Lu Tingfeng looked at Ning Rushwang's demeanor, a pang of pity welling in his heart. He gently stroked her hair. "Sister Rushwang, rest assured, I will keep my word." Lu Tingfeng merely held her and softly stroked her hair, not doing anything more. His eyes were filled with tender affection as he looked at the woman before him. Feeling these subtle gestures, Ning Rushwang's deadened heart trembled fiercely. Even though Gongzi won't favor only me, it seems he truly cherishes me. It's not bad at all to meet someone like him. A blush spread across Ning Rushwang's face. "Gongzi, actually when you called me a little wildcat earlier, I heard it when I ran away." Hearing this, Lu Tingfeng's face reddened with embarrassment. "Sister Rushwang, I was just joking." Actually, Ning Rushwang placed a delicate finger on Lu Tingfeng's lips, a shy expression on her face. "I don't mind, Gongzi. Gu is my idol. Influenced by her, I always keep a cold face at the company. They all say that behind my back. I'm used to it, but they will never have me. Didn't Gongzi say that Rushwang is now your girlfriend? As long as Gongzi is willing, I'm willing to be your little wildcat forever." Lu Tingfeng gazed at Ning Rushwang's shy face. He hadn't expected her to be so docile and sensible. "Sister Rushwang, you little wildcat, you're truly making me more and more captivated." Lu Tingfeng gently pulled Ning Rushwang into his embrace, his fingers again lifting her chin slightly. Their eyes met, and an ambiguous atmosphere filled the air. Ning Rushwang didn't know why she had become like this, but she genuinely enjoyed being with Lu Tingfeng. "Sister Rushwang, now that you are my girlfriend, I think it's necessary to notify that bastard who betrayed you." Ning Rushwang nodded shyly and dialed Chen Yu's phone number. "Hello, Rushwang, what's the matter?" "Chen Yu, I saw what you were doing in the office just now. Since you chose to betray me, let's break up. Also, let me tell you clearly, I already have a new boyfriend. His status is not someone you can afford to offend. I hope you won't bother me anymore. I'm afraid my husband will misunderstand." After Ning Rushwang finished speaking, she hung up the phone. The woman named Xiao Yu hadn't even unbuttoned her top when Chen Kai suddenly pushed her away. "No, I don't believe it. Rushwang must be lying to me. She loves me so much, she must be saying those things because she's too heartbroken." Chen Yu said fiercely to the woman in front of him, "It's all your fault, you bitch. I'm going to apologize to Rushwang and beg for her forgiveness." After hanging up the phone, Ning Rushwang closed her eyes shyly. She hadn't expected that she would get such unexpected happiness from being impulsively provoked by Chen Yu. "Young master, is that all right? Sister Rushwang, you did a good job. Continue to perform well in the future. You are my girlfriend now, and I won't let anyone bully you." After saying this, Lu Tingfeng slowly lowered his head and kissed Ning Rushwang's lips. Ning Rushwang's eyelashes fluttered above her closed eyes, and her hands unconsciously wrapped around Lu Tingfeng's neck. Her cheeks grew hotter and hotter, her heart both shy and full of joy. "Young master is so good to me. I must take good care of young master in the future." Thinking this, Ning Rushwang became even more serious. After a long time, their lips parted. Ning Rushwang's heart beat faster, her eyes carrying a trace of bewilderment. Young master, your sudden passion makes my heart flutter. The corners of Lu Tingfeng's mouth curved into a mischievous smile. Sister Rushwang, this is just the beginning. In the future, I will make you even happier. Ning Rushwang lightly punched his chest. Young master always bullies me, but I'm willingly bullied by young master. Lu Tingfeng hugged her tighter and whispered in her ear, Sister Rushwang, let's call it a day for today. Next weekend, you have to prepare a few more beautiful outfits and black stockings at home and wait for me. Ning Rushwang's face flushed instantly, her voice as soft as a mosquito's buzz. Young master, when you say that, I get shy. But, I will definitely prepare well. After Lu Tingfeng left, Shenyu stood in a corner, his face ashen. He had just passed by the lounge when he heard Ning Rushwang's voice and went over. How is this possible? Hearing a man's voice in Ning Rushwang's usually never heard voice from inside, Shenyu was completely dumbfounded. He was very angry, but he could hear Lu Tingfeng's status from Ning Rushwang's words, and he had lost the courage to retaliate. I'm really going to lose her forever. No, I've never had her love. Shenyu knelt on the ground, but he could only scream hysterically in his heart. No! 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 At this moment, the company's broadcasting room played that very vintage musical melody. Snowflakes are fluttering, the north wind is howling, heaven and earth are a vast expanse. Hearing this familiar lyric, Shenyu felt extreme remorse in his heart. Lu Tingfeng returned to Gu Wanyun's office, his face still carrying an undiminished smile. Gu Wanyun raised her eyes, noticed it, and teased him. My dear, what good thing did you encounter that you're so happy? Lu Tingfeng walked to her side, sat down, took her jade hand, and said affectionately, Aunt Yun, it's just some trivial matters in the company. Fortunately, Sister Rushwang taught me well, and I've understood it all. Gu Wanyun rolled her eyes at him. You little imp, don't think I don't understand you? You must be hiding something from me. Lu Tingfeng laughed, changing the subject. Aunt Yun, I see the company's recent business progress has been quite smooth. You shouldn't overwork yourself. You often chat with me late into the night. It'll wear you out. Gu Wanyun huffed with a hint of arrogance. You have such a sweet mouth. I still have to keep an eye on you, lest you get into trouble. Aunt Yun, last time you said I should find a girlfriend to help you with work. If I really find one, would you? Before the words could even finish, the smile in Gu Wanyun's beautiful eyes had already dimmed slightly. Chapter 66, The CEO in the Office. Gu Wanyun hesitated, unsure how to answer. If it were the past, she would have said, wouldn't that be great? It would help me. But now, she was truly scared. Gu Wanyun feared that Lu Tingfeng would distance himself from her, that she would gradually lose her place in his heart. Sweetheart, if that were the case, Auntie Yun would be very happy. Gu Wanyun's expression shifted slightly, all of which Lu Tingfeng noticed. Whenever Auntie Yun lied to him, she became hesitant. He didn't want to make her sad. Lu Tingfeng took Gu Wanyun's hand and placed it on his cheek. Auntie Yun, no matter what, you're the most important person in my heart. Even if I have to go against the world, that will never change. For Lu Tingfeng, he could give up the entire garden for Gu Wanyun, but he could not abandon his Auntie Yun for those wildflowers outside. Clearly, Auntie Yun was afraid of him having a girlfriend, but she didn't object to it. In such a situation, only children make choices. Lu Tingfeng, wanted both. Whether Gu Wanyun was the CEO of the Gu Group or just an ordinary person, no matter what she thought, Lu Tingfeng would never hurt her. All that this woman had done for him over the years, Lu Tingfeng could never repay in this lifetime. Gu Wanyun smiled happily, the smile containing relief and a hint of barely noticeable shyness. She leaned slightly, her forehead gently touching Lu Tingfeng's. Sweetheart, as long as you are by my side, Auntie Yun is content. Hearing footsteps outside, Lu Tingfeng glanced out. It's that old geezer, Xin Kai. He came at just the right time. Today, I'll let him know who the future master of this place is. Trying to use marriage to take control of the Gu Group, a fool's dream. Lu Tingfeng pulled Gu Wanyun into his arms, passionately kissing her red lips. The moment Lu Tingfeng kissed her, Gu Wanyun felt her brain explode, a wave of shyness washing over her. This is my office, and it's still work hours. Why is this little one so unrestrained? Gu Wanyun's cheeks instantly burned, her eyes filled with panic and embarrassment. Although she was the CEO of the company, being forcibly kissed by Lu Tingfeng while wearing her work uniform made her very uncomfortable. Once Lu Tingfeng released her, Gu Wanyun quickly covered her lips with her hand, her eyes scolding yet also somewhat dazed. Sweetheart, how could you do that? We're still at the company. Gu Wanyun's voice trembled slightly, her heart pounding in her chest as if it would leap out. Lu Tingfeng looked at her shy appearance, his heart filled with affection. Auntie Yun, you're too alluring. I'll be more careful next time. At that moment, Xin Kai, hiding around the corner, clenched his fists, his face dark. Gu Wanyun, this woman, she rejected me so many times, yet she's so intimate with her best friend's son in her own office. What am I lacking compared to this kid? Xin Kai's eyes were bloodshot. His father had always wanted him to use Gu Wanyun to control the Gu Group, so it was impossible for him to have no feelings for her. She was the dream goddess of countless successful people and top-tier tycoons in Linhai City. No one could resist her charm. In order to marry into the Gu family and gain control of the Gu group, Qin Kai hadn't even registered his marriage after having a wife and children. Lu Tingfeng, daring to snatch a woman from me, we'll see. Qin Kai was furious, but he knew that whatever he did was useless. There were many short videos on Douyin of 18-year-old boys dating 50 or 60-year-old women. Auntie, I don't want to work hard anymore. This sentence has already trended on Douyin's hot search. Even if I exposed Gu Wanyun and Lu Tingfeng myself, they wouldn't be criticized. On the contrary, this would bring them together completely, and my plan to control the Gu group would fall through. In the end, Chen Kai could only leave Gu Wanyun's office door in anger. Inside the office, Gu Wanyun, her shyness faded, looked at Lu Tingfeng. You little rascal wouldn't say this to me for no reason. Did you get a girlfriend at school? Lu Tingfeng chuckled and leaned close to Gu Wanyun's ear to explain. At 6 o'clock in the afternoon, Gu Wanyun and Lu Tingfeng, after getting off work, sat together in the luxury car returning to the villa. Thinking of what the good boy had told her at noon, Gu Wanyun couldn't calm down. This little guy is really so fickle. I didn't expect even Rushwang, that girl. Forget it, never mind that. The company is so big, with one more person to help, I can be more relaxed. Gu Wanyun was too lazy to care about these things. As long as her position in the good boy's heart could not be shaken, that was enough. As soon as they returned to the villa, Lu Tingfeng saw the charming and sweet Tang Yao sitting on the sofa watching TV. The funny entertainment program made the little girl giggle from time to time. The laughter was crisp, sweet, and melodious, warming Lu Tingfeng's heart. The happy Tang Yao heard the sound of the door opening and couldn't help but look over. When she saw Lu Tingfeng, she immediately jumped off the sofa excitedly and rushed over with her bare feet. Brother Tingfeng, this is Yao Yao's hug for today, you must keep it. Okay, you little girl, I really can't do anything with you. Looking at the youthful, sweet, lively and lovely Tang Yao, Lu Tingfeng's heart was filled with fondness. From childhood, this little girl had been particularly attached to him. Her affection was even stronger than towards Aunt Yun. She always liked to throw herself into his arms and act spoiled. From childhood to adulthood, Tang Yao felt at ease and peaceful only in Lu Tingfeng's arms. She loved the feeling of being close to brother Tingfeng. At this moment, little Tang Yao was excitedly hugging Lu Tingfeng, affectionately rubbing her small face against his chest. The fresh and sweet scent coming from the girl made Lu Tingfeng feel extremely comfortable. You brat, you only have your brother Tingfeng in your eyes. Aunt Yun has been standing here for a long time and you haven't called out once, and you're so old, you're still acting like a child. People will laugh at you. Just as Lu Tingfeng was troubled, he heard Gu Wanyun's teasing voice. Seeing the close relationship between the two little ones, she, as an aunt, was deeply gratified. Yao Yao just wants to be close to her brother, always close, whether now or in the future. Lu Tingfeng gently patted her back. Behave yourself, don't go around like a Peppa Pig. You're the Peppa Pig, I'm just going to snuggle, brother Tingfeng, you're so annoying. After being scolded by Lu Tingfeng, little Tang Yao became even more energetic. Gu Wanyun smiled helplessly. Alright, Yao Yao, your brother Tingfeng has been tired all day at the company, let him rest. Does Aunt Yun also want Yao Yao to hug you? Don't worry, Aunt Yun, you have a share too, Yao Yao loves you so much. Little Tang Yao came down from Lu Tingfeng and threw herself into Gu Wanyun's arms. Alright, let's go eat. At night, Lu Tingfeng, who had just been chatting with Aunt Yun for a long time, was about to rest when he suddenly received a strange call. Lu Tingfeng went outside and pressed the answer button. Hello, who is this? What, you little bastard, you beat my son, and you've forgotten so quickly? I've already found out, you don't have any background at all, and you dare to bluff me. If you have the guts, bring your people to Wuan Road tomorrow, dare to bully my son, I'll definitely make you pay the price. Lu Tingfeng was taken aback for a moment, sure enough, like mother, like son. He was just about to rest when this slut called, how shameless. Calling me in the middle of the night to ask me to join a brawl tomorrow, are you crazy, you slut? A slut like you, no wonder no one wants you. What, you want me to take pity on you? Li Shuyi was trembling with anger, shame and indignation eating at her. She hadn't expected Lu Tingfeng to curse even more viciously than last time, but she also felt that her emotions were clearly more agitated this time. However, Li Shuyi, who was used to being high and mighty, was inherently very proud, and she would never admit to this. Lu Tingfeng, you little bastard, do you dare to come over? What, are you scared? Scared of you, a shameless woman calling me in the middle of the night? Fine, just as you say. I'm not only going to beat your son but also thrash you, this shameless woman, until you beg for mercy on your knees. Okay, then we'll see who's begging for mercy. Li Shuyi hung up the phone, trembling, shaking with anger, and even more annoyed by the inexplicable excitement she felt. No one has ever dared to insult me like this. This bastard, daring to curse me like this, I'll make sure he learns how powerful this old lady is. Chapter 67, Li Shuyi's humiliating apology. Warm reminder, after reading this chapter, jump to the main page of the work and Gu chapter 67.5. After hanging up the phone, Lu Tingfeng returned to the bedroom with a calm expression. Gu Wanyun, wearing a red silk robe, was awakened and slowly leaned against his shoulder. Sweetie, who was that on the phone? It was Li Xiangyang. He asked me to go out and have fun tomorrow. Gu Wanyun remembered how worried she was the last time her sweetie stayed out overnight, and it seemed that Lu Tingfeng was asked out by this Li Xiangyang that time. It's not easy to have a weekend. You've been tired all day today, sweetie, and you really should go out and relax. But you have to come back earlier tomorrow. Don't be like last time. Lu Tingfeng gently stroked Gu Wanyun's hair, a faint smile forming at the corner of his mouth. "Aunt Yun, don't worry, I won't make you worry again. This outing is just a small gathering. I know what I'm doing." Gu Wanyun slightly tilted her head, looking into Lu Tingfeng's eyes, the gentleness in them easing the anxiety in her heart. "Then where are you planning to go tomorrow?" Gu Wanyun asked. "I haven't decided yet, maybe to the newly opened racetrack to experience speed and passion, or to the shooting range in the suburbs for some target practice." Lu Tingfeng replied casually, while pulling Gu Wanyun closer to him. "Racing and shooting? Those are dangerous activities. You must be careful, sweetie." Gu Wanyun's brow furrowed again, her eyes full of worry. "Aunt Yun, I've been interested in these since I was a kid, and I have some experience. Nothing will happen." Lu Tingfeng quickly reassured her, gently kissing her forehead. Gu Wanyun snorted softly. "You always say that. Last time you almost fell off a horse, it scared me to death. That time was just an accident. This time, I promise I'll come back safe and sound." Lu Tingfeng raised his right hand, like a child making a vow. He was indeed going out riding horses tomorrow, and shooting was also on the list, but the people he was with weren't Li Xiangyang. Gu Wanyun was amused by his appearance. Alright, I know I can't keep you tied to my side all the time. You have your own life. Just remember that Aunt Yun is waiting for you to come back." "Of course, I remember. Aunt Yun is the most important person to me. No matter where I go, my heart is here," Lu Tingfeng said, gently placing his hand on Gu Wanyun's chest. Gu Wanyun's cheeks flushed slightly, and she scolded playfully, "You're just saying sweet words to make me happy." "I'm telling the truth, Aunt Yun." Lu Tingfeng looked serious, then grinned. "But I'll only say these sweet words to you, Aunt Yun." The two cuddled together, chatted for a while, and gradually drifted into sleep. The next morning, Lu Tingfeng woke up early, randomly picked out a casual outfit, and looked incredibly handsome. After breakfast, Lu Tingfeng was ready to leave. "Li Shuyi, you bitch, since you insist on seeking revenge for your useless son, then I'll grant you that. Sweetie, be careful when you're out, keep your phone charged, okay?" Gu Wanyun instructed. "Got it, Aunt Yun, I'm leaving." Lu Tingfeng kissed Gu Wanyun on the cheek and then turned to leave. Gu Wanyun stood at the door, watching Lu Tingfeng's retreating figure, praying silently in her heart. Lu Tingfeng took a taxi to Wuhan Road. In an abandoned building, he saw Li Shuyi sitting in her car. "This is a good place to fight." Li Shuyi was wearing a red jacket, a black pencil skirt, black stockings, and high heels. Her face, with heavy makeup, was covered with sunglasses, making her look like a gangster boss. This woman must have been no good when she was young, probably always bullying little white rabbits like Su Wanwan in school. Otherwise, she wouldn't have raised a scoundrel son like Jiang Ming. As Lu Tingfeng thought this, he strode towards Li Shuyi's car. Seeing Lu Tingfeng approach, Li Shuyi slowly got out of the car, followed by several burly bodyguards. "Kid, you've got guts, coming here alone." Li Shuyi sneered. Lu Tingfeng curled his lip disdainfully. "Your lot can't scare me. Humph, all talk. You dared to hit my son, today you'll learn the consequences of offending me." Li Shuyi waved her hand, and the bodyguards immediately surrounded Lu Tingfeng. Lu Tingfeng remained calm, slightly lowering his body into a defensive stance. One bodyguard rushed forward, throwing a heavy punch. Lu Tingfeng easily dodged it, seizing the bodyguard's arm and executing an over-the-shoulder throw, slamming him heavily to the ground. The other bodyguards charged in together. Lu Tingfeng weaved through the crowd, his fists and feet landing on the bodyguards like a storm, each strike precise and powerful. Soon, the bodyguards were scattered and groaning on the ground. Li Shuyi's face changed drastically. These bodyguards were all experts she hired at great expense. She hadn't expected Lu Tingfeng to be so capable. What do you want? Don't come closer," Li Shuyi said, retreating in fear. Lu Tingfeng approached Li Shuyi, his eyes turning cold, and raised his hand, slapping her directly across the face. The bodyguards were stunned. Their high and mighty boss had been slapped hard by a young man who still looked so young. Li Shuyi was also stunned, covering her burning cheek, her face filled with disbelief. "You little bastard, you actually dared to hit me? Just for this slap, I'll spend every last penny to put you away for life." Lu Tingfeng looked at Li Shuyi coldly. "Your son tried to take advantage of my woman, he deserves to be beaten. I was already being merciful by not sending him to jail. You vile woman, dared to seek revenge for him? Don't overestimate yourself. With the 23,540 million in yearly family company account, even if the company goes bankrupt, it won't harm a single hair on my head. And those are company funds. Do you think your company's financial shareholders will allow you to use that money for something so stupid? Li Shuyi's eyes widened, fear filling them. How do you know the amount of assets in my Li family's company account? Now, Li Shuyi was truly scared. She originally thought Lu Tingfeng was bluffing, unable to investigate his background. Now he could accurately state her company's assets. This bastard's origins were probably beyond her imagination. Li Shuyi took a deep breath, deciding to humiliatingly apologize to Lu Tingfeng. Though she had been slapped by Lu Tingfeng, compared to the company going bankrupt and becoming a beggar on the streets, it was nothing. Lu Tingfeng, it's true that my son was in the wrong, but you've already taught him a lesson. I think we can talk this over. Lu Tingfeng's expression was indifferent. This woman wasn't completely stupid. Alright, but I hope your attitude can be a little more humble, otherwise, I won't see your sincerity. Li Shuyi felt like her lungs were about to explode. As the CEO of Li Group, when had she ever suffered such humiliation? Though this feeling excited her somewhat, she was still furious. Once I find out your identity, if you have no backing, I'll repay you for today's shame tenfold. Lu Tingfeng, speechless at Li Shuyi's inexplicable expression, thought, this woman is a lunatic. Suppressing her anger, Li Shuyi forced a fawning smile. Young Master Lu, I beg you to give me a chance to apologize. Chapter 68. The heartbroken Mu Yuding, a sure field of two campus bells. Li Shuyi sat in the car for a long time, slowly calming her emotions before driving home. On the way, her heart was like a stormy sea, unable to find peace. She didn't understand why she had become like this. Besides humiliation and resentment towards Lu Tingfeng, there was also a hint of inexplicable throbbing in her feelings. As soon as she stepped into the house, Zhang Ming rushed up to her anxiously. Mom, what happened? Why do you look so disheveled? Li Shuyi forced a smile. I've already taught that bastard Lu Tingfeng a lesson for you. Don't cause me any more trouble. Zhang Ming frowned, seeming to notice Li Shuyi's abnormality, but he didn't dare ask further. Back home, Li Shuyi lay on the bed, tossing and turning, thinking about what had just happened. Lu Tingfeng's domineering behavior and humiliation kept replaying in her mind. Her hand unconsciously touched her lips, where his scent seemed to linger. This feeling made her feel a little happy. Why have I become like this? I was coerced by him. I shouldn't be feeling this way. Lu Tingfeng, you bastard, one day I will definitely teach you a lesson. After leaving Wuan Road, Lu Tingfeng went to a foot massage parlor. After he came out, he received a call from Mu Yuding. An hour later, Mu Yuding came to him. The black silk stocking campus belle was still wearing black stockings today, paired with a JK skirt, looking incredibly sexy. Lu Tingfeng, Lin Mengdai told me that you're dating her, and she even sent me photos of you eating at her house. What's going on? Mu Yuding's voice was angry, even her way of addressing him had changed. Lu Tingfeng was also stunned. Lin Mengdai, the little green tea who never picks a flower from the garden, actually took a picture of him eating. Lin Mengdia's mother is my aunt. I was visiting an elder. I didn't even know she was that aunt's daughter. Mu Yuding didn't know how to respond. She couldn't tell if Lu Tingfeng was telling the truth or not. Brother, are you secretly finding a new girlfriend behind my back? You haven't been replying to my messages much these past few days. Lu Tingfeng fell silent as he heard Mu Yuding's tone soften. The campus belle was great, and he didn't want to deceive Mu Yuding, but he wouldn't hurt other women for her either. Lu Tingfeng stepped forward and hugged Mu Yuding, gently stroking her hair. Senior, I don't want to deceive you, but I really like you. Mu Yuding was stunned. Is this what it's like to be rich? Sure enough, she was still too naive. For a moment, two tears welled up in Mu Yuding's eyes, and she laughed self-deprecatingly. She liked money, but was it wrong to like money? Who in this world didn't like money? Her first kiss was given to Lu Tingfeng. Her first time staying out overnight was for Lu Tingfeng. Even the first time in her life was for Lu Tingfeng. For so many years, despite having so many rich suitors, she had cherished every first time. But now, the man she had given all her first times to was saying these words. Lu Tingfeng was domineering and possessive with her, but he was also really good to her. In the past, Mu Yuding only thought about money. Now, Mu Yuding only thought about Lu Tingfeng. She had almost forgotten what money looked like. Teary-eyed, Mu Yuding squatted down, hugging her legs helplessly. I also want someone whose eyes are only on me. I just want a complete love. Why do you have to do this to me? Lu Tingfeng was speechless. He could only bend down and hug Mu Yuding again. Senior, I won't abandon you. If you want freedom, I won't stop you. I can give you 20 million to ensure you have no worries about food and clothing for the rest of your life. Mu Yuding looked at Lu Tingfeng, her body trembling, her face full of disbelief. Is the affection between us something that money can measure? You know, since I was little, I've always dreamed of meeting someone I like, someone who only has eyes for me. We'd have a baby together, a family of 3, happy and complete. But now, I really don't know what to do. Lu Tingfeng, I really like you. I don't want to break up with you. I really don't want to leave you. Lu Tingfeng looked at Mu Yuding's slightly swollen eyes, his heart filled with guilt. On the bustling street, Lu Tingfeng hugged Mu Yuting tightly in his arms. Senior, I know it all. Mu Yuting hugged Lu Tingfeng, and in that moment, her youth ended. All her beautiful fantasies were shattered. She had to face the cruel reality. Lu Tingfeng, I really don't want to lose you. Mu Yuting sobbed. Lu Tingfeng patted her back. I'm here, senior, I'll always be with you. Mu Yuting raised her head to look at Lu Tingfeng, her eyes still shimmering with tears. Did you really start dating Lin Mengdai? Lu Tingfeng shook his head. She was lying to you. I really just went to visit an elder aunt. Mu Yuting knew that at this point, Lu Tingfeng no longer needed to lie to her. That little green tea, Lin Mengdai, she deceived my feelings again. The black silk school beauty was so angry her teeth itched. No, I have to get revenge on her. Mu Yuting called Lin Mengdai and asked her to come out. An hour later, Lin Mengdai arrived in a taxi, joining Lu Tingfeng and Mu Yuting. Seeing Lu Tingfeng next to Mu Yuting, Lin Mengdai was a little guilty, but she still walked over. Lin Mengdai, I'm telling you clearly now, Lu Tingfeng is my boyfriend. Don't try to sow discord between us again. Mu Yuting said fiercely. Lin Mengdai knew that her lies had been exposed. To be honest, she also liked Lu Tingfeng a little, but Lu Tingfeng seemed to have no interest in her at all. Lin Mengdai blinked and looked at Mu Yuting. So what? You're not married yet, so I still have a chance. Mu Yuting in her black silk JK skirt and Lin Mengdai in her emerald green dress, the two girls were both school beauty level. Passers-by who heard their conversation all turned their attention to them. Lu Tingfeng felt embarrassed. He hurriedly called a taxi, and after getting in, the two women sat on either side of him. As soon as they got into the car, the two started arguing again. Mu Yuting took the lead, challenging, Lin Mengdai, I'm telling you, Lu Tingfeng and I are already living together, and I'll keep a close eye on him. You have no chance. Lin Mengdai snorted coldly. So what? Little Tingfeng is a great man. As long as I'm willing to please him sincerely, he'll give me a home. Mu Yuting wouldn't be outdone, but I'm his girlfriend now, and as for you, I don't think he's interested in you at all. Lu Tingfeng, sandwiched in the middle, chuckled twice and laughed it off. These two little girls, it was best not to provoke them right now. Lin Mengdai glared at Mu Yuting, her eyes blazing. This hit a sore spot. She didn't know what she had done to offend this bastard, Lu Tingfeng. Mu Yuting hooked Lu Tingfeng's arm, flashing a bright smile at Lin Mengdai. This is my boyfriend. Usually at school, these two big school beauties were like fire and water, and their followers also disliked each other. Seeing her rival looking so smug, Lin Mengdai suddenly grabbed Lu Tingfeng's other arm. So what if he's your boyfriend? He's my dad. Mu Yuting's smile froze instantly. This Lin Mengdai was crazy. The taxi driver's body jolted, and the car nearly swerved into a ditch. Young people these days, they're really too wild. Chapter 69, Lin Mengdai's continued madness. Lu Tingfeng was also stunned, feeling a little unreal. Could Lin Mengdai have taken the wrong medicine? Lin Mengdai saw Mu Yuting's unsightly expression and felt very pleased. She blushed, stared at Lu Tingfeng, and called out in a spoiled tone, Daddy, your daughter wants a hug. Lin Mengdai was indeed a scheming girl, her voice soft and sweet, perfectly affected. Mu Yuting was both angry and anxious by Lin Mengdai's sudden address of Daddy, her cheeks flushed red. Lin Mengdai, you're shameless, utterly unreasonable. The person my brother loves is me, he could never like you. Lin Mengdai remained unfazed, still clinging to Lu Tingfeng's arm, deliberately leaning closer to him. I'm not being unreasonable, he is my dad. Lu Tingfeng has a great relationship with my mom. My mom has been single for many years, and they're dating now. I like him very much, and I agree to him being my dad. Lin Mengdai had completely let herself go. Since they couldn't be lovers, they could be father and daughter. As long as she could anger Mu Yuting, she didn't care. Anyway, Lu Tingfeng had no feelings for her, so she might as well let her own mother benefit rather than Mu Yuting. Mu Yuting's eyes widened as she heard Lin Mengdai's absurd words, looking at Lu Tingfeng in disbelief. Is what she is saying true? Are you dating her mother? Lu Tingfeng looked helpless, hurriedly explaining, Senior, don't listen to her nonsense. I just went to visit an elder, it's not at all like she said. Lin Mengdai covered her mouth and chuckled, just keep denying it. The day before yesterday you were hugging her at my house, who knows, maybe you even kissed when I wasn't looking. The fire in Mu Yuting's heart burned even more fiercely. She let go of Lu Tingfeng's hand and turned to Lin Mengdai, angrily shouting in a delicate voice, Do you think you can ruin our relationship like this? You're too naive, Lin Mengdai. Lin Mengdai looked at her provocatively, then we'll just wait and see who Lu Tingfeng chooses in the end. Maybe one day he really will become my dad, and when that time comes, don't you dare cry too hard. Mu Yuting, can a romantic relationship compare to a father-daughter relationship? What you can do for Lu Tingfeng, I can do too, and what you can't do, I can do. And even if I can't do it, my mom can. How are you going to compare to that? Mu Yuting knew that what Lin Mengdai said might be true, otherwise, Lu Tingfeng wouldn't have gone to her house for dinner. But she was so deeply in love with Lu Tingfeng that she would not break up with him no matter what. Mu Yuting pointed at Lin Mengdai, her face flushed with shame, unable to utter a word for a long time. Lin Mengdai, you're shameless. Brother, look at her, she has no sense of shame at all. You quickly control your daughter. Mu Yuting buried her face in Lu Tingfeng's shoulder, acting spoiled. Lu Tingfeng was speechless. Wasn't it you who called her here? Well, Mengdai, go home first, the two of you together really gives me a headache. Please say hello to Aunt Xia for me when you get back. Lin Mengdai looked unwilling, with a hint of resentment in her eyes. But she knew that if she didn't leave, Lu Tingfeng would definitely dislike her. Okay, then, I'll go. When you're free, go visit my mom more often, she's been talking about you these past few days. Bye daddy. Chapter 70, Mu Yuting's Shyness Brothers who finished chapter 69 before 7:30 can skip this chapter. Yesterday, 2 identical chapters were stuck in review and I just separated them. The 3 of them got out of the car together. When Lin Mengdai left, she deliberately made a face at Mu Yuting, making her grind her teeth in anger. Mu Yuting angrily tugged at Lu Tingfeng's clothes, her little face flushed red, but stubbornly turned her head away, refusing to look at him. Lu Tingfeng looked at her like this, both amused and helpless. He coughed lightly and said, Senior, don't be angry. You know she's just trying to make you mad. Mu Yuting snorted, let go of his hand, and took a step back. You're still helping her. Do you really have any thoughts about her? Lu Tingfeng quickly shook his head. How could I? Didn't she explain it all to you? Mu Yuting suddenly realized that the little green tea Lin Mengdai was telling the truth. The thought of having to share Lu Tingfeng with someone else made her feel uncomfortable. Who knows? You've even gone to her house for dinner. Maybe one day, you'll really become her dad. Lu Tingfeng sighed, stepped forward, and tried to take her hand, but Mu Yuting dodged it. Ting, no matter what, I won't leave you. If I lie to you, let me. Mu Yuting quickly covered his mouth and scolded him affectionately. Don't say such nonsense. Who asked you to swear? I just feel uncomfortable inside. The two of them hugged each other in silence, neither speaking. After a long silence, the campus belle senior spoke first. Brother, how many girlfriends are you going to have? I don't know. Scumbag. Mu Yuting bit Lu Tingfeng hard on the neck. Lu Tingfeng just held her without resisting. Seeing the neat row of teeth marks she had left, Mu Yuting felt sorry for him again. Does it hurt? It doesn't hurt. You're mine alone. Don't you dare go out and raise any pretty boys, understand? Hearing this, Mu Yuting felt a little happy. This hateful brother still liked her. Why are you allowed to light a fire, but I'm not allowed to light a lamp? Lu Tingfeng pulled her into his arms and threatened, if you dare, I'll dump you. Hearing this, Mu Yuting got a little anxious and quickly hugged Lu Tingfeng tightly. Brother, don't be angry. Tingting knows she was wrong. I'll never joke like that again. The current Black Silk senior, Mu Yuting, no longer liked money. She only liked Lu Tingfeng. Lu Tingfeng gently stroked the well-behaved senior's hair. Ting, be good. As long as you listen to me, I won't leave you. Lu Tingfeng gently stroked the well-behaved senior's hair. Ting, be good. As long as you listen to me, I won't leave you. Mu Yuting nodded slightly, then raised her eyes to look at Lu Tingfeng's lips, her eyes full of shyness. Brother, I want a kiss. Lu Tingfeng's lips curled into a mischievous smile, deliberately teasing her. Oh? So proactive? You were just angry, and now you want a kiss? Mu Yuting's face instantly turned red, and she scolded him affectionately. Don't make fun of me. Will you give it to me or not? Lu Tingfeng moved his face closer, his warm breath brushing against Mu Yuting's face, but he stopped just before touching her lips and said softly, beg me. Mu Yuting was both shy and anxious, and gently punched his chest. You're annoying, always bullying me. Lu Tingfeng laughed and pulled Mu Yuting tightly into his arms, kissing her forehead. Silly girl, how could I really bully you? Afterward, Lu Tingfeng stopped teasing her. He gazed deeply into Mu Yuting's eyes and slowly moved closer, gently kissing her lips. Mu Yuting closed her eyes slightly, her hands unconsciously grasping Lu Tingfeng's clothes, her body tense with nervousness. A moment later, Lu Tingfeng released her, looking at her dazed eyes and slightly swollen lips, his heart filled with affection. Mu Yuting lowered her head shyly, not daring to look at him. Lu Tingfeng gently lifted her chin. What, shy after the kiss? Mu Yuting, her face flushed, mumbled softly, it's all because of you, brother, you're so annoying. I'm ignoring you, I'm going home. After Mu Yuting left shyly, Lu Tingfeng ordered a Mishue ice drink to cool himself down. It's been 3 days since I last saw Aunt Zhong. I wonder how she is doing lately. Chapter 71, Zhong Xinya's loving chicken soup. When Lu Tingfeng arrived at the rented apartment where Zhong Xinya lived, a group of thugs were blocking the door, demanding repayment of debt. Zhong Xinya held a divorce certificate in her hand, showing it to them repeatedly, but the thugs still had mocking expressions. What's the use of a broken divorce certificate? I only know that Zhang Kong owes our boss money, and now that he's inside, you have to repay it. Zhong Xinya leaned weakly against the doorframe, her eyes filled with despair. I'm already divorced. Those debts have nothing to do with me. What you're doing is illegal. She was legally unrelated to Zhang Kong, so why were these bastards still being so unreasonable? If you can't pay it back, we'll just have to take you to see our boss. A group of thugs walked towards Zhong Xinya, preparing to take her away. Zhong Xinya stood at the door, her two slender white legs trembling uncontrollably. Xiaofeng, where are you? Come and save Auntie. Just as the thugs were about to touch Zhong Xinya, Lu Tingfeng appeared behind them. Lu Tingfeng moved like lightning, attacking instantly. With fists and feet, each blow was precise and powerful. The thugs hadn't even had time to react before several of them were knocked down. Zhong Xinya excitedly threw herself into Lu Tingfeng's arms, tears streaming down her face. Xiaofeng, you're finally here. Auntie was really scared. Lu Tingfeng gently patted her back. It's okay, Auntie Zhong. I'm here. Zhong Xinya hugged Lu Tingfeng, sobbing uncontrollably, her tears soaking his clothes. Xiaofeng, it's a good thing you came, otherwise I would have been taken away by them. I really can't imagine what would have happened to me if they had taken me away. Auntie was really scared. Woo-woo. It's all over now, Auntie Zhong. I'll protect you. Lu Tingfeng patted Zhong Xinya's shoulder with concern, comforting her tenderly. After Zhong Xinya calmed down, Lu Tingfeng turned a cold gaze towards the fat man who seemed to be the leader. Auntie Zhong has nothing to do with the debt you mentioned. Tell me who your boss is. The fat man sneered. Boy, who do you think you are? Just saying our boss's name will scare you to death. Zhong Xinya also tugged at Lu Tingfeng's clothes anxiously. Xiaofeng, let's just let it go. The person behind them isn't someone we can afford to offend. If something happens to you, how will I go on? It's okay, Auntie Zhong. No matter who their boss is, anyone who dares to hurt you will have to pay the price. The fat man held his belly and laughed out loud. You, a kid, are trying to be a hero to save the beauty. Since you want to die, I'll tell you. Listen up, our boss is Gao Qiangxing of the Qiangxing Group. How's that? Scared now? Lu Tingfeng took out his phone and called Zhang Yi. Uncle Zhang Yi, check the phone number of Gao Qiangxing of the Qiangxing Group and tell him to come see me within an hour at the location I'm sending you. The fat man and his underlings couldn't help but laugh again. Boy, you sure know how to brag. I'll wait for you for an hour. If your boss doesn't come in an hour, see how I deal with you. 40 minutes later, the fat man was dumbfounded when he saw Gao Qiangxing apologizing to Lu Tingfeng with great fear. After apologizing, Gao Qiangxing walked up to the fat man and slapped him hard. You bastard, you dare offend young Master Lu, you don't want to live? I'm sorry, young Master Lu, please forgive me, treat me like a fart and let me go. The fat man knelt in front of Lu Tingfeng, his smile uglier than a cry. Lu Tingfeng's expression remained cold. Boss Gao, these useless people came to collect debts for you, don't you have anything to say? Hee, the divorce certificate is right here. Ms. Zhong already has no relationship with Zhang Kong, so how could there be any debt? It's completely baseless. Lu Tingfeng nodded in satisfaction. Since Boss Gao has said so, it seems it was indeed a misunderstanding. However, these guys scared my Aunt Zhong and were very disrespectful to me. Boss Gao, you have to give me an explanation. Gao Qiangxing looked at the fat man and the group of hooligans. From today, you are fired from the Qiangxing Group. The fat man and the others turned pale. In an instant, they all regretted what they had just said. Gao Qiangxing then turned to Lu Tingfeng. These ignorant fellows of mine really did disturb Mr. Lu and Ms. Zhong. Please accept this 1 million as compensation for emotional distress. Zhong Xinya stared wide-eyed at everything. Lu Tingfeng not only effortlessly resolved her debt issue but also got them to pay 1 million for emotional damages. Oh my god, what exactly is Xiaofeng's identity? Lu Tingfeng casually accepted the bank card. Boss Gao, you're too kind. Not at all, as long as Mr. Lu doesn't hold it against me. If Mr. Lu has nothing else, I will take my leave. I have matters at the company waiting for me to deal with. Go ahead, take care. After Gao Qiangxing and his men left, Lu Tingfeng and Zhong Xinya went inside the rental apartment. Xiaofeng, this is the chicken soup Auntie Zhong made for you. Drink it while it's hot. Today, Zhong Xinya was wearing a casual short skirt, the length of which perfectly showcased her fair and slender legs. The matching shirt clung tightly to her skin, perfectly outlining her curvy figure. Auntie Zhong, don't bother yourself. Your ankle has only just recovered a little, quickly sit down and rest. Lu Tingfeng pulled Zhong Xinya to sit on the sofa and gently hugged her. Zhong Xinya blushed a little, but she quickly remembered that she was already Lu Tingfeng's girlfriend. Auntie's leg is fine. You should drink the chicken soup first. This is what I specially brewed for you. You're at an age where you're growing, so you need to eat more nutritious things. Seeing how thoughtful and gentle Zhong Xinya was, Lu Tingfeng couldn't help but sigh. Auntie Zhong really is a gentle and virtuous woman. Lu Tingfeng picked Zhong Xinya up and let her sit on his lap. Auntie Zhong, feed me. Zhong Xinya's cheeks were flushed. She gave Lu Tingfeng a reproachful glance. Alright then, Auntie will feed you. Xiaofeng, thank you so much today. You are truly Auntie's warm-hearted little darling. Zhong Xinya picked up the chicken soup, gently blew on it, then scooped up a spoonful and brought it to Lu Tingfeng's lips. Lu Tingfeng smiled and opened his mouth to drink, his eyes never leaving Zhong Xinya's face. Soup fed by Auntie Zhong is extra fragrant. Zhong Xinya was a little embarrassed by his gaze. Auntie will get you another bowl. Lu Tingfeng hugged her waist tightly. Auntie Zhong, I want to change the way I drink soup. Zhong Xinya was shy, she naturally understood what Lu Tingfeng meant. After scooping another bowl of chicken soup, Zhong Xinya took a sip and then looked up at Lu Tingfeng. Auntie Zhong. Lu Tingfeng looked at Zhong Xinya's puffed-up cheeks and gently kissed her. Chapter 72. Zhong Xinya actively wears high heels, making up for youthful regrets. Lu Tingfeng looked at Zhong Xinya, her face flushed, and his heart was filled with respect. He gently raised his hand, tenderly wiping away the soup stains from the corner of her mouth, his fingers accidentally brushing against her lips. Aunt Zhong, you're so beautiful like this. I'm really happy to have a girlfriend as gentle and beautiful as you. Lu Tingfeng's voice was deep and magnetic, his eyes crystal clear. Zhong Xinya lowered her head a little shyly, not daring to meet his affectionate gaze. Xiaofeng, don't look at me like that, I'll get shy. Lu Tingfeng slowly moved closer to her, their noses almost touching, their breaths audible. Auntie, I just want to take a good look at you, I can't get enough of it. Zhong Xinya's heart was pounding wildly. She felt as if she had returned to her teenage years, the feeling of being moved and shy intertwining and making her a little lost. Aunt Zhong, let me take you to a fun place. Ah, where are we going, Xiaofeng? The Paramount Ballroom, a place that can bring you back to your youth. Hearing the word youth, Zhong Xinya was undoubtedly very excited. Her youth had had no highlights at all, and her young days were filled with regrets. Now that she was with the person she loved most, she naturally wanted to make up for her regrets. The Paramount Ballroom was the most famous dance hall in Linhai. Upper-class people of all ages, from 18 to 60, gathered there to enjoy life. The tickets there cost 200 yuan each, but the cheapest consumption inside cost tens of thousands of yuan. Zhong Xinya was a very thrifty woman. If it were the past, she would definitely refuse, but now she really wanted to make up for the regrets of her youth with her beloved. Then wait for me for a while, I'll put on some makeup first. To go to a place where rich people stay with you, your auntie can't embarrass you. Just now, Zhang Qiangxing had paid her 1 million yuan in compensation for mental distress. Lu Tingfeng had given her the bank card without a second thought. Zhong Xinya was determined to spend all the money in the bank card to make Lu Tingfeng happy this afternoon. When Zhong Xinya reappeared in front of Lu Tingfeng, she had changed into a red, high-slit dress with long, skin-colored knee socks and high heels underneath. The hem of the dress was like a burning flame, swaying gracefully. Its high-slit design showcased her slender, fair lines to just the right degree, adding a touch of mystery and sexiness in a veiled way. To match, she wore a pair of exquisite black high heels with slender, high heels that made her already graceful figure appear even more slender and elegant. Not only that, but Zhong Xinya had also carefully applied a layer of bright, dazzling lipstick on her lips, as delicate and alluring as ripe cherries. Such makeup and attire were very challenging for her, as she was usually very conservative. For the sake of Xiaofeng, whom she loved deeply in her heart, Zhong Xinya chose to change herself. Zhong Xinya walked up to Lu Tingfeng with a slightly shy look. Xiaofeng, how does your auntie look in this outfit? If it doesn't look good, I'll go change into something else. Lu Tingfeng was already amazed by Zhong Xinya. He stared at her intently. Lu Tingfeng couldn't wait any longer and took a step forward, tightly embracing Zhong Xinya. You don't need to change, Aunt Zhong, you're already very beautiful. Zhong Xinya was originally a woman with the looks of a school beauty, and now, with this dressing up, she was simply a top-quality goddess. Zhong Xinya's cheeks flushed slightly, and she glanced at Lu Tingfeng shyly, unable to hide the smile on her lips. After Zhang Yi drove to Lu Tingfeng directly took her into the car. Looking at the luxury car worth tens of millions in front of her, Zhong Xinya couldn't help but feel inferior. Xiaofeng, someone with such status and position, is still so good to me. I must fulfill my duties as a girlfriend and serve him properly. Zhang Yi was also amazed by Zhong Xinya's looks and attire. No wonder he's a young master. When the car arrived at the entrance of the Paramount Ballroom, Zhong Xinya's eyes instantly went blank. My god, why is Jianzi here? At this moment, Zhang Chang was wearing a security uniform, trying to please every distinguished guest entering the ballroom. These past few days, Zhang Chang had asked Zhong Xinya for money again. Seeing Zhang Chang squander her hard-earned money on drinking and partying, Zhong Xinya vowed she would never indulge him again. The salary and benefits of a security guard at the Paramount Ballroom weren't bad. Zhang Chang had pulled many strings to get this job, and only this way could he continue to go to bars and flirt with young models. As a former rich second generation, having to demean himself and please others was undoubtedly very painful for Zhang Chang. After the guests entered, the flattering expression on Zhang Chang's face immediately turned to disgust. TCH, what's with all the pretense? If my dad were still around, you wouldn't even be worthy to lick my shoes. Zhong Xinya looked out of the car window, her heart pounding wildly. Xiaofeng, look there, maybe we should just leave. Lu Tingfeng followed Zhong Xinya's gaze and instantly understood everything. Aunt Zhong, you haven't made up for your youthful regrets yet. How can we leave so easily? How about this, Aunt Zhong, just wear a mask when you go in. Lu Tingfeng took out a purple mask that could cover the upper half of her face and handed it to Zhong Xinya. Zhong Xinya bit her lip and nodded obediently, constantly cheering herself up in her heart. Xiaofeng is so good to me, I can't let him down. For him, I can do anything. After Zhong Xinya put on the mask, Lu Tingfeng put his arm around her slender waist and walked to the entrance of the ballroom. Seeing Lu Tingfeng and the woman walking towards him, Zhang Chang's eyes widened. Although the woman in front of him was wearing a mask, Zhang Chang could still tell that she was definitely a very beautiful woman. And with that perfect figure and long legs encased in long stockings, she was unmatched by anyone he had ever seen. Damn it, why are all the beautiful women with Lu Tingfeng? Lu Tingfeng glanced at Zhang Chang. Check the tickets. Zhang Chang took the ticket and looked at Lu Tingfeng's condescending gaze. He was furious. But for the sake of this job, he could only endure such looks. After checking the tickets, Lu Tingfeng didn't rush in. Zhong Xinya's stomach wasn't very good, and eating bananas was good for her stomach. He saw the self-serve fruits placed at the entrance and slowly walked over to grab one. After peeling the banana, Lu Tingfeng put his arm around Zhong Xinya and fed the fruit to her mouth. Baby, eat one, it's good for your stomach. Zhong Xinya didn't speak, but she didn't refuse. As soon as Zhong Xinya opened her lips, the fruit was placed in her delicate, luscious mouth. After eating the banana shyly, Zhong Xinya buried her head in Lu Tingfeng's arms, wishing she could hide herself immediately. Zhang Chang watched the whole process in shock. He never expected this woman to be so obedient to Lu Tingfeng. It was like she was so what if she's beautiful? She's just a woman who knows how to flaunt her charm. Compared to my mother, this woman isn't even worthy of carrying her shoes. Although he was angry at not getting the money, in Zhang Chang's heart, his mother had always been an infinitely pure, beautiful, and kind mother figure. Lu Tingfeng ignored Zhang Chang's gaze and walked into the ballroom with the shy Zhong Xinya. Chapter 73, Helping Zhong Xinya Mend Regrets and Completely Enter Her Heartwarm Reminder. This chapter ends and jumps to chapter 73.5. Upon entering the dance hall, colorful lights flickered and intertwined, casting their glow on pairs of dancers twirling on the dance floor. The melodious music flowed around like a gentle stream, and people on the dance floor were immersed in it, dancing with abandon. Lu Tingfeng led Zhong Xinya to a sofa in the corner, gently taking her hand. "Aunt Zhong, don't worry about how others see you. Today, you just need to relax and be yourself." Zhong Xinya nodded slightly, but her eyes still held a hint of nervousness. Thinking about what had just happened, she still felt a bit shy and couldn't help but lean into Lu Tingfeng's embrace. "Xiaofeng, Auntie is so afraid Xiangzi will come in. If he hears the sound, he'll definitely recognize it's me." The thought of Zhang Chang seeing her and Lu Tingfeng embracing and recognizing her made Zhong Xinya feel extremely embarrassed. If they were doing something more intimate and were recognized, it would be simply unacceptable to her. Lu Tingfeng held Zhong Xinya tightly, patiently comforting her. "Don't worry, Aunt Zhong. Zhang Chang is just a security guard. He has no right to come in here. The thought of him using your hard-earned money to pick up young models in bars makes me so angry. Aunt Zhong, you haven't given him any money these past few days, have you?" Zhong Xinya shook her head gently. "He asked me for money the day before yesterday, but I didn't give it to him. This child has already gone astray. Auntie can't give him money to squander anymore. I must pull him back." Lu Tingfeng looked worried. "Aunt Zhong, Zhang Chang will definitely disappoint you again. Think about it carefully. He asked you for money, you didn't give it to him, and then he immediately came here to be a security guard. He is definitely working here to keep going to bars and waste money." Hearing Lu Tingfeng's words, Zhong Xinya's heart tightened. She actually understood Zhang Chang's actions, but she had been unwilling to believe that the once obedient child had become like this now. Zhong Xinya's eyes reddened slightly, her voice a little choked. "Xiaofeng, I know you're right, but Xiangzi, I watched him grow up, and I always hope that he can turn back. Auntie really can't bear to see him like this." Lu Tingfeng gently stroked Zhong Xinya's hair, comforting her. "Aunt Zhong, I understand your feelings, but some people have to go through hardships to learn to cherish and change. You have done too much for him already. He has to walk his own path from now on." Just then, the music suddenly became more intense, and the people on the dance floor danced even more enthusiastically. Lu Tingfeng stood up and pulled Zhong Xinya up with him. "Aunt Zhong, don't think about those unhappy things. Come on, let's go dance and forget all our troubles." Zhong Xinya hesitated for a moment but obediently let Lu Tingfeng lead her to the dance floor. On the dance floor, Lu Tingfeng held Zhong Xinya's hand tightly, his other hand gently placed on her waist, guiding her steps. Zhong Xinya looked around a bit nervously and whispered, "Xiaofeng, I'm not very good at dancing. What if I make a fool of myself?" Lu Tingfeng smiled encouragingly. "Aunt Zhong, it's okay. Look at the women around, they're all different ages, but none of them are as elegant and beautiful as you. Tonight, you are the most beautiful princess in this dance hall." Hearing Lu Tingfeng's praise, Zhong Xinya's cheeks instantly flushed red. She glanced at him shyly, feigning annoyance. "You're just good at making Auntie happy. It's not as good as you say." Zhong Xinya scolded him, but the corners of her mouth rose unconsciously, and her eyes showed a bit of joy at being recognized by Lu Tingfeng. Lu Tingfeng smiled, pulled her a little closer, and whispered in her ear, "I mean every word from my heart, Aunt Zhong. In my eyes, you are the most beautiful." In Lu Tingfeng's heart, his Aunt Yun was incomparable to anyone, but now Zhong Xinya already possessed 3 parts of his Aunt Yun's beauty and elegance. Zhong Xinya felt Lu Tingfeng's warm breath caress her ear, her heart trembling slightly. At this moment, she felt as if she had found her youth again. "It's so good to have Xiaofeng by my side, it feels like my youth has returned." Zhong Xinya silently savored the happiness in her heart. As the music progressed, Zhong Xinya gradually became immersed in it, her body growing lighter and her coordination with Lu Tingfeng becoming more and more seamless. The occasional glances from those around them were filled with admiration and awe. "This lady is truly elegant and beautiful. There probably isn't a more elegant woman here tonight." Zhong Xinya's gorgeous face was covered by a purple mask that concealed the upper half of her face, and a tight-fitting, bright red dress further emphasized her figure and charm. Combined with a pair of skin-toned knee-high stockings and high heels, she was simply a knockout. Hearing the voices of praise from those around her, Zhong Xinya felt a little embarrassed. But at the same time, Lu Tingfeng's tight grip on her hand and the protective aura that constantly surrounded her made her feel incredibly secure. "It feels like I've really returned to my youth and made up for lost time. At this moment, no matter how many people admire me, I belong to Xiaofeng." Zhong Xinya looked at the man who brought her such peace of mind, her heart filled with happiness. After the dance ended, Lu Tingfeng led Zhong Xinya back to the sofa to rest. Zhong Xinya was breathing slightly, her hair a little disheveled, which only added to her allure. She reached out and gently adjusted her hair, but her eyes frequently glanced at Lu Tingfeng, with a hint of shyness and dependence. Just then, a waiter came over with drinks, politely asking if they would like to order anything. Lu Tingfeng looked at Zhong Xinya, his eyes filled with tenderness. "Aunt Zhong, what would you like to drink?" Zhong Xinya's eyes darted away slightly, and she whispered, I don't really know about these things. Xiaofeng, you choose for me." Lu Tingfeng smiled, casually ordering 2 special low-alcohol cocktails. When the drinks were placed on the table, Zhong Xinya looked at the delicate glasses and the colorful liquids, hesitantly reaching out. Lu Tingfeng seemed to see through her thoughts. He picked up one of the drinks, took a small sip, and then handed it to Zhong Xinya. "Aunt Zhong, in the future, don't be so frugal like you used to be. I have plenty of money, and it hurts me to see you like that." "I understand, Xiaofeng, Auntie will change for you." Zhong Xinya tilted her head slightly, took the glass, her lips touching the spot where Lu Tingfeng had just drunk. Her heart suddenly pounded faster, a blush spreading to the tips of her ears, her eyes frantically looking elsewhere as she took small sips of the drink. The taste was sweet with a hint of intoxicating flavor, just like her mood at that moment. After finishing the cocktail, Zhong Xinya, her cheeks flushed, leaned tiredly onto Lu Tingfeng. "Xiaofeng, Auntie is a bit tired from dancing. Let's find a place to rest." Lu Tingfeng knew that Zhong Xinya wasn't drunk. One low-alcohol drink wouldn't be enough to do that. It could be said that Zhong Xinya was very clear-headed right now, but this further proved that she had completely fallen in love with herself and was unable to break free. Chapter 74. Zhong Xinya's reluctance. After resting in the room for 3 hours, Lu Tingfeng and Zhong Xinya prepared to leave the ballroom. Zhong Xinya had changed into a brown patterned dress. "Aunt Zhong, don't buy those cheap clothes online anymore. They're already falling apart after only wearing them for half a day. Now that I'm here, you should buy better quality clothes and learn to treat yourself better, okay?" Zhong Xinya felt a little embarrassed. The clothes she bought were indeed of poor quality. It seemed she needed to be more careful when buying clothes in the future. "I know, Xiaofeng. I will pay attention to that when I buy clothes in the future." Lu Tingfeng gently put his arm around Zhong Xinya's shoulders, somewhat exasperated. "Aunt Zhong, I mean you should treat yourself better. Not just buying clothes, but when you buy anything, you should buy the best, understand? A kind woman like you has worked so hard for so many years. It really breaks my heart. You should be good to yourself and enjoy life more." Hearing Lu Tingfeng's words, Zhong Xinya's eyes slightly reddened, her heart filled with emotion. She had been hard-working and frugal for so many years, not only doing housework every day but also going out to work. She never spent a single penny on herself, using all her earnings for daily family expenses. But her hard work ultimately resulted in Zhang Kang's betrayal and Zhang Chang's self-destructive behavior. In all these years, she had never heard such heartwarming words. As she had thought, this young man in front of her was sent by heaven to save her. Zhong Xinya gently leaned her head on Lu Tingfeng's shoulder, her eyes filled with tenderness. "Xiaofeng, no one has ever said these things to me. It's so good to have you here. With you by my side, Auntie is not afraid of anything." Lu Tingfeng tightly grasped Zhong Xinya's delicate hand, conveying warmth through their touch. "Aunt Zhong, I will always be by your side from now on. I will be with you no matter what you want to do. After Zhang Xinya put on her mask, Lu Tingfeng held her slender waist and walked out of the ballroom. The setting sun cast long shadows behind them. At the door, Lu Tingfeng glanced at Zhang Chang. Zhang Chang, we were high school classmates after all. I advise you to study hard and find a stable job in the future. Hearing Lu Tingfeng's advice to Zhang Chang, Zhang Xinya felt so touched that she didn't know what to say. Xiaofeng clearly has some conflict with Xiangzi, but for my sake, he is actually putting aside his grievances to advise him to study hard and get on the right track. He is doing so much for me. Zhang Xinya really wanted to speak, but she buried her face in Lu Tingfeng's chest. She was just too shy. Zhang Chang glanced at the beautiful woman in Lu Tingfeng's arms, then looked at Lu Tingfeng, who was acting like a gentleman, advising him to study hard. Lu Tingfeng, what are you pretending for? Advising me to study hard? Look at what you're doing. And this woman you're holding, I don't know where you found her. She's got some looks, so she comes out to seduce men. And you're really something, not minding a woman this old. You're just that desperate, aren't you? Zhang Chang was very envious of Lu Tingfeng because he could tell that the woman Lu Tingfeng was holding was perfect in terms of figure, looks, and temperament. She was far superior in every way to the models he had hired, but he would never admit these thoughts. Hearing Zhang Chang's ridicule, Lu Tingfeng didn't say much. It was as easy for him to crush Zhang Chang as crushing an ant. But there was no need to make him pay the price now. Zhang Chang still had some value. Lu Tingfeng didn't care about Zhang Chang's words, but Zhang Xinya was truly hurt. Zhang Xinya's body trembled incessantly. She had never imagined that Zhang Chang, whom she had practically raised, would utter such words to attack her. Xiaofeng, let's leave this place quickly. Auntie really doesn't want to stay in this heartbreaking place for even a moment, Zhang Xinya whispered into Lu Tingfeng's ear, her voice as faint as a mosquito's buzz. Lu Tingfeng cast a mocking glance at Zhang Chang before leading Zhang Xinya back to the car. Watching the backs of the departing Lu Tingfeng and Zhang Xinya, Zhang Chang seemed lost in thought. That woman looks somewhat familiar, but I just can't seem to remember where I've seen her before, how strange. Back in the car, Lu Tingfeng noticed Zhang Xinya's trembling and gently patted her back. Auntie Zhang, don't take it to heart. Zhang Chang doesn't know it's you. Otherwise, he definitely wouldn't have said that. Zhang Xinya lifted her slightly tear-filled eyes, looking at Lu Tingfeng as she choked back sobs. Xiaofeng, I understand, but I really didn't expect Xiangzi to say that to me. What does all my effort over the years even amount to? Lu Tingfeng gently pulled Zhang Xinya into his embrace, stroking her long hair and softly wiping away her tears. Auntie Zhang, your efforts over the years haven't been meaningless. I know how kind you are. That jerk Zhang Chang doesn't know how to appreciate you and doesn't see your goodness, but I will take good care of you. Zhang Xinya leaned into Lu Tingfeng's embrace, and after her emotions gradually calmed, she lightly sniffled her small, fair nose. Xiaofeng, I know. If it weren't for you, I might have given up a long time ago. From now on, Auntie only has you. Lu Tingfeng cupped Zhang Xinya's delicate face, looking earnestly into her eyes. Auntie Zhang, don't worry, I will give you a happy life from now on. We will do many things we haven't done before, and make up for all the happiness you've missed these years. Zhang Xinya leaned happily into Lu Tingfeng's embrace and nodded lightly. Auntie believes in you. But don't work too hard. As long as you can always be with me, Auntie will be content. After safely escorting Zhang Xinya back to her rented apartment, Lu Tingfeng prepared to leave. Watching Lu Tingfeng's footsteps moving towards the door, Zhang Xinya couldn't control herself and hugged him from behind. Xiaofeng, stay and talk with me a little longer before you leave. I don't know when I'll see you next, and the thought of that makes me feel so sad. Lu Tingfeng turned around, about to speak when the sound of the middle-aged couple next door arguing erupted. Hearing the arguing next door, Zhang Xinya blushed involuntarily. That family next door argues several times a day, and they don't quiet down even in the middle of the night. The soundproofing in the room isn't good either. Several times I couldn't sleep because I heard them arguing in the middle of the night. I missed you especially then, Auntie does. Lu Tingfeng, looking at the clingy Zhang Xinya, could only sit back on the sofa and chat with her for a while. Not until the sun had set and the city's noise had gradually subsided did Lu Tingfeng get up again, gently taking Zhang Xinya's jade hand. Auntie Zhang, I really have to go. Zhang Xinya held Lu Tingfeng's hand tightly, her eyes full of reluctance. Xiaofeng, I know you have your own things to do, but I just can't bear to see you go. Lu Tingfeng embraced Zhang Xinya, his heart aching, and patted her back gently like soothing a child. Auntie Zhang, don't be sad. Think of the beautiful life we will have in the future. This separation is only temporary. Zhang Xinya leaned into Lu Tingfeng's embrace, nodding slightly, but her hand still clung tightly to his clothes, as if she could hold him back. Lu Tingfeng slowly released her hand, glancing back with each step as he walked toward the door. When Lu Tingfeng's figure disappeared through the door, tears finally welled up in Zhang Xinya's eyes. She slowly walked to the window, gazing in the direction Lu Tingfeng had gone. After returning to the villa, Lu Tingfeng looked down at the time. 7 o'clock, not too late. This time, Auntie Yun shouldn't scold me, right? Chapter 75. The warmth between Aunt Yun and me. As Lu Tingfeng stepped into the villa, he saw his Aunt Yun slowly descending the stairs, a hint of reproach in her eyes. My dear, you're back so late again. Did something happen outside? Lu Tingfeng scratched his head slightly. Aunt Yun, I really got held up this time. But it's not too late, is it? As he spoke, he walked over and, as usual, affectionately took Gu Wanyun's arm, sitting with her on the sofa. Gu Wanyun gently patted Lu Tingfeng's hand and said earnestly, You child, you always make people worry. But you're grown up now, and you have your own things to do. Aunt Yun is just worried about your safety. Lu Tingfeng felt a warmth in his heart and looked at her seriously. Aunt Yun, I know you're doing it for my own good. I'll try my best to come back earlier in the future. By the way, Aunt Yun, there's something I want to tell you. Gu Wanyun raised an eyebrow slightly, a hint of curiosity in her eyes. What is it? Go ahead. Lu Tingfeng hesitated for a moment, then slowly opened his mouth. Aunt Yun, I met someone. She's very important to me, and I want to help her. A flicker of vigilance flashed in Gu Wanyun's eyes. Oh, who is this person? That you care so much about her. Lu Tingfeng took a deep breath and roughly recounted the events surrounding Zhong Xinya, omitting some of the more sensitive details but emphasizing that Zhong Xinya was a kind woman with a difficult fate. Gu Wanyun listened quietly, then remained silent for a moment. My dear, you have a kind heart, and Aunt Yun is very pleased. But you have to be careful. Don't let yourself be taken advantage of. Lu Tingfeng nodded quickly. Aunt Yun, I know, I'll be careful. I just feel she's very pitiful, and when I'm with her, I feel very warm and at ease. Gu Wanyun looked at Lu Tingfeng's earnest expression and sighed softly. Alright, since you've already decided, Aunt Yun won't say much. Just remember, no matter what you do, always consider your own safety and interests first. Lu Tingfeng affectionately hugged Gu Wanyun. I will, Aunt Yun. I knew Aunt Yun is the best. Gu Wanyun gently held Lu Tingfeng in her arms, softly stroking his hair. It seemed her little Feng had a thing for older women, especially the gentle ones. She figured it was probably because he hadn't seen his parents since he was a child. With that thought, Gu Wanyun hugged Lu Tingfeng even tighter. My dear, no matter what happens, Aunt Yun will be by your side. Lu Tingfeng leaned into Gu Wanyun's embrace, snuggling against her like he did when he was little. Aunt Yun, with you by my side, I feel so secure. You've been the closest person to me since I was a child. Gu Wanyun smiled, her eyes full of affection. Your little mouth is as sweet as honey. But since you've decided to help this person, Aunt Yun will support you. But you have to promise me, if you encounter any problems that you can't solve, you must tell Aunt Yun immediately, understand? Lu Tingfeng straightened up and nodded forcefully. I understand, Aunt Yun. Actually, I also want to let her feel some warmth and kindness, just like you've always given me. Gu Wanyun gently pinched Lu Tingfeng's cheek. You little one, you're just too kind. But that's your strength. Alright, it's getting late, go wash up and rest. Tomorrow's Monday, and you have school. Lu Tingfeng grabbed Gu Wanyun's fair hand again. Aunt Yun, why don't you sleep in my room tonight? I have school tomorrow, I want to spend more time with you. Hearing Lu Tingfeng's words, Gu Wanyun's cheeks flushed slightly, a hint of panic in her eyes. She gently pulled her hand back, scolding him playfully. My dear, you have school tomorrow, you'll be tired if you do that. Lu Tingfeng, however, persisted, grasping Gu Wanyun's hand again, his eyes full of anticipation. Aunt Yun, I don't care, I just want to stay with you a little longer. And in my heart, you'll always be the closest person to me, I just want to sleep holding you, like we used to. Gu Wanyun's heart rate suddenly quickened. She avoided Lu Tingfeng's gaze, her voice becoming a little unnatural. Be good, how about next weekend? Lu Tingfeng stood up, pulling Gu Wanyun's hand as they walked upstairs. Aunt Yun, just tonight, okay? I'll just hold you, to feel your warmth. Gu Wanyun was half pulled, half dragged upstairs by Lu Tingfeng, her heart both shy and helpless. She knew she shouldn't agree, but looking at Lu Tingfeng's expectant eyes, she really couldn't bring herself to refuse. Reaching Lu Tingfeng's room, a faint fragrance permeated the air, a scent unique to him. Gu Wanyun's cheeks grew even hotter, and she stood by the bed, feeling a little lost. Lu Tingfeng, however, naturally released Gu Wanyun's hand, walking to the closet to take out a set of silk pajamas that Gu Wanyun had left there, and handed them to her. Aunt Yun, it's more comfortable to wear pajamas when resting. Gu Wanyun took the pajamas, her eyes darting away. Then you go out first, and I'll change. Lu Tingfeng nodded with a smile, walked out of the room, and gently closed the door. Gu Wanyun looked at the silk pajamas in her hand, feeling a little shy. This little guy needs me to be with him every day to rest properly. I really don't know what to do with him. Gu Wanyun said playfully, but the smile on her lips was practically overflowing. After changing into her pajamas, Gu Wanyun took a deep breath and opened the door. Lu Tingfeng was standing by the door, his eyes full of laughter. He gently took Gu Wanyun's hand, walked to the bed, and they both lay down together. Lu Tingfeng turned and hugged Gu Wanyun, burying his head in her arms like he used to as a child. Gu Wanyun gently stroked Lu Tingfeng's hair, her heart full of tenderness. Be good. If your mom and dad come looking for you, will you go with them? Aunt Yoon, do you know? Every time I encounter something unpleasant outside, as long as I think of you, I feel like everything is not a big deal. Lu Tingfeng answered softly in Gu Wanyun's arms. If my mom and dad come back looking for me, we will all live together. No matter what, I will not separate from Aunt Yun. Gu Wanyun's heart warmed, and she responded softly, be good, Aunt Yun will always be by your side. But you can't be so willful anymore, you need to learn to take care of yourself. Lu Tingfeng nodded, I will, Aunt Yun, I will not only take good care of myself, but also protect you. A warm atmosphere filled the room as the two of them embraced quietly, gradually drifting off to sleep. The next morning, the sunlight shone through the window onto their faces. Lu Tingfeng woke up first and looking at Gu Wanyun still sound asleep in his arms, his heart was filled with tenderness. He gently released his grip, carefully getting out of bed, afraid of waking her. After washing up, Lu Tingfeng returned to the room. Looking at Gu Wanyun's peaceful sleeping face, he gently kissed her forehead. Aunt Yun, thank you for always being there for me and taking care of me. I will strive to become stronger, to protect you. After saying that, Lu Tingfeng turned and left the room. The relationship between him and Aunt Yun was very complicated, but he did not want to change anything. In his heart, Gu Wanyun was the most important person, and no matter what happened, he would not let her get hurt. Chapter 76 The Pure and Restrained Mature Beauty. Qin Xingyan. After Lu Tingfeng arrived at school, the second week of the semester was the same as usual, with military training in the morning. It wasn't until noon that he finally breathed a sigh of relief. At lunchtime, Lu Tingfeng was idly chatting with Mu Yuting on WeChat when Li Shangyang suddenly grabbed him excitedly. Fengji, I just saw a super pretty girl on Douyin. Her looks and her vibe are totally your type. Pure with a touch of mature beauty. I'm telling you, you'll definitely like her when you see her. I checked her real name authentication, and her name is Qin Xingyan. As Li Shangyang spoke, he couldn't help but take out his phone and bring up Qin Xingyan's livestream. Qin Xingyan was wearing a fitted white chiffon blouse, the fabric firm yet soft, perfectly outlining her slender yet shapely figure. A chic black bow tie at the collar added a touch of sophistication and elegance, while also subtly exuding a restrained mature beauty vibe. She paired it with a black, form-fitting short skirt that fell just at the knees, perfectly showcasing her straight and slender legs. The slightly aligned shape of the skirt further accentuated her elegance and grace. Her long, black and glossy hair was casually styled into a low bun, with a few strands falling beside her pale neck, adding a touch of laziness and charm. A pair of small pearl earrings on her ears gently swayed with her movements, emitting a warm luster that complemented her overall outfit. What was most captivating was that this mature beauty style was paired with an extremely pure, first love face. Lu Tingfeng's eyes flickered, she's quite the little enchantress. At that moment, Qin Xingyan was smiling gently at the camera, her eyes clear and bright. Every movement she made was captivating. Li Shangyang teased from the side, how is it, Fengji? I wasn't wrong, this girl is good, right? Lu Tingfeng nodded lightly, not bad. He had also swiped past a few female streamers just now, but compared to her, none of them were pure enough. Those girls all wore heavy makeup, and none of them looked unattractive. Technology truly did change lives. In addition, their outfits were jaw-droppingly revealing, as sexy as they could be. Some wore spaghetti strap dresses and black stockings, some cosplayed as catgirls with little ears, and there were even some who wore super short skirts. Those women, for the sake of money, were constantly striking seductive poses, calling the patron's brother to coax them into gifting. It had to be said, those people were certainly going all out for money. There were also some beauty dance streams where the scenes were simply unbearable to watch. A group of women in super short skirts, all sorts of sexy little dresses, with deep V-tops, all dressed up like flowers, each one looking like a succubus. Lu Tingfeng had seen too many women like this, and had no interest in them at all. Li Shangyan's luck is not bad. Lu Tingfeng followed Li Shangyang's share and entered the live stream. Streamer ID, Little Fox, 108 people in the stream, looks like a new streamer. The pure and mature beauty streamer was smiling as she chatted with the audience. Welcome, I am a freebie monster brother to the live stream. If you like the streamer, you can give me a follow. If you're able to, you can get a badge. After Lu Tingfeng entered the stream, she gave a perfunctory welcome. Seeing Lu Tingfeng's ID, she was somewhat deflated. The purpose of this profession was nothing more than to attract big spenders who were infatuated with their beauty, and to receive expensive gifts from them. Lu Tingfeng's name, I am a freebie monster, was obviously someone who only liked getting free things. Maybe he wouldn't even bother to click on those free popularity votes. Lu Tingfeng rarely watched live streams, and when he did, he wouldn't send gifts. It wasn't that he didn't have money, but he was just too lazy to do it. So, he chose this name. Lu Tingfeng clicked on the profile page and checked Qin Xingyan's basic information. Name, Qin Xingyan. Gender, female. Age, 22. Joined a certain app, 33 days. Fans, 16,000. Below was an introduction, looking for collaborations on Juxing. Single 6. While Lu Tingfeng was checking Qin Xingyan's basic information, Qin Xingyan was already in a PK battle with another streamer. The streamer connected with Qin Xingyan was a seasoned veteran. Seeing that Qin Xingyan's stream didn't have many viewers, he began to say with a hint of sarcasm, "Sister Qingyan, look at your stream, not many people. How about this, you give everyone a little sexy skirt dance, maybe the brothers in your stream will be happy and the gifts will start flooding in." Qin Xingyan majored in dance. She had a great figure and temperament, and her singing skills were also excellent. Qin Xingyan frowned slightly, her face showing a hint of displeasure. "I don't do that kind of dance. I stream normal dances and songs. I don't rely on vulgar methods to attract attention." As soon as these words came out, the opposing streamer's fans were not happy and started to attack in the comments. Even some high-level big spenders in the stream started attacking. "What are you pretending to be all pure for? Why should we watch you if you don't dance?" "Exactly, pretending to be pure when you're not making money, it's hilarious." Qin Xingyan looked at the malicious comments. Her expression became a little unnatural, but she still bit her lip and didn't compromise. On the other side of the screen, Lu Tingfeng saw these people's harsh words and sneered inwardly. He didn't expect these people to be so excessive. But now was also a good opportunity for him to make a move. Li Shangyang had found Qin Xingyan in the same city, meaning he could ask her out. As for how to ask her out, it was too simple for Lu Tingfeng. As the PK time went by, Qin Xingyan's votes were clearly lagging behind, and the situation was very critical. Just then, Lu Tingfeng took a deep breath and decided to help. Lu Tingfeng casually clicked the send gift button, his fingers unhesitatingly pressing it 10 times in a row. The screen instantly lit up with the special effects of 10 super rockets, dazzling and magnificent. Everyone in the live stream was stunned by this sudden act of generosity. The comments stopped for a moment, followed by a flood of surprise and admiration. "Wow, this I'm a moocher is a hidden big spender. 10 super rockets, that must be a lot of money, he must really love the streamer. One super rocket is 2,888, you think? So many super rockets, that's 28,880 yuan. I don't even make that much in half a year. Daddy Moocher, are you missing a son? Who are you, shouting nonsense here? Don't you have any self-respect? He is my father, don't call him nonsense here." Qin Xingyan was also stunned by this scene. She stared wide-eyed at the special effects constantly flashing on the screen, her heart unable to calm down. "Isn't he a moocher? Why is he giving me gifts now? Little Fox thanks Brother Moocher for the 10 super rockets. Thank you, brother." Qin Xingyan's face flushed with excitement. It was the first time in her streaming career that someone had given her super rockets. The highest level in the stream just now was a level 15 small fry, now it had become level 48 I'm a moocher. The female streamer who was in a PK with Qin Xingyan saw Lu Tingfeng's amazing operation and her attitude immediately did a 180-degree turn. "Oh my, Brother Moocher, you're so generous. I was just joking with Sister Qingyan, please don't mind it. It's the first time I've met a big brother as generous and powerful as you." After speaking, the female streamer even threw a few flirty glances at the camera. "If you have time in the future, dear, please come watch my livestream, I'll be sure to perform well and make you happy." The female streamer kept saying flattering and fawning words. She also wanted to get some benefits from Lu Tingfeng, her tone completely lacking the arrogance she'd shown when mocking Qin Xingyan earlier. The speed of her change in demeanor was astonishing. Chapter 77. I won't allow you to defame my freeloader brother. Lu Tingfeng didn't care for the female streamer's flattery, merely sending a cold message on the screen. "I'm not interested in a slut like you. Little Fox, a streamer with positive energy, is more my type." Seeing Lu Tingfeng's comment, Qin Xingyan felt very happy. This freeloader brother is indeed a positive person, it seems he has a good impression of me. Qin Xingyan usually only sang and danced. She only wanted to make a living through her talent, and never wore revealing clothes to gain popularity. Although she had super high looks, she still attracted some haters who slandered her. Lu Tingfeng was the first person to support her. For the first time, someone understood her values and outlook on life, which made Qin Xingyan's eyes water a little. After Lu Tingfeng sent 10 super rockets, the number of people in Qin Xingyan's live broadcast room also rose from a little over 100 to more than 1,500. Her number of followers also directly jumped from 16,000 to 53,000. It has to be said that the platform was really a dog. When someone spent money, your recommendations would go up. Seeing the number of people in the live broadcast room soaring, Qin Xingyan's fair little face flushed slightly. This is all thanks to the freeloader brother, he is really amazing. The female streamer who was having a PK with Qin Xingyan's face stiffened, feeling a little unhappy. "What are you pretending for? Isn't he just a nouveau riche? Maybe he even spent his food money on this vixen to buy her gifts. Don't get too cocky. I also have a big spender in my live broadcast room. Little Fox, do you dare to have another broadcast battle?" Qin Xingyan's live broadcast room was called Little Fox. The female streamer referred to her like that directly. Qin Xingyan felt a little worried for her freeloader brother. Although she did live streams to make money, Lu Tingfeng's name obviously didn't sound like a wealthy person. Maybe he had just impulsively sent her so many gifts. I won't fight with you. Freeloader brother, you don't need to send me any more gifts. I'm already very content with the amount of gifts you've given me. Looking at your name, I'm sure it hasn't been easy for you. If you want to add me, I can send you my contact information privately. We can meet offline for a meal and chat as well. Qin Xingyan had just graduated from college and entered society. She was a good girl at school and a very moral woman. Although her personality was very well behaved, her figure and overall temperament were very mature, with an innocent face that could melt any man's heart. Even Lu Tingfeng had to admit that Qin Xingyan was the most beautiful streamer he had ever seen. Hearing Qin Xingyan say she wanted to meet Lu Tingfeng offline, the audience in the live broadcast room started discussing animatedly. Wow, is this going to turn into a real relationship? Looks like this little fox is going to be taken. TSK, this I am a freeloader is probably an old man or an unkempt uncle. Why else would he choose such a name? Little Fox is a pretty good girl. She is thinking about giving back to her benefactor at this moment. She is quite conscientious. Nowadays, many streamers only have money in their eyes, not caring about the well-being of their big spenders. Anyway, Qin Xingyan doesn't lose out in this exchange. She gained so many followers and popularity, and she also met a big spender who was willing to spend money on her. Qin Xingyan, looking at these comments, had a slight blush on her cheeks. She secretly glanced at her phone screen, looking forward to Lu Tingfeng's reply. I think this little fox is just playing hard to get, trying to completely trap this big fool. The female streamer continued to stir the pot relentlessly, but her words were mostly ignored. Everyone's attention was focused on the interaction between Qin Xingyan and Lu Tingfeng. I think they look quite compatible. One is willing to give, and the other is willing to receive. Exactly, no matter what, I've caught a whiff of this lovey-dovey stench. Lu Tingfeng pondered for a moment, then typed on the screen, meeting up in person is possible, but not today, I have class. How about tomorrow afternoon? I'm still a college student, you know. Qin Xingyan, who had been worried that Lu Tingfeng might be some old geezer, instantly felt relieved when she saw that he was a college student. Those older men, with their mature minds, were bound to make excessive demands, and she, as a girl, couldn't be so casual. But he had given her so many rewards during her live stream, and she wasn't an unreasonable woman. This was perfect, a little college boy. She just needed to say a few flattering words and perhaps she could get away with it. If the freebie monster wanted her to be his girlfriend, she could try getting to know him first and see how things went once they were more familiar. No, I should call him freebie monster little brother now. Qin Xingyan corrected herself silently. Not only Qin Xingyan, but the audience in the live stream exploded as well. Wow! A college student? This plot is getting interesting. This little fox is quite lucky, meeting a young and rich one. But where did this college student get so much money to send gifts? Maybe he's a rich second generation, hiding his identity to experience life. If they really get together, the little fox will fly up a branch and become a phoenix. I think this little fox is just trying to climb the social ladder. She'll probably have that naive college student wrapped around her finger. Don't say that. The little fox hasn't done anything wrong. She's live streaming for a living, and she said she didn't want the freebie monster dad to spend anymore. She's a kind girl. What nonsense are you talking about? He's clearly my dad. You're not allowed to call him dad. Whatever, tomorrow afternoon's meetup will definitely be exciting. I bet 5 mile they'll fall in love at first sight. Come on, love at first sight isn't that easy. Maybe the guy will turn out to be a letdown in person. Looking at the varied comments, Qin Xingyan felt both nervous and excited. I need to dress up nicely tomorrow. I have to carefully think about what to wear and what kind of makeup to do. I absolutely can't let this college student be disappointed. When Qin Xingyan was in college, she counted every penny and didn't dare to spend money extravagantly. Now that Lu Tingfeng was giving her so many gifts, Qin Xingyan felt a bit guilty about receiving them. Seeing the malicious comments that slandered Lu Tingfeng, Qin Xingyan clicked her little hand and banned them all. The live stream audience saw that the people who were banned were the ones who said bad things about Lu Tingfeng, and another round of comments exploded. Host, you're protecting your top fan. But it's understandable, after all, he's so generous. Exactly, little fox, don't let love cloud your judgment. What if this college student is just playing around? Qin Xingyan frowned slightly at these comments and said, don't talk nonsense. Freebie monster brother is the first person to recognize and support me. I won't allow you to slander him like that. And I'm not a casual person. This meeting is just to thank him in person. Oh, so you're not in love with him? Look at how anxious you are. Guys, stop teasing the little fox. Anyway, tomorrow's meetup will be very interesting. Li Shangyang watched as his friend Feng showered money like it was nothing and his eyelids couldn't help but twitch. If I had that much money, I would be willing to call him dad, let alone brother. After watching for a long time, Li Shangyang couldn't help but make an appearance in the livestream, ready to show off a bit. Hey everyone, our Feng is a kind, good-hearted, and righteous person. Stop making wild guesses. Just wait and see the good show tomorrow. Qin Xingyan saw the comment and asked curiously, are you the roommate of that leech brother? Can you tell me about him at school? Li Shangyang replied, Feng is a popular figure at school. He gets good grades, he's handsome, but he's a bit aloof sometimes. But this time, he's so attentive to you, it seems like you're special to him. Qin Xingyan's cheeks flushed and she said softly, really? Then I'll definitely do my best tomorrow. Just as Qin Xingyan was feeling happy, the live stream of the female streamer she had just finished a PK with, which was still connected, also displayed the special effects of super rockets. 11 in total, one more than Lu Tingfeng, aiming for cost effectiveness. Thank you, my big brother, loves Porcelain Skin 886, for the 11 super rockets. Thank you, Porcelain Skin Daddy, love you, heart. The PK was already over, but the scheming woman still called on her top fan for the sake of her ego. For a big streamer with 1 million followers to lose to a newcomer streamer was simply too humiliating. She couldn't swallow this insult. Did you see that, little fox sister? This is what you call strength. That leech in your livestream is just a nouveau riche. Maybe he doesn't even have money for steamed buns now. Lu Tingfeng frowned slightly. Just from trading stocks, he had already earned 700 million. Even without spending Aunt Yun's money, he could make this scheming woman doubt her life. Since you want to play, then I'll play alone. Chapter 78. Isn't this a slap in the face? The female streamer and her top fan grew even more smug when Lu Tingfeng didn't respond for a long time. The female streamer deliberately raised her voice and scoffed at the camera. Some people can only put on a show at the beginning, and now they're silent. They're probably scared by my big brother's 11 super rockets. In the end, they're just a naive rookie with no foundation. The female streamer's top fan echoed, exactly, I think he was just impulsive, pretending to be rich when he's not. He's probably hurting like hell right now. The two sang in harmony, their voices filled with mockery, as if they were standing on top of the world. They completely disregarded their image and made all sorts of malicious conjectures about Lu Tingfeng. The gossip-loving viewers in the livestream went wild, with the bullet comments rolling like snowflakes. These two are too arrogant. At least that freebie seeker did give a lot of gifts. They shouldn't talk like that, right? I don't think it's that simple. Maybe the freebie seeker is brewing a big move. Whatever the case, the drama is getting bigger and bigger. I'm just waiting for a good show. Some even ran to Qin Xingyan's livestream to report the news. Little fox, those two are mocking your big brother here, you can't just let it go. Qin Xingyan looked at these bullet comments, feeling both angry and anxious. She frowned and said to the camera, don't pay them any attention, my freebie-seeking big brother definitely has his own plans. Actually, she was also a bit worried. After all, Lu Tingfeng was just a college student. What if he really got provoked by these two and did something irrational? Just as everyone was making guesses, Lu Tingfeng's fingers rapidly danced across the screen. Then, 100 super rockets exploded in Qin Xingyan's livestream. The magnificent special effects instantly made the entire live stream boil, the screen illuminated by the light of the rockets. Whoa! What's going on? 100 super rockets. This freebie-seeking big brother is too rich. This is the real god-tier rich. That female streamer's big brother was showing off just now, but now he's been slapped in the face. The bullet comments in the livestream surged like a tide, filled with shock, envy, and praise, flooding the screen. Netizens transformed into lemon spirits, frantically swiping the screen to express their admiration for Lu Tingfeng, while joking about wanting to be his son, just to bask in his generosity. Dad! Look at me! I also want to be your good son. What kind of godly big brother is this? Little Fox must have saved the galaxy in her past life. I declare, from today onwards, I'm a loyal fan of freebie-seeking big brother, he's just too domineering. The female streamer and her top fan's expressions became extremely unpleasant. The female streamer's smug smile froze on her face, her eyes filled with shock and jealousy. She never expected that this seemingly ordinary freebie seeker would have such immense wealth. Her top fan, the female streamer's love, Porcelain Skin, was even more livid. He had just been showing off and mocking Lu Tingfeng, but now he had been ruthlessly slapped in the face by these 100 super rockets. He was so angry that he was panting heavily on the other side of the screen, but he couldn't bear to spend more money to save face. Humph. So what if he has some stinky money? The female streamer grumbled unwillingly, but her voice was clearly lacking in confidence. Yeah, he's probably just pretending to be rich, let's see how long he can be arrogant. The top fan echoed, but his heart was bleeding. These 100 super rockets were much more expensive than his 11. Lu Tingfeng looked at the way the two of them were stubbornly refusing to admit defeat, a mocking smile curving up his lips. He typed a bullet comment, what's the matter? Weren't you very arrogant just now? Now it's your turn to accept the punishment. The female streamer's face turned pale in an instant. She stammered, what do you want? Lu Tingfeng thought for a moment and replied, don't you like to act high and mighty in the livestream? Then bark like a dog 3 times in the livestream and let everyone see your cheap look. The female streamer's eyes widened at this, her face full of reluctance, but she didn't dare disobey, especially with so many netizens watching. Her top supporter was also silent on the side. After all, it was his provocation that had led to the current situation. The audience in the livestream cheered one after another. This punishment is great, let her taste what it's like to be mocked. That's right, see if she dares to be so arrogant again in the future. After barking 3 times like a dog, the scheming female streamer ended the stream in humiliation. At least for today, she no longer had the face to continue streaming. After disconnecting from the voice chat, Qin Xingyan felt a little sorry for that scheming woman. Freebie brother, isn't that a bit too harsh? Lu Tingfeng replied to her, she deserved it. If she dares to bully you, she must pay the price. Qin Xingyan witnessed Lu Tingfeng's series of domineering actions, and her heart felt like a little deer was running wild, her cheeks unknowingly flushing. In Qin Xingyan's subconscious, college students were all very green and shy. From childhood to adulthood, many people had pursued her, but no one had ever spent money so lavishly for her. This kind of dedication and responsibility made Qin Xingyan unable to resist the urge to fall in love with Lu Tingfeng. Qin Xingyan slightly pursed her lips and spoke gently to Lu Tingfeng through the camera in her gentle, mature voice. Freebie brother, my live stream time for today is almost up. I should go offline and prepare for tomorrow's meeting with you. Don't get too angry either, it's not good to hurt your body. After going offline, Qin Xingyan sat on the chair, crossing her long, slender, and fair legs. I wonder what this little brother who's still in college is like in terms of character and looks. Qin Xingyan rested her chin on her hand, her beautiful eyes staring at the ceiling, her mind constantly filled with various imagined scenes. He was so domineering in the livestream, could he be a somewhat forceful person in reality? But, he was very protective of me, maybe he's just tougher towards outsiders. With a basic level of goodwill, the pure and abstinent mature woman, Qin Xingyan, had already begun to self-persuade. As for appearance, Qin Xingyan's heart couldn't help but beat a little faster. The more Qin Xingyan thought about it, the more flustered she became, and her cheeks also turned slightly hot. I'm going to meet that little brother named Lu Tingfeng tomorrow, I'm so nervous. Qin Xingyan walked to the wardrobe and once again examined the carefully selected clothes, her fingers lightly sliding over each piece of gorgeous attire. Would this one be too formal? Would that one be too casual? Qin Cheng was extremely conflicted. After all, this was her first offline meeting with Lu Tingfeng, and she wanted to be perfect in his eyes. In the end, Qin Xingyan picked up a mesh-lace purple-fitted dress, a hint of a satisfied smile on the corners of her mouth. This is it, boys like them to be gentle and sexy. This dress best shows off my figure, it's sure to leave a good impression on him. Chapter 79, the 6th new campus bell, Mengxia. After Qin Xingyan finished her livestream, Lu Tingfeng also closed the interface and leaned back on his bed, his eyes gently closed. The pure yet alluring charm of Qin Xingyan surfaced in his mind. This Qin Xingyan is interesting. It's been a long time since I've seen a beauty with such high looks. There's a class meeting tonight. I'll check the stock market this afternoon to see if I can make a little more, then get some rest. The campus at night was extraordinarily serene, adorned with lights. When Lu Tingfeng entered the classroom, students were already sitting in groups, chatting away. Just as Lu Tingfeng sat down, Li Shangyang leaned in with a mischievous grin. Hey, Feng, I heard Teacher Lang is going to elect class representatives tonight. She's completely under your thumb now, you've got to grab that class monitor position. Lu Tingfeng gave him a lazy glance. If you've got nothing to do, I can talk to my Ninger and have her assign you more work. Li Shangyang immediately shut his mouth, a bit annoyed inwardly. So what if your girlfriend is amazing? Sigh, it seems she really is amazing. Why is there such a gap between people? Soon after, Lang Bingning walked into the classroom in her high heels, dressed in professional attire of a white shirt and black pants. Her hair was neatly tied back, her eyes sharp and focused, exuding the charm of a mature woman. Stepping onto the platform, Lang Bingning cleared her throat, signaling the students to quiet down. She then began explaining the class committee election process. The moment the topic of class monitor was brought up, the classroom erupted. In university life, many people aspire to be the class monitor. This position not only ensures they won't fail their end-of-semester exams but also allows them to learn things in advance and build a relationship with the counselor. As a result, they are usually the first to be considered for any scholarships or grants. And since their counselor was the beautiful Lang Bingning, several people were eager to speak. Zhang Dali, known for his impatient and straightforward personality, suddenly stood up, shouting, "Teacher, Lu Tingfeng should be our class monitor. Lu Tingfeng is born to be a class monitor. And whenever there's anything going on in the class, he always manages to take care of it properly. Teacher, trust me this time, choosing him is definitely the right decision. Zhang Dali was a rough type. During last week's military training, he had a disagreement with the instructor, and it was Lu Tingfeng who had stepped in to resolve it. Last week, Lu Tingfeng had even taken the class out for a meal, paying for it out of his own pocket. At this point, most people who didn't want to be class monitor themselves instinctively wanted to support Lu Tingfeng. Su Ruanruan, like a startled little rabbit, subconsciously tugged at the corner of her clothes, her eyes occasionally glancing at Lu Tingfeng. Hearing everyone so enthusiastically recommending Lu Tingfeng, she seemed to have made up her mind, taking a deep breath and slowly standing up. Her cheeks quickly flushed a rosy red, like ripe apples, all the way to her earlobes. Su Ruanruan bit her lip slightly. Teacher Lang, I also think student Lu is the most suitable. He's very helpful to his classmates. When the male students in the class heard Su Ruanruan speak, their hearts collectively broke. Although it was only the beginning of the first year, the list of new campus spells was already out. Su Ruanruan, with her pure and sweet demeanor, had secured the second spot on the list of new campus spells. This little white rabbit was always naturally beautiful without makeup, and she always wore a simple white dress. Everyone believed that if Su Ruanruan showed her charm like other women, she would definitely be at the top of the new campus spells list. In the hearts of all the boys in the class, Su Ruanruan was already a goddess. Besides Su Ruanruan, there was another girl named Meng Xia who was ranked 6th on the school beauty list. Unlike Su Ruanruan's pure and innocent demeanor, Meng Xia belonged to the type of girl who loved to show off her charm. Meng Xia would put on exquisite makeup every day, and sometimes even wear sexy little skirts and black stockings. She enjoyed the way the boys who passed by her would stop in their tracks. However, Lu Tingfeng was an exception. At this moment, Meng Xia was sitting quietly in the classroom, staring intently at Lu Tingfeng. She couldn't understand why she was inferior to Su Ruanruan in any way. Teacher Lang, I also support Lu Tingfeng as class monitor. Lang Bingning looked at Lu Tingfeng, a hint of jealousy flashing in her eyes. These two little girls who were supporting her little boyfriend for class monitor were both quite pretty, especially that Su Ruanruan, who made her feel a great sense of threat. Since everyone is so supportive of Lu Tingfeng, do you have any thoughts yourself? Lu Tingfeng stood up, his posture tall and straight, and said confidently, Teacher, classmates, if you trust me, I am willing to serve as class monitor and do my best to serve the class. Okay, since everyone agrees, and Lu Tingfeng also has this intention, then Lu Tingfeng will be the class monitor from now on. Lu Tingfeng glanced at Su Ruanruan. After a 2-second eye contact, Su Ruanruan shyly lowered her head. Lu Tingfeng then shifted his gaze to Meng Xia. Generally, girls were very reserved. Besides Su Ruanruan, Lu Tingfeng didn't expect any other girl in the class to publicly support him. Meng Xia met Lu Tingfeng's gaze and gave him a polite smile. Su Ruanruan, I won't let such a high-quality guy go to you. After the class meeting, the students left the classroom one after another. Lang Bingning stood on the podium, tidying up her things while glancing at Lu Tingfeng out of the corner of her eye. She coughed lightly and said seriously, Lu Tingfeng, come to my office for a bit. I have something to discuss with you. Lu Tingfeng looked up, met Lang Bingning's gaze, and felt a stir in his heart. He got up and followed her. When they arrived at the office, Lang Bingning closed the door, abandoning her usual serious demeanor. She walked up to Lu Tingfeng, wrapped her arms around his neck, and coquettishly said, Little brother, you're so popular in class, have you almost forgotten about your girlfriend, sister? Lu Tingfeng looked at Lang Bingning's rare, petite woman appearance, and gently placed his hands on her waist. My great counselor Lang, what's wrong? Are you jealous of my classmates? Lang Bingning gently punched Lu Tingfeng's chest and playfully said, You're such a chatterbox. By the way, now that you're class monitor, you must perform well, don't make me lose face. Lu Tingfeng lowered his head, moved close to Lang Bingning's ear, and whispered, If I perform well, is there any reward? Lang Bingning's cheeks flushed instantly, a hint of shyness in her eyes. She bit her lip and asked, What kind of reward do you want? Lu Tingfeng smiled mischievously, suddenly hugging Lang Bingning tightly, and mischievously breathed into her ear, saying, What reward do you think, my good Ninger? Lang Bingning's earlobes felt hot from Lu Tingfeng's breath, and her heart was trembling. No one could imagine that the usually aloof and cold teacher Lang, who had just presided over the class meeting, would reveal such a girly side in front of Lu Tingfeng. Lu Tingfeng looked at Lang Bingning's bashful appearance, his heart stirred. He couldn't resist lowering his head slowly and kissed her lips. Lang Bingning was stunned for a moment, then closed her eyes and immersed herself in the tender kiss. After a long while, their faces finally drew back a little. Lang Bingning's cheeks were as red as ripe apples. She lowered her head, not daring to meet Lu Tingfeng's eyes, and said in a voice as soft as a mosquito's buzz, You bad little brother, you just like to bully me. You're my girlfriend, what is wrong with me bullying my own girlfriend? Lu Tingfeng looked at Lang Bingning's bashful appearance, his heart filled with love and smugness. He gently raised his hand, tenderly stroking Lang Bingning's cheek, the corners of his mouth lifting in amusement, and teased, My great counselor Lang, are you shy now? Where did that imposing air on the podium go? Lang Bingning's face reddened even more. She playfully slapped away Lu Tingfeng's hand and retorted coquettishly, "You're still saying that? Of course, I have to maintain the demeanor of a teacher outside. How can I be like this?" Lang Bingning's voice grew softer, but her eyes never left Lu Tingfeng. Lu Tingfeng once again pulled Lang Bingning into his arms, resting his chin on the top of her head, and said softly, "Ninger, you know, every time I see your cold and aloof appearance in front of everyone, I especially want to hide you away, and only let me see this gentle and adorable side of you." Lang Bingning leaned against Lu Tingfeng's embrace, feeling his strong heartbeat, her heart filled with happiness. "Bad little brother, I'm so obedient to you, and you still bully me, and you're so close to those little girls in the class. I heard that you're being quite nice to Su Ruanruan. Are you trying to pursue her?" Lu Tingfeng listened to Lang Bingning's slightly jealous words, his hands tightening slightly, pulling her closer. "Sister Lang, don't be afraid, I won't leave you." Lang Bingning looked up into Lu Tingfeng's eyes, the sincerity within making her heart flutter slightly. She bit her lower lip gently, her voice tinged with a hint of grievance. "I know I'm older than you, and I've had relationships before, but I'm really afraid of losing you. You're always surrounded by so many young and beautiful girls, how can I not worry?" Lu Tingfeng used his finger to gently brush away the tear that had welled up in the corner of Lang Bingning's eye. "Sister Lang, age has never been an issue for me. Those past relationships only made you the more mature, more attractive you that you are today. In my heart, you are the most special person, no one can replace you." Hearing these words, the unease in Lang Bingning's heart gradually dissipated, replaced by a sense of excitement and love. She leaned quietly in Lu Tingfeng's arms. "I believe you. It's just that sometimes, I can't help but overthink." Lu Tingfeng gently patted Lang Bingning's back, like comforting a child. "Alright, even then I won't let you suffer. At that time you will be the older sister, and let Su Ruanruan, that little white rabbit, be the younger sister." Hearing this, Lang Bingning understood immediately. This dreadful guy really thought that way. But she was already 30 years old, she couldn't afford to go through any more drama. Lang Bingning could feel that this little guy truly loved her, although she didn't want to share him with anyone. This guy was just too outstanding. Lu Tingfeng looked at her, his heart stirred. Suddenly he cupped Lang Bingning's face in his hands, gently tilting her chin. The corners of his mouth lifted, his eyes filled with a hint of mischief. "Ninger, do you remember the first time we met in the bar? I was instantly captivated by your mesmerizing eyes." Lang Bingning's cheeks instantly became hot, her eyes darting away in a slightly panicked manner. How could she not remember? At that time, Lu Tingfeng had also tilted her chin like this, with the unique charm of a young man with youthful vigor, making her heart skip a beat instantly. And now, in this familiar atmosphere, her heart was beating even faster. Lu Tingfeng looked at Lang Bingning's shy appearance, his heart filled with tenderness. He lowered his head, his lips gently approaching Lang Bingning's ear. "From that moment on, I knew there would definitely be a story between you and me." Lu Tingfeng's breath caressed Lang Bingning's ear, causing her heart to involuntarily tremble. Lang Bingning playfully pushed Lu Tingfeng. "You just say these sweet nothings to coax me, I won't fall for it." Lu Tingfeng smiled and took Lang Bingning's hand, placing it on his chest. "Elder sister Lang, I'm telling you the truth, every beat here is because of you." Lu Tingfeng's gaze was focused, Lang Bingning's heartbeat even faster. Lu Tingfeng's fingers gently glided across Lang Bingning's cheek, her breath brushing against his face, her cheeks flushed, her eyes full of shyness and affection. "Bad little brother, don't bully me." Lang Bingning's voice trembled slightly, but in her heart, there wasn't a single thought of resisting. Lu Tingfeng smiled slightly, and soon he lifted Lang Bingning onto the desk, his hands supporting himself on either side of her, trapping her in his embrace. Lu Tingfeng looked at the shy Lang Bingning, the curve of his lips carrying a hint of mischief. "Elder sister Lang, you look so adorable when you're shy in my arms." Lang Bingning's cheeks grew even hotter, she slightly turned her head away, playfully scolding, "You bad little brother, you're always teasing me like this. This ISNTA bar, aren't you afraid someone will see us? Let me down." Although Lang Bingning was scolding him, her voice was soft and delicate, without any hint of reproach. Lu Tingfeng also knew what Lang Bingning was thinking. He lowered his head, his nose gently brushing against Lang Bingning's neck, his warm breath spreading across her skin, causing a flurry of panic in her heart. "Elder sister Lang, it's just us here. I just like to see you shy for me, it makes me feel like you belong completely to me." Lang Bingning felt her heart beating so fast it was about to jump out of her throat. She raised her hand and gently pushed against Lu Tingfeng's chest, but her hand was weak and powerless, as if it were merely playing a game of pushing and pulling. "Xiaofeng, don't make trouble. What if someone comes in? What will I do? Don't worry, elder sister Lang, I've already locked the door." Lu Tingfeng chuckled softly, the sound echoing in the silent office, particularly suggestive. He took Lang Bingning's hand, kissed it gently on the lips, his eyes never leaving hers. "Elder sister Lang, be a good girl, okay?" As he said this, Lu Tingfeng's fingers gently unbuttoned the first button of Lang Bingning's white shirt collar. Lang Bingning gasped softly, her eyes full of shyness and panic, yet beneath that panic lay a trace of inexpressible anticipation. She bit her lip, trying hard to calm herself, only looking at Lu Tingfeng with her misty eyes, as if silently conveying the contradiction and struggle in her heart. You little rascal, you're really my little nemesis. Lu Tingfeng, seeing Lang Bingning like this, felt a wave of affection and triumph. He gently stroked Lang Bingning's hair, bringing their cheeks together, his voice gentle and low. Don't be afraid, elder sister Lang, I'm here. Feeling Lu Tingfeng's warm embrace, Lang Bingning nodded gently, and then shyly closed her beautiful eyes. Chapter 81. Lang Bingning feeds him in the office. Lu Tingfeng saw Lang Bingning close her eyes shyly, her slightly trembling eyelashes gently brushing against his heart, causing ripples. He suppressed the urge within him, holding her tightly, his chin resting on the top of her head, as if protecting the most precious treasure in the world, quietly enjoying this moment of peace. After a while, Lu Tingfeng gently released Lang Bingning, his gaze lingering on her rosy cheeks, the corners of his mouth curving into a gentle smile. Sister Lang, I bought you your favorite snacks at the school supermarket. Have a little something to fill your stomach. We can have dinner later. Lang Bingning, her face flushed, nodded lightly, her gentle demeanor melting Lu Tingfeng's heart. Lu Tingfeng tore open the packaging and took out the snacks, handing them to Lang Bingning. Sister Lang, try it. Is it the flavor you like? Lang Bingning looked at the snacks Lu Tingfeng had bought, her eyes filled with shock. Xiaofeng, these are even more expensive than the ones you bought me last time. This is too extravagant. Lu Tingfeng lovingly touched Lang Bingning's hair. Then does Sister Lang like them? Ma'am, I like them. Lang Bingning replied softly, her face flushed, her eyes darting away, not daring to look at Lu Tingfeng, her expression both shy and adorable. Lu Tingfeng looked at the obedient Lang Bingning in front of him and chuckled, Sister Lang, you look so pretty like this. You're just being glib. Lang Bingning glared at Lu Tingfeng reproachfully, then continued to focus on the task at hand. A full 15 minutes later, Lang Bingning looked at the empty snack bag and couldn't help but lick her lips. The snacks Lu Tingfeng had bought her at the supermarket were simply too delicious. Xiaofeng, I want more next time. You're not allowed to be stingy and not buy them for me. Sister Lang, I bought you snacks. Have you prepared dinner for me? I always have you in my heart. I definitely won't forget. Lu Tingfeng looked at the dinner Lang Bingning had prepared and couldn't help but feel excited. Was this the strength of Sister Lang? It was not much different from Aunt Xia's cooking. Sister Lang, feed me. Lang Bingning's cheeks flushed even more. She lowered her head slightly, her hands trembling as she brought the rice to Lu Tingfeng's mouth, her voice as soft as a mosquito's buzz. Then be gentle when you eat. Lu Tingfeng smiled and opened his mouth to eat the rice that Lang Bingning was feeding him. The food that Sister Lang makes is so delicious. I'm so happy. Lang Bingning rolled her eyes at him. Stop being glib. Focus on eating. Lu Tingfeng gently held Lang Bingning's hand. Sister Lang, I want to eat the food you make every day in the future, okay? Lang Bingning squeezed Lu Tingfeng's hand. Eat properly first. This is Sister Lang's heart, made especially for you. Lu Tingfeng hugged Lang Bingning even tighter, leaning in close to her ear again and saying, Sister Lang, holding you like this makes the food taste even better. Lang Bingning's body stiffened slightly, wanting to get up but being held tightly by Lu Tingfeng. Xiaofeng, stop messing around. It's not good if people see. Lu Tingfeng didn't care. It's just us here. I just want to hold you more. He finished speaking and kissed her on the cheek before letting Lang Bingning continue to feed him. Who could imagine that Lang Bingning, the beautiful goddess of a university, was sitting in Lu Tingfeng's lap in her office, feeding him dinner? Just thinking about her identity, Lang Bingning felt extremely shy. After Lu Tingfeng finished eating, Lang Bingning leaned into his embrace, feeling his warmth. Because of her shyness, a trace of red still lingered on Lang Bingning's pretty face. It's so good to have you, Xiaofeng. I'm really afraid of losing you. Sometimes I feel like all of this is just a dream. It's too wonderful. It makes me not dare to believe it. I often think, did I save the world in my past life to be able to meet you? Lu Tingfeng gently cupped Lang Bingning's face in his hands, his fingers trembling slightly, a manifestation of his intense emotions he was desperately trying to control. Baby, this isn't a dream. I'll always be by your side, accompanying you through every spring, summer, autumn, and winter. No matter what difficulties we face, I will never leave you alone. Your husband isn't a scumbag who starts things and then abandons them. Who is your baby? I haven't agreed to be your wife yet. Lu Tingfeng circled Lang Bingning and gently kissed her forehead. Sister Lang, that's not up to you. Lang Bingning's cheeks flushed slightly, and the corners of her mouth involuntarily turned upward. This little man in front of her was indeed overbearing, but his love for her was genuine. A man like this is truly reassuring, and little Feng is so good to me. Perhaps, spending my life with him would be the most correct decision I've ever made. Just as Lu Tingfeng moved from Lang Bingning's forehead toward her lips, about to share a passionate kiss, a rapid knocking on the door suddenly sounded. Lang Bingning, like a startled fawn, instantly broke free from Lu Tingfeng's embrace, her eyes filled with panic and shyness. Little Feng, I think someone is here. Who is it? Lang Bingning's voice trembled slightly as she frantically smoothed her hair and clothes, trying to appear less flustered. Teacher Lang, it's me, Teacher Zhang. I need to talk to you about something. A man's voice came from outside the door, his tone laced with urgency and flattery. Lang Bingning's heart skipped a beat. This man, named Zhang Yong, had always harbored unusual feelings for her, constantly finding excuses to get close. Though she felt some annoyance, they were colleagues, and she couldn't directly show him her displeasure. Teacher Zhang, I am busy right now. Can we talk about it tomorrow? Lang Bingning tried her best to sound composed, but the blush on her cheeks refused to fade. Teacher Lang, it'll just take a little time. It's quite urgent. Teacher Zhang seemed unwilling to leave, continuing to speak from outside the door. Little Feng? Lang Bingning looked at Lu Tingfeng for help. It's okay, Sister Lang. We're a couple, there is no need to be afraid of what others will say. Lu Tingfeng frowned slightly, a hint of displeasure flashing in his eyes. But seeing Lang Bingning's anxious gaze, he gently patted her hand, signaling her to open the door. Lang Bingning left Lu Tingfeng's embrace, walked to the door, and opened it. There stood Zhang Yong, holding a stack of documents, his face plastered with a smile. But when he saw Lu Tingfeng behind Lang Bingning, his smile instantly froze. Chapter 82. Don't deny it, Sister Lang. Teacher Lang, who is this? Zhang Yong's tone carried a hint of doubt, and his eyes held a trace of jealousy that was hard to detect. I'm Bingning's boyfriend, Lu Tingfeng. Teacher Zhang, my girlfriend and I are having dinner. It's a bit impolite of you, isn't it? Teacher Zhang's face turned a little unpleasant. He forced a smile. So you're Teacher Lang's boyfriend. I'm really sorry for interrupting you. But this document is indeed urgent and Teacher Lang needs to handle it immediately. Lu Tingfeng raised an eyebrow and said, even if it's urgent, it can't be at a time like this, right? Doesn't the school have any other teachers who can help? Teacher Zhang quickly explained, no one else can really handle this matter. Only Teacher Lang is familiar with the situation. Lang Bingning gently pulled away from Lu Tingfeng's arm and said, Xiaofeng, why don't I take a look at what it is? I'll handle it quickly. Lu Tingfeng nodded helplessly. Zhang Yong hurriedly handed over the document. Teacher Lang, thank you for your trouble. Lang Bingning took the document and quickly scanned it. Zhang Yong looked at Lu Tingfeng, his gaze a little unnatural. He and Lang Bingning had been colleagues for 5 years. Although he was already married, Lang Bingning was just too beautiful, and he couldn't help but want to be a simp and please her. He had always heard Lang Bingning say she had a boyfriend but had never seen him, so he always clung to the fantasy that his goddess was still single. Now, seeing Lang Bingning and Lu Tingfeng alone, Zhang Yong felt extremely inferior. Lu Tingfeng looked very young and rich, a person he couldn't compare to at all. Teacher Zhang, it's all taken care of. You can submit it with confidence. Thank you, Teacher Lang, then I won't bother you any longer. Zhang Yong took a deep look at Lang Bingning. She was the most beautiful and captivating woman he had ever seen in his life. Unfortunately, he was destined to be unworthy of her, and perhaps his goddess had already given everything to this young man in front of him. Thinking about this, Zhang Yong felt a deep sense of powerlessness. After closing the door, Lang Bingning leaned against it and patted her chest. That scared me to death. Why did Teacher Zhang come over at this time? Lu Tingfeng stepped forward and embraced Lang Bingning again. Did he disturb Sister Lang's good time? It's okay, he's gone now. As he spoke, Lu Tingfeng leaned closer to Lang Bingning's cheek again. Lang Bingning closed her eyes slightly, welcoming Lu Tingfeng's kiss. This time, their kiss was even more passionate, as if to release all the passion that had just been interrupted. Lu Tingfeng's hands tightly held Lang Bingning, his fingers gripping her back, as if afraid she would disappear if he let go. Lang Bingning also responded passionately, her hands tightly grasping Lu Tingfeng's clothes. Her heart was filled with happiness and sweetness, and all worries and anxieties were thrown to the back of her mind. At this moment, her world only contained Lu Tingfeng. After a long while, their lips slowly parted. Lang Bingning's face was already flushed. She leaned obediently into Lu Tingfeng's arms, her eyes full of shyness and love. Lu Tingfeng gently stroked her hair, his fingers running through her smooth strands, and whispered in her ear, Sister Lang, after our relationship was discovered, you seem even happier and more excited. Lang Bingning playfully punched Lu Tingfeng and scolded him, oh, don't talk nonsense. I'm not happier or more excited at all. Lang Bingning herself didn't know why she was so happy after others found out about her relationship with Lu Tingfeng, but she knew she really liked the feeling of being openly together with the person she loved. Lu Tingfeng grinned mischievously and leaned closer to Lang Bingning's ear. Don't deny it, Sister Lang. Your expression doesn't fool me. If you keep bullying me like this, I'm not going to pay attention to you anymore. Lang Bingning bit her lip and leaned into Lu Tingfeng's arms, casting a glance at him. The blush on her face grew even deeper. Lu Tingfeng gently patted Lang Bingning's back. His cold older sister was really easy to embarrass. Cold sister, I can't wait for this weekend to go to your place. Hearing this, Lang Bingning couldn't help but recall the time at the bar when they agreed to go to her place. Lu Tingfeng's slightly mischievous look and his request for her to prepare black thigh-high stockings flashed through her mind. Her face flushed red again, her heart pounding like a little rabbit. Lang Bingning gently pushed Lu Tingfeng away, pouting, "Oh, why are you bringing that up? It's so embarrassing." Lu Tingfeng laughed and hugged her tighter, saying, "Hee, cold sister is most charming when she's embarrassed." Lang Bingning buried her face in his chest and muttered, "You just know how to bully me. I shouldn't have agreed to that at the time." Lu Tingfeng quickly coaxed her, "Don't be angry, cold sister. It's just that I'm really looking forward to it." Lang Bingning felt both shy and sweet inside. Thinking of Lu Tingfeng's deep affection for her, she couldn't help but say, "Then you're not allowed to mess around when the time comes." Lu Tingfeng nodded and promised, "Don't worry, cold sister. I'll definitely behave." Lang Bingning raised her head and looked into Lu Tingfeng's eyes. "Little Feng, I'm actually really nervous. I don't know if my family will like you." Lu Tingfeng took Lang Bingning's delicate hand. "Don't worry, cold sister. I'll make them all accept me." Lang Bingning bit her lip. "I hope so. If they don't agree, I don't know what I'll do." Lu Tingfeng gently stroked her nose with his finger. "Don't think about the bad things, cold sister. We'll definitely be fine." Her parents had always wanted her to find a rich boyfriend. Lang Bingning thought of the 5 million Lu Tingfeng had casually given her, and she felt much more at ease. "Little Feng, you don't know, my family has really high standards, but my parents are more concerned with money. You shouldn't have any problem in that regard." Lu Tingfeng smiled confidently. "It's good if my future father-in-law and mother-in-law like money. Cold sister, this little enchantress of yours will never escape from my grasp." Upon hearing Lu Tingfeng's words, Lang Bingning raised her chin and retorted, Who wants to be controlled by you for life? Don't be too confident." Lu Tingfeng couldn't help but laugh at her proud appearance. "Cold sister, you're just being stubborn. Your heart is already full of me, you just won't admit it." Lang Bingning turned her head away, pretending to be angry. "No, it's not. You're just being conceited." Lu Tingfeng gently turned her face back, looking at her eyes teasingly. "You little enchantress, you still want to deny it?" Lang Bingning's eyes flickered for a moment. "So what if I am? If you're not good to me, I can leave you at any time." Lu Tingfeng held her shoulders with both hands and said seriously, "Cold sister, how could I ever be willing to be bad to you? But you also have to be good, otherwise, I might neglect you and dote on someone else." As soon as Lang Bingning heard Lu Tingfeng's words, a sense of crisis welled up in her heart, and the pride on her face instantly disappeared. She knew about Lu Tingfeng's charm. The two prettiest girls in their class were both infatuated with him. And she wasn't as young as them, so maybe one day she would really fall out of favor. Lang Bingning knew that Lu Tingfeng wasn't the kind of person who easily grew tired of the old to embrace the new, but she loved this little guy too much, and it was precisely because of this that she was so anxious. Lang Bingning quickly took Lu Tingfeng's hand and placed it on her cheek, saying softly, "Little Feng, please don't. Cold sister will be good. You must never neglect me." Lu Tingfeng, seeing Lang Bingning's nervousness, chuckled inwardly, deliberately adopting a stern face and said, "Then Sister Lang must perform well, and only if you satisfy me." Lang Bingning nodded quickly, snuggling into Lu Tingfeng's arms and pouted, "Xiao Feng, I know I was wrong. I'll listen to you from now on. I'm your little enchantress for life, okay?" Only then did Lu Tingfeng reveal a smile, hugging Lang Bingning tightly. "That's more like it, Sister Lang. Remember what you said." "I know, you naughty younger brother," Lang Bingning responded repeatedly, her pretty face full of appeasement. As if feeling that she wasn't sincere enough, Lang Bingning's gaze instantly turned incredibly tender. Her face flushed again, but she mustered her courage and took the initiative to kiss Lu Tingfeng. Lu Tingfeng was taken aback at first, then he embraced her tightly. This little enchantress, Teacher Lang, had taken the initiative. He couldn't possibly disappoint her good intentions.